In a twist of fate, Yang Kuan, a young man from the future, finds himself reborn in 1980s Hong Kong after a tragic betrayal by his wife. Instead of succumbing to despair, he seizes the opportunity to reinvent himself in a world brimming with chaos and opportunity. Armed with a mysterious money-making system, Yang Kuan dives headfirst into the underbelly of the city, determined to amass wealth and power. As he navigates through gang rivalries and moral dilemmas, he must confront his past and redefine what it means to survive in a ruthless landscape. Will he become the master of his destiny or fall victim to the very world he seeks to conquer? Join Yang Kuan on a thrilling journey of redemption and ambition as he battles against the odds in a gritty, vibrant Hong Kong. In this gripping tale of rebirth and ambition, every decision could lead to fortune or ruin, and the stakes have never been higher. Chapter 1. Traversing Guangdao. On the island of Guangdao, in Yau Ma Ti, Yang Kuan gazed at the somewhat dilapidated shop before him and couldn't help but let out a sigh. After half a month, it finally resembled something more respectable. Reflecting on the moment he had purchased this decrepit establishment, he recalled how it had been in such a state of disrepair that it was almost unbearable to look at. Had it not been for the allure of a bargain, he would never have acquired it. Properties on Guangdao are indeed exorbitant. This very shop would cost several $100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Were it not for the settling-in funds inherited from his late father, Yang Kuan would not have been able to afford this place. The reason he referred to this body aesthesis that Yang Kuan is not a native of this world. His soul has traversed from a future era into this body, which also bears the name Yang Kuan. As for the reason behind his crossing, he has no inkling. He had merely touched his neck, and upon awakening, found himself lying in a hospital bed. The unfamiliar environment left the newly awakened Yang Kuan in a state of bewilderment. He could not fathom how he had suddenly appeared in a hospital. The pungent scent of disinfectant and the vintage appearance of the ward made it evident that this was not a modern hospital room. As Yang Kuan grappled with the situation, a surge of unfamiliar memories abruptly filled his mind. After piecing together these memories, he discovered that he had indeed crossed over to the 1980s in Guangdao. This sudden influx of recollections left him feeling disoriented. He was uncertain how to navigate life in this unfamiliar world. For a young man from a later era, facing such a complex predicament was understandably daunting. Not only had he not perished, but he had also unwittingly stepped into a past version of Guangdao. Fortunately, his mental resilience prevented him from acting foolishly by inquiring about his identity and surroundings. After regaining some composure, he began to sift through the memories in his mind, seeking to understand why he found himself in the hospital. Upon examination, he learned that the original owner of this body had lost his mother at a young age and had been raised solely by his father, who was a member of the Hongxing gang. Thanks to his association with Jiang Tiansheng, he had managed to secure some benefits, enabling him to raise Yang Kuan. It is worth noting that most gangsters struggle to support themselves, let alone a child. Thus, in this regard, Yang Kuan's father could be deemed a decent parent. Recently, Yang Kuan's father had accompanied Jiang Tiansheng to negotiate with rival gang leaders. When the negotiations fell through, they were ambushed upon leaving the restaurant. In the ensuing chaos, Yang Kuan's father was fatally injured while shielding Jiang Tiansheng from an attack. Upon receiving the news, the original Yang Kuan was overwhelmed with grief at the loss of his only family member, leading him to faint from the shock. After being brought to the hospital, the original Yang Kuan's soul had been replaced by that of the future Yang Kuan. The Hongxing gang member who brought Yang Kuan to the hospital paid for his medical expenses before departing. When Yang Kuan regained consciousness, the scene he encountered was as described earlier. Upon understanding the entirety of the situation, he could not help but lament the cruel fate that had befallen him, as he now shared the unfortunate experience of being orphaned. Now that Yang Kuan had awakened and found no serious injuries, he was determined to discharge himself from the hospital. He intended to seek out the Hongxing gangsters who had frequently associated with his father. His father's death could not be in vain. Surely, there were arrangements such as settling in funds as depicted in the films. Yang Kuan needed to inquire swiftly, lest others lay claim to his father's funds, as he held little trust for the gangsters of this era. After leaving the hospital, following the memories in his mind, Yang Kuan finally located Chui Sui Chiu, a gangster who had been close to his father. Upon seeing Yang Kuan emerge from the hospital unharmed, Chui Sui Chiu handed over the 300,000 Hong Kong dollars designated as settling in funds for Yang Kuan's father. After delivering the funds, Chui Sui Chiu offered a few words of comfort before departing. Though he had shared a good rapport with Yang Kuen's father, the latter's demise meant that he could only fulfill his obligation by returning the funds. As Chue Sui Chiu left, Yang Kuen gazed at the 300,000 Hong Kong dollars in his hands, feeling a sense of injustice for his father. Having sacrificed his life for the Hongxing gang, the meager sum seemed woefully inadequate. Yet, the events had transpired, and lamenting his father's fate would serve no purpose. With his father gone, and only himself remaining, Yang Kuen realized he must begin to plan for his future. He would need ample funds to sustain his life in Guangdao. Thus, Yang Kuen hailed a taxi and, guided by the memories in his mind, returned to the modest home in Yaomati. Upon entering the less than 20 square meter dwelling, he couldn't help but smile wryly at its crampedness, which paled in comparison to a bedroom from his previous life. He pondered how he and his father had managed to reside here without feeling overly cramped. Unbeknownst to him, their living situation was relatively favorable. Many families in Guangdao lived in similarly confined spaces. The fact that Yang Kuen and his father could afford this small abode was due to his father's ability to earn some extra income through his gang affiliations, which helped cover their living expenses. In such circumstances, Yang Kuen's father not only managed to raise him well, but also occasionally saved a bit for Yang Kuen's education and future marriage. Although Yang Kuen's father was involved with the underworld as a gangster, he harbored no desire for his son to follow in his footsteps. Aware of the perilous nature of the gangster lifestyle, he aspired for Yang Kuen to focus on his education and secure a respectable job, which would fulfill him. However, fate took a tragic turn. Before Yang Kuen could embark on his career, his father was brutally murdered. While rummaging through the house, Yang Kuen eventually discovered a substantial sum of money hidden beneath the bed, amounting to several 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Looking at the money, Yang Kuen felt a profound respect for his father, astonished that a man of his father's humble background could amass such wealth. In the underworld of Hong Kong Island, unless one ascended to the position of a leader, it was exceedingly difficult to earn significant sums of money. Most gangsters lived a precarious existence, oscillating between poverty and fleeting wealth, with little hope of saving. The constant threat of violence led many of them to indulge in a reckless lifestyle. Unbeknownst to others, Yang Kuen's father had been frugal, enduring ridicule from fellow gangsters to save this fortune for his son's future. Knowing how arduous it was for someone of his father's stature to accumulate such funds speaks volumes about the struggle. Once Yang Kuen gathered all the money, he contemplated how to navigate his future, realizing that this sum was insufficient for a lifetime. While contemplating his next steps, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, startling him. After processing this unexpected phenomenon, Yang Kuen realized that, like many who had traversed to another realm, he had acquired a unique ability, a golden finger. This golden finger manifested as an exchange system, allowing him to spend money to acquire modified allies loyal to him. Indeed, akin to the enhanced individuals from the film Heisha, Yang Kuen could obtain a modified soldier for 1 million Hong Kong dollars. This was merely an ordinary soldier. Acquiring someone of higher rank, like Instructor Su Shi or Captain Xiongju, would require 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon understanding this system, Yang Kuen could not suppress a grin. With none of his assets reaching 1 million, he felt a longing for what was just out of reach. Despite the high cost of these modified beings, Yang Kuen did not see it as exorbitant. He had watched Heisha, where every member of the 701 unit displayed extraordinary combat skills, far surpassing the typical gangsters of Hong Kong. Moreover, these modified individuals had undergone surgeries that rendered them impervious to pain, transforming them into relentless killing machines. The thought of having such formidable subordinates filled Yang Kuen with ambition. With just a few of them at his command, he believed he could easily secure his financial future. He envisioned sending them to steal or rob, or even to confront gang leaders and wealthy individuals to procure substantial sums of money. It is essential to understand that Yang Kuen's animosity stemmed from the harsh lessons learned in his previous life. In that world, he was merely an ordinary laborer, toiling tirelessly to generate profits for capitalists, while he barely scraped by on a meager salary sufficient to support his family. The financial strain led him and his wife to postpone having children well into their 30s. Most of his earnings were surrendered to his wife, leaving him with only a few $100s each month. This paltry amount had to cover his lunch expenses, forcing him to smoke the cheapest cigarettes and meticulously plan his daily consumption to avoid overspending. For 7 or 8 long years, Yang Kuen endured this dismal existence, finding solace only in the fact that he had a somewhat attractive wife, a source of motivation for him. However, this fragile source of hope was shattered when he unexpectedly returned home during work hours and caught his wife in a compromising situation with another man. The sight of his wife in bed with someone else ignited a fury within him. In a blind rage, he seized a kitchen knife and stormed into the bedroom, confronting the startled couple. In a fit of violence, he unleashed his wrath, killing both his wife and her lover. After this explosive release of pent-up emotions, as he looked at the lifeless bodies before him, despair enveloped him. The realization that his family was irrevocably destroyed led him to contemplate his own existence. Faced with the grim prospect of a life marred by the consequences of his actions, he resolved that dying alongside them was preferable to facing a grim fate in prison. Thus, with a heavy heart and a determined resolve, he took the knife to his own throat, leaving this world behind. This narrative illustrates that those who are overly virtuous may find themselves facing dire outcomes, while the unscrupulous often thrive. Consequently, Yang Kuan vowed to embrace a life of villainy, determined to prevent the misfortunes of his past from repeating themselves. His heart, now hardened, was filled with a fierce resolve. Chapter 2. Acceptance of the system. Enlightenment. Upon Yang Kuan's arrival in this world of Gangdao, he was enveloped in a profound sense of resentment. He wished to avoid the fate of his former life, where he toiled endlessly only to become a victim of infidelity. Coupled with the emergence of this exchange system, Yang Kuan resolved to devote himself to amassing wealth, eager to acquire additional personnel to ensure his comfort in this tumultuous realm. He was determined not to endure financial struggles as he had in his previous existence, which had led to his spouse's betrayal. Thus, the current Yang Kuan was liberated from many constraints, willing to undertake any endeavor for the sake of money. Despite possessing the exchange system, the reality of having less than 1 million Hong Kong dollars weighed heavily on Yang Kuan, rendering him incapable of even redeeming a single modified individual. He was at a loss as to how to procure the necessary capital. Just as Yang Kuan grappled with this dilemma, the system seemingly recognized his plight and promptly informed him of a novice gift package as a reward. Upon hearing this, Yang Kuan's spirits lifted. He no longer had to worry about securing that 1 million Hong Kong dollars. In his mind, he activated the system's novice gift package, and upon unveiling its contents, he was astounded. The package not only granted him an exchange space, but also provided him with a complimentary exchange opportunity, allowing him to designate one individual from the 701st Brigade. Additionally, the system offered him a chance for a character enlightenment, enabling the transfer of the chosen individual's prowess directly to him, thereby enhancing his own capabilities for self-preservation in this perilous Gangdao world. After all, he was not situated in a peaceful society, but rather in a chaotic and dangerous environment rife with numerous gangs, with the number of gangsters in Gangdao reaching hundreds of thousands, frequently engaging in violent disputes over territory. After examining the novice gift package, Yang Kuan eagerly began to claim his rewards. The exchange space was specifically designed for the redemption of modified individuals, necessitating an advance deposit of funds. However, once the money was deposited into this exchange space, it could only be used for personnel redemption and could not be withdrawn. Having grasped the function of the exchange space, Yang Kuan proceeded to utilize his complementary exchange opportunity, selecting the instructor Su Shi from the 701st Brigade, a character he greatly admired from the series He Xia. Upon the completion of the exchange, a brilliant white light illuminated the room, and a spirited man appeared before him, bearing a striking resemblance to a martial arts emperor from his former life, which left Yang Kuan in awe. As Yang Kuan scrutinized Su Shi's appearance, the latter addressed him, "Greetings, Master. Instructor Su Shi of the 701st Brigade reports for duty." After bowing respectfully, Su Shi stood before Yang Kuan, awaiting his commands. Pleased with Su Shi's demeanor, Yang Kuan reassured him, "Relax, Su Shi. There's no need for such formality. From now on, you may simply refer to me as boss." "Understood, boss," Su Shi replied, visibly relaxing and shedding the rigid demeanor he had previously maintained. Yang Kuan was satisfied with Su Shi's compliance. After their exchange, Yang Kuan decided to synchronize Su Shi's abilities with his own. The moment he initiated this process, he felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through him. He instantly sensed an overwhelming power, as if he could vanquish an opponent with a single blow. Simultaneously, a plethora of combat techniques flooded his mind, and as the system continued its transmission, he felt as though he had undergone years of rigorous training in various martial arts. Time seemed to blur until Yang Kuan completed the system's enlightenment process. After briefly acclimating to his enhanced physical state, he practiced a series of strikes within the confines of his room. The powerful sounds of his punches and kicks resonated, attesting to their strength and speed. Delighted by his current prowess, Yang Kuan felt confident that, without the use of firearms, few in GANGSTER could pose a threat to him, significantly alleviating his concerns for future safety. Once fully attuned to his newfound capabilities, Yang Kuan noticed that Su Shi had been patiently standing in a corner of the room, awaiting his orders during the demonstration of various techniques. He promptly instructed Su Shi to find a seat and relax, assuring him that this was no longer the 701st Brigade and that he need not maintain such a vigilant posture. After Su Shi settled down, Yang Kuan engaged him in conversation, inquiring whether he recalled his past experiences and his time within the 701st Brigade. After an extensive conversation between the two, Yang Kuan learned from Su Shi that Su Shi had lost all memories of his training and transformation in the 701 Brigade. His sole recollection now consisted of the system-instilled loyalty towards Yang Kuan. Through this systematic indoctrination, Su Shi's allegiance to Yang Kuan stood unwaveringly at a perfect 100, fully compliant with Yang Kuan's commands. Even if Yang Kuan were to order Su Shi to commit heinous acts, Su Shi would execute those orders without hesitation, unlike the characters portrayed in films who harbor benevolent thoughts that lead them to defy their commands. Upon realizing this, Yang Kuan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with Su Shi. With Su Shi's assistance, he anticipated accumulating significant wealth, enabling him to recruit more capable hands in the future. This revelation brought Yang Kuan immense relief. He would not risk Su Shi developing negative sentiments towards him due to any questionable actions he might undertake. With a potent ally by his side, Yang Kuan felt a renewed confidence in navigating the chaotic world of GANGSTER. The thought of acquiring substantial riches and loyal subordinates exhilarated Yang Kuan. In the ensuing days, he, accompanied by Su Shi, utilized the savings and relocation funds left by his father to purchase a modest storefront. After a brief period of tidying and renovating the space, the scene from the beginning emerged. Reflecting on the transformation, Yang Kuan retrieved the key from his pocket, unlocked the door, and ushered Su Shi into the premises. Upon entering, they found the area was not extensive, merely around 30 square meters, yet it had been arranged to look respectable. The walls had been freshly painted, and the office desk, executive chair, and sofa with coffee table were all in place. They were merely awaiting the completion of the sign to officially commence business. Yang Kuan had carefully considered the purpose of this establishment and ultimately decided to open a consultancy focused on resolving troubles for clients. He believed that, given his ability to exchange currency for modified individuals from the 701 Brigade, he could assist clients, whether it involved debt collection or handling more intricate matters. Once he secured several assignments and accrued a substantial income, he envisioned being able to recruit additional personnel, thus freeing himself from the need to resolve others' troubles directly. Should a lucrative opportunity arise, Yang Kuan would not shy away from engaging in occasional illicit dealings. As for his targets, he contemplated the gang leaders of GANGSTER and the local drug dealers, recognizing that their wealth was often obtained through unscrupulous means. He harbored no qualms about appropriating their riches. With Su Shi's prowess, Yang Kuan felt secure against any potential repercussions, convinced that Su Shi's capabilities would not falter. Should any complications arise, Yang Kuan contemplated that he could simply instruct Su Shi to eliminate any witnesses, ensuring no loose ends remained. After spending some time in the consultancy, Yang Kuan sent Su Shi to check on the status of the sign, eager to expedite the opening of their business. Having already expended a considerable portion of his funds, amounting to several $100,000 Hong Kong dollars, Yang Kuan was keen to commence operations and start receiving client assignments. Otherwise, prolonged inactivity would deplete their resources, leaving him and Su Shi struggling to afford basic sustenance. Upon receiving Yang Kuan's directive, Su Shi ventured out to ascertain whether their custom sign was ready. After approximately an hour, Yang Kuan observed Su Shi returning with the completed sign. Excitedly, he assisted Su Shi in affixing it to the storefront. The gleaming letters spelling Wu Yu Shi Wu Chu Li Zi Sun Shi brought a sense of satisfaction to Yang Kuan. With the sign now properly installed, the consultancy was ready for business. To announce the grand opening, Yang Kuan set off a string of firecrackers outside, signaling to all that his venture was officially underway. Now, Yang Kuan and Su Shi awaited clients to seek their services. Initially, Yang Kuan anticipated that the opening of his consultancy would quickly attract business. However, after several days of waiting without a single client approaching for assistance, he found himself increasingly vexed. His expectations had been overly optimistic. He had assumed that, given the turmoil in Gangdao and the multitude of gangs therein, many would seek his help to resolve their conflicts. Yet, the reality proved different. Yang Kuan failed to consider why anyone would choose to pay him for assistance, given that he and She were merely two individuals. The gang leaders had numerous subordinates at their disposal. When issues arose, they typically delegated tasks to their own men rather than seeking external help. Chapter 3. Receiving the commission from the young girl. Days passed without a single client visiting Yang Kuan's consulting office, leaving him increasingly restless as he sat idly by. The daily expenses for himself and She were not insignificant, which greatly troubled the financially strained Yang Kuan. Consequently, he found himself pondering where to procure some funds to alleviate their predicament. Just as Yang Kuan was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the door creak open. He quickly lifted his gaze to see a heavily made-up young girl enter. After scrutinizing her for a moment, Yang Kuan felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered her somewhere before. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the young girl, Shi Li, from the film Guohuazai. Curious about her purpose, Yang Kuan inquired, "Miss, what brings you here? Is there any matter you require our assistance with?" Upon hearing his question, Shi Li glanced at Yang Kuan, who was seated in the boss's chair behind the desk, before shifting her gaze to She lounging on the sofa. She hesitantly responded, "What do you do here? I saw the sign, but I couldn't quite understand it. I just wanted to ask." Yang Kuan, amused by her stammering, maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "We specialize in resolving troubles. No matter the issue. As long as you're willing to invest a certain amount of money, we can assist you in overcoming any dilemma." Shi Li's eyes brightened at his explanation, for she had indeed encountered some troubles recently and was at a loss for how to resolve them. It turned out that Shi Li was a subordinate of Fei Hong from Ci Yunshan, known for stealing various valuable cars. Recently, she had pilfered an M2 sports car belonging to Chun Hao Nan of the Hongxing gang in Causeway Bay, but before she could make her escape, Chun Hao Nan confronted her and demanded the return of his vehicle. Faced with Chun Hao Nan's demands, Shi Li was not about to relinquish the car easily. She boldly told him to produce 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, and she would return the vehicle. Otherwise, their discussion was over. To her dismay, Chun Hao Nan had no intention of paying. Amused by her feigned bravado, he decided to toy with her. Not only did Shi Li fail to secure the money, but she was also taken to Lantau Island, where she was forced to consume an excessive amount of char siu bao, nearly to the point of bursting. Afterward, seeking revenge, Shi Li approached her boss, Fei Hong, and recounted the incident, hoping he would assist her in retaliating against Chun Hao Nan. She felt humiliated at the thought of being forced to eat char siu bao, a story that would surely become a source of ridicule in the underworld. However, to her astonishment, Fei Hong proved utterly inept. After confronting Chun Hao Nan, he returned empty-handed, having only offered him a few bottles of beer as a distraction. This infuriated Shi Li, who inwardly cursed Fei Hong for being useless. Unable to handle even Chun Hao Nan, she regretted her decision to align herself with him, realizing she should have sought a more formidable leader to avoid such embarrassment. Irritated by the situation, Shi Li had refrained from stealing cars for some time, opting instead to wander around Hong Kong Island to alleviate her boredom. Today, while meandering through Yau Ma Ti, she stumbled upon Yang Kuan's consulting office. Curious about its peculiar name and purpose, she decided to enter and inquire further. Upon hearing Yang Kuan claim they specialized in resolving troubles, Shi Li could not help but think of her recent predicament and wondered if he could assist her in addressing her issues and restoring her dignity. She shared her plight with Yang Kuan, asking if he could help her confront Chun Hao Nan for revenge. After listening to her tale, Yang Kuan replied, "Miss, we can indeed assist you with your troubles, but I must inquire how you wish for us to help. Do you desire to eliminate Chun Hao Nan, or merely teach him a lesson? The extent of our assistance will determine the fee." Shi Li was taken aback by the severity of his words. She had not anticipated such a ruthless proposition. As a mere car thief, her intentions were solely to teach Chun Hao Nan a lesson, not to resort to murder. Alarmed by Yang Kuan's readiness to engage in such extreme measures, she quickly corrected him. No, I only wish to confront them and vent my frustrations." Yang Kuan responded, "If your intention is merely to discipline Chun Hao Nan, then a commission of 20 000 Hong Kong dollars will suffice for us to assist you in giving him a good scare and allowing you to vent your anger. What do you think? 20,000. Shishili felt a pang in her heart at the mention of such an amount, as it was no small sum for someone in her position. She would need to steal several cars just to earn that much in commission. Although Cece earns her living through car theft, the meager profits from a stolen vehicle are hardly worth her effort, as her boss, Fei Hong, claims the lion's share. Thus, when she hears Yang Kuen's offer, she cannot help but feel disheartened. The thought of having risked everything to steal a car, only to be humiliated by Chun Haonan and his gang on Lantau Island, forces her to swallow her pride as she is coerced into consuming numerous char siu bao. Is it not a travesty for a woman of her beauty to be subjected to such indignity? Even if Chun Haonan's group had taken her to Lantau Island for a more blatant act, it would still pale in comparison to the humiliation of being compelled to eat char siu bao. Cece Li, a young woman accustomed to the underbelly of society, does not hold her chastity in high regard. In these times, who truly does? This is why she feels such ire towards Chun Haonan for forcing her to eat. The sheer absurdity of a beautiful woman being dragged to Lantau Island by several men, only to be made to eat, is a profound insult. Despite her anguish over the lost 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, she resolutely agrees to Yang Kuen's offer, seeking revenge against Chun Haonan. Upon receiving her payment, Yang Kuen turns to Su Shi and instructs him to accompany the lady and teach Chun Haonan a lesson, emphasizing the need for restraint. Su Shi rises from the sofa and acknowledges, "Understood, boss." He then addresses Cece Li, "Miss, please lead the way. We shall confront Chun Haonan at once." Taken aback by Su Shi's confidence, Cece Li exclaims, "Just the two of you?" Chun Haonan is with Hongxing, and his older brother is the formidable leader of Tongluan, known as B. "Are you jesting?" Seeing her incredulity, Yang Kuen chuckles, "Rest assured, Mississippi. All you need to do is identify Chun Haonan, and our instructor will take care of the rest. You may simply watch as he is dealt with. If we fail to avenge you, I will refund your fee double. How does that sound?" Reluctantly, Cece Li, still harboring doubts, leads Su Shi away to seek out trouble with Chun Haonan in Tongluan. Chapter 4. Su Shi teaches Chun Haonan a lesson. Su Shi followed Shishili all the way from Yao Ma Ti by taxi to Causeway Bay, where they found Chun Haonan and his crew at Boss B's Turf, the Nightfall Bar. While Chun Haonan and his friends were drinking at the Nightfall Bar, they noticed Shishili, the young gang girl they had previously taken to Lantau Island to tease, approaching them. Upon seeing Shishili, Chicken immediately taunted, "Little girl, are you here looking for our brother Nam? Didn't you get enough of those barbecue buns last time? Want us to treat you to some more?" Hearing Chicken's teasing remarks, Tai Tin Yi and the others burst into laughter. Chun Haonan also watched Shishili with a smile. Deep down, he actually had a soft spot for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let her off so easily after she stole his car last time. Did they really think Chun Haonan was that easy to deal with? Infuriated by Chicken's mockery, Shishili angrily retorted, "Why you? Don't be too arrogant. I am here today to settle the score with you." After saying this, Shishili glared furiously at Chun Haonan and Chicken. Hearing Shishili's declaration of settling the score and seeing her puffed up, angry expression, Chicken and the others laughed even harder. They took Shishili's words as nothing more than a joke. Settle the score? With what? Just this little gang girl? Or that useless Fei Hong? That's why Chicken and the others found it so amusing. Seeing that Chun Haonan and his crew dared to act so arrogantly and mock her even after she declared she was there to settle the score, Shishili grew even more furious. She immediately pointed at Chun Haonan and said to Su Shi, "He's the one who bullied me, Chun Haonan. Why you? Hurry up and beat him up. Show him how powerful I am." After saying this, Shishili quickly hid behind Su Shi. It was only then that Chun Haonan and the others noticed Su Shi. Earlier, they had been too focused on teasing Shishili to pay attention to the man beside her. Now, hearing Shishili's words, they realized this man was here to cause trouble. All five of them turned their attention to Su Shi. Looking at the unremarkable-looking Su Shi, Chicken said boldly, "Hey, kid, where are you from? Are you the one helping this stuttering girl to cause trouble for us? Do you even know where you are? Daring to mess with our brother Nam? Are you tired of living?" Ignoring Chicken's threats, Su Shi looked directly at Chun Haonan and said, "I don't care where this is. I'm here on this young lady's behalf to teach you a lesson and help her vent her anger. So, come out now and let me beat you up. That way, I can finish my task and leave quickly." Hearing Su Shi's arrogant words, Chun Haonan and the others were furious, especially Chicken. He was incensed that Sushi had ignored his earlier remarks and dared to act so boldly. Without another word, Chicken grabbed a beer bottle and swung it towards Sushi's head, intending to show him who was in charge. Seeing Chicken attack, Sushi didn't hesitate. He kicked Chicken squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward into the booth's sofa. Watching their brother Chicken get hurt, Chan Ho Nam, Tai Tenyi, and the others couldn't stay seated. They immediately stood up, grabbed beer bottles from the table, and hurled them at Sushi. Facing their attacks, Sushi effortlessly dodged and responded with a flurry of punches and kicks. Chan Ho Nam, Tai Tenyi, Q Pei, and Bao Pei were completely overpowered, unable to fight back. While they might have been able to handle ordinary street thugs, they were no match for Sushi. In no time, Chan Ho Nam and his crew were beaten to the ground, unable to get up. They had lost all strength to resist. Sushi's punches and kicks were heavy, even though Tai Tenyi and the others weren't hit in vital areas. They couldn't withstand Sushi's brutal assault. They could only endure the beating, lying on the ground, unable to stand. Compared to the others, Chan Ho Nam had it much worse. Sushi gave him special attention, beating him until his face was bruised and swollen, a pitiful sight. Sushi had to make Chan Ho Nam look sufficiently battered, otherwise he wouldn't be able to justify his actions to Shishi Li, who had paid for his services. So, Sushi made sure to beat Chan Ho Nam a little longer, allowing Shishi Li to feel more satisfied. After dealing with Chicken and the others, Sushi turned his focus to Chan Ho Nam, delivering blow after blow. Chan Ho Nam cried out in pain, while Shishi Li watched with great satisfaction, feeling that her 20,000 Hong Kong dollars were well spent. However, what Shishi Li didn't know was that although Sushi made Chan Ho Nam look badly beaten, he hadn't used his full strength. Following Yang Kuin's instructions, Sushi held back to avoid taking Chan Ho Nam's life. As a result, Chan Ho Nam's injuries were mostly superficial. They looked severe but posed no real danger to his life. As Sushi continued to beat Chan Ho Nam, Shishi Li watched gleefully from the sidelines. Seeing Chan Ho Nam being taught such a harsh lesson by the person she had brought, she cheered excitedly. Why yes, beat him up like that. Let us see if he still dares to bully me. Shishi Li, did he really think I was easy to push around? Today, I'll show him how powerful I am. The commotion caused by Sushi's beating of Chan Ho Nam and his crew soon attracted the attention of others. The Hung Hing gang members guarding the bar noticed the disturbance and gathered around with weapons in hand. When they arrived, they were shocked to find someone daring to cause trouble on Hung Hing turf, beating up their own people, and the ones being beaten were none other than Chan Ho Nam and his 4 brothers. The members of Hongxing were instantly enraged. Although they typically held a disdain for Chun Haonan and his companions, the audacity of the intrusion could not be overlooked. If they allowed such disturbances to go unchecked, who would ever fear them again? Their very existence in this underworld would be rendered obsolete. Consequently, the young thugs began to brandish their weapons, targeting Sushi. Witnessing the menacing advance of the Hongxing enforcers wielding knives struck Shishi Li with terror. In a moment of urgency, she pulled Sushi, urging him to flee before they were cornered and rendered helpless. Sushi, unfazed by the approaching assailants, regarded them with contempt. Had he been alone, he would have easily dealt with the Hongxing thugs before departing. However, with Shishi Li, his employer, still present, he could not bear the thought of her in peril. Thus, he ceased his assault on Chun Haonan and swiftly led Shishi Li away. As they dashed towards the bar's exit, Sushi positioned himself before her, clearing a path by incapacitating the obstructing Hongxing thugs. Only once they were outside of the Nightshade bar did he allow himself to breathe freely. Once they had hailed a cab and escaped, the interior of the Nightshade bar was left in disarray, littered with the incapacitated forms of Hongxing's thugs, groaning in pain. The chaos did not go unnoticed by the patrons, who, upon witnessing the tumultuous scene and the fallen thugs, hastily took their leave to avoid becoming collateral damage in the ensuing disorder. It was not until some time after Sushi and Shishi Li had departed that Shanji and the others, enduring their injuries, managed to rise from the floor. They quickly assisted Chun Haonan to a sofa before urgently contacting their leader, Dalao B, to inform him of the disturbance at the Nightshade bar and the beating their comrades had suffered. Upon receiving Shanji's notification, Dalao B rushed from his home to the bar. Upon his arrival, he was met with a disheartening sight. The establishment was devoid of patrons, save for a dozen or so battered young thugs, and the floor was strewn with shattered bottles. Enraged by the disarray, Dalao B's fury erupted. The Nightshade bar was his territory in Tongluan, a lucrative source of income. The audacity of those who dared to disrupt his business and injure his men was a direct affront to his authority. After assessing the injuries of his subordinates and finding them not critically severe, Dalaobi quickly inquired with Shanji and the others about the incident, demanding to know the identity of those who had dared to invade his domain. Chapter 5. Dalaobi confronts Fei Hong. Upon hearing Dalaobi's inquiry, Shanji and his companions began to chatter among themselves, recounting the events that transpired. When they concluded their narrative, Dalaobi learned that the troublemaker was none other than the young girl under Fei Hong's command. Dalaobi was taken aback by her audacity to stir up trouble on his turf. It seemed he had been too lenient with Fei Hong previously. The last time, that girl had stolen Hao Nan's sports car, and now she dared to disrupt his establishment. This time, Dalaobi resolved to teach Fei Hong a lesson, making sure he understood the consequences of his actions. After ascertaining who had caused the disturbance on his territory, Dalaobi promptly picked up his mobile phone to contact Fei Hong. Once the call connected, Dalaobi wasted no time in expressing his fury. "Fei Hong, you really have some nerve, sending someone to wreak havoc in my venue. Are you courting death?" On the other end, Fei Hong was taken aback by the barrage of insults directed at him. "Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Do you even know who I am? I am Fei Hong of Ci Yinshan. Who do you think you are, threatening me? I will make you pay dearly for this." Dalaobi, upon hearing Fei Hong's defiant retort, felt his blood boil. "I am Dalaobi. If you have the guts, come and take me down. Otherwise, I will make you regret crossing me, and do not blame me when I annihilate you." Realizing that it was Dalaobi on the other end, Fei Hong's displeasure surged. Previously, he had stood up for the girl, only to have Dalaobi, in the name of Hong Xing, dismiss him with nothing more than a few bottles of beer, leaving Fei Hong humiliated in front of his subordinates. After the incident with the stolen car, he had already given Dalaobi considerable face, and now here he was, receiving another unsolicited tirade. Fei Hong's frustration boiled over as he retorted, "Dalaobi, are you out of your mind? I haven't provoked you, yet here you are, threatening me. Do you think I am a pushover? I know your Hong Xing gang is formidable, but I am not to be trifled with either. If you don't clarify this matter today, I assure you, we are far from finished." Dalaobi was taken aback by Fei Hong's boldness. How could he dare to engage in such a verbal clash? Did he not know about the girl causing trouble in his establishment? Otherwise, Fei Hong's reaction seemed out of character. To clarify the situation, Dalaobi replied, "Fine, since you seek an explanation, let me provide one. Your little thief caused chaos in my place today, injuring over 10 of my men and frightening away my customers, resulting in substantial financial loss. What do you propose we do about this?" Fei Hong was momentarily stunned by Dalaobi's accusations and quickly responded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Did you even see clearly? Was it really my subordinate? The one you call Shi Li? I had no idea she was so bold as to wreak havoc at your venue. Are you trying to fool me? Are you denying the incident? Do not pretend you are unaware of your little sister's actions." Dalaobi pressed. Fei Hong, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "What do I have to deny? I did not send her to your place to cause trouble. If you do not believe me, send someone to capture Shi Li and ask her if I ordered her to disrupt your establishment." "So, you truly did not instigate this? The girl sought me out on her own? If you claim it is not your doing, then I will have to deal with her myself, and do not say I did not warn you. Do as you wish. I have already sent Shi Li away, whatever trouble she has caused. Do not hold me accountable," Fei Hong replied. Upon hearing that Fei Hong had severed ties with Shi Li, Dalaobi felt somewhat reassured. He believed that Fei Hong lacked the audacity to confront him directly. After hanging up, Dalaobi instructed a subordinate, Xiao Bao, "Send someone to find that Shi Li and bring her to me. I want to know who is supporting her audacity to disrupt my establishment." "Understood, Brother B." Xiao Bao replied before hastily leaving to carry out the task. Once Xiao Bao departed, Dalaobi turned to Chun Hao Nan and his companions, asking, "Anan, how are you all holding up? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No need, Brother B. We only have some superficial injuries. We'll recover in a few days," Chun Hao Nan quickly reassured him. "That is good to hear. In the meantime, do try to find that little troublemaker and bring her to me. We must uncover who is behind this," Dalaobi ordered. "Understood, Brother B. Tomorrow we will search for her, no matter how far we have to go," they affirmed. "All right, you all should go home and rest. I'll have others keep an eye on the bar," Dalaobi concluded. Hearing Dalaobi's suggestion to go home, Chun Hao Nan and his companions did not resist. Their condition was indeed poor after the altercation with Su Shi, and they were eager to return home for some much-needed care. Thus, they departed from the Yisei bar. Once they were gone, Dalaobi sat alone in the bar, nursing his drink. He felt a deep disappointment in Chun Hao Nan and his companions. Never had he expected them to be so thoroughly beaten by one individual. Were it not for their long-standing loyalty and the many years of service they had provided him, Dalao B would have unleashed his ire upon them. Today, they had failed to uphold his reputation, and if others learned of this, they would surely mock him for having such incompetent subordinates. In recent years, the formidable figure known as Dalao B has dominated several lucrative streets in Tongluan, inciting envy in countless individuals. Were it not for the protection of the formidable Jiang Tiansheng from the Hongxing gang, Dalao B would undoubtedly face trouble, not only from rival gangs, but also from his own associates within Hongxing, many of whom would seek to challenge him. Consequently, he finds himself perplexed as to who might have incited that young troublemaker to disturb his peace. After Su Shi and Shi Shili exited the Yisei bar, they hailed a taxi back to Yaomati. Upon their return to the consulting office, Su Shi reported to Yang Kuan that they had successfully dealt with Chun Haonan, fulfilling Shi Shili's request. Upon hearing of Su Shi's triumph over Chun Haonan, Yang Kuan turned to Shi Shili and inquired, "Madam, are you satisfied with the outcome of our services?" "Indeed, your subordinate is quite formidable, having thoroughly bested Chun Haonan and his companions," she replied. "Your satisfaction is all that matters to us, which signifies the completion of this engagement. Should you encounter any further issues, do not hesitate to seek our assistance again. As long as the payment is in order, we shall undoubtedly resolve your troubles." With that, Yang Kuan instructed Su Shi to escort Shi Shili out. Upon realizing that Yang Kuan intended for the man named instructor to see her off, Shi Shili couldn't help but pout. Turning away from Yang Kuan, she was not inclined to linger, having already spent 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. Although her frustrations had been alleviated, she still felt a pang of regret over the expenditure, prompting her to depart without further delay. Chapter 6. The mockery of Dalao B. The following day, Dalao B's subordinates began a meticulous search for Shi Shili. They scoured the streets of Tong Luo Wan, and even in other areas of Hong Kong Island. Many of Dalao B's underlings wandered about in pursuit of Shi Shili's whereabouts. This unusual endeavor left many leaders from other gangs perplexed, wondering what had prompted Dalao B to act so erratically. Consequently, they dispatched their own men to monitor Dalao B's movements and to ascertain the reason behind his sudden frenzy and the deployment of so many of his subordinates. Through their inquiries, they soon uncovered the reason. Dalao B's establishment, the Tuak Yisei bar, had been vandalized by none other than a young girl. Upon hearing this news, the leaders of Hong Kong Island erupted in laughter, ridiculing Dalao B for being so inept as to be outmaneuvered by a mere child, thus bringing shame upon their underworld reputation. Once the specifics of the situation were revealed, the gang leaders ceased to concern themselves with Dalao B's irrational behavior. Had they been in his position, they would likely have reacted even more violently. The thought of Dalao B failing to apprehend the troublesome girl was a source of great amusement. Shi Shili, well aware of Dalao B's hunt for her, understood that she had truly provoked his wrath. If captured, she knew there would be no mercy. Consequently, she refrained from showing her face in public and sought refuge with a close friend, hoping to evade Dalao B's relentless search. Her friend felt quite helpless regarding Shi Shili's predicament, yet knowing that both Dalao B and her brother, Defei, belonged to the Hongxing gang and held a higher rank than her brother, she feared that harboring Shi Shili would invite trouble. Nevertheless, she could not bring herself to expel Shi Shili, as their friendship was of great importance. Thus, she took the risk and allowed Shi Shili to stay hidden in her home. As a result of Shi Shili's concealment, Dalao B's subordinates searched throughout Hong Kong Island for several days without success, which left Dalao B in a furious state. Just as Dalao B contemplated sending his men out again, the leaders of other gangs expressed their discontent. They were increasingly frustrated by Dalao B's men wandering aimlessly on their territory. Had it not been for the fact that Dalao B's men were merely looking for someone, they would have expelled them from their domain long ago. Days passed. Yet Dalao B's men still failed to locate the young girl, and Dalao B's insistence on allowing his subordinates to continue their search on their turf could no longer be tolerated. The gang leaders issued a warning, advising Dalao B to recall his men forthwith, or they would take decisive action against them. Upon receiving this warning, Dalao B recognized the necessity of withdrawing his subordinates from their territory to avoid further misunderstandings. Thus, he reluctantly ordered his men to return, temporarily relinquishing the pursuit of Shi Shili. At the Hongxing headquarters, the monthly meeting commenced, with leaders from various districts already gathered. As the smoke filled the air, Liang Kuan, the leader from Mong Kok, jestingly addressed the Lao Bi, inquiring, "She Bi, I hear you were bested by a young girl just days ago. Is it true? Do you require assistance from your brothers?" The moment Liang Kuan's jest left his lips, the other leaders ceased their conversations, turning their attention towards Da Lao Bi, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Da Lao Bi's countenance darkened at Liang Kuan's words. It was evident he had struck a nerve. Da Lao Bi initially intended to ignore Liang Kuan, knowing that engaging in a dispute over this matter would only serve to entertain the others at his expense, further tarnishing his reputation. However, as he noticed the mocking glances from the other leaders, Da Lao Bi's irritation intensified. He was acutely aware that he would become the subject of ridicule, particularly with Liang Kuan bringing it up so brazenly, causing him to feel utterly humiliated. While Da Lao Bi sat with a scowl, feigning indifference to the attention, Fei Lao Li, the leader from North Point, fanned the flames, saying, "She Bi, Liang Kuan is asking you a question. Pray tell, which brave young girl had the audacity to disrupt your establishment? How could you, Da Lao Bi, allow such a thing? You truly are a source of pride for Hongxing." The moment Fei Lao Li finished speaking, the laughter erupted uncontrollably among the gathered leaders, including those who typically maintained a cordial relationship with Da Lao Bi. This only served to exacerbate Da Lao Bi's fury, prompting him to slam his hand on the table and exclaim, "Liang Kuan, Fei Lao Li, have you had your fill? Are you reveling in my misfortune?" Seeing Da Lao Bi's ire, both Liang Kuan and Fei Lao Li exchanged dismissive glances. Liang Kuan retorted, "She Bi, how could you think such a thing? We are brothers. I am merely expressing concern for you. Look at your current state." Fei Lao Li chimed in, "Indeed, She Bi, neither of us has said anything offensive. Is it truly necessary for you to direct your anger at us?" Their banter, in unison, was enough to incite Da Lao Bi's frustration, yet he knew that he could not afford to fall out with them over mere words. Thus, his heart was heavy with vexation. Seeing that the atmosphere had turned somewhat unpleasant, the eloquent Chen Yao from Hongxing intervened, saying, "All right, everyone, let us temper our words a bit to avoid straining our friendships. Da Lao Bi, Ling Kuan, and Fei Lao Li were merely jesting with you. There is no malice intended." Upon hearing Chen Yao's words, Ling Kuan and Fei Lao Li ceased their teasing of Da Lao Bi, turning instead to engage in casual conversations with those nearby. Meanwhile, Da Lao Bi was left to stew in his own frustration, sulking quietly in his chair. The other hall masters, noticing the lack of excitement, stopped looking at Da Lao Bi to avoid provoking him further. After all, Da Lao Bi possessed considerable strength among the 12 masters of Hongxing, and it would be unwise to offend him over such trivial matters. The ridicule and scorn from the masters not only left Da Lao Bi feeling stifled, but also deeply frustrated Chun Haonan and his 4 companions seated behind him. Witnessing their elder brother being mocked for having been beaten by a young girl's associates ignited a fiery indignation within Chun Haonan and his friends. They wished to defend their brother, yet within the Hongxing headquarters, their status was too lowly to speak out, let alone engage in disputes with other masters. Thus, they could only sit there, seething in silence. Just as the Lao Bi was brooding, the esteemed leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing, entered the hall. Upon his arrival, the seated masters promptly rose to greet him, and Jiang Tianxing responded with smiles. It was only after he settled into the leader's chair that the masters resumed their seats. Observing Da Lao Bi's sullen demeanor, Jiang Tianxing quickly grasped the situation. He had overheard the earlier jibes from Ling Kuan and Fei Lao Li outside. However, Jiang Tianxing had no intention of defending Da Lao Bi, as the latter's predicament was indeed quite embarrassing. It was disgraceful for one of his own to have been humiliated by a mere girl, resulting not only in his subordinates being thoroughly beaten, but also in the assailants escaping unscathed. When Da Lao Bi later sought vengeance, he had mobilized a large contingent of his men, only to find no trace of the perpetrators, much to the amusement of leaders from rival factions. Da Lao Bi had thoroughly tarnished the reputation of Hongxing. In light of this incident, Jiang Tianxing had endured considerable teasing from his old friends in recent days, leaving him at a loss for words while they relished the spectacle of Hongxing's misfortune. Chapter 7. Jiang Tianxing decides to eliminate Ba. By Jiang Tianxing disregarded the vexed expression of Da Lao Bi and directly tapped on the table to capture everyone's attention. Once he confirmed that all eyes were on him, he announced the commencement of the meeting. As he did so, the various heads of factions present began to report on the business conditions within their territories for the month, subsequently handing over the required fees to Chen Yao. After all the heads had delivered their updates and submitted their respective fees, Jiang Tianxing smiled and offered words of encouragement, urging everyone to contribute more to the society in the future. At the conclusion of the meeting, he addressed all the heads with a serious note. There is one more matter to discuss. Recently, Ba Bai from Heji has been operating in our Hongxing territory in Causeway Bay. I have warned Lao Bi to caution Ba Bai several times, yet he has disregarded my warnings and continued his operations on our turf. Therefore, I have decided to eliminate Ba Bai. Does anyone have any objections? Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Tianxing looked towards the heads of factions, particularly casting a few glances at Liang Kuan, awaiting their reactions. Many of the heads turned to Liang Kuan, well aware that Ba Bai was his sworn brother and that the two frequently collaborated in business. With the leader, Jiang Tianxing, declaring his intent to eliminate Ba Bai, it was akin to slapping Liang Kuan in the face, prompting everyone to observe Liang Kuan's response. Would he oppose Jiang Tianxing's decision to protect his sworn brother, or would he abandon Ba Bai? As they awaited Liang Kuan's reaction, his expression darkened to a point that it seemed water could drip from it. Ba Bai had been sourcing his goods from Liang Kuan in Causeway Bay, serving as a distributor for several years and earning Liang Kuan a considerable profit. Now, Jiang Tianxing was using Ba Bai's operations on Hongxing's territory as an excuse to target him. This was clearly an attack on Liang Kuan, aiming to sever his financial lifeline, which explained Liang Kuan's grim demeanor. Though Liang Kuan contemplated opposing Jiang Tianxing's proposal, he was also mindful of Hongxing's rules, which prohibited members from operating on the turf. He suspected that Jiang Tianxing was already aware of his clandestine dealings. If he were to plead for Ba Bai's life, he risked exposing his own illicit activities. Thus, Liang Kuan found himself in a precarious position, uncertain whether to confront Jiang Tianxing openly. As the heads of factions observed Liang Kuan sitting in silence with a dark expression, none could fathom his thoughts. Just then, Lao Bi, seated opposite Liang Kuan, recalled Liang Kuan's earlier remarks that had irked him. He decided to aggravate Liang Kuan further. Mr. Jiang, he began, I, Lao Bi, support your decision. Individuals like Ba Bai, who operate on our territory, should indeed be eliminated. This serves as a warning to other factions not to meddle in our Hongxing affairs. Therefore, the task of dealing with Ba Bai should be entrusted to us in Causeway Bay. I assure you, I will fulfill this mission with diligence. With Lao Bi leading the charge and supporting Jiang Tianxing's proposal, the other heads began to express their agreement. After all, they had no personal ties to Ba Bai. His fate was inconsequential to them. Observing that all heads, except Liang Kuan, supported his proposal, Jiang Tianxing turned to Liang Kuan with a smile, asking, Kuan, what is your opinion? I know you have a good relationship with Ba Bai. If you have any objections, please voice them. Realizing that the other heads had already expressed their support for Jiang Tianxing, Liang Kuan understood that Ba Bai's fate was sealed. Initially, he had planned to inform Ba Bai to go into hiding after the meeting. However, Jiang Tianxing had now specifically called on him, seemingly to prevent him from warning Ba Bai. Liang Kuan recognized that if he endorsed Jiang Tianxing's proposal, he would be implicated when Lao Bi took action against Ba Bai. At that point, even if he denied any involvement, he would be held accountable due to his bond with Ba Bai. Within the halls of Hongxing, Liang Kuan was the only one likely to warn Ba Bai. The other heads would never dare to do so. Thus, Jiang Tianxing was cornering Liang Kuan, compelling him to watch as his financial pathway was severed. Yet, remaining silent was not an option, as the leader had directly called upon him to express his stance. To protect his own illicit dealings, Liang Kuan reluctantly sacrificed his brotherhood with Ba Bai. Raspy-voiced he declared, Mr. Jiang, you are the leader of Hongxing. Your word is final. As a mere faction leader, what objections could I possibly have? Upon hearing Liang Kuan's response, Jiang Tianxing affirmed, excellent. I knew Kuan would not be like a drug dealer such as Ba Bai. Lao Bi, you shall dispatch someone to eliminate Ba Bai. This task must be executed flawlessly, leaving no trace to avoid any complications. Understood? Lao Bi responded promptly, understood, Mr. Jiang. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with precision, ensuring no troubles arise for the society. Seeing Lao Bi's swift agreement, Jiang Tianxing nodded in satisfaction. After concluding the discussion regarding Ba Bai, he announced the meeting's adjournment and departed the Hongxing headquarters, accompanied by Chen Yao. Once Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao had exited the headquarters, the other heads gradually rose, leading their subordinates away to their respective territories. Upon returning to his domain at Tiandi, the Chien Kuan Film Company in Mong Kok, Liang Kuan sat in his office, unleashing a torrent of curses against Jiang Tianxing for severing his financial lifeline, expressing his frustration in the most vulgar terms. Meanwhile, outside the door, Liang Kuan's subordinate, Silly Chong, was terrified, knowing that his boss was berating the leader of Hongxing, a matter far beyond his capacity to bear. Thus, Sha Chong hurriedly distanced himself from Liang Kuan's office to avoid overhearing any unseemly conversations that might lead to complications. Upon returning to the night bar in Tongluan, De Laobi addressed Chun Haonan and his companions, saying, "Haonan, you have just heard the task assigned by Mr. Jiang. This time, it is your responsibility to eliminate Ba Bai. Once he is dealt with, you will have the opportunity to restore your reputation and recover the face you lost last time. Furthermore, should you succeed in taking down Ba Bai, I will recommend to Mr. Jiang that you be promoted to a Hongquan position. Therefore, it is imperative that you execute this task flawlessly, enabling me to commend you to Mr. Jiang." Upon hearing De Laobi's words, Chun Haonan and his companions were instantly filled with excitement. The prospect of defeating Ba Bai and advancing in their ranks was too enticing to overlook. After all, what was the purpose of their endeavors in the underworld if not to rise above and reap substantial rewards? Realizing the opportunity before them, Chun Haonan eagerly declared, "Boss, you can rest assured. We will certainly eliminate Ba Bai and execute the task with excellence, bringing you honor." Shan Ji and De Tianair also pledged to De Laobi that they would carry out the mission with utmost diligence, ensuring no disgrace would come to him. Pleased with their fervor, De Laobi smiled and instructed Chun Haonan and his team to prepare. He advised them to ascertain Ba Bai's whereabouts before proceeding with the mission. Meanwhile, Yang Kuan, having sent Su Shi to confront Chun Haonan and his associates, grew concerned that De Laobi might discover Su Shi's involvement and subsequently cause him trouble. Therefore, Yang Kuan arranged for Su Shi to secretly monitor Chun Haonan's group in the days that followed. After observing Chun Haonan and his companions for several days, Su Shi reported that they were merely searching for Shao Jieba's whereabouts and had not traced any leads back to Yang Kuan or Su Shi. Relieved, Yang Kuan felt secure knowing that Chun Haonan's group was unaware of their connection. However, he was taken aback when, days later, Su Shi unexpectedly informed him that Chun Haonan and his companions had shifted their focus from seeking Shao Jieba to discreetly investigating the whereabouts of someone named Ba Bai. Su Shi noted that their intentions seemed far from benevolent. Upon hearing Su Shi's report, Yang Kuan quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that Jiang Tianxing intended to eliminate Ba Bai. Contemplating the imminent demise of Ba Bai at the hands of Chun Haonan and his crew, Yang Kuan began to ponder the possibilities. Considering that Ba Bai was on the verge of death, he mused whether he and Su Shi could visit Ba Bai's residence and pilfer the wealth within. After all, if that money were to fall into the hands of others, it would be far better suited for himself. Should Yang Kuan acquire this fortune, it would provide him the means to recruit more manpower. Chapter 8. Eliminating Ba Bai. After Yang Kuan made his decision, he instructed Su Shi to discreetly track Ba Bai and ascertain his home address. Once Chun Haonan and his associates went to eliminate Ba Bai, Yang Kuan would accompany Su Shi to retrieve the money from Ba Bai's residence. Yang Kuan was well aware that Ba Bai had been distributing goods for Liang Kuan over the years, amassing a considerable fortune. Once Ba Bai was dealt with by Chun Haonan and his crew, the fate of Ba Bai's wealth remained uncertain. Thus, Yang Kuan was determined to seize Ba Bai's money before anyone else could. Upon receiving Yang Kuan's orders, Su Shi swiftly set out to surveil Ba Bai. He returned shortly with the address of Ba Bai's home. Armed with this information, Yang Kuan took Su Shi to Tong Luo Wan, where they found Ba Bai in a sauna. Relieved that Ba Bai had not yet fallen victim to Chun Haonan, Yang Kuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, fearing they might arrive too late. Once they confirmed Ba Bai was still alive, Yang Kuan and Su Shi waited outside the sauna. They knew that only when Chun Haonan struck would it be the right moment for them to enter Ba Bai's home and claim the money. If they delayed and Ba Bai was killed before they could act, his wealth would inevitably fall into Liang Kuan's hands. Liang Kuan was aware of Chun Haonan's intentions to eliminate Ba Bai. Although he could not directly intervene due to Jiang Tianxing's oversight, Liang Kuan would undoubtedly have his subordinates keep a watchful eye on Ba Bai. The moment Ba Bai met his demise, Liang Kuan would be first to scour Ba Bai's residence for his riches, seeking to recover the 20 million Hong Kong dollars Ba Bai owed him. Thus, Yang Kuan and Su Shi remained vigilant outside the sauna until around 8 or 9 in the evening, when they finally saw Chun Haonan and his associates arrive. Upon witnessing their entry, Yang Kun realized they were preparing to act, and it was only a matter of time before Ba Bai was eliminated. Without further delay, Yang Kun and Su Shi hastily drove towards Ba Bai's home. Upon nearing Ba Bai's residence, they observed several individuals loitering nearby. Yang Kun immediately recognized them as Liang Kun's men. To avoid any potential complications, he instructed Su Shi to discreetly deal with those ruffians, ensuring minimal noise to evade attracting the attention of nearby residents. Following Yang Kun's command, Su Shi approached the group and, before they could react, launched an attack. With his prowess, Su Shi swiftly incapacitated the thugs, leaving them no time to resist, and sent them away permanently. After neutralizing Liang Kun's subordinates, Su Shi and Yang Kun quietly infiltrated Ba Bai's home. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find Ba Bai's wife present, who immediately recognized the two intruders. Startled, she opened her mouth to scream. In a swift motion, Yang Kun dashed in front of her and delivered a swift strike to her throat, silencing her in an instant. The force of his blow was so great that it tragically resulted in her death. Yang Kun, unfazed by the act, understood that Ba Bai's wife had become an unforeseen liability. To prevent any potential repercussions, he deemed it necessary to eliminate her. With Ba Bai's wife dispatched, Yang Kun and Su Shi commenced their search within the residence. After thorough investigation, they discovered a stash of money hidden beneath Ba Bai's bed. A substantial amount indeed. Upon finding the money, Yang Kun hurriedly gathered several handbags and, alongside Su Shi, began filling them with the cash. It took them 4 bags to contain the bounty, estimated to be around 30 million Hong Kong dollars. The discovery brought immense joy to Yang Kun, who had been in dire need of funds. With this newfound wealth, his financial worries were temporarily alleviated. Having secured the money, Yang Kun and Su Shi swiftly departed from Ba Bai's home, each carrying a handbag. With the money in hand, they needed to vacate the premises quickly. Liang Kun would soon arrive, and should he uncover their actions, a deadly confrontation would be inevitable. After exiting Ba Bai's residence, they hastily got into their vehicle and drove back to Yau Ma Ti. The journey back was uneventful, and after approximately half an hour, they arrived at Yang Kun's residence. Once inside, they placed the bags of money on the table. Yang Kun then instructed Su Shi to take the stolen car to a remote seaside location to dispose of it. Given that Ba Bai's wife had been killed in their home, it was only a matter of time before her absence was noticed, prompting an inevitable police investigation. Yang Kun and Su Shi had taken precautions to disguise their appearance during their return to Ba Bai's home. But the stolen vehicle remained a liability. It was specifically acquired for this operation, and they needed to eliminate any traces of it. The vehicle reappeared in the vicinity of Ba Bai's residence, inevitably attracting the attention of onlookers who might have caught a glimpse of its appearance. This prompted Yang Kun to exercise utmost caution, instructing Su Shi to dispose of the car, thus preventing the police of Guangdao from tracing their whereabouts through the vehicle's clues. Consequently, both Yang Kun and Su Shi found themselves in a considerably safer position. Upon receiving Yang Kun's command, Su Shi hurried downstairs to drive the car away to find a suitable place for its destruction. While Su Shi dealt with the vehicle, Yang Kun began to count the Hong Kong dollars he had acquired from Ba Bai's home. After a rough tally, Yang Kun discovered that the amount was approximately as he had anticipated, totaling 28 million Hong Kong dollars. With this newfound wealth, Yang Kun could now operate with greater freedom, allowing him to recruit several subordinates to assist him in his endeavors. However, such plans could be deferred for the time being. The priority was to secure a new residence for himself and Su Shi. The current room they occupied was far too cramped, a mere 20 square meters for the two of them, which was exceedingly uncomfortable. As it stood, both Yang Kun and Su Shi were already feeling the strain of their tight living quarters, making the prospect of accommodating additional individuals even more daunting. Thus, Yang Kun resolved to purchase a new house the following day, ensuring a more comfortable living environment for them both. Now that he had the means, he believed it was essential to indulge in some comforts. Otherwise, what was the point of his relentless pursuit of wealth? After acquiring the property, should there be any funds remaining, he would consider recruiting additional manpower. Yang Kun intended to first enlist some ordinary members from the 701 team. These basic recruits would suffice for his current needs. Though they may not possess the same prowess as Su Shi, they were more than capable of handling the local ruffians in Guangdao. It was worth noting that even against the ordinary lowlifes or the more notorious gangsters, these recruits had undergone modifications rendering them devoid of pain sensation, thus giving them an upper hand in confrontations. As for the renowned experts in Gangdao, Sushi would take care of them. Otherwise, it would be an inefficient use of her talents to have her involved in every undertaking. In Causeway Bay, Babai found himself in a dire predicament. He had not anticipated that a mere visit for a sauna and massage would culminate in an attack. After finally breaking free from Chun Haonan's assault, Babai dashed outside, wrapped only in a towel, his upper body exposed. Upon escaping the sauna, Babai was seething with rage, incredulous that someone would dare to assault him. He vowed that once he extricated himself from this perilous situation, he would seek vengeance with fervor. Regardless of the assailant's identity, Babai was determined to exact lethal retribution to quell his fury. As Babai was lost in his vengeful thoughts, he failed to notice a white-haired gangster charging towards him from across the street. Seizing the opportunity while Babai was distracted, Shanji lunged forward, brandishing a dagger and thrusting it fiercely into Babai's chest. In the ensuing chaos, Shanji relentlessly stabbed Babai, leaving him bloodied and lifeless on the road. Bystanders, witnessing the violent scene, quickly retreated to avoid involvement. Just as Shanji delivered the fatal blows to Babai, Chun Haonan and his comrades burst forth from the sauna, and upon seeing Babai had been dispatched, they swiftly pulled Shanji away from the scene. The area was left with Babai's lifeless body, eyes wide open in a haunting expression of his tragic end. Chapter 9. Liang Kuan's fire extinguishing. After Chun Haonan and his companions made their escape, it did not take long for patrolling police officers to arrive at the scene. Upon discovering the lifeless body of Babai, they swiftly contacted headquarters for assistance. With the patrol officers calling for backup, a contingent of police soon arrived, including a white vehicle. After assessing the situation and confirming Babai's demise, they instructed the white vehicle to transport his body to the mortuary. The remaining officers began to question the onlookers in hopes of gathering clues about the perpetrator. However, after extensive inquiries, they were met with silence and evasion. No one was willing to involve themselves in the matter, recognizing it as a gang-related incident. The ordinary citizens, aware of the risks, refrained from speaking out, fearing retribution from the gang members. The inhabitants of Gangdao had grown accustomed to such violent occurrences and understood the safest course of action was to feign ignorance, thereby protecting themselves and their families from potential trouble. Seeing the lack of useful information, the leading officer declared the operation over. He had already recognized the identity of the deceased as Babai, a known enforcer for the Heji gang. Aware that this was undoubtedly a case of gang vengeance, he had little desire to delve further into the matter. The attitude of the Gangdao police was rather indifferent, as they believed that the demise of such thugs would ultimately make their jobs easier. After a cursory handling of the scene, the officers departed without further ado, merely going through the motions to avoid criticism for inaction. News of Babai's brutal death spread rapidly. Upon hearing of Babai's fate, Liang Kuan cursed him as worthless before heading to the mortuary to view the body. Reluctantly, Liang Kuan felt compelled to pay his respects, as it was widely known that Babai was his sworn brother. Failing to show up would lead to accusations of disloyalty from other gang leaders. Thus, he had no choice but to visit the mortuary. When Liang Kuan arrived with his entourage, the sight of Babai's bloodied corpse compelled him to quickly cover his nose with a handkerchief, hoping to shield himself from the stench of death. Babai, once a brash figure, had been defeated by Chun Haonan and his cohorts, resulting in Liang Kuan losing a lucrative source of income. Had Babai still been alive, Liang Kuan would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him once again, as associating with such a failure was an affront to his own stature. While Liang Kuan seethed internally, Sha Chong approached him and quietly relayed troubling news. The men he had dispatched to watch over Babai's home had been killed, and Babai's money was missing, along with the tragic demise of his wife within their residence. Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan's expression twisted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his financial stake would be intercepted. He had intended to recover the money Babai owed him, amounting to 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, now jeopardized by Babai's untimely end. As for Babai's distribution channels, he could always seek out new partners, yet the loss of Babai's funds was a significant blow, leaving Liang Kuan deeply distressed. Noticing Liang Kuan's anguish, the fire extinguisher, a companion, mistakenly assumed he was mourning his fallen brother and attempted to console him, saying, "Kuan go. Death cannot be undone, do not grieve too deeply." Liang Kuan, hearing these words, contorted his face in anger and seized his partner's hair, bellowing, "Why should I care about Babai's fate? My money is gone. That scoundrel still owes me 20 million, and now he's dead. Who do I turn to for my money?" His partner paled at his outburst, shocked by the ferocity of his reaction. Had it not been for the financial benefits she received from Leon Cohen, she would have long since left this volatile man. After venting his fury, Leon Cohen's anger only intensified. He turned to her and declared, "I am exceedingly angry. Extinguish this fire for me." As he pressed her head down, he contemplated the possibility that Bob Bai's money had been snatched away by the notorious Dalao B. The thought of seeking retribution against Dalao B consumed him, and the mere idea of reclaiming his lost funds fueled his wrath. His subordinates, witnessing their leader engaging in such a bizarre display in front of Bob Bai's corpse, exchanged glances of disbelief. They silently criticized Leon Cohen, recognizing the absurdity of his actions. Such behavior was certainly not typical of a rational person. Only someone like Leon Cohen would engage in such antics. 3 minutes later, Leon Cohen, after a shuddering breath, finally felt some of his anger dissipate. However, once he adjusted his trousers, he realized that his ire had not been fully extinguished. Determined to confront Dalao B and alleviate his pent-up frustration, he resolved to seek out trouble, lest he find no peace that night. Leon Cohen was seething with anger at the despicable Dalao B, who had brazenly seized his money, leaving him to suffer a silent loss. It was inconceivable for Leon Cohen to let this slide. Thus, accompanied by his underlings and his companion, he departed from the mortuary and headed directly to the Yisei bar in Tongluan, intent on confronting Dalao B. Upon his arrival at the bar, Leon Cohen discovered that Dalao B was celebrating with Chun Haonan and others, reveling in their merriment. This sight only fueled his ire further. Clutching his trusty fire extinguisher, he made his way toward Dalao B and his entourage. Upon reaching them, he spat out, "Dalao B, you really outdid yourself. You actually eliminated my sworn brother Bob Bai without so much as a heads up." Dalao B, elated by the successful completion of Mr. Zhang's task, was caught off guard by Leon Cohen's sudden appearance and the evident intent for trouble. He replied, "Leon Cohen, what are you implying? Taking down Bob Bai was a task assigned by Mr. Jiang. Do you have any objections?" Leon Cohen retorted, "I know it was Jiang Tianxing's order, but couldn't you have given me a warning before you eliminated Bob Bai? He still owed me 20 million, and now that you've had him killed, who will repay me that sum?" Dalao B dismissed his concerns, stating, "That's no longer my affair. I was merely executing the gang's orders." Leon Cohen shot back, "Isn't it your men who killed Bob Bai? I refuse to be concerned. Since you've executed him, I shall attribute that 20 million debt to you." Dalao B. Hearing Leon Cohen's declaration, Dalao B's fury ignited. He retorted, "Stop using Bob Bai's situation to pressure me. Eliminating him was a directive from the gang. I was merely following Mr. Zhang's instructions. As for Bob Bai's debt to you, that is a private matter between you two. It's unfortunate that you lent money to such a scoundrel. Now that he has gone, your losses are your own misfortune." Leon Cohen, frustrated by Dalao B's feigned ignorance, was well aware of who had pilfered Bob Bai's fortune. Dalao B's intentions were abundantly clear. He sought to abscond with both Bob Bai's money and Leon Cohen's 20 million Hong Kong dollars. While Leon Cohen was infuriated by Dalao B's actions, he found himself powerless to retaliate, for he lacked evidence to substantiate his claims that Dalao B had taken Bob Bai's money. Thus, he begrudgingly accepted this injustice, knowing that he could only settle the score with Dalao B at a later time. Recognizing that he could not confront Dalao B regarding Bob Bai's demise, Leon Cohen resorted to exchanging harsh words before reluctantly disengaging. In his heart, Leon Cohen resolved that if the opportunity arose, he would not let Dalao B and his accomplices escape unscathed. Having never before endured such a significant loss, not only had he suffered a financial blow, but he had also seen a vital revenue stream severed, leaving him with no avenue for revenge. This predicament weighed heavily on him. However, as merely a hall master of the Hongxing society, he was bound by the orders of the formidable Jiang Tianxing, who had decreed the elimination of his sworn brother. What could Leon Cohen do? Would he confront Jiang Tianxing for Bob Bai's sake? Reluctantly, he chose to acquiesce, vowing silently to ascend the ranks and claim the leadership of Hongxing. At that point, he would see who dared to cross him again. Chapter 10. Jiang Cohen's scheme and Boss B's complaint. The news of Bob Bai's demise did not stir any ripples within the He society. Not a single individual from the organization stood up to advocate for Bob Bai or demand an explanation from Hongxing. This indifference stemmed from the fact that Bob Bai had long offended the elder members of the society. Over the years, he had allied himself with Jiang Cohen. Thriving in wealth and becoming increasingly arrogant, showing little regard for his fellow brothers within the organization. Moreover, he never shared any of his gains with the members of Heiji, which resulted in growing discontent among them. Had it not been for their shared affiliation with Heiji, they would have acted against Ba Bai long ago. Now, witnessing Ba Bai being eliminated by Boss B of Hongxing, they were more than pleased, having no inclination to cause trouble on Ba Bai's behalf. Consequently, both Heiji and Hongxing chose to tacitly disregard Ba Bai's existence, as if he had never been part of their world. Upon Su Shi's return after disposing of the vehicle, Yang Kuan shared his plans with her, and she wholeheartedly supported his decision to purchase a property, agreeing that their current living conditions were quite uncomfortable. Without any delay, they sought out a real estate agent in Yaomati and inquired about available properties for sale. Ultimately, under the agent's guidance, Yang Kuan made an audacious purchase of 20 units in a newly constructed building in Yaomati. This acquisition ensured that both Yang Kuan and Su Shi would have their own separate residences, and it also provided surplus accommodations for any team members Yang Kuan might wish to bring in the future. Once Yang Kuan finalized the property transaction, he promptly spent 13 million Hong Kong dollars from the 28 million he had seized from Ba Bai. Each unit he acquired measured approximately 90 square meters, akin to what is referred to in later times as a luxury apartment, with each square foot costing around 600 Hong Kong dollars. After the purchase, with 15 million Hong Kong dollars remaining, Yang Kuan did not intend to retain this sum. He aspired to recruit additional team members to assist him in his endeavors. Thus, he directly allocated 10 million to enlist 10 members from the 701st Brigade. Upon the arrival of these 10 formidable recruits, each possessing a muscular physique and an imposing presence, Yang Kuan felt a wave of relief. He had been apprehensive about Su Shi's confrontation with Chun Haonan, knowing that Chun was the son of Boss B. Should Boss B discover that Su Shi was responsible for the altercation, retribution would surely follow. However, with these new subordinates by his side, Yang Kuan felt emboldened. Even if Boss B were to uncover his involvement in defending Su Shi, Yang Kuan no longer feared confrontation. Although his group numbered only 12, he did not underestimate Boss B. Yang Kuan believed that unless Boss B mustered at least 100 men, he posed little threat to him. The prowess of his recruits instilled confidence in Yang Kuan. Each was capable of facing multiple adversaries. After assembling his team, Yang Kuan contemplated the remaining 5 million Hong Kong dollars. He resolved to conserve this amount for future necessities, ensuring a stable livelihood for his crew. He considered providing each member with a tailored black suit, which would project an intimidating aura reminiscent of a formidable organization. Following Ba Bai's demise at the hands of Boss B, several establishments in Causeway Bay became vacant, turning them into coveted assets that many sought to possess. Heiji aimed to reclaim these territories and distribute them among its senior members. Meanwhile, Boss B, also in Causeway Bay, sought to seize this opportunity to absorb these venues, given that Ba Bai was one of his subordinates. Boss B would never permit Heiji to regain control over these territories. Thus, he resolved to act swiftly and claim them for himself, thereby augmenting his influence in Causeway Bay. However, when Boss B dispatched his men to seize Ba Bai's former establishments, they found that all had already been occupied by Jiang Kuan's subordinates. Furious at being thwarted by Jiang Kuan, Boss B summoned his men and prepared to confront Jiang Kuan in Mong Kok, demanding an explanation for this encroachment upon his territory. He would not allow Jiang Kuan to extend his reach from Mong Kok to Causeway Bay. Had Jiang Kuan not been part of the same organization, Boss B would have simply commanded his men to seize the territories without hesitation. Yet, out of respect for their shared affiliation, he sought to confront Jiang Kuan directly. Anticipating Boss B's arrival, Jiang Kuan appeared unfazed, recognizing the underlying motives for the visit. He was not particularly concerned about the venues. Rather, he sought to vex Boss B, who had pilfered his money and feigned ignorance. This encounter was Jiang Kuan's opportunity to teach Boss B a lesson about the consequences of provoking him. In response to Boss B's inquiries regarding the establishments left by Ba Bai, Jiang Kuan seized the moment to remind him of the 20 million Hong Kong dollars Ba Bai owed him, effectively silencing Boss B. Jiang Kuan stated, "Boss B, your elimination of Ba Bai was a societal obligation, and I bear no grudge. However, those venues are now collateral for Ba Bai's debt to me. If you truly desire them, I am willing to negotiate, but you must repay Ba Bai's debt on his behalf. What do you say?" Hearing Jiang Kuan's words, Boss B's anger intensified, and he retorted, "Jiang Kuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Why should I repay the debts of that deceased scoundrel? I owe you nothing." Do not harbor intentions on my territory. Henceforth, those venues will belong to me, Liang Kuan. You are not permitted to covet those establishments, for if you do, I shall not show you mercy." Upon witnessing Liang Kuan's domineering demeanor, Dalaobi understood that he would gain no favor today and remarked, "Liang Kuan, I shall not let this matter rest. I will seek Mr. Jiang for arbitration. When Mr. Jiang comes to you, I hope you will be as audacious as you are with me." After uttering these words, Dalaobi did not wait for Liang Kuan's response and promptly turned to leave with his subordinates, returning to Tong Luo Wan. Once Dalaobi departed, Liang Kuan let out a cold chuckle, regarding Dalaobi's threats with indifference. To think that he could use Jiang Tiansheng to intimidate him, Liang Kuan was not one to be trifled with. Unless he returned the 20 million Hong Kong dollars, no one could wrest those venues from his grasp. Even Jiang Tiansheng, the leader of Hongxing, would not be spared. Liang Kuan understood that Dalaobi's mission to eliminate Ba Bai was aimed at him, as it was clear that his growing power threatened Jiang's position. Thus, he was determined to find ways to deal with him. Had Liang Kuan not possessed sufficient strength to withstand the entirety of Hongxing, he would have severed ties with Jiang Tiansheng long ago. He certainly would not allow the scoundrel, Shi Bi, to incessantly create chaos for him. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Dalaobi and his family long ago. Upon returning to Tong Luo Wan, after dispersing his subordinates, Dalaobi contacted Jiang Tiansheng, recounting how Liang Kuan had usurped Ba Bai's territory in Tong Luo Wan, and briefly mentioned his visit to Liang Kuan today, hoping Jiang Tiansheng would assist him in reclaiming the territory from Liang Kuan. After hearing Dalaobi's report, Jiang Tiansheng realized that Ba Bai's death had indeed caused significant losses for Liang Kuan, who would surely harbor resentment towards him. Thus, contemplating the retrieval of those territories from Liang Kuan, it seemed unlikely that Liang Kuan would grant him such a favor. Should Liang Kuan feel cornered, he might even defect from Hongxing and align with another gang, which would inflict severe damage on Hongxing. Consequently, Jiang Tiansheng resolved to refrain from further pressuring Liang Kuan for the time being, as doing so could provoke Liang Kuan into retaliating fiercely. If Liang Kuan were to openly clash with Jiang Tiansheng, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Even if they ultimately succeeded in eliminating Liang Kuan, Hongxing would face considerable losses, and there was no telling if others might take advantage of the chaos to seize Hongxing's territories. This was a scenario Jiang Tiansheng could not afford to overlook. To avert such an outcome, he deemed it prudent to pacify Dalaobi, advising him to temporarily relinquish the claim to those territories and seek an opportunity to regain them from Liang Kuan in the future. Now was not the time to further provoke Liang Kuan, lest it lead to dire consequences. Chapter 11. Fei Hong sold Shi Li to Liang Kuan. Upon hearing Jiang Tiansheng's words, Dalaobi had no choice but to temporarily abandon his intentions of confronting Liang Kuan. However, this only intensified Dalaobi's disdain for Liang Kuan, wishing fervently for his demise the moment he stepped outside, so that no one would bother Dalaobi ever again. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan, having resolved his housing matters, dispatched several team members to familiarize themselves with the terrain of Gangdao and to gather various rumors circulating in the underworld. This way, he could stay informed about any happenings in the Jianghu. Liang Kuan continued to spend his days in the consultation room with Su Shi, awaiting customers. With the pressure of financial concerns alleviated, Liang Kuan was not particularly anxious about business. Each day was spent enjoying tea and conversation with Su Shi, while eagerly listening to the tidbits of information his team members brought back from the streets, hoping for lucrative opportunities. Under Jiang Tiansheng's orders, Dalaobi maintained a facade of calm towards Liang Kuan, refraining from demanding the establishments left behind by Ba Bai. Shi Li, having concealed herself at home for several days, felt increasingly stifled. She was on the verge of succumbing to illness from being cooped up. Just as she was about to reach her breaking point, she received a piece of good news. It was reported that Dalaobi's subordinates were no longer searching for her, allowing Shi Li to venture outside occasionally. After being cooped up for so long, her eagerness to emerge was palpable. Each outing became more prolonged, and gradually, she began to forget about her offense against Chunhao Nan, returning to her old habits of reveling in bars and stealing cars for quick cash. One night, while scouting a nightclub with the intent of stealing a vehicle, Shi Li was unexpectedly spotted by Fei Hong, who was infuriated at the sight of her, recalling the humiliation she had brought upon him in front of Dalaobi. In a fit of rage, Fei Hong ordered his lackeys to stealthily abduct Shi Li. She had not come to see him nor provided him with any tribute during her absence, and he was in dire need of funds. Seizing this opportunity, Fei Hong resolved to sell Xixi Li to Liang Kun for his film productions, having heard that Liang Kun was actively seeking actresses for his projects. Having made his decision, Fei Hong lost interest in the nightclub scene and left with his lackeys, waiting outside until they brought Xixi Li to him. They then shoved her into a van and drove toward Mongkok. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at Liang Kun's film company. After parking, Fei Hong directed his subordinates to escort Xixi Li into Liang Kun's Qian Kun Film Company. When they found Liang Kun, he was directing an actress in a shooting studio. After finishing his instructions, he was informed by Sha Chong that Fei Hong had arrived with business. Liang Kun then invited them to his office. Upon entering, Liang Kun inquired, "Fei Hong, what brings you here today?" Fei Hong quickly responded, "Brother Kun, I heard you are currently seeking actresses for filming, and I have brought you a delivery." He then pulled Xixi Li close and continued, "Brother Kun, what do you think of this girl? Quite charming, is she not? If she were to star as the leading lady, the film would surely be a hit, and you would profit handsomely." Upon hearing Fei Hong's words, Liang Kun turned his gaze to Xixi Li. He was quite pleased. Although she was somewhat lacking in stature, her beauty was undeniable, leading him to appreciate Fei Hong's offering. Liang Kun then asked, "She is indeed quite good. Fei Hong, how much do you want for her?" Fei Hong, noticing Liang Kun's satisfaction, replied with a smile, "Brother Kun, you decide. I trust you will not shortchange me." Liang Kun chuckled at Fei Hong's flattering demeanor and replied, "That is good to hear. I will give you 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. What do you say?" Delighted by the generous offer, Fei Hong agreed. "Let us proceed as you say, Brother Kun. Your generosity is commendable. You truly are a renowned figure in the Jianghu, straightforward in your dealings." With Fei Hong's acceptance, Liang Kun disregarded the flattery, retrieving 200,000 HKD from his drawer and tossing it to Fei Hong, instructing him to leave and not delay the audition for Xixi Li any further. After receiving the money, Fei Hong understood Liang Kun's eagerness to sample Xixi Li's allure. Thus, he discreetly exited Liang Kun's office. Upon noticing Fei Hong's departure, Xixi Li was immediately filled with trepidation. She knew that falling into Liang Kun's hands would spell disaster for her. Aware of Liang Kun's reputation as a formidable figure within the Hongxing gang, she felt compelled to leverage her connections to intimidate him. Thus, she addressed Liang Kun, "Liang Kun, I know who you are. Please do not act recklessly. Otherwise, my boyfriend will definitely not let you off easily." Liang Kun, intrigued that this young girl knew of him and dared to threaten him, felt a surge of interest. He decided to toy with Xixi Li, stating, "Since you know who I am, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? It seems your boyfriend is quite formidable. Do tell me about him and see if he can intimidate me." Upon hearing that Liang Kun wanted her to reveal her boyfriend's name, Zixali's mind immediately conjured up the name Yang Kun. However, she swiftly dismissed this notion. Yang Kun was not a viable option. Zixali was well aware that there were only the two of them. Although he possessed commendable skills, it was implausible that he could intimidate Liang Kun. Thus, Zixali began to fervently contemplate in her mind whose name might command Liang Kun's respect. As she pondered, it suddenly struck her that Liang Kun was the elder brother of Hongxing. If she were to claim that Chen Haonan was her boyfriend, would Liang Kun hesitate? Though Liang Kun's status surpassed that of Chen Haonan. If she claimed to be Chen Haonan's woman, any aggression directed towards her would equate to an affront against a brother's woman within their organization, a transgression that Hongxing's codes would not overlook. With this thought in mind, Zixali turned to Liang Kun and said, "Kun, Brother Kun, we are all one of our own. My boyfriend is none other than Chen Haonan from your esteemed Hongxing." Chapter 12. Chen Haonan declines Liang Kun's offer. Liang Kun initially anticipated that Xixi Li would mention someone else, yet to his surprise, she uttered Chen Haonan's name, causing Liang Kun's countenance to darken immediately. Just days prior, Chen Haonan had eliminated his sworn brother, Ba Bai, and now, his woman was in Liang Kun's grasp, making the situation rather intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Kun resolved to discreetly summon Chen Haonan through Sha Chong, curious to see if he could entice Chen Haonan to join his ranks. Given Chen Haonan's ability to dispatch Ba Bai, a formidable figure, he must possess some skill. Thus, Liang Kun impulsively decided to see if he could recruit someone from the powerful B. At present, his only subordinate was Sha Chong, lacking any other capable hands. Should Chen Haonan agree to serve under Liang Kun, he would no longer hold a grudge regarding Ba Bai, and he would ensure that Chen Haonan would be well compensated. However, if Chen Haonan proved obstinate and rejected him, Liang Kun would settle the score for both old and new grievances, first allowing his brothers to enjoy Chun Haonan's woman, and then subjecting her to a harrowing fate. After finalizing his thoughts, Liang Kun instructed his men to take Shishili away and keep her secure, ensuring she would not escape. He then briefed Sha Chong to seek an opportunity to summon Chun Haonan, as he had matters to discuss with him. Upon receiving Liang Kun's orders, Sha Chong set off to carry out the task. As for why Liang Kun wanted to meet Chun Haonan, Sha Chong dared not inquire further, lest he incur Liang Kun's ire. Sha Chong arrived at the Yisei bar in Tong Lu Wan, easily locating Chun Haonan, who was engrossed in conversation over drinks with a few of his brothers. Due to the presence of Shan Ji and others, Sha Chong refrained from approaching Chun Haonan directly, opting instead to order a bottle of beer and seated himself at a distance. He intended to wait until Chun Haonan was alone before making his move, as Liang Kun had instructed him to do so discreetly. Fortunately, his wait was not prolonged, as Sha Chong soon noticed Chun Haonan heading to the restroom alone. After Chun Haonan entered the lavatory, Sha Chong rose and followed him inside. Upon finding Chun Haonan, he stated, "Haonan, Brother Kun asked me to bring you to see him. He has something to discuss." Chun Haonan, initially perplexed by Sha Chong's sudden appearance, was about to inquire but was interrupted when Sha Chong mentioned Liang Kun's desire to speak with him. An immediate sense of caution surged within Chun Haonan. Why would Liang Kun seek him out? Was it related to Babai? He was acutely aware that the fallout from that incident had created tension between Liang Kun and his boss. Consequently, when Sha Chong approached him, it likely signified no good tidings. Thus, Chun Haonan replied, "Sha Chong, why does Brother Kun wish to see me? Unless you clarify, I will not accompany you." Understanding Chun Haonan's wariness of both him and Liang Kun, Sha Chong realized that unless he provided a clear explanation, Chun Haonan would not follow him. He thus candidly replied, "Since you insist on knowing, I won't conceal it any longer. Your woman is currently in Brother Kun's possession. Whether you come or not is up to you." Sha Chong's revelation left Chun Haonan momentarily stunned. What woman? Did Sha Chong jest? After scrutinizing Sha Chong for a while, he discerned that there seemed to be no deceit in his expression, further perplexing Chun Haonan. He clearly had no woman, yet Sha Chong claimed that Liang Kun had someone who was identified as his. This piqued Chun Haonan's curiosity. After pondering for a moment, Chun Haonan resolved to accompany Sha Chong to discover the truth behind Liang Kun's intentions. He felt no fear of Liang Kun's potential malice, knowing that if Liang Kun dared to act against him, both his boss and Mr. Jiang would ensure retribution. Thus, without trepidation, Chun Haonan decided to follow Sha Chong, and together they exited the restroom, driving to Liang Kun's domain in Mongkok. Upon arriving at Liang Kun's film company, they ascended to find Liang Kun, where Chun Haonan promptly inquired about the purpose of his summons and the whereabouts of the woman Sha Chong had mentioned. Liang Kun, upon seeing Chun Haonan, welcomed him and invited him to sit, intending to engage in a leisurely conversation. Once Chun Haonan was seated, Liang Kun addressed him. "Haonan, the reason I called you here today is that I hold you in high regard, and I would like to propose that you consider working for me. If you agree, I assure you will not be deprived. I can offer you wealth and women, far surpassing what Shibi could provide. Of that you need not doubt." Hearing Liang Kun's proposition, Chun Haonan dismissed the terms outright. He would never betray his boss for mere riches or women. Thus, he firmly rejected Liang Kun's overture. Liang Kun, taken aback by Chun Haonan's blatant disregard, felt his expression darken, realizing that Chun Haonan was offering him no respect. In light of this, Liang Kun resolved to forego any semblance of civility. He then instructed Sha Chong to bring Shishili forth. Once she arrived, Liang Kun pointed at her and declared, "Chun Haonan, take a good look. Is this not your woman? I procured her from Fei Hong at a price." Upon hearing Liang Kun's words, Chun Haonan turned to see who this woman was, only to discover that it was Shishili, the very individual who had previously stolen his car. He had searched for her for days after she had led a group to assault him. Now, finding her in Liang Kun's presence, claiming to be his woman, left Chun Haonan utterly bewildered. Seeing Chun Haonan's gaze upon her, Shishili quickly pleaded, "Nangu, it's me, Shishili. Please save me. Liang Kun wants me to film adult movies, and I don't want to." Although Chun Haonan had been taught a lesson by Shishili, he bore no resentment towards her. In fact, following the incident involving the stolen car, he had developed a certain fondness for the stuttering girl. When she had taken his vehicle previously, he had merely toyed with her and had not held it against her. Now, witnessing her pitiable demeanor stirred feelings of compassion within him. Thus, Chen Haonan turned to Liang Kuan and remarked, "Brother Kuan, this Shi Li is indeed my girl. I sincerely hope you will spare her. As for the 200,000 you mentioned, I shall deliver it to you shortly." Chapter 13. Rescuing Chen Haonan and Shi Li. Upon learning that Chen Haonan had taken Shi Li under his wing, Liang Kuan felt a surge of displeasure. Though Chen Haonan merely assisted him in his endeavors, he could not fathom the audacity of taking away the stuttering girl without due compensation. In Liang Kuan's eyes, such thoughts were utterly preposterous. Shi Li was a treasure he had acquired at a considerable price. Thus, as soon as Chen Haonan concluded his remarks, Liang Kuan promptly responded, "Since you, a Nan, are unwilling to assist me, that is entirely your choice. I, Liang Kuan, will not force you. However, should you wish to take this stuttering girl with you, a price must be paid, for she is a valuable asset I procured from Fei Hong. I shall not make this difficult for you. Simply present me with 1 million Hong Kong dollars. And today you may take her away." Upon hearing Liang Kuan demand 1 million Hong Kong dollars for her release, Chen Haonan became visibly agitated. He retorted, "Liang Kuan, what trickery is this? Did you not just claim it was 200,000? How has it now escalated to 1 million? This is simply unjust. Earlier, I mentioned that I had spent 200,000 to acquire this stuttering girl from Fei Hong. But my intention was to profit from her by featuring her in films. A leading lady of her caliber is sure to yield substantial returns, akin to a money tree. I cannot afford to sell her for a pittance. My earlier mention of the 200,000 was to convey that, should you choose to collaborate with me, we could certainly negotiate amicably. I would not object to you taking her for free, considering my admiration for you, a Chun. The 200,000 I spent would merely serve as a gift to you upon our meeting. Yet you have spurned my goodwill, and now, regrettably, we must proceed with business. Without 1 million Hong Kong dollars today, you shall not take her, even if she is your girlfriend, for you hold no sway here." Faced with Liang Kuan's obstinate stance, Chen Haonan found himself in a quandary. Just as he contemplated whether to risk forcibly taking Shi Li away, a voice emanated from outside. "A Kuan, are you making things difficult for my younger brother again?" With this, the formidable De Lao Bi entered Liang Kuan's office with his entourage. De Lao Bi's arrival stemmed from the fact that shortly after Sha Chong had summoned Chen Haonan, Shan Ji and his companions noticed his absence and began inquiring around the bar for his whereabouts. It was then that they learned from a mama-san that Chen Haonan had left with Sha Chong. Upon discovering that Sha Chong, Liang Kuan's right-hand man, had taken their brother Nan away, Shan Ji and the others hastily contacted De Lao Bi to relay the situation. They were aware of the strained relations between Liang Kuan and their boss, and fearing for Chen Haonan's safety, they urged De Lao Bi to intervene. Upon receiving the report from Shan Ji, De Lao Bi realized that Liang Kuan's intentions were likely nefarious, prompting him to swiftly arrive at Liang Kuan's territory to rescue Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan was pleasantly surprised by De Lao Bi's unexpected appearance. Having initially contemplated forcibly retrieving Shi Li, he was relieved that his boss had come to his aid. It seemed they might safely secure Shi Li's release after all. Conversely, Liang Kuan was exceedingly displeased by De Lao Bi's intrusion, lamenting how he always seemed to disrupt his plans at the most critical moments. Although he considered expelling De Lao Bi, he knew that such an action would be ill-advised, given that they were both leaders within the Hongxing organization. Liang Kuan could not simply force De Lao Bi out of his domain, as it would only invite unnecessary trouble. Given De Lao Bi's arrival, it was unlikely Liang Kuan could further complicate matters for Chen Haonan. He reasoned that perhaps he could extract some concession from De Lao Bi, but retaining Shi Li seemed increasingly improbable. It appeared she would have to leave with Chen Haonan. After contemplating the situation, Liang Kuan adopted a sullen expression and stated, "De Bi, do not speak nonsense. I am not making things difficult for your younger brother. It is he who is complicating my affairs. Do you not understand? This stuttering girl is an actress I purchased from Fei Hong for 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, and I intend to promote her as a leading lady. Now, your brother Chen Haonan claims her as his girlfriend and wishes to take her away. Does that not render my investment worthless?" In response, De Lao Bi countered, "If this is a Nan's girlfriend, what issue lies in him taking her? Of course, there is an issue. She is my property. I acquired her with my funds. If Chen Haonan wishes to take her, he must provide me with 1 million, as I stated earlier. Otherwise, I will not permit her departure. Are you implying that you disregard my authority? Disregard? What will you do about it? Can you bite me? In any case, the terms are simple. Offer me the money, and I shall release her. Otherwise, the discussion ends here. Your face carries no weight with me, Bi. With that, Liang Kuan turned his back on Dalao Bi and Chun Haonan, picking up a risque magazine from his desk. Confident that he held the upper hand, Liang Kuan was unconcerned about any potential coercion from Dalao Bi and his group, for this territory was his to command. Should Dalao Bi and his men attempt to confront him, Liang Kuan was confident he could ensure they would not exit Mongkok unscathed. Observing Liang Kuan's obstinacy and acknowledging the precariousness of the situation on his turf, Dalao Bi realized that forcibly extracting Chun Haonan and Shi Li would be futile. Thus, he opted for a pragmatic approach. Liang Kuan, you truly are something else. Is it merely 1 million Hong Kong dollars? Consider it done. With that declaration, Dalao Bi turned to his companion, Abao, instructing him to hastily return to Causeway Bay to retrieve the funds. Abao promptly set off to gather the money. After approximately half an hour, he returned with the 1 million Hong Kong dollars and handed it to Dalao Bi. Dalao Bi accepted the money and promptly tossed it to Liang Kuan, stating, Kuan, the funds are now in your possession. May I take my leave with my companions? Liang Kuan glanced at the Hong Kong dollars in the bag before him and said, Of course you can. You're free to take them anytime. Would I ever stop you? Come on, we're good brothers. Seeing Liang Kuan's shameless demeanor, Boss B suppressed the urge to spit in his face and retorted, Who the hell is your brother? Anyone who becomes your brother must have the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. With that, Boss B ignored Liang Kuan and promptly led Chun Haonan and Shi Li away from Liang Kuan's film company. After they left and returned to Tong Luo Wan by car, Chun Haonan finally expressed his gratitude to Boss B. Bigu, thank you for coming to rescue me this time. Otherwise, Liang Kuan definitely wouldn't have let me off so easily. Boss B patted Chun Haonan on the shoulder and said, I'm your elder brother. If I don't help you, who will? Don't say such things again. Then, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, Boss B continued, That stuttering girl, is she really your girl? She must be the same Shi Li who caused trouble last time, right? You two didn't end up developing feelings from fighting, did you? Hearing his boss's teasing, Chun Haonan immediately blushed and tried to explain, but Boss B cut him off. Don't tell me, and I don't want to hear it. In short, since you said she's your girl, I'll take your word for it. With that, Boss B paid no further attention to Chun Haonan and headed straight home to sleep, as his wife and children were waiting for him. After Boss B left, Shanji and the others began to joke about Chun Haonan and Shi Li, creating a lively atmosphere. Unfazed by their teasing, Shi Li was currently clinging to Chun Haonan's arm, openly displaying affection. In her heart, she had already decided to truly become Chun Haonan's girl from now on, so she would have someone to protect her and prevent her from being bullied. Chapter 14 recounts the lesson imparted to Chun Haonan and his companions. Upon witnessing the demeanor of Shi Li, Chun Haonan, in a moment of acquiescence, agreed to accept her as his girlfriend, which elicited a wave of teasing from Shanji and de Tianair. After accepting Shi Li, Chun Haonan intended to inquire about the identity of the individual who had previously assaulted him. This matter had weighed heavily on his mind, as he had been the subject of ridicule in the underworld. Had it not been for the incident involving Ba Bai, which allowed him to regain some semblance of respect, he would have felt utterly humiliated. Previously, when Chun Haonan sought Shi Li, he aimed to uncover Su Shi's whereabouts to reclaim his dignity. With the impending conferral of his position as a red stick by Dalao Bi, who had already discussed the matter with Jiang Tianxing, it was imperative for him to establish his reputation. If he could resolve his grievances with Su Shi before the ceremony, his ascension to the role of a red stick in Tongluan would be far more credible, garnering the acknowledgement of others in the underworld. After becoming acquainted with Shi Li, Chun Haonan posed the question, Shi Li, could you tell me who that man was who came looking for me last time? Initially, Shi Li was engaged in merriment with Shanji and the others when Chun Haonan's inquiry abruptly silenced the atmosphere. She looked at him, puzzled about his motives, wondering if he still harbored resentment for her involvement in the previous altercation. Noticing her hesitation, Shanji endeavored to alleviate the awkwardness, saying, Haonan, why are you bringing this up? Shi Li is now your girlfriend. Let bygones be bygones. Come on, let us drink. Encouraged by Shanji's intervention, Chun Haonan clarified, Shi Li, you misunderstand. I bear you no ill will. Since you have agreed to be my girlfriend, how could I possibly blame you? I merely wish to know who that individual was, as his skills were impressive, and I seek to understand his affiliations. Upon hearing Chun Haonan's assurance that he did not blame her, Shi Li relaxed and responded, That person was someone I hired. I don't even know his name. I only heard his boss call him instructor. They operate a consulting office in Yaomati. After absorbing this information, Chun Haonan committed the address to memory and shifted the conversation back to revelry. With Shi Li's disclosure, she sensed that Chun Haonan would not pursue the matter further, allowing her to dismiss it. A few days later, Dalao Bi escorted Chun Haonan and his companions to the headquarters, where, in the presence of other influential figures, he officially held a ceremony to appoint Chun Haonan as a Red Stick. Following the ceremony, they celebrated with several well-connected hall masters, significantly bolstering Chun Haonan's standing and instilling in him a deep sense of gratitude towards Dalao Bi. Once he assumed his new title, Chun Haonan sought an opportunity to visit the consulting office mentioned by Shi Li in Yaomati. After some searching, they finally located Yang Kuen's office. Upon entering, they discovered Su Shi, who had previously assaulted them, seated with another individual, engaged in tea. Confronting Su Shi, Chun Haonan declared, "At last, I have found you. You were the one causing trouble on our turf last time, were you not?" In response, Su Shi rose from the sofa, prepared to confront Chun Haonan and his companions. However, Yang Kuen intervened, addressing them. "Chun Haonan, you have mistaken the situation. We are merely hired to perform a task. If you wish to cause trouble, direct your grievances toward your employer." Chun Haonan retorted defiantly, "I have come specifically to confront you. What of it?" Yang Kuen, undeterred, warned, "You best reconsider. With just the few of you, attempting to act recklessly here will yield consequences beyond your capacity to bear. I advise you to leave at once, or I shall not hold back." The audacity of Yang Kuen infuriated Chun Haonan and his companions, prompting them to prepare for a confrontation. However, before they could act, Su Shi sprang into action, swiftly launching an attack. His speed and precision overwhelmed Chun Haonan and his friends, leaving them bewildered. They had not anticipated Su Shi's formidable combat prowess. Previously, they had attributed their defeat to intoxication. This encounter starkly illustrated the vast disparity in skill between them and Su Shi. Within mere minutes, Chun Haonan and his companions found themselves battered, nursing injuries as they lay groaning on the ground. Observing their pitiful state, Yang Kuen scoffed, "With such a sorry display, do you dare seek trouble here? Who gave you the audacity?" Liang Jingru. Following his disdainful remark, he instructed Su Shi to dispose of Chun Haonan and his companions, wishing to avoid further annoyance. After being unceremoniously cast onto the street, Chun Haonan and his friends were left mortified. The gazes of passers-by intensified their humiliation, compelling them to rise, albeit with difficulty, and retreat from the scene to evade further ridicule. The thought of their peers learning that Chun Haonan, the Red Stick of Hongxing Tongluan, had been bested and discarded was unbearable. In hindsight, Chun Haonan lamented the decision to bring such companions, realizing that had he anticipated this outcome, he would have rallied a more formidable group to confront Yang Kuen, thus avoiding such a significant embarrassment in Yaomati. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and most of the ruffians, accustomed to the underworld, were still at home sleeping, sparing them the humiliation of being seen in such a disheveled state. Otherwise, Chun Haonan would find it unbearable to face anyone. Just yesterday, he had ascended to the rank of a Red Stick, and today, he had already suffered the loss of such a significant figure, leaving him utterly disgraced. Although Chun Haonan and his associates managed to flee, Yang Kuen was acutely aware that trouble was on the horizon. Once Chun Haonan returned to inform their leader, Dalao Bi, he would undoubtedly come seeking retribution. Thus, Yang Kuen resolved to keep his 10 team members confined to the establishment for the next few days, awaiting the inevitable confrontation with Dalao Bi and his cohorts. Chapter 15. Boss Bi avenges Chun Haonan and his companions, smashing Yang Kuen's consulting office. After escaping from Yaomati, Chun Haonan and his associates did not make their way directly to the Yisei bar in Causeway Bay, but instead opted for a taxi straight home. They were far too conscious of their disheveled appearances to risk being seen in Causeway Bay. If anyone caught sight of them, it would be evident that they had been beaten, undermining Chun Haonan's reputation as a newly initiated Red Stick. Without fully healing from their injuries, Chun Haonan was resolute in avoiding any public appearances in the underworld. Upon returning to Chun Haonan's residence, they dispatched the least injured among them, Bao Pai, to procure some medicinal ointment for their bruises, hoping to expedite their recovery. Later that evening, Boss Bi arrived at the Yisei bar, only to find that Chun Haonan and his group were absent. Summoning one of the younger members to inquire, he learned that they had not graced the bar with their presence that day, which displeased Boss Bi. Having recently elevated Chun Haonan to the status of a red stick, he was perturbed by their disappearance. Without their oversight, what would happen if trouble arose? Thus, Boss B seized his mobile phone and called Chun Haonan. Upon connection, he questioned the whereabouts of Chun and his companions, only to discover that they were at Chun Haonan's home. Boss B promptly drove over, eager to uncover the reason for their retreat from the bar. Upon entering Chen's abode, he was taken aback by the sight of his subordinates, all sporting bruised faces, their skin marred by ointment in hues of blue and purple. This disheveled state left Boss B momentarily speechless. Initially, he had anticipated that Chun Haonan, having recently attained the rank of Red Stick, might be a bit arrogant, and he had intended to give them a stern talking to. However, the sight of their battered forms, clearly the result of an altercation, revealed a severe beating that targeted their faces. Urgently, Boss B inquired about the circumstances surrounding their condition and who had dared to assault them, questioning their awareness of his protective influence. To inflict such damage on his subordinates showed a blatant disregard for his authority. Realizing they could not conceal the truth from Boss B, Chun Haonan and his group reluctantly recounted the events that transpired. After hearing their account, Boss B was left exasperated. Despite having been beaten previously, they had foolishly sought out the same adversaries, only to end up in an even worse predicament. Did they not consider bringing along additional support? At a loss for words, Boss B struggled to find the right balance between reprimanding them and refraining from adding to their humiliation, given their current pitiful state. Nonetheless, he could not allow Chun Haonan and his companions to face the world while bearing such shameful injuries. He resolved that they should remain home until they had sufficiently healed. While Boss B felt a mix of disappointment and frustration at their lack of foresight, he was determined not to let the transgressions against them go unpunished. Upon returning to the Yisei bar, Boss B dispatched his subordinates to gather information on Yang Kuan and Su Shi, intent on discovering the source of their audacity in attacking his men and whether they had any formidable backing. Only by clarifying their circumstances could Boss B devise a plan to reclaim his honor and avenge his subordinates. Through diligent inquiries over the next few days, his subordinates uncovered that Yang Kuan and his crew consisted of more than just 2 individuals. They were a formidable group of about 10 individuals, frequently found at the consulting office. Upon receiving this report, Boss B felt a measure of relief. Despite his subordinates' descriptions of their intimidating presence, he remained undeterred. With confidence in his numbers, Boss B had already mentally sentenced Yang Kuan and his associates upon discovering that they lacked any significant protection. Having finally ascertained their backgrounds, he felt no hesitation in rallying his men to exact vengeance on Yang Kuan and his crew, eager to restore his subordinates' dignity. As night fell, Boss B assembled over 100 underlings, armed with machetes and steel pipes, and set out in a convoy of more than 20 vans towards Yao Ma Ti, seeking Yang Kuan. Upon arriving at the consulting office, however, he found it closed for the evening, infuriating him. Adhering to the code of conduct established by their gang, confrontations were typically reserved for nightfall. The prospect of engaging in daylight clashes would tarnish their reputation and create complications with the police, hence the unspoken agreement between the gangs and law enforcement. Boss B had waited until nightfall to confront Yang Kuan, only to find the door firmly shut, leaving him utterly bewildered. A multitude of individuals gathered here, brimming with fervor, seeking to confront their adversary. However, their endeavor culminated in futility, much to the chagrin of the formidable Dalao B. Despite the absence of their quarry, Dalao B harbored no intention of retreating quietly. He resolutely commanded his subordinates to demolish Yang Kuan's consulting office as a means to vent his frustrations, ensuring that their visit would not be in vain. Upon receiving Dalao B's directive, his underlings surged forward, wielding their machetes and steel pipes to forcefully breach the roller shutter door. They stormed into the premises, wreaking havoc within, reducing the interior to utter ruin. Once they had thoroughly obliterated Yang Kuan's consulting office, Dalao B finally departed from Yumadi, making his way back to Tongluan. Chapter 16. Yang Kuan's revenge against Boss B. The following morning, as Yang Kuan and Sushi emerged from their residence and arrived at the consulting room, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. It was evident that the establishment had been violently breached. The sight of the wrecked consulting room elicited a sardonic smile from Yang Kuan. There was no doubt that this chaos was orchestrated by the nefarious Boss B. It became clear to Yang Kuan that he must impart a profound lesson to Boss B, ensuring that he would think twice before crossing him again. Consequently, Yang Kuan chose to disregard the disarray and returned home with his companions. Determined to confront Boss B that very night, Yang Kuan plotted to raise Boss B's establishments and seize all the cash within, thus enabling him to recruit more followers and fortify his defenses against any future retaliations from Hongxing. Aware that any aggression towards Boss B and his territory in Causeway Bay would provoke a fierce response from Jiang Tiansheng, Yang Kuan recognized the necessity of bolstering his numbers. After solidifying his plan, Yang Kuan instructed Su Shi and the others to rest and rejuvenate at home, preparing for the night ahead. With Boss B having destroyed his consulting room in Yaomati, Yang Kuan resolved to retaliate by invading Boss B's territory in Causeway Bay, ensuring that Boss B would suffer a significant loss. As the clock approached 9 p.m., Yang Kuan and his team set out from home, armed with machetes, and arrived at Causeway Bay. Upon reaching Boss B's domain, Yang Kuan assigned Su Shi to lead the charge. Without hesitation, Su Shi and his team launched an assault on Boss B's establishments. Meanwhile, Yang Kuan focused on locating the financial treasures within. With Su Shi commanding 10 members of the 701 squad, they stormed into Boss B's venues, mercilessly overpowering the thugs stationed there. These henchmen, caught off guard, found themselves swiftly incapacitated, writhing in pain on the ground. Once Su Shi and his team subdued the Hongxing thugs, Yang Kuan began to collect the cash, swiftly transferring it into their system before moving on to the next target. Thus, Yang Kuan and his crew systematically raided several of Boss B's establishments. It was not long before Boss B received word of the ongoing assaults on his turf. In a frenzy, Boss B rallied his men, utilizing his subordinates to summon reinforcements. Soon, over 100 thugs were amassed. Feeling emboldened by the numbers, Boss B stormed out with his entourage in search of Yang Kuan and his team. Coincidentally, as Boss B arrived at one of the raided venues, Yang Kuan and his crew were exiting, resulting in an inevitable confrontation. Upon seeing Yang Kuan and his mere 12 companions, Boss B was infuriated, realizing the substantial financial damage inflicted upon him. His rage reached a boiling point, and he bellowed, "Brothers, kill them!" At Boss B's command, his thugs brandished their machetes and charged at Yang Kuan's group. Undaunted by the overwhelming numbers, Yang Kuan led his team into battle. The two factions clashed violently, each wielding their blades with lethal intent, showing no mercy. Despite the numerical advantage, Boss B's thugs were merely ordinary gangsters, ill-equipped to contend with Yang Kuan's trained warriors. Each member of Yang Kuan's crew had undergone rigorous training, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess, and their lack of pain sensitivity rendered them relentless. Even when struck by Boss B's men, they remained undeterred, retaliating fiercely and leaving Boss B's thugs trembling in fear. The tide quickly turned as Yang Kuan's 12 fighters dominated the skirmish, forcing Boss B's over 100 thugs into retreat. As more of Boss B's men fell, the more timid among them abandoned their weapons and fled in terror. Recognizing the dire situation, Boss B himself turned and ran. With their leader in flight, the remaining thugs, gripped by panic, followed suit, desperate to escape Yang Kuan's rampage. A surreal scene unfolded in the streets as a dozen men wielding machetes pursued a throng of fleeing gangsters, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Yang Kuan relentlessly pursued Boss B's gang down the street, only pausing once they were thoroughly dispersed. After driving Boss B and his men away, Yang Kuan continued to raid Boss B's establishments. He systematically pillaged an entire street, seizing from 7 to 8 venues, before finally ceasing his onslaught. From these establishments, Yang Kuan uncovered approximately 50 million Hong Kong dollars, likely representing the combined revenues of these venues. Most of the funds belonged to the venue owners, with only a small fraction attributable to Boss B himself. The majority of the venues merely paid protection fees to Boss B. However, Yang Kuan was unconcerned with the owner's losses. Once the money was in his possession, it was rightfully his. With newfound wealth, he commenced the recruitment of reinforcements at a bar named Yimei, expending 40 million Hong Kong dollars to enlist 40 modified personnel from the 701 squad, thereby expanding his ranks to 50. With this formidable cadre of modified followers at his disposal, Yang Kuan felt emboldened against any potential retaliation from Boss B. He then claimed the entire street as his own territory. 2 bars that belong to the formidable Dalao B have been unceremoniously appropriated by Yang Kuan. As for the other entertainment venues, Yang Kuan has instructed his associates to inform them that henceforth, they must remit a protection fee to him, under his vigilant auspices. The proprietors are well aware of the ruthlessness of Yang Kuen's underlings, and upon receiving his edict, they have no choice but to comply, dutifully paying the protection fee each month. As for the financial losses and the damaged facilities incurred during this incident, they can only seek recompense from Dalao B. It was under his watch that the venues were vandalized, thus it is imperative for Dalao B to provide them with an explanation. They are not concerned that Dalao B would refuse to compensate for their losses. Otherwise, who would dare to allow the subordinates of Hongxing to oversee their establishments in the future? Chapter 17. The grave loss of Dalao B. Upon returning to his territory, the Yi's Juba, Dalao B. hastily dialed his subordinates, summoning them to gather at the bar. Even those recuperating at home, including Chen Haonan and his companions, received calls urging their presence, as Dalao B. aimed to fortify against Yang Kuen and prevent his territory from being overrun. Once he had finished contacting his underlings, a semblance of reassurance settled over him. Subsequently, he tasked his men with investigating Yang Kuen's movements, anxious to ascertain whether they were pursuing him. Should Yang Kuen continue to encroach upon his domain, Dalao B resolved to take cover to avoid being cornered. Upon receiving Dalao B's call, Chen Haonan and his companions swiftly disregarded the ridicule they faced for their disheveled appearances and sped to the Tongluan Yi's Juba to safeguard their leader. Upon their arrival, they discovered a considerable gathering of Hongxing's subordinates, which alleviated their concerns for Dalao B's safety. Entering the bar, they found Dalao B seated in a booth, and they hurried to check on his well-being. After confirming that he was unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. With Chen Haonan and his crew present, Dalao B felt an added sense of security. Now that the 5 tigers of Tongluan had arrived, he resolved to send Chen Haonan and his men to expel Yang Kuen from the area. Allowing Yang Kuen to plant his flag in Dalao B's territory was unacceptable, as it would be difficult to explain to Jiang Tianxing. Thus, Dalao B instructed Chen Haonan to eliminate Yang Kuen. Chen Haonan, incensed by Yang Kuen's audacity in seizing a street, felt compelled to act despite his apprehension towards Xu Shi. With Dalao B's orders ringing in his ears, he steeled himself and led hundreds of subordinates from the bar to confront Yang Kuen. Dalao B, however, chose to remain at the Yi's Juba, awaiting news, unwilling to place himself in danger again after narrowly escaping Yang Kuen's earlier assault. Unlike Chen Haonan and his youthful companions, Dalao B was a family man, valuing his life as he grew older. As Dalao B anxiously awaited updates at the bar, he was met not with good tidings, but rather disheartening news. Chen Haonan and his substantial entourage had failed to overpower Yang Kuen. The messenger revealed that Yang Kuen had brought a formidable contingent of dozens of fierce men, far surpassing the 10 or so that Chen Haonan had rallied. The scuffle quickly devolved, and had the police not intervened, many of Chen Haonan's subordinates might have met a grim fate. This latest confrontation left Dalao B with significant losses. After 2 clashes with Yang Kuen, he mourned the loss of dozens of his men, not to mention the injuries sustained and those apprehended by the authorities. Dalao B found himself in dire straits, having not only lost a street, but also a considerable sum in Hong Kong dollars due to his earlier actions against Yang Kuen's consulting firm. Furthermore, he faced the daunting expenses of compensating for the fallen and injured, funding bail for those detained, and reimbursing the losses incurred by entertainment venue owners. In essence, Dalao B was left in a state of utter disgrace, teetering on the brink of financial ruin. Reflecting on his substantial losses, Dalao B could scarcely contain his frustration, wishing to chastise himself for seeking to defend his subordinates. Had he known the formidable nature of Yang Kuen, he would have thought twice before inviting such trouble. After all, it was merely his son, Chen Haonan, who had been assaulted. It was not Dalao B himself who had suffered. Now, filled with regret, he deemed it too late to turn back. To recover even a fraction of his losses, Dalao B resolved to seek assistance from his patron, Jiang Tianxing, hoping for his aid against Yang Kuen. With this decision made, Dalao B promptly called Jiang Tianxing, recounting the incident of losing a street to Yang Kuen. Upon receiving the call and learning of the loss in Tongluan, Jiang Tianxing was incensed, especially upon discovering that a mere 50 men had managed to overwhelm Dalao B. His anger grew, and he could not help but berate Dalao B for his incompetence. If not for Dalao B's unwavering loyalty, Jiang Tianxing would have relished the chance to chastise him further for failing to defend the lucrative territory he had entrusted to him. The following morning, Jiang Tianxing summoned all the hall masters for a meeting at the headquarters, determined to devise a plan to reclaim the lost street for Dalao B. Once all 12 hall masters were assembled, Jiang Tianxing directly addressed them, detailing the flag-planting incident and the loss of territory. The revelation that Dao Lao Bi had been bested and lost a street astounded the gathered masters. Given Dao Lao Bi's considerable influence in Tongluan, many found it perplexing that he could allow such a loss to occur. Particularly, Liang Kuan seized the opportunity to mock Dao Lao Bi. Dao Lao Bi, can you even manage your own territory? Losing a prime piece of land, like Tongluan, reflects poorly on your capabilities. Perhaps it's time to relinquish it to someone more competent. Incensed by Liang Kuan's taunts, Dao Lao Bi slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Liang Kuan, what are you insinuating? Dare to repeat that? Do you believe I would slay you, you worthless scoundrel? In response to the fierce demeanor of Dao Lao Bi, Liang Kuan too slammed his palm upon the table, then rose to his feet, pointing a finger at Dao Lao Bi and declaring, What? Am I mistaken in my words? It appears you are merely arrogant within your own lair. Raising your voice here serves no purpose. If you possess courage, reclaim the territory you have lost. Otherwise, no matter how ferocious your threats may be, they hold no weight. I, Liang Kuan, disdain you. What do you have to say to that? Chapter 18. Jiang Tianxing supports Dao Lao Bi in seeking revenge. Dao Lao Bi was instantly incensed by Liang Kuan's remarks, nearly engaging in an all-out brawl. Ultimately, it was only through Jiang Tianxing's forceful intervention, as he slammed the table in anger, that the two ceased their quarrel. Despite halting the dispute, Jiang Tianxing found himself burdened with a pressing dilemma. The paramount concern was how to reclaim the territory that Dao Lao Bi had lost. This posed a significant challenge, and Jiang Tianxing had previously inquired with Dao Lao Bi, discovering that Yang Kuan and his group were quite troublesome. Though their numbers were relatively few, merely in the dozens, each individual was exceptionally formidable. Dao Lao Bi had dispatched men to confront them on 2 occasions, yet neither attempt had succeeded. Particularly during the second encounter, hundreds of his subordinates were utterly defeated, and had the police not arrived swiftly, the casualties could have been catastrophic. To address the threat posed by Yang Kuan, Jiang Tianxing initially planned to mobilize the entire power of the Hongxing organization, gathering personnel from each leader to assist Dao Lao Bi in expelling Yang Kuan from Tongluan and reclaiming the lost territory. However, right as the meeting commenced, without Jiang Tianxing uttering a single word, Liang Kuan and Dao Lao Bi nearly came to blows within the main hall. This left Jiang Tianxing in a quandary regarding how to consolidate the collective strength needed to confront Yang Kuan. Observing the assembled hall leaders, Jiang Tianxing felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Aside from his loyal allies, Dao Lao Bi and Chun Yao, the rest harbored their own agendas. When opportunities for gain arose, they would scramble and vie for position, eager to shed blood for the organization. Yet, once the prospect of benefit receded, they would offer a plethora of excuses to evade responsibility, showing no regard for Jiang Tianxing's authority. In this instance, with Dao Lao Bi's territory seized, Jiang Tianxing needed the other leaders to contribute manpower and resources to assist Dao Lao Bi in reclaiming his lost ground. However, it was clear that Liang Kuan and Fei Laoli would not extend their aid. Furthermore, the Hanbin trio was known for their tight-knit solidarity, rarely engaging in such matters, leaving Jiang Tianxing with little hope for their involvement. Additionally, there was the prince from Tsim Sha Sui, whose influence, while significant, was under the command of Jiang Tianxing's brother, Jiang Tianyang. Without Jiang Tianyang's directive, the prince's leadership would remain ineffective. The remaining leaders, including Ji Ge from the Western District, Liang Ma from Sham Shui Pe, Guantang Diyu, and Chaiwan Ma Wang Jian, either lacked influence or were indecisive, rendering them unreliable allies. The current situation within Hongxing was a source of great concern for Jiang Tianxing. He harbored intentions to rectify the lethargy of certain leaders, pushing them to relinquish their positions in favor of his own trusted individuals. However, whenever he contemplated such actions, these leaders would either lament their plight or brandish their long-standing seniority. For instance, Ji Ge had once served as a subordinate to Jiang Tianxing's father, Jiang Zhan, which granted him considerable clout within Hongxing. Jiang Tianxing was well aware that Ji Ge merely boasted and could not be relied upon, yet he found himself unable to take action against Ji Ge. Otherwise, he would face reproach from the older generation, who would accuse him of being ungrateful and dismissive of the organization's veterans. Consequently, Jiang Tianxing struggled to find a valid rationale to eliminate these entrenched figures, which hindered his ability to exert complete control over the organization. Despite the reluctance of the leaders to involve themselves in Dao Lao Bi's predicament, Jiang Tianxing remained resolute in compelling them to contribute both manpower and resources. Regardless of their willingness, he was determined to support Dalao Bi. Currently, Dalao Bi represented Jiang Tianxing's sole formidable ally, and he could not permit Dalao Bi's strength to diminish. Otherwise, he would lose the necessary balance of power against the other leaders, particularly with respect to Liang Kuan. Had it not been for Dalao Bi's presence in Tongluan, capable of intimidating Liang Kuan, the latter would have likely revolted against Jiang Tianxing long ago. Jiang Tianxing was acutely aware that Liang Kuan coveted his position, and had Liang Kuan's influence not been considerable, he would have already usurped the role of the Mongkok leader. Thus, with Dalao Bi's declining power, Jiang Tianxing felt compelled to assist him, as it was an unavoidable circumstance. Amidst the cacophony of disputes and blame-shifting, Jiang Tianxing firmly commanded all the leaders to contribute to Dalao Bi's cause. Ultimately, under the weight of Jiang Tianxing's authority as the head of Hongxing, the leaders, albeit begrudgingly, acquiesced, agreeing to send dozens of their subordinates to support Dalao Bi. Upon witnessing their reluctant agreement, Jiang Tianxing addressed Dalao Bi, stating, "Bi, this is your final opportunity. With everyone's assistance. If you fail to reclaim the lost territory, you are well aware of the consequences." Hearing Jiang Tianxing's admonition, Dalao Bi thumped his chest and reassured him, "Mr. Jiang, rest assured. This time, I will decisively eliminate those nuisances, making it clear that Hongxing is not to be trifled with." Observing Dalao Bi's newfound confidence, Jiang Tianxing felt a measure of relief. With the matters settled, Jiang Tianxing promptly announced the conclusion of the meeting and, accompanied by Chun Yao, departed from the Hongxing headquarters. Following Jiang Tianxing's exit, the remaining leaders gradually rose to leave as well. Before departing, Liang Kuan remarked to Dalao Bi, "Bi, it must be quite pleasant to have a master to shield you. When trouble arises, someone is there to clean up the mess. I, on the other hand, would have no such fortune, if it were me, rather than lending a hand. It seems someone would eagerly wish for my downfall. You truly are fortunate." Without waiting for Dalao Bi's response, Liang Kuan swiftly led his entourage out of the Hongxing headquarters. Dalao Bi was nearly driven to fury by Liang Kuan's taunts. Had Liang Kuan not fled rapidly, Dalao Bi would have undoubtedly sought retribution. Nevertheless, the scornful words lingered in Dalao Bi's mind, fueling his resolve to confront Liang Kuan once he dealt with Yang Kuan. After Dalao Bi returned to Tongluan with Chun Haonan, he awaited the arrival of reinforcements from the other leaders at the Tuadi night bar. Once all the men were gathered, Dalao Bi would lead them in a decisive confrontation against Yang Kuan. As Dalao Bi awaited in Tongluan, the other leaders commenced rallying their subordinates upon returning to their respective territories. After gathering a considerable number of subordinates for Dalao Bi, each of the hall masters advised their respective followers to remain vigilant and not to take unnecessary risks, as their involvement was merely to assist. Should the adversary prove manageable, they could exert themselves. However, if the opponent became too formidable, it would be prudent to retreat swiftly, ensuring their safety and avoiding the loss of life in Tongluan, which would be an unwise trade-off. Upon receiving these instructions from their esteemed leaders, the subordinates felt reassured and understood how to proceed. Chapter 19. Yang Kuan engages in a fierce confrontation with Dalao Bi upon returning to Wangjiao. Liang Kuan sought to vex Dalao Bi by enlisting dozens of dubious allies to provide support in Tongluan. In a bid to further deplete Dalao Bi's resources, he discreetly sent Shaqiang to inform Yang Kuan of an impending retaliation, ensuring that Yang Kuan and his team would be prepared and not caught off guard, thus enabling them to mitigate Dalao Bi's strength. After executing these plans, Liang Kuan remained in Wangjiao, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. With his warning delivered, Liang Kuan was confident that even if Dalao Bi managed to reclaim territory, it would come at a significant cost. As Dalao Bi busied himself with preparations to assault Yang Kuan received Shaqiang's notification regarding Dalao Bi's support from Jiang Tianxing, which would mobilize a considerable number of men against him. Upon learning this, Yang Kuan assessed his finances and discovered he still possessed over 13 million. Consequently, he resolutely spent 1,000 Hong Kong dollars to acquire 10 modified individuals. The addition of these 10 individuals would bolster their defenses against Dalao Bi's forces, preventing them from being ousted from Tongluan. Time passed gradually as both sides made their preparations. By nightfall, Dalao Bi observed that over 400 reinforcements had arrived, coupled with his own men in Tongluan, totaling nearly 1,000. With such a formidable force, Dalao Bi brimmed with confidence in his plan to vanquish Yang Kuan. He rallied his men, leading them in a grand procession toward Lawsu Street, where Yang Kuan awaited their arrival. Upon reaching Lawsu Street, Dalao Bi was met with the sight of Yang Kuan and his men positioned at the street's entrance, ready for confrontation. As Dalao Bi advanced with his legion, the news reached the Wanzai police station, prompting Captain Niu Xiong and his team to hasten to Lawsu Street. Their intent was not to thwart the clash, but rather to intervene once the skirmish had escalated sufficiently, ensuring no innocent civilians were harmed. In their eyes, the demise of these gangsters was a matter of indifference, as each loss alleviated their burdens. Confronted with Yang Kuan's waiting crew, Dalao Bi wasted no time, commanding his subordinates to eliminate Yang Kuan's men, offering a reward of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars for each kill and 50,000 for the one who dispatched the leader. The promise of reward invigorated Dalao Bi's men, who surged forward, brandishing their machetes with fervor toward Yang Kuan. In response, Yang Kuan, accompanied by Su Shi, led his 60 modified individuals into battle against Dalao Bi's forces. The moment their factions clashed, the disparity in numbers became evident, with Dalao Bi's men quickly falling in droves. Under Yang Kuan and Su Shi's leadership, their forces penetrated the ranks of the Hongxing gang like ravenous wolves among sheep, wielding their weapons with abandon as Dalao Bi's men retreated in disarray. The fallen groaned in agony as blood spilled profusely, limbs severed amidst the carnage. The Hongxing gang members, upon being felled by Yang Kuan's men, lost their will to fight, collapsing to the ground in despair. Conversely, Yang Kuan's subordinates, having undergone modifications, felt no pain and pressed on relentlessly, even when injured. Their lack of sensitivity to pain turned them into relentless combatants, slashing down those who stood before them. Faced with this frenzied onslaught, the Hongxing gang was gripped by fear, retreating swiftly despite Dalao Bi's overwhelming numbers. The sight of Yang Kuan's men, undeterred by injuries, instilled dread in the hearts of the other gang members, robbing them of their resolve to fight. As they recalled their leader's warnings, they hesitated, choosing instead to withdraw rather than engage Yang Kuan's formidable crew. The reluctance of the other gang members to fight led to heavy casualties among Dalao Bi's followers, who were on the verge of collapse. Particularly after Su Shi felled several key members, the morale of the Hongxing gang plummeted. When their leader fell, the rest of the gang lost all courage, and a panicked cry of "run" echoed through the ranks, prompting a mass exodus. Dalao Bi, witnessing his men flee in disarray, was rendered speechless. He could not fathom how, despite their overwhelming numbers, they were unable to best Yang Kuan's relatively smaller force. In a desperate bid, he shouted for his men to stand their ground, but his pleas fell on deaf ears as they hastened their retreat, leaving Dalao Bi utterly helpless. Upon witnessing Yang Kuan's men brandishing machetes in pursuit of several hundred Hongxing subordinates, the formidable leader Bi was instantly struck with fear. Much like before, he turned on his heels and fled, terrified that lagging behind would result in his demise at the hands of Yang Kuan and his cohorts. Yang Kuan and his entourage originally intended to continue their relentless chase, aiming to instill a lasting fear in the Hongxing subordinates to deter any future harassment. However, upon noticing the approach of law enforcement, Yang Kuan swiftly signaled his men to halt their pursuit, redirecting them instead to make their escape from the scene. The prospect of being apprehended by the police presented an insurmountable complication they could not afford. Chapter 20. Jiang Tianxing urgently summoned all the masters for a meeting. The casualties this time were indeed too severe, with numerous Hongxing members lying on the ground. If Yang Kuan and his associates were cornered by the police, there would be no mercy. They could very well end up imprisoned in Chizhou for over a decade. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Yang Kuan hastily fled the scene with his subordinates, not daring to linger even on Russell Street, and instead retreated directly to their residence in Yaomati. Upon their return, Yang Kuan, along with Su Shi and a few uninjured comrades, drove to Kowloon City. After arriving, they searched for several doctors from black clinics, compensating them to return to Yaomati to tend to the wounded members, preventing excessive blood loss that could lead to death. After a considerable amount of time, the doctors managed to bandage all the injured, collected their fees, and departed back to Kowloon City. Once the doctors left, Yang Kuan and Su Shi ensured the injured were settled before they both went out separately to procure food and medicine for everyone. Upon their return with meals and medications, they ensured that everyone was nourished and had taken their anti-inflammatory drugs, urging them to rest in bed, while Yang Kuan had escaped. The Hongxing members encountered significant trouble with the police, led by Niu Xiong. Observing the continuous transport of Hongxing members by ambulances and police vehicles, he felt a throbbing headache. The severity of the incident was staggering. Niu Xiong and his team had not anticipated such extensive casualties. They had presumed it would be like before, merely a verbal exchange, with perhaps a few dozen injuries at most. However, they were blindsided by the ferocity of Yang Kuan's faction, resulting in over 300 casualties. If Niu Xiong had known the situation would escalate to such proportions, he would have done everything in his power to prevent the conflict. Now, upon returning to the Wanchai police station, he was uncertain of how to face the repercussions. The chief would not let him off easily. Contemplating the grave consequences, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate both Yang Kuan and De Lao Bi. After sending the injured and deceased members to hospitals and morgues, Niu Xiong led his team to confront De Lao Bi and Yang Kuan. Upon arriving at the Night Charm Bar on Russell Street, he found that Yang Kuan was not present, so he redirected his efforts to the Night Color Bar to apprehend De Lao Bi. Upon reaching the Night Color Bar, Niu Xiong swiftly captured De Lao Bi, who had just returned, and escorted him back to Wanchai police station. This time, Hongxing's grand confrontation with Yang Kuan not only failed to reclaim lost territory, but resulted in a crushing defeat. This news rapidly spread across Hong Kong Island, leaving other factions astonished. The ruthless nature of Yang Kuan's group instilled a sense of trepidation among them, compelling them to instruct their subordinates to avoid provoking Yang Kuan's faction to prevent trouble for their own organizations. Simultaneously, they regarded the performance of the Hongxing members with contempt, mocking their audacity and claiming to be a formidable force. The other masters of Hongxing were equally shocked to see the disheveled appearance of their returning subordinates. They were bewildered as to why their members had returned in such a state. Had De Lao Bi failed again? They quickly inquired about the situation, and upon learning of the dire defeat, they were left speechless. How could so many of their members fail to handle just a few dozen adversaries? This outcome was unacceptable to them as leaders. While they were still reeling from the shocking defeat, they received a call from their leader, Jiang Tiansheng, instructing them to convene at the Hongxing headquarters immediately. Jiang Tiansheng had also learned of their disastrous defeat and understood the implications it would have on Hongxing's standing. Hence, he was eager to gather all the masters to discuss how to respond to this calamity. Given the poor performance of the Hongxing members and the significant losses incurred, it was plausible that other factions might take advantage of their weakened state. The fear was that while Hongxing was vulnerable, rival factions might attempt to seize their territory, and if multiple groups were to strike simultaneously, Hongxing would find it difficult to withstand the assault. Once all the masters, except for De Lao Bi, arrived at the headquarters, Jiang Tiansheng initiated the meeting to deliberate on how to manage the crisis. As the meeting commenced, Liang Kuan immediately launched a tirade against Jiang Tiansheng, targeting De Lao Bi with scathing ridicule. He remarked, "Mr. Jiang, I must say, De Lao Bi has proven utterly ineffective this time. With so many members, he could not even contend with a mere handful of adversaries, and we were decimated, bringing disgrace to Hongxing. Last time, you insisted we send assistance to Shibi, and we complied with your orders, resulting in significant casualties among our dispatched members. What do you have to say about this, Mr. Jiang? We deserve an explanation." Following Liang Kuan's outburst, Fei Laoli quickly interjected, "Indeed, Mr. Jiang, my losses have been catastrophic. You must compensate us, or I will have no way to answer to my subordinates." With Fei Laoli as support, the other masters began to voice their grievances, urging Jiang Tiansheng to provide some form of compensation, at the very least covering the living expenses, medical costs, and bail for their injured subordinates. They had sent members to assist De Lao Bi at Jiang Tiansheng's behest, and it was unreasonable for them to bear the financial burden for the casualties incurred. The expenses for these members amounted to a considerable sum, prompting them to beseech Jiang Tiansheng to take responsibility. Upon hearing the clamorous lamentations of the various hall masters, Jiang Tiansheng was seething with rage, his frustration reaching a boiling point, wishing fervently to rid himself of these individuals. Although Jiang Tiansheng was undeniably infuriated by the attitude of these hall masters, he was acutely aware that he must take responsibility for the myriad expenses incurred by the younger members. After all, it was he who had summoned these hall masters to take action. With casualties now on the table, it was imperative that he, as the leader, assume accountability. Otherwise, the hall masters would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. Chapter 21. Jiang Tianqing's fury at Dalao Bi upon witnessing the various hall masters turning their ire towards him, the dragon head. Jiang Tianqing realized that should he refuse their demands, his authority would be rendered null in the future. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to bear the expenses incurred this time. Upon hearing Jiang Tianqing's acceptance of the losses, the hall masters finally quieted down. As long as they were spared from financial burdens, all was well. Once he had calmed their tempers, Jiang Tianqing resumed discussions on how to handle the situation at hand. Should they continue to clash with Yang Kuan and his faction, or should they, as Hongxing, swallow this bitter pill, seek reconciliation, and shake hands to avoid mutual destruction? When Jiang Tianqing inquired among the seated hall masters whether they wished to persist in the conflict with Yang Kuan, none of them stepped forward. Everyone was acutely aware of Yang Kuan and his crew's formidable nature, and no one was willing to jeopardize their own strength by fighting for Dalao Bi's territory, especially when it wasn't their own domain at stake. Hence, all the hall masters remained silent, offering no opinions. Observing their reluctance to engage, Jiang Tianqing understood that the fight could not continue without their support. Dalao Bi would have no choice but to concede, yielding Russell Street to Yang Kuan and his associates. Given the circumstances, Jiang Tianqing spoke up. Since no one has voiced an opinion, it seems that we are not inclined to continue this conflict. Very well, let us discuss how to negotiate peace with the other party, aiming to conclude this dispute without compromising Hongxing's interests. Hearing Jiang Tianqing advocate for reconciliation, the hall masters exhaled in relief, as long as their interests remained intact. They were indifferent to whether Hongxing's forced agreement would be a source of shame, as the embarrassment would fall solely on Jiang Tianqing and Dalao Bi, causing them little concern. Noticing that the majority of hall masters were in accord with his proposal for peace, Jiang Tianqing turned to Qin Yao. Yao, have you thoroughly investigated the specifics of the opposing party? I have only heard Dalao Bi mention a fellow named Yang Kuan. What is their background? How did they become such formidable adversaries? You must ascertain their details so that we can strategize effectively. Upon hearing Jiang Tianqing's inquiry, Qin Yao replied, Understood, Mr. Jiang. Once the meeting concludes, I will have someone investigate the other party's situation. After instructing Qin Yao, Jiang Tianqing noted that there was nothing further to discuss and directed everyone to return to their respective territories, ensuring they safeguarded their domains from encroachment by other factions. Following the meeting, after witnessing Jiang Tianqing's departure, Qin Yao hurriedly instructed his subordinates to gather intel on Yang Kuan's crew, so he could provide Jiang Tianqing with a comprehensive update. After Dalao Bi was taken back to the Wanchai police station, Niu Xiong initiated an interrogation, questioning him about the recent clash that resulted in such significant casualties. Faced with Niu Xiong's inquiries, Dalao Bi feigned ignorance, offering no useful leads. Despite suffering considerable losses, Dalao Bi seethed with a desire to exact revenge on Yang Kuan. Yet, he understood that revealing information about his adversary to the police would jeopardize his standing in the Hong Kong underworld. For individuals like Dalao Bi, colluding with the authorities was a grave taboo. If word got out that he had associated with the police, it would not take much for Jiang Tianqing to eliminate him and cleanse Hongxing's ranks. Thus, Dalao Bi engaged in banter with Niu Xiong, evading any discussion of the incident, firmly denying any involvement in the clash. Seeing Dalao Bi's refusal to acknowledge the altercation, Niu Xiong, suppressing his frustration, retorted, Bi, do not feign ignorance with me. If you claim this clash is unrelated to you, how do you explain your presence at the scene? Don't say you were merely out for a stroll. In response to Niu Xiong's probing, Dalao Bi defiantly replied, Indeed, I was out for a stroll, Niu sir. Is there a law in Hong Kong that prohibits me from walking around at night? Realizing Niu Xiong was unable to extract any information from Dalao Bi, he slammed his hand on the table and declared, Bi, you can keep your bravado, but I wonder how long you can maintain it. After all, it is your subordinates who have perished. If you do not care, then I shall not waste my energy on you. After Niu Xiong left the interrogation room, Dalao Bi's expression turned grim as he contemplated how to eliminate Yang Kuan once he was released. After 24 hours of detention at the Wanchai police station, Dalao Bi was finally set free. Upon exiting the police station, Dalao Bi hurried back to the Nightshade Bar, seeking out his most capable subordinates to inquire about the extent of their losses. After questioning, he learned that, excluding the support from other factions, his own Tongluan faction had suffered around 100 casualties, including his son Chun Haonan and his 5 brothers, who were all severely injured and currently hospitalized. Upon discovering the magnitude of his losses, Dalao B was consumed with rage, seething at the thought of avenging himself on Yang Kun. However, understanding that he was currently ill-equipped to confront Yang Kun, Dalao B decided to call Jiang Tianxing once more, seeking his support. Yet, when Dalao B reached out to Jiang Tianxing, he was met with the disheartening news that Hongxing intended to pursue reconciliation with their adversaries. Unable to accept this outcome, Dalao B vehemently opposed the idea of compromising with Yang Kun during the call. Upon hearing Dalao B's defiance against his proposal for peace, Jiang Tianxing could no longer contain his fury. He unleashed a torrent of invective upon Dalao B, abandoning his usual composure. Jiang Tianxing scolded fiercely, "How dare you oppose? Were it not for your utter incompetence, having been humiliated and forced to flee, would I need to engage in negotiations with them? As the esteemed leader of Hongxing, do I not have any dignity? It is solely because of you that I must lower myself to reconcile with that petty individual. How can you still have the audacity to object? I caution you, this decision to negotiate is a consensus among us all. During this period, do not create any further troubles for me, or I shall ensure your demise." Chapter 22. Jiang Tianxing learned detailed information about Yang Kun. After Jiang Tianxing hung up the phone, the once formidable boss be deflated completely and ceased to mention revenge. He realized that his recent actions were utterly indefensible. Leading over 1,000 men, he had been defeated by merely a handful of opponents. Not only had he lost face, but he had also brought shame upon Jiang Tianxing and the entire Hongxing group. Having received Jiang Tianxing's warning, Boss B understood that he could no longer expect support from him. Thus, he found himself sulking in the Tuadi Yi's bar, drowning his sorrows in drink. After the call, Jiang Tianxing felt a weight lift from his heart. He had vented his frustrations on Boss B, alleviating a considerable amount of his pent-up irritation. He had endured much humiliation on behalf of Boss B from other hall masters, and now he had released all that resentment onto Boss B, leaving him feeling significantly more at ease. It seemed that expressing anger had a therapeutic effect. No wonder so many people found solace in venting their frustrations. When one's heart is troubled, a good, hearty scolding can be liberating, sparing oneself from internal turmoil. Just as Jiang Tianxing relished the relief from berating Boss B, Chen Yao unexpectedly arrived at his home. Upon seeing Jiang Tianxing, Chen Yao shared the information he had gathered about Yang Kun. After Chen Yao finished his account, Jiang Tianxing discovered that Yang Kun had some connections to Hongxing. It turned out that Yang Kun's father was once a member of Hongxing. Although he had passed away, there remained a link between them. Jiang Tianxing carefully inquired about Yang Kun and his father, Yang Wanli. After gathering this information, a plan began to form in Jiang Tianxing's mind. He realized he could craft a respectable excuse to reconcile with Yang Kun without bringing further disgrace to Hongxing. He could claim that Yang Wanli had died serving Hongxing, thus establishing a sense of obligation towards Yang Kun. Since Yang Kun was the son of Yang Wanli, Jiang Tianxing could publicly state that he chose not to pursue any grievances with Yang Kun after learning of this connection. As for Russell Street, he would present it as compensation for Yang Wanli's contributions to Hongxing. With this narrative, Jiang Tianxing could maintain his dignity, and other gang leaders would recognize that he valued old friendships, choosing not to hold grievances against the descendants of those who had served the organization. With a newfound sense of purpose, Jiang Tianxing felt elated. He would no longer be the subject of ridicule. He promptly summoned his subordinate hall masters for a meeting at the headquarters. Upon receiving Jiang Tianxing's summons, the hall masters expressed their dissatisfaction, grumbling about the frequency of meetings, which seemed to rival even the sessions of the colonial government. Yet, despite their complaints, they still attended, aware that failing to do so could result in being noted in Jiang Tianxing's ledger. Once all the hall masters had gathered, Jiang Tianxing addressed them. "I have called you here to share some important information. Thanks to Chun Yao's investigation, we have discovered that Yang Kun has some ties to our Hongxing." Observing the curiosity among the hall masters at the mention of Yang Kun's connection, Jiang Tianxing continued, "Yang Kun's father, Yang Wanli, was once one of our own. He tragically lost his life while on a mission not long ago, and I even arranged for a stipend to support his family. Had I known of this connection earlier, I would have never consented to confront Yang Kun." After stating this, Jiang Tianxing glanced at Boss B, who was feigning ignorance, and inquired, "Boss B, did you not consider investigating Yang Kun's background before the conflict arose? If you had done so, we could have avoided this embarrassing situation. People might think we, as leaders, are bullying the descendants of our own brothers. If this were to get out, It would be a source of mockery for us. Boss B, with a pained expression, replied, Mr. Jiang. You are correct. I was negligent. I will be more careful in the future. Satisfied with Boss B's acknowledgement of his oversight, Jiang Tiansheng continued addressing the other hall masters. Now that we have clarified the situation, we shall let this matter rest. I will speak with Yang Kuan to explain the misunderstanding, ensuring our younger members do not grow wary. If this issue remains unresolved, who would be willing to serve the organization, fearing that their own descendants might face similar troubles? Therefore, I have decided to grant Russell Street to Yang Kuan as compensation for this misunderstanding. Boss B, you must refrain from bothering Yang Kuan again. Do you understand? Upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's resolution, Boss B had no choice but to acquiesce, recognizing the validity of Jiang Tianxing's reasoning. If their subordinates learned that Yang Kuan's father was one of their own who had died on a mission, only to have his son harassed by their own leaders, it would deter anyone from serving Hongxing, as they would fear for their own family's safety. After Jiang Tianxing concluded his remarks, the assembled hall masters nodded in agreement, outwardly displaying their support for Jiang Tianxing's decision. However, their true thoughts remained concealed. They were not easily swayed by Jiang Tianxing's reasoning. They all understood that he was merely putting on a facade. The notion that they were extending kindness to Yang Kuan due to his father's sacrifice was a flimsy excuse. If it were not for the fact that they could not overpower Yang Kuan, would Jiang Tianxing have so generously relinquished control of a lucrative street in the bustling area of Tongluan? The number of Hongxing members who had perished on missions was not insignificant, yet Jiang Tianxing had never extended such generosity to their families. Ultimately, it all comes down to one's capabilities. Had Yang Kuan and his peers not been so formidable, they would likely have been eliminated by the formidable figure B long ago. In such a scenario, Jiang Tianxing might hardly remember who Yang Wanli is. Therefore, in this world, one must rely on their own strength. When you possess genuine prowess, others will regard you with respect, and they will extend courtesies your way. Conversely, if you are merely a feeble entity, no one will take you seriously. Such is the harsh reality. Chapter 23. A peaceful accord. The consensus among the crowd regarding Jiang Tianxing's statement was unanimous. No one wished to complicate matters for him at this juncture, as it did not concern them. Moreover, Jiang Tianxing's words, once disseminated throughout the underworld of the Hong Kong island, would serve to restore a semblance of dignity for their Hongxing faction, preventing the hall masters from suffering undue embarrassment. Once matters were settled, Jiang Tianxing instructed Chun Yao to visit Yang Kuan, conveying his decision and urging Yang Kuan to refrain from further troubling De Lao Bi. Upon receiving Jiang Tianxing's directive, Chun Yao felt compelled to address the situation, for he was, after all, the white fan of Hongxing. The following day, he sought out Yang Kuan at his residence in Yao Ma Ti, where Yang Kuan expressed his bewilderment at Chun Yao's unexpected visit. Sensing Yang Kuan's confusion, Chun Yao straightforwardly articulated his purpose, relaying Jiang Tianxing's message verbatim. Once Chun Yao concluded, Yang Kuan grasped the implications. Jiang Tianxing was extending an olive branch, seeking a way for both parties to save face. Recognizing the futility of resistance and the significant cost it would entail, he understood that Jiang Tianxing's appeal to his deceased father's name was a veiled overture for negotiation. The terms laid forth by Jiang Tianxing were clear: relinquish Russell Street to him, and he would no longer pursue Yang Kuan, provided Yang Kuan kept his distance from De Lao Bi, allowing both sides to coexist in Causeway Bay. Upon comprehending Jiang Tianxing's intentions, Yang Kuan found merit in this arrangement. He had no desire to sever ties with the entire Hongxing faction, for such a confrontation would inevitably lead to his ruin, unable to withstand the onslaught from Hongxing's formidable ranks. His recent victory over De Lao Bi was largely attributed to the lack of commitment from the reinforcements sent to aid De Lao Bi. Had the hall masters of Hongxing been resolute in their pursuit, Yang Kuan's current numbers would have proven inadequate against such a powerful adversary. Thus, Yang Kuan acquiesced to Jiang Tianxing's conditions. Chun Yao, upon witnessing Yang Kuan's agreement to cease his troubles with De Lao Bi, felt no need to linger further and exchanged a few pleasantries before departing to report back to Jiang Tianxing. Once Chun Yao left, Yang Kuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, free from the looming threat of retribution from Hongxing. For the past few days, he had refrained from visiting Russell Street in Causeway Bay, opting instead to remain hidden in his Yao Ma Ti home. This was a period of vulnerability for Yang Kuan. Despite his recent triumph over De Lao Bi, many of his subordinates bore significant injuries and required time to recuperate. Now, with the threat from Hongxing dissipated, Yang Kuan firmly established his footing in Causeway Bay. The previous skirmish had demonstrated to the other factions on Hong Kong Island the formidable nature of Yang Kuan, who, though limited in numbers, proved to be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Consequently, the other ruffians refrained from encroaching upon his territory, allowing Yang Kuan to secure his position on Russell Street. With the peace established with Hongqing, Yang Kuan felt no further need to hide. He gathered his uninjured subordinates, including Su Shi, and returned to Russell Street, specifically to the Yimei Bar. Upon his return, he found no rival factions attempting to disrupt the peace, allowing him to finally relax. He had feared that someone might seize the opportunity to invade his territory amidst his conflicts with Hongqing. Seeing the absence of intruders, Yang Kuan felt a sense of reassurance. The managers of the entertainment venues, recognizing Yang Kuan's return, promptly approached him to pay the protection fees for the month. Aware of Yang Kuan's victory over De Lao Bi, they understood that Russell Street was now under his jurisdiction. Consequently, they willingly handed over the payments, eager to avoid incurring his wrath. The managers, adept at navigating the intricate relationships with the ruffians of Hong Kong Island, acted as anticipated. Yang Kuan was pleased with their promptness and chose not to impose difficulties upon them. As long as they continued to remit their monthly fees, he would refrain from causing them any trouble. However, upon collecting the protection fees, which amounted to a mere 50,000, Yang Kuan realized that this single street would scarcely provide for his needs. Aspiring for greater financial gains seemed unrealistic at this moment, especially following his reconciliation with Hongqing. Yang Kuan understood that provoking De Lao Bi again was not an option, leaving him to seek alternative means of income. After the temporary calm in the conflict with De Lao Bi, Niu Xiong from the Wan Chai police station paid Yang Kuan a visit. Having failed to apprehend Yang Kuan previously, Niu Xiong came merely to issue a warning, urging him to maintain a low profile in Causeway Bay and refrain from causing any disturbances. Otherwise, he would dispatch officers to disrupt Yang Kuan's operations, jeopardizing his livelihood. Yang Kuan dismissed Niu Xiong's warning without concern, viewing the police as inconsequential, particularly those who serve the interests of foreign powers. If provoked, he would not hesitate to eliminate threats, regardless of their badge. As long as Yang Kuan abstained from direct confrontation with the police, they were powerless against him. The law in Hong Kong rested on evidence, and without it, they could do little to impede his progress. His subordinates, loyal and unwavering, were products of a system that guaranteed their allegiance. Thus Yang Kuan harbored no fears of betrayal. Unlike the dramatic tales of treachery often depicted in films, he faced no such risks from his loyal crew. Even if some were captured, they would never betray their leader, leaving Yang Kuan untroubled by the police's threats or warnings. As time passed, Yang Kuan's subordinates began to recover from their injuries, gradually amassing sufficient manpower to safeguard their domain on Russell Street. Once all of his subordinates had recovered from their injuries, Yang Kuan found himself in a state of distress. He realized that his financial resources were rather limited, and sustaining such a large group of individuals required a substantial amount of money. The last sum he had retained, totaling 3 million Hong Kong dollars, along with the additional 500,000 Hong Kong dollars he collected as protection fees, quickly diminished. The expenses incurred from hiring doctors for medical treatment, coupled with the costs of nourishing his subordinates during their convalescence, meant that they were indulged with the finest sustenance available. However, with the meager funds he possessed, it was evident that this situation could not be sustained for long. Thus, Yang Kuan was left in a state of urgency, contemplating where he might procure some additional funds to alleviate his predicament. Chapter 24. The 300 million unregistered bonds. While Yang Kuan was deep in thought about where to procure funds, he came across a news report regarding Hung Lai Judian. Upon reading the article, memories of the establishment flooded back to him. The former proprietor, Lu Bin's son, had been wrongfully imprisoned in Chizhou by his son-in-law, Lu Yaozu, who had usurped control of the hotel. This led Yang Kuan to recall the 300 million unregistered bonds hidden by Lu Bin's son in the fish tank of Lu Yaozu's villa. Realizing the source of his potential wealth, Yang Kuan determined that retrieving those bonds would be his path to financial abundance, enabling him to recruit more personnel. He hastily summoned Su Shi to discuss the matter, instructing him to seize the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate Lu Yaozu's villa and recover the bonds from the fish tank. Following Yang Kuan's orders, Su Shi departed from Yimei Jiuba and made his way to Hung Lai Judian and Simsha Sui to surveil Lu Yaozu's movements. Su Shi's objective was to shadow Lu Yaozu, thereby discovering the location of his residence. Once he identified the villa, Sushi was confident he could extract the bonds without alarming the servants or bodyguards. Trusting in Sushi's capabilities, Yang Kuan remained at the bar, eagerly awaiting news. Convinced that good tidings would arrive shortly. After several days of waiting, Sushi finally spotted Lu Yaozu leaving Honglai Jiudian with his mistress, Meng Na. Seizing the moment, Sushi followed Lu Yaozu's vehicle discreetly. After approximately 30 minutes of tracking, he arrived at the villa's entrance, witnessing Lu Yaozu and Meng Na disembark and enter the dwelling, flanked by bodyguards. Sushi drove past the villa gate, confirming the address before retreating to formulate a plan for the night. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Sushi resolved to infiltrate the villa that evening to retrieve the bonds. He was acutely aware of Yang Kuan's financial distress and was determined to present the 300 million bonds to him, thus bringing joy to his superior. As night fell, Sushi circled the vicinity of Lu Yaozu's villa, familiarizing himself with the surroundings while biding his time until the opportune moment arose. By 11 p.m., after ensuring all lights in the villa had extinguished, Sushi parked his vehicle nearby, donned a pair of gloves, and approached the premises. He nimbly scaled the wall, evading the patrolling bodyguards, and entered the villa. Inside, he quickly located the fish tank concealing the bonds. Without hesitation, he approached the tank, carefully probing through the fine sand until he unearthed a sealed envelope. After securing the envelope, Sushi departed the villa silently, leaving no trace of his intrusion. Even after his exit, Lu Yaozu's bodyguards remained oblivious to the breach. Once back in his vehicle, Sushi drove to Yimei Jiuba and presented the envelope to Yang Kuan. Seeing Sushi return unscathed with the envelope filled with bonds thrilled Yang Kuan. Eagerly, he tore open the waterproof covering and unveiled the contents within. The sight of the 300 million unregistered bonds ignited a wave of exhilaration in him. With these bonds, he could exchange them for cash at Standard Chartered Bank, acquiring 300 million Hong Kong dollars. This newfound wealth would bolster Yang Kuan's confidence, liberating him from the fear of the powerful gangs operating in Hong Kong. Unlike before, when he hesitated to confront Jiang Tiansheng, now he could assert himself freely. The memory of his father's demise while fulfilling a task for Hongxing still haunted him, compounded by the meager 300,000 HKD compensation offered. Now, with 300 million Hong Kong dollars at his disposal, he could amass a formidable team, ensuring ample support for any forthcoming ventures. After confirming the authenticity of the bonds, Yang Kuan expressed his satisfaction with Sushi's performance, showering him with praise until Sushi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Once the accolades subsided, Yang Kuan inquired, "Sushi, did you leave any traces at Lu Yaozu's villa? We must avoid any repercussions should he discover the bonds are missing." "Rest assured, Kuan Gu, I wore gloves to prevent leaving fingerprints, and I restored the fish tank to its original state. Lu Yaozu should remain unaware of any alterations. Even if he does notice, he won't be able to trace it back to us. You can be at ease." Hearing Sushi's assurances, Yang Kuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Satisfied that no loose ends remained, he sent Sushi to rest in a private room at the bar. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Yang Kuan instructed Sushi to accompany several associates in 2 vans to the Standard Chartered Bank to exchange the 300 million unregistered bonds. Upon their arrival at the bank, Yang Kuan assigned someone to guard the vans while he and Sushi entered the Standard Chartered Bank to conduct the bond exchange transaction. In the VIP room, after presenting the 300 million unregistered bonds to the bank's account manager, Yang Kuan informed the manager of his intention to convert the entire amount into Hong Kong dollar cash. The bank's account manager, upon receiving the bonds from Yang Kuan, commenced a meticulous examination, ultimately confirming that these bonds were indeed issued by Standard Chartered Bank. Chapter 25. The redemption of bonds. However, since these bonds have not yet matured, if Yang Kuan were to exchange them for cash at this moment, Standard Chartered Bank could only redeem 300 million Hong Kong dollars of the principal for him, with the interest accrued over the years unfortunately forfeited. The bank manager conveyed all of this to Yang Kuan, urging him to refrain from redeeming the bonds for the time being, as it would result in a significant loss of interest. Despite the bank manager's counsel, Yang Kuan remained resolute in his decision to proceed with the redemption immediately. He could not afford to delay. Who could predict what might transpire in the future? Securing the money in his own hands would provide him with peace of mind, especially since these bonds were taken from Lu Yaozu, and he dared not continue to hold on to them. Observing Yang Kuan's determination, the bank manager ceased his attempts to dissuade him and proceeded to assist with the redemption process. After a considerable duration, Yang Kuen's bonds were successfully redeemed, and with the manager's help, he withdrew the entire 300 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, carefully packing the bills into a bag. Looking at the hefty bag before him, Yang Kuen sighed in relief, grateful that he had instructed his subordinates to bring 2 vans to the bank. Otherwise, transporting this sum would have proven impossible. The 300 million Hong Kong dollars filled 10 large bags, and had it been just Yang Kuen and Su Shi alone, they would have struggled to carry the money. Thus, Yang Kuen hastily instructed Su Shi to summon their subordinates from outside, and each person took 2 bags of cash as they departed from Standard Chartered Bank. Once outside, they loaded the bags into the vans and drove back to their home in Yau Ma Ti. Upon arriving, Yang Kuen, alongside Su Shi and the others, brought the money back to his residence. Sitting on the couch, he gazed at the substantial amount of cash before him and erupted into joyous laughter. He had not anticipated that the redemption of the bonds at Standard Chartered Bank would proceed so smoothly. Initially, he had been concerned about potential complications. Yet he had successfully acquired the 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Now that he had the funds, Yang Kuen intended to recruit additional personnel. This time, he planned not only to recruit ordinary team members, but also to bring in formidable figures such as Captain Xiongju, Blood Rose Ruolan, General Ma Feng, and Huang Lang Lujia. With only instructor Su Shi by his side, Yang Kuen realized he would need more capable individuals for future endeavors. Hence, he unhesitatingly spent 40 million Hong Kong dollars to recruit Captain Xiongju and Ruolan, ensuring he had 5 reliable aides. This way, whenever any tasks arose, he could delegate them to these 5, sparing himself from direct involvement. By remaining uninvolved in chaotic matters, he could avoid leaving any incriminating evidence against himself, ensuring that even if he directed his subordinates to undertake questionable activities, it would be difficult for anyone to trace it back to him. Particularly for the police on Hong Kong Island, as long as they could not gather evidence against Yang Kuen, he could continue to live there undisturbed, avoiding the fate of being caught and sent to Chi Chiu to face dire consequences. After redeeming those 4 individuals, he spent another 40 million Hong Kong dollars to recruit 40 ordinary team members, thus amassing a total of 100 regular 701 team members. He envisioned having Su Shi and his 5 aides each lead 20 subordinates, enabling them to efficiently complete routine tasks without deploying excessive manpower. However, with the addition of so many personnel, Yang Kuen realized that the previously acquired residence was no longer sufficient. Consequently, he instructed Su Shi to approach the landlord of the building to purchase the entire structure, ensuring ample accommodation for everyone. Once he acquired the entire 15-story residential building, Yang Kuen possessed 45 units, each boasting an expansive area, with every unit designed as a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom layout, allowing 3 ordinary team members to reside comfortably. As for Yang Kuen and Su Shi, they each had their private units, ensuring that even as he continued to recruit more personnel, there would be adequate housing available. Following Yang Kuen's directive, Su Shi approached the landlord of their current building and expended 17 million to acquire the remaining 25 units. Once all arrangements were finalized, Yang Kuen had spent nearly 100 million Hong Kong dollars in total. Observing the remaining 200 million Hong Kong dollars, he mused that money truly does not last. Having already spent a third of it, he recognized the necessity of continuing his efforts to amass wealth. After arranging housing for everyone, Yang Kuen acquired a large safe to store the remaining 200 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, intending to access it when required. With everything in order, he left a group of individuals at home while taking the others with him to Causeway Bay. He instructed his team members to take over various tasks on Russell Street, such as overseeing properties and providing valet services, while also addressing any disturbances caused by rival gangs, ensuring that no outsiders disrupted his territory. Having secured the bonds from Lu Yaozu's villa, Yang Kuen remained unsatisfied. His ambitions now turned towards the Hung Lai Hotel owned by Lu Yaozu. He was well aware that this establishment housed a private casino, primarily utilized for laundering money, an operation that had helped the Ni family from Tsim Sha Sui cleanse their illicit profits. Thus, Yang Kuen coveted the Hung Lai Hotel, yearning for such a money-laundering channel to clean the wealth he acquired through less than savory means. Although he desired to seize Lu Yaozu's Hung Lai Hotel, he recognized the formidable influence of the Ni family in Tsim Sha Sui, making it unwise to act rashly. He resolved to bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment when the Ni family was embroiled in internal strife following Ni Kuen's demise, allowing him to act decisively when the time was right. Yang Kun was acutely aware that Ni Kun's days were numbered. He would soon fall victim to a conspiracy orchestrated by Huang Ziqing and Han Chan's wife. Thus, Yang Kun remained unperturbed, confident that the Hung Lai Hotel would eventually come into his possession. Once the Ni family met their demise and Liu Yaozu was stripped of his support, Yang Kun would have his way with him. Acquiring the Hung Lai Hotel from Liu Yaozu would be a trivial matter. If necessary, he could enlist Captain Xiongju to thoroughly torment Liu Yaozu, who would likely be more than willing to relinquish the hotel to him. Yang Kun held firm belief in this outcome, convinced that Liu Yaozu could not withstand the captain's relentless torment. Chapter 26. Dalaobi takes on the task in Ao Dao. Without delving into how Yang Kun schemed against Liu Yaozu regarding the Hung Lai Hotel, Dalaobi, after resolving his matters with Yang Kun, found himself sequestered in the Tawadi Yesha bar, drowning his sorrows in drink. He had suffered significant humiliation within the society, as every meeting saw Yang Kun and Fei Laoli relentlessly mocking him, leading to frequent quarrels. Presently, Dalaobi was consumed with thoughts on how to restore his reputation and silence the incessant taunts from Liang Kun and his ilk. On this day, the Hongxing Society convened for their meeting, during which Jiang Tianxing disclosed an unexpected predicament. It seemed that their casino in Ao Dao was being troubled by an individual known as Sango. Upon hearing from Jiang Tianxing that this Sango demanded a monthly protection fee amounting to 30% of their casino's revenue, the assembled masters were incensed. How dare anyone challenge the authority of Hongxing? Clearly, this Sango was courting danger. In his pursuit to reclaim his stature, Dalaobi was the first to inquire of Jiang Tianxing. Mr. Jiang, does this Sango demand protection fees solely from us, or does he impose this on all casinos? Jiang Tianxing, with an air of authority, responded, I do not concern myself with others. Hongxing shall never pay this protection fee. Understanding Jiang Tianxing's intent, Dalaobi declared, then let us eliminate this Sango and send a message to the other societies in Ao Dao, demonstrating the might of Hongxing. Mr. Jiang, entrust this task to us in Tongluan. I shall ensure that we deal with this Sango decisively. As soon as Dalaobi finished speaking, Liang Kun interjected with a sinister tone, Shibi, are you capable of handling this? Do not embarrass us further. I am far more reliable in such matters. Dalaobi, incensed by Liang Kun's interference, slammed the table and engaged in a heated argument with him. Observing their quarrel, Jiang Tianxing felt a headache coming on and intervened, decisively assigning the task of dealing with Sango to Dalaobi. His intention was to allow Dalaobi an opportunity to earn merit, thereby alleviating the repercussions of his previous encounter with Yang Kun, and to spare him from Liang Kun's relentless ridicule. Although Jiang Tianxing occasionally harbored doubts about Dalaobi's capabilities, his loyalty compelled him to provide Dalaobi with opportunities to prove himself, granting him a stronger voice among the other masters. Recognizing Jiang Tianxing's support for Dalaobi, Liang Kun refrained from further contesting the assignment, stating, since Mr. Jiang insists on giving this to Shibi, I expect a satisfactory explanation should any issues arise. After making his statement, Liang Kun disregarded Jiang Tianxing and the others, rising to leave the Hongxing headquarters with his entourage. Witnessing Liang Kun's premature departure, Dalaobi seized the moment to lodge a complaint. Mr. Jiang, look at Liang Kun. His audacity knows no bounds. He leaves the meeting without your permission, displaying a blatant disregard for your authority. He must be held accountable. Jiang Tianxing, irritated by Liang Kun's insolence, recognized that this was not the time to confront him and chose to endure it for the moment. Hearing Dalaobi's complaints only fueled his annoyance. He retorted, enough of Liang Kun. Focus on the task in Ao Dao. Ensure it is executed flawlessly so that I can advocate for you in the future. With that, Jiang Tianxing announced the conclusion of the meeting and departed with Chun Yao. Once Jiang Tianxing exited, the other masters also rose to leave, expressing admiration for Liang Kun's audacity to challenge their leader openly. Dalaobi, feeling disheartened by Jiang Tianxing's dismissal of his grievance, could not comprehend why Jiang Tianxing tolerated Liang Kun's insolence. Had Dalaobi been the leader of Hongxing, he would have swiftly dealt with Liang Kun. Upon returning to Tongluan, Dalaobi summoned Chun Haonan and others to discuss the task assigned by Jiang Tianxing. He instructed them to travel to Ao Dao and eliminate Sango, ensuring he could report back to Jiang Tianxing satisfactorily. Chun Haonan and his companions readily accepted the mission. eager to regain their honor after the humiliation they suffered at the hands of Yang Kun. The entire Tongluan was aware of how Chun Haonan had been overpowered, leaving him feeling disgraced. Now, they avoided the Russell Street area, fearful of ridicule. Thus, when the opportunity to eliminate a target in Ao Dao arose, Chun Haonan and his companions agreed with enthusiasm. Dalao Bi, heartened by their commitment, recognized that he could rely solely on Chun Haonan and his crew. Over the years, he had favored Chun Haonan, often including him in favorable ventures, which fostered resentment among his other subordinates. Furthermore, Dalao Bi's stinginess only deepened their disdain. After the confrontation with Yang Kun, compensation for the fallen was meager, with each receiving a mere 200,000 as a settlement, and the injured receiving even less. Had Dalao Bi not been the designated leader of Tongluan and lacked Jiang Tianxing's backing, there would have been a rebellion against him long ago. Although these underlings may not have openly rebelled against Dalao Bi for the time being, they have begun to subtly undermine his commands, either by evading them or by procrastinating in their execution. They are acutely aware that should calamity strike, their fates will go unnoticed, leading to a palpable reluctance among them to wholeheartedly serve Dalao Bi. This dynamic elucidates why, in the original narrative, Dalao Bi met with his demise at the hands of Liang Kun, with his entire family buried alongside him. Ultimately, despite the multitude of underlings, only Chun Haonan and a few others dared to seek vengeance for Dalao Bi. The rest, even when approached by Chun Haonan for assistance, refrained from standing up for Dalao Bi, thus revealing the extent to which he had fallen out of favor among his subordinates in Tongluan. Chapter 27. Receiving the commission from Taishan to deal with the three brothers from Vietnam, as Chun Haonan and his companions received the orders from the formidable Boss Bi and were en route to Ao Island, Liang Kun secretly instructed Sha Chong to contact the gang member saying go on Ao Island, warning him that Jiang Tianxing had dispatched someone to confront him. After notifying Sang Go, Liang Kun still felt unsettled and contemplated whether he should personally make a trip to Ao Island for some amusement with Chun Haonan and the others. Resolute in his decision, Liang Kun, accompanied by Sha Chong and others, covertly set off to Ao Island by speedboat. After Boss Bi sent Chun Haonan and his crew to Ao Island to carry out their tasks, there was no one to oversee the Nightshade Bar, compelling Boss Bi to personally manage the establishment during this period to prevent any unruly thugs from causing trouble. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Captain Xiongju, Yang Kun found himself enjoying a more leisurely existence, no longer needing to patrol the streets with sushi daily. Now, Russell Street was effectively safeguarded by Yang Kun's men, making it nearly impenetrable for outsiders without his permission. As Yang Kun awaited the demise of Ni Kun from Tsim Sha Sui, he unexpectedly received a report from one of his subordinates indicating that someone named Taishan sought to meet him. Although Yang Kun could not recall who this Taishan was, he decided to meet him nonetheless to discern the purpose of his visit. He instructed his subordinate to bring Taishan to the Nightshade Bar. Before long, Taishan arrived at the Nightshade Bar, and upon seeing him, Yang Kun confirmed that he did not recognize the individual. He inquired, "You are Taishan, correct? What brings you to seek me?" Without indulging in pleasantries, Taishan directly articulated his intent. "You are Yang Kun, Brother Kun, right? I have come to commission you to assist me in recovering a debt. If you succeed in retrieving the debt, I can offer you a reward amounting to 30%. Curious as to how Taishan had learned of his willingness to assist in debt collection, Yang Kun asked, "How did you come to think of me for this task?" Taishan explained, "Brother Kun, the conflict between you and Boss Bi is well known in the underworld. It has circulated that you were commissioned by that stuttering girl to teach Chun Haonan a lesson. Boss Bi, in retaliation for his subordinate, instigated the clash between you two. Since you could assist her, I thought surely you could help me recover the debts, which is why I sought you." After hearing Taishan's explanation, Yang Kun's initial doubts dissipated. Recognizing an opportunity for financial gain, he invited Taishan to elaborate on the specifics of the debt. As Taishan recounted the circumstances, Yang Kun realized that he was the same Taishan who had been victimized by the trio of a Jia, Tony, and a Hu. This trio had seized goods worth 80 million from Taishan and had beaten him when he attempted to collect the debt. Understanding that Taishan had come to him for assistance after realizing he could not contend with the three brothers, Yang Kun reflected on the reputation of his own men, who were known for their formidable fighting prowess. Many gang leaders had cautioned their subordinates against provoking Yang Kun and his crew to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon learning that the mission involved confronting a Jia and his brothers to reclaim the debt, Yang Kuan pondered briefly before agreeing to assist. He felt confident in his ability to handle Ajah and his men, believing that once he dealt with the three brothers, their followers would scatter, thus minimizing any potential conflict. Taishan, relieved and grateful for Yang Kuan's agreement, felt a surge of hope. The loss of such a significant shipment had displeased his backer, Lin Kuan, and had it not been for Taishan's assurances of retrieving the goods, he might have faced dire consequences. Now, with a chance to recover the merchandise, Taishan felt he could appease Lin Kuan. While the commission would require a considerable fee, Taishan deemed it worthwhile, confident that retrieving the goods would allow him to quickly recoup the expense. The priority was to reclaim the shipment from Ajah and his brothers. After finalizing the arrangement, Yang Kuan instructed his subordinates to escort Taishan out of Russell Street. Once Taishan departed, Yang Kuan assigned the task to Captain Xiongju, emphasizing that the objective was to reclaim the goods held by Ajah and his men, ensuring that no residual troubles remained. He also warned Xiongju about a police undercover named Hua Sheng associated with Ajah's gang. Understanding the instructions, Xiongju promptly assured Yang Kuan that he would manage the situation without causing any complications. Confident in Xiongju's comprehension of the task, Yang Kuan allowed him to proceed. Xiongju wasted no time, taking 20 of his team members to locate the hideout of the three brothers. The whereabouts of the Vietnamese trio were relatively easy to ascertain, as many in the underworld were familiar with them. Since their escape from the refugee camp at Baishar Beach and their arrival in Hong Kong, they had been engaged in smuggling operations, relying on their Vietnamese identity. The trio has been transporting goods from Guangdao to Vietnam, amassing considerable wealth over the years. Presently, the three brothers, known as Ajah, exhibit a rather audacious demeanor on Guangdao. However, their reputation on the streets is far from admirable, often marred by rumors of internal conflict among them. Despite their unscrupulous methods, they have refrained from encroaching upon the businesses of the major gangs in Guangdao, thereby avoiding any trouble from these larger organizations. As for the smaller thugs, they lack the means to challenge the Ajah brothers, allowing them to maintain a stable existence on Guangdao throughout the years. Chapter 28. Resolving the Vietnamese gang and retrieving the goods from Taishan. After several days of investigation, Captain Xiongju discovered that the Ajah brothers typically lingered around the areas of Wang Kok and Yao Ma Ti, yet their stronghold was located in Nam Sheng Wai. Upon locating the hideout of the Ajah brothers, Xiongju refrained from immediate confrontation. Instead, he bided his time until all the brothers had gathered in Nam Sheng Wai, at which point he led his team to their lair. Upon arrival, Xiongju noted that twilight was approaching, and he understood the urgency of acting swiftly against the Ajah brothers. Otherwise, they would soon be off to nightclubs to indulge in revelry. He signaled for his 20 subordinates to block both the front and back exits, effectively trapping the Vietnamese gang inside. With a powerful kick, he burst through the door and entered the premises. Inside, Xiongju was met with the astonished gazes of the Ajah brothers and a dozen other scrawny Vietnamese men, who appeared taken aback by his sudden intrusion. At that moment, Xiongju could sense their surprise, but he wasted no time. Addressing the Ajah brothers, he demanded, "Have you swallowed the goods belonging to Taishan? I am here to reclaim them. If you are wise, you will surrender them promptly. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." The Vietnamese men erupted in laughter at Xiongju's words, initially unaware of the identity of these intruders who had startled them. Realizing they were merely reinforcements summoned by Taishan, the Ajah brothers dismissively regarded Xiongju and his crew. Having recently dealt Taishan a significant blow, they now underestimated the threat posed by Xiongju. Ajah brazenly remarked, "Brother, your style is quite avant-garde. Are you attempting to intimidate me? I have no goods for you. What will you do about it?" After speaking, he arrogantly took a puff from a cigar, exhaling smoke in Xiongju's direction. Witnessing such insolence, Xiongju made a swift judgment about their fate. Without further ado, Xiongju launched an attack on Ajah, his movements so rapid that neither Tony nor Ahu could react before Ajah lay lifeless at his feet. Xiongju's speed stemmed from his unyielding intent. He aimed directly for Ajah's vital points, swiftly snapping his neck within mere moments. As their leader struck, Xiongju's team immediately engaged Tony and his allies, catching them off guard. Initially, Tony and Ahu had contemplated avenging their older brother, but before they could act, Xiongju's men were upon them. Faced with this unexpected onslaught, Tony and Ahu were astonished at the skill of their attackers, who demonstrated prowess equal to that of the brothers. Although Tony and Ahu managed to hold their ground for a time, The other Vietnamese men were not so fortunate, falling one after another to the relentless assault. Desperation gripped Tony as he recognized that should his subordinates be eliminated, he and Ahu would soon face the same fate. The thought of their mother left without care propelled him to set aside his grief for his fallen brother, and as he defended against the attacks, he shouted, "Stop! Stop! If you seek the goods from Shango, we will return them to you." Hearing Tony's plea, Xiongju replied, "Foolish one, once you're dead, those goods will belong to us." With that, he signaled his subordinates to intensify their assault on Tony and his crew. The relentless barrage left Tony with no opportunity to speak further. In short order, the remaining Vietnamese were dispatched, and Tony and Ahu found themselves overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground. Just as Xiongju prepared to deal with them, a striking young man with dark skin boldly claimed to be a police officer, hoping to leverage his authority to intimidate Xiongju into restraint. To his astonishment, Xiongju approached him, crouched down, and said, "I know you. You are the undercover officer known as Huasheng. But what of it? Do you think I would spare you?" With that, Xiongju delivered a swift kick, breaking Huasheng's neck, sending him to his demise. The actions of Xiongju plunged Tony and Ahu into despair, realizing their fate was sealed. Noting Xiongju's audacity to slay a police officer, they understood their own lives were of little consequence. True to their fears, Xiongju merely cast a glance at them before instructing his men to send the brothers on their way. With no time to waste on Tony and his brother, Xiongju directed his team to search the Aja brothers' hideout for money and drugs. After a thorough search, they uncovered several hidden safes. Following a violent breach, they discovered a cache of cash and goods within. The haul amounted to approximately 100 kilograms of contraband and over 20 million in cash. Surveying the spoils, Xiongju promptly ordered his men to load the goods and money into their vehicle, while he remained behind to obliterate any evidence of their presence, ensuring they left no trace for the authorities to uncover. In a bid to obliterate all evidence, Xiongju doused the interior of the house with gasoline. After ensuring that his team had taken the money and goods, he struck a match, igniting the entire structure. As he observed the inferno raging within, it was evident that it would not be long before the house was reduced to ashes. Only then did Xiongju and his team drive away from Nanxingwai, returning to report to Yangkuan. Given Nanxingwai's remote location on the island, the fire continued to burn for quite some time before being noticed, prompting someone to alert the authorities and notify the fire department. Chapter 29 confirms the demise of Huasheng. When the fire brigade arrived and extinguished the flames, they discovered numerous charred corpses within the house, which startled the firefighters significantly. They realized that this was not merely an ordinary fire but a murder scene, prompting them to promptly call the police to take over the investigation. Upon receiving the firefighters' report, the police swiftly arrived at Nanxingwei. The sight of over 20 charred bodies left them equally horrified. After a thorough examination, they found no trace of the perpetrator. The inferno had obliterated all evidence. Just as the officers from the Yuanlong district were preparing to transport the bodies to the precinct, another vehicle arrived. As the car came to a halt, a robust man in his 30s emerged. This individual was none other than Inspector Ma Jun, the head of the Serious Crimes Unit at the Yao Ma Ti police station. His presence was due to an urgent notification from Huasheng, urging him to rush to Nanxingwei. Huasheng had seen Xiongju and his associates burst in and, sensing danger, discreetly hidden behind a cupboard, quickly contacting Ma Jun with a pager. Upon reviewing the message left by Huasheng, Ma Jun hastily drove to Nanxingwei, though he arrived too late. The reason for his tardiness was the swift actions of Xiongju and his group, who had swiftly dealt with Tony and his associates. Otherwise, Ma Jun might have intercepted them. Upon surveying the scene, Ma Jun understood the gravity of the situation and meticulously examined each charred body, ultimately recognizing one as belonging to Huasheng. The identification of Huasheng's body plunged Ma Jun into deep sorrow. He had never anticipated that his undercover agent would meet such a fate. This outcome was difficult for him to accept. After a prolonged silence, Ma Jun began identifying the other corpses. After considerable effort, he managed to identify the bodies of the Aja trio. This revelation confirmed that the Vietnamese gang he had been pursuing had been annihilated. Not only had all the Vietnamese individuals perished, but his undercover agent had also died in that place. Enraged, Ma Jun yearned to exact vengeance upon the murderers in honor of his fallen agent. Meanwhile, Xiongju had already returned to the Yi Mei bar on Russell Street in Causeway Bay with his crew. Upon arrival, he instructed his men to unload the money and goods from the vehicle and deliver them to Yang Kuen's office. Upon seeing that Xiongju had brought back the goods from Taishan and the money from Tony's group, Yang Kuen realized that the Asia trio had been dealt with. After inquiring with Xiongju and learning that there were no loose ends left, he felt reassured. Not only had the Asia trio's Vietnamese gang been wiped out, but the undercover agent named Hua Sheng had also been eliminated, and Xiongju had set a fire to destroy evidence before leaving. Yang Kuen then decided to reward the team for their efficient handling of the situation. From the money Xiongju had brought back, he took out 5 million Hong Kong dollars and entrusted it to Xiongju to distribute bonuses to the team members. Each of the 20 team members would receive 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, while Xiongju would receive 1 million Hong Kong dollars, amounting to a total of 5 million Hong Kong dollars in rewards. Yang Kuen felt no regret in this expenditure. He would not be stingy with his loyal subordinates. Xiongju accepted the reward without hesitation and promptly went to distribute the money among the team members. The remaining funds were secured in the office safe by Yang Kuen. Once the money was stored, Yang Kuen instructed someone to notify Taishan to come to the Yimei bar to collect his goods, reminding Taishan not to forget his compensation. Upon receiving Yang Kuen's notification, Taishan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Kuen would operate so swiftly. Just a few days had passed since he had entrusted Yang Kuen with retrieving his goods from the Asia trio, and now he was being asked to come and collect them, which delighted Taishan. He quickly gathered his money and drove to the Yimei bar on Russell Street. Upon entering Yang Kuen's office, Taishan immediately recognized the goods on the table as the very ones the Asia trio had taken from him. After confirming that the goods were indeed his, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yang Kuen for helping him recover his goods and navigate through this difficult situation. After thanking Yang Kuen, Taishan placed 26 million Hong Kong dollars on the table before him. Upon seeing the money, Yang Kuen nodded in satisfaction and urged Taishan to promptly remove the goods. He did not wish to have such a large quantity of powder lingering on his premises. If the police were to raid the Yimei bar at that moment, it would spell disaster for him, an outcome Yang Kuen was keen to avoid. Recognizing Yang Kuen's urgency, Taishan wasted no time and called his subordinates to load the goods into their vehicle. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Yang Kuen, Taishan left the Yimei bar, intent on delivering the goods to Lin Kuen and providing an account of how he had recovered what was lost, hoping to earn Lin Kuen's forgiveness. Once Taishan departed, Yang Kuen summoned Su Shi, handing him 10 million Hong Kong dollars to distribute bonuses to those team members who remained at home guarding their territory. Each of these team members would receive 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, while the 4 leaders would receive 500,000 Hong Kong dollars each. This ensured that the guarding team members would not feel envious of those who had gone out on missions. In this manner, once everyone is rewarded, they will undoubtedly approach their tasks with greater diligence. Upon returning to the Oilma-D police station, Ma Jun promptly communicated the news of Hua Sheng's martyrdom in the line of duty to his superiors. Subsequently, he mobilized all available personnel to investigate and gather intelligence regarding the Vietnamese gang, seeking any leads that might reveal who was responsible for their annihilation. Ma Jun was resolute in his pursuit of these perpetrators. His motivation extended beyond the actions of Aja and his cohorts. It was a quest for vengeance for Hua Sheng, as he could not allow Hua Sheng's sacrifice to fade into silence. Thus, Ma Jun vowed to find the assailants who had taken Hua Sheng's life. Chapter 30. Lianhua's opportunistic attack. At this moment, Yang Kuen remains oblivious to Ma Jun's intentions towards the perpetrator responsible for Hua Sheng's demise. Yang Kuen, preoccupied with the anticipation of Ni Kuen's impending demise, eagerly awaits the moment he can seize control of Hung Lai Hotel. As Yang Kuen lurks in the shadows, akin to a venomous serpent, fixated on the Ni family, his neighbor, the notorious Boss B, finds himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Once again, Boss B has bungled the task assigned by Jiang Tianxing. The individuals he dispatched to Lao Dao, including Chun Haonan, not only failed to eliminate Sang Go, but also fell victim to an ambush, resulting in the unfortunate death of Jiao Pai. Furthermore, Chun Haonan, ensnared by Lianhua's cunning, finds himself exposed in a video capturing his fierce battle with Shan Ji's companion, Kuen. Upon learning of this debacle, Shan Ji severed ties with Chun Haonan and fled to the island to seek refuge with his cousin. Only Chun Haonan, De Tian Air, and Bao Pai returned to Gangdao, their plight a testament to their disgrace. Upon discovering the failure of their mission in Aodao, which not only failed to eliminate Sang-go but also resulted in casualties. Boss B nearly succumbed to frustration. Unsure of how to explain the situation to Jiang Tianxing, he recalled that he had eagerly volunteered for this task during a meeting, hoping to restore his reputation and cease being undermined by Liang Hua. Instead of gaining honor, he found himself exposed to ridicule. Despite his vexation towards Chun Haonan and the others, Boss B's heart softened at the sight of their pitiful state, prompting him to refrain from scolding them. After all, these men had been with him since their youth, and their bond ran deep. Thus, even though Chun Haonan had faltered on several occasions, Boss B had never truly blamed him. In fact, he was contemplating ways to shield Chun Haonan and the others from the punitive measures of the gang rules. Just as he was mulling over this dilemma, Boss B received a call from Chun Yao, instructing him to attend a meeting at the main hall the following day concerning the Ao incident. After hanging up, he realized the gravity of the situation. The news of Chun Haonan's failure had evidently reached the ears of other hall leaders and Jiang Tianxing, which explained the sudden summons. The next day, at the Hongxing main hall, Boss B arrived with Chun Haonan and the others, only to find all the hall leaders awaiting them. Once seated, Jiang Tianxing wasted no time in addressing the assembly. He stated that the reason for calling everyone together was due to Boss B's subordinate's failure in Ao, resulting in the loss of a brother. Jiang Tianxing turned to Boss B and demanded an explanation for the debacle. In response to Jiang Tianxing's inquiry, Boss B hastily asserted, "Mr. Jiang, I assure you, there must have been a leak. Otherwise, Haonan and his team would have succeeded in dealing with Sang-go. I believe." Just as Boss B was about to voice his suspicions of an insider within Hongxing, he was abruptly interrupted by Liang Hua. Leaning casually in his chair, Liang Hua addressed Boss B, "What do you think? The focus here is that your subordinate has botched the task, and you owe us an explanation. Why all the rambling?" Unfazed by Liang Hua's provocations, Boss B persisted with Jiang Tianxing, insisting the failure was due to a traitor, asserting that Haonan and his team would have triumphed otherwise. Before Jiang Tianxing could respond, Liang Hua interjected, "Boss B, no matter how much you say, your subordinate has still failed in this mission. What's the point of your endless excuses? It's utterly nonsensical. And about this supposed traitor, do you have any evidence? Speak up, let us know who the traitor is." At this point, Boss B could no longer suppress his fury and stood up, exclaiming, "Liang Hua, do not overstep your bounds. Why do you always target me? If you continue to provoke me, I swear I will end you." Liang Hua, undeterred by the outburst, stood to meet Boss B's anger, retorting, "You dare to speak to me like that? I could easily end your life right now." As the tension escalated between them, their respective subordinates glared at each other, poised for confrontation. Just as the situation threatened to boil over, Jiang Tianxing slammed his hand on the table and commanded, "Sit down. Is there no sense of decorum? This is the Hongxing main hall, not a venue for brawls." With Jiang Tianxing's authoritative reprimand, both Boss B and Liang Hua ceased their verbal sparring and returned to their seats. After resuming his position, Liang Hua mumbled, "Ah, it is truly fortunate to have protection. Even when mistakes are made, one is shielded from reproach. Such injustice." Noticing Liang Hua's audacity, Jiang Tianxing coldly addressed him, "Liang Hua, if you have something to say, speak plainly. Do not indulge in your sarcastic remarks." Liang Hua, unperturbed, replied directly, "Since Mr. Jiang permits me to speak, I shall. Mr. Jiang, in our Hongxing, do we not reward merit and punish wrongdoing? Regardless of one's status, one must acknowledge their errors, correct?" Jiang Tianxing, acknowledging the truth in Liang Hua's statement, responded in a low voice, "Indeed, you are correct. Then, since you concede, may I ask how you plan to penalize Boss B for his subordinate's failure in Ao?" Liang Hua directed his accusation squarely at Boss B. At this moment, Chun Haonan, standing behind Boss B, grew anxious and interjected, "This failure is not Boss B's fault. I will bear all the consequences." Liang Hua, taken aback by Chun Haonan's audacity to speak up, retorted harshly, "What did you say? If you take the blame, you will meet a dire fate. Do you understand?" As soon as Liang Kuan finished speaking, Dalao Bi promptly pulled Chun Haonan behind him, for he understood the truth in Liang Kuan's words. If Chun Haonan were to bear the brunt of this situation, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, Dalao Bi, fearing that Chun Haonan might utter something further, swiftly intervened to silence him. Noticing Dalao Bi had effectively restrained Chun Haonan, Liang Kuan chose to disregard him, for his true aim was to confront Jiang Tianxing. Liang Kuan intended to seize the opportunity presented by the recent events on Ao to challenge Jiang Tianxing and unseat him from his prestigious position at the helm. For a long time, Liang Kuan had coveted Jiang Tianxing's throne, and now that he had finally caught a break, he would not let it slip away. Consequently, after Chen Haonan and his associates failed in their endeavors on Aodao, Liang Kuan immediately sought out several other leaders, bribing them to garner their support in his quest to ascend to the position of the leader of Hongxing. Thus, he would not easily relinquish this opportunity. Chapter 31. Liang Kuan seizes the opportunity to challenge Jiang Tianxing. Upon witnessing Liang Kuan's relentless demeanor, Jiang Tianxing immediately grasped his intentions, recognizing his ambition for the position beneath him. Jiang Tianxing was already well aware of Liang Kuan's aspirations, as Chen Yao had previously informed him of Liang Kuan's desire to usurp his position. Thus, Jiang Tianxing had long been prepared for this eventuality. Understanding Liang Kuan's ambition to ascend to the helm of the Hongxing organization, Jiang Tianxing strategically decided to temporarily allow Liang Kuan to occupy this position. This would enable him to discern which of the current leaders aligned with Liang Kuan, thus providing him the opportunity to subsequently eliminate them from their posts. Furthermore, Jiang Tianxing had long sought to cleanse his own reputation. By conceding the leadership to Liang Kuan, he could deflect all past misdeeds of the Hongxing organization onto Liang Kuan. Once he eliminated Liang Kuan, Jiang Tianxing would be poised to regain control over a purified Hongxing society. Having anticipated this moment, Jiang Tianxing calmly addressed Liang Kuan's inquiries, stating, "Liang Kuan, there is no need to put pressure on our younger brothers. The situation in Aodao was entrusted to Haonan and his team, so I will bear the consequences. Do you have anything further to say?" Upon hearing Jiang Tianxing assume responsibility, Liang Kuan felt an immediate surge of elation and seized the moment, declaring, "Well, Mr. Jiang, since you say so, I believe it is time for us to re-elect the leader. This year marks the triennial election for the leader, so I, Liang Kuan, propose we hold a new election for the position of Hongxing's leader." Upon hearing Liang Kuan's intention to undermine Jiang Tianxing, Dalao Bi was infuriated, immediately jumping to his feet before Jiang Tianxing could react. He pointed an accusatory finger at Liang Kuan, exclaiming, "Ah, Liang Kuan, so you intend to usurp Mr. Jiang's position? Not on my watch. I will take full responsibility for the consequences of Aodao. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, direct them toward me." Ignoring Dalao Bi's accusations, Liang Kuan turned to Jiang Tianxing and inquired, "Mr. Jiang, the position of leader in Hongxing can indeed be elected, correct?" "Indeed, Liang Kuan. Are you so eager to assume my position?" Jiang Tianxing replied. Liang Kuan then began to recount his contributions to the organization, lamenting, "I joined Hongxing at the tender age of 15. Over the years, I have made numerous contributions to the society." He then glanced at the other leaders present and continued, "For the sake of the organization, I endured 3 years in the harsh confines of Qizhou. Moreover, whenever any of our brothers sought my assistance, I ensured their needs were met. Based on my contributions, I am undoubtedly qualified to assume the role of leader." As Liang Kuan enumerated his accomplishments, several leaders who had benefited from his generosity began to speak in his favor. Brother Ji remarked, "Indeed, over the years, a Kuan has assisted us significantly, always dedicated and considerate towards us older members." Fat Laoli chimed in, "Brother Ji is right. Liang Kuan has contributed a substantial amount to the society's funds. If a Kuan were to become the leader, he could help us all earn more. I believe Liang Kuan would make a commendable leader." Observing Brother Ji and Fat Laoli rallying support for Liang Kuan, Jiang Tianxing smiled and said, "Since Liang Kuan wishes to hold a new election for the leadership position, I shall not obstruct it. In this era of democracy, let us raise our hands to vote. If the majority favors Liang Kuan as the leader of Hongxing, I, Jiang Tianxing, will willingly step aside." After Jiang Tianxing's statement, to everyone's astonishment, the first to raise his hand in support of Liang Kuan was Chen Yao, the white paper fan of Hongxing, shocking all the leaders present. Chen Yao was considered Jiang Tianxing's confidant. How could he possibly support Liang Kuan? This piqued the curiosity of everyone in attendance. However, as Liang Kuan coughed lightly, Brother Ji and the others who had benefited from Liang Kuan's generosity quickly realized that this was not the time for their curiosity. Following Chen Yao's supportive gesture, Brother Ji, Fat Laoli, Diyu, and Ma Wang sequentially raised their hands in favor of Liang Kuan. Witnessing such overwhelming support, the Hanbin trio also followed suit. As a result, among the 12 leaders of Hongxing, aside from Dalao Bi, the Crown Prince, and Liang Ma, the other 9 leaders had raised their hands in support of Liang Kuan's ascension to leadership. Dalao B was in a state of panic, fearing that his sworn adversary would displace his support from the leadership position, jeopardizing his own future. Thus, Dalao B was more anxious than even Jiang Tianxing. He bellowed to the crowd, "What are you all doing? Are you attempting to rebel? Put your hands down." Liang Kuan, witnessing Dalao B's frantic defense of Jiang Tianxing, retorted, "Dalao B, what are you doing? Do you intend to stifle everyone's right to voice their opinions? That is rather tyrannical." As Dalao B attempted to respond, Chen Yao interjected, "Dalao B, cease your disruption. All leaders have the right to vote in the election for the leader. Kindly refrain from causing a scene." Upon hearing Chen Yao's words, Dalao B immediately turned his ire toward him. In Dalao B's view, had Chen Yao not been the first to support Liang Kuan, the others would not have followed suit. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Chen Yao, viewing him as a traitor. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yao, exclaiming, "Chen Yao, you scoundrel! How much has Liang Kuan paid you to speak on his behalf? Are you truly willing to betray Mr. Zhang's trust?" Chen Yao, incensed by Dalao B's accusations, retorted, "Dalao B, do not spout nonsense. My support for Liang Kuan stems from my belief in his significant contributions to the society. Do not slander me." Despite Chen Yao's eloquent defense, Dalao B was unyielding, declaring, "Spare me your justifications. You were the first to support Liang Kuan, and thus I shall be the first to eliminate you, cleansing Mr. Zhang's ranks of this traitor." Upon hearing the threats from the formidable Dalao B, Chen Yao's expression immediately darkened as he addressed him. "Da B, contemplate your words carefully. Should you continue to spout nonsense, I shall not hesitate to respond with firmness." Jiang Tianxing, witnessing the confrontation between Dalao B and Chen Yao, swiftly interjected to prevent any disruption to his carefully laid plans, saying, "Very well, Da B. In light of the consensus among us, I shall concede the leadership position to Liang Kuan. I implore you to cease this uproar." Chapter 32. Chen Haonan is expelled from the Hongxing society as the esteemed figure known as Dalao B sat in silence. Seething with frustration after Jiang Tianxing spoke, he had already resolved within himself that even if Liang Kuan ascended to the helm of the Hongxing society, he would not heed Liang Kuan's commands. Moreover, he intended to create continual disturbances for Liang Kuan, ensuring that he would never experience a moment of peace. Once Dalao B had calmed down, Jiang Tianxing contemplated leaving the Hongxing headquarters, only to be halted by Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan addressed him, saying, "Brother Sheng, I hold you in high regard. Today, you remain the leader of Hongxing, and there are certain matters that require your resolution." Jiang Tianxing, perplexed by Liang Kuan's words, awaited further explanation. Liang Kuan then produced a box of videotapes from his pocket, tossing it onto the table as he remarked, "Yesterday, someone sent this box of tapes to my film company. Out of curiosity, I watched it, and it was quite startling. It features our Hongxing brother engaging with Guaer Sa, and this scandal is spreading like wildfire throughout the underworld of the island. Mr. Jiang, what do you intend to do about this?" Upon hearing Liang Kuan's revelation about one of their own brothers being involved with Guaer Sa, the others began to murmur among themselves. While they were baffled by the situation, Chen Haonan understood all too well that Liang Kuan was referring to him, leaving him feeling immensely humiliated. As Chen Haonan grappled with whether to admit his involvement in the tape, Liang Kuan commanded his subordinates to fetch a television and a VCR to display the footage for all to see. Realizing he could no longer hesitate, Chen Haonan stood up and declared, "There's no need to play it, Liang Kuan. Whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, I am prepared to face them. Spare us this charade." With Chen Haonan's admission of his entanglement with Guaer Sa, the room fell silent, everyone stunned by his confession. Dalao B's face flushed with rage, appearing as though he might explode, as he initially suspected that Chen Haonan was involved with his own wife. Liang Kuan, noticing Chen Haonan's acknowledgement and Dalao B's furious expression, chuckled, "Why are you so angry, Dalao B? Surely, you don't think Chen Haonan has any interest in your wife? You truly overestimate yourself. With a wife like yours, who could desire her?" The tape merely captures Chen Haonan's escapades with Shanji's girlfriend, so rest assured. Despite Liang Kuan's harsh words, which disparaged Dalao B's wife, Dalao B felt a sense of relief when he realized it was not Chen Haonan who had sullied his marital bond. Otherwise, he would have found himself utterly humiliated in the underworld of the island. The others, relieved that the scandal involved Chen Haonan and a brother's girlfriend rather than a sister-in-law, felt a weight lift off their shoulders. Though it was still a disgrace, it was less severe than the alternative. "Dalao B, Upon learning of Chun Haonan's involvement with Shan Ji's girlfriend, cast a disappointed glance at him, sighing, "Haonan, how could you do this? You." He found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the absence of Shan Ji these past few days was now explained. Who could face the world after such a betrayal? Jiang Tianxing, witnessing Chun Haonan's admission, felt a sense of helplessness. Initially, he had intended to shield Chun Haonan from repercussions, even shouldering the blame for Ao Dao to keep him close to De Lao Bi, as he believed it necessary for maintaining De Lao Bi's strength against Liang Kun. However, Jiang Tianxing's plans were thwarted by Chun Haonan's indiscretion. To provide an explanation to the other leaders, Jiang Tianxing reluctantly had to enforce the society's rules, resulting in Chun Haonan's expulsion from Hongxing, severing all ties between him and the organization. De Lao Bi, watching the enforcement of these rules upon Chun Haonan, felt a pang of sorrow but knew he could not advocate for him, for Chun Haonan's actions left him without recourse. Thus, even though De Lao Bi felt heartache, he could only watch as Chun Haonan succumbed to the punishment. Once Chun Haonan fainted from the ordeal, De Lao Bi hurriedly instructed De Tian and Bao Pai to take him to a clinic for treatment. After Jiang Tianxing dealt with the situation involving Chun Haonan, he felt no desire to linger at the Hongxing headquarters and promptly departed. Following his exit, De Lao Bi followed suit, leaving the headquarters in tandem with Jiang Tianxing. Liang Kun, unconcerned with the departures of Jiang Tianxing and De Lao Bi, instead invited the other leaders to join him at a hotel for a celebratory banquet. Understanding the importance of not defying the newly minted leader, the others graciously accepted Liang Kun's invitation to celebrate. News of Liang Kun usurping Jiang Tianxing's position as leader of Hongxing quickly spread throughout the underworld of the island. Many prominent figures expressed envy for Liang Kun, who had risen from humble beginnings to become the head of one of the 4 major societies in Hong Kong, leading an organization with over 40,000 members. Now that Liang Kun has acquired such a formidable power, it is certain that few will dare to underestimate him. For a member of the underworld to rise to this stature is indeed a life well lived. Upon receiving this news, Liang Kun felt a profound sense of joy. With Liang Kun ascending to the leadership of Hongxing, support for the formidable Boss B has dwindled. Furthermore, Liang Kun learned that Boss B would incessantly create trouble for Liang Kun, ultimately provoking him to take drastic measures, culminating in the burial of Boss B and his entire family alive. Thus, with Boss B's demise, Liang Kun could seize the opportunity to absorb the entirety of the territory in Tongluan. At that point, it was unlikely that Liang Kun would fiercely contest for Tongluan against him. This would enable Liang Kun to dominate the entire territory of Tongluan, and even if Jiang Tianxing were to reclaim the leadership of Hongxing in the future, Liang Kun would still possess the confidence to maintain control over the territory of Tongluan. Chapter 33. Ni Kun assassinated. Since Liang Kong assumed leadership of Hongxing, his rise to prominence has been nothing short of spectacular. With Jiang Tianxing no longer casting a shadow over him, Liang Kong began to truly embrace his newfound freedom. Previously, the elimination of Ba Bai by Jiang Tianxing had severely impacted Liang Kong's business dealings in the white powder trade. Fearing that Jiang Tianxing might gather evidence against him for trafficking in white powder and subsequently enforce Hongxing's regulations against it, he had temporarily halted his operations. Now, with Liang Kong at the helm, he felt empowered to disregard Hongxing's rules. Accompanied by his close associates, Brother Ji and Fatty Li, alongside several other trusted hall masters, he embarked on a bold venture into the white powder trade. This audacious move antagonized numerous gangs and white powder vendors, particularly Dongxing, which was primarily focused on the white powder business. Liang Kong's sudden incursion into Dongxing's territory resulted in significant losses for them. While other smaller factions in Hong Kong, intimidated by Hongxing's might, chose to bide their time, Dongxing could no longer contain its frustration. To reclaim its share of the market, tensions escalated between the two gangs. With Dongxing's 5 tigers preoccupied with expanding their territories elsewhere, they lacked sufficient manpower, resulting in a disadvantage during several confrontations. Realizing the precarious situation, Dongxing's leader, Luotu, observed that Hongxing's elite were faltering in the face of adversity. Consequently, he summoned 2 trusted lieutenants, Xiaoshan Hu Wuying and Xiaomian Hu Wu Jiwei, from Amsterdam to assist in reclaiming the white powder market in Hong Kong. Unbeknownst to Liang Kong, he had little time to concern himself with Dongxing's affairs. After seizing a substantial market share from them, he and his associates had been reaping considerable profits over the past few months. Even the least influential among them, Brother G, had recently upgraded to a luxurious vehicle, a clear testament to their newfound wealth. Observing their success incited envy among other hall masters, notably Diyu from Guantong, Liang Ma from Sham Shuipa, as well as Han Bin's two brothers, Shiyin from Kowloon City and Long from Tunman. Their frustration over the lack of lucrative opportunities in their territories, which relied predominantly on collecting protection fees or operating a few entertainment venues, led them to seek alliances with Liang Kong and his crew, hoping to share in the profits from the white powder trade. Liang Kong, recognizing the ambition of Diyu, Liang Ma, and the brothers, readily welcomed their desire to join him. The more hall masters who allied with him, the greater his influence within Hongxing would become, and he welcomed their participation. However, he understood that he could not sway the remaining hall masters, such as the prince from Tsim Sha Sui, whose territory was highly lucrative. Backed by Jiang Tiansheng in Thailand, the prince lacked any financial motivations to engage in Liang Kong's white powder enterprise. Similarly, Han Bin from Kuaitsing found little interest in the business, as he profited handsomely from smuggling operations at the Kuaitsing docks. Then there was the formidable De Lao Bi, who had no intention of joining Liang Kong's venture and continuously sought to undermine him by reporting his activities, much to Liang Kong's frustration. Had he possessed evidence of De Lao Bi's betrayal in alerting the Hong Kong police, Liang Kong would have taken decisive action against him. However, De Lao Bi, as a hall master in Hongxing, wielded considerable influence, and Liang Kong knew that any action against him could provoke discontent among other hall masters. Thus, he opted to bide his time, waiting for an opportune moment to deal with De Lao Bi. As tensions flared between Hongxing and Dongxing over the white powder market, news suddenly emerged from the underworld regarding the assassination of N.I. Kuan, the head of the most significant white powder establishment in Tsim Sha Sui. The shockwaves of this event reverberated throughout the community. Even the Hong Kong police, upon learning of the news, braced themselves for potential retaliation from the N.I. family, known for their fearsome reputation as ruthless drug dealers unencumbered by territorial constraints. With their leader assassinated, the unpredictable nature of the N.I. family raised concerns. The police were on high alert, as were other white powder factions in Hong Kong, including the larger gangs like Hongxing and Dongxing. All were wary of being implicated in N.I. Kuan's death, fearing that the N.I. family might retaliate against them, believing they had orchestrated the assassination in a bid for market dominance. Until the assailant was apprehended, no one would lower their guard. As anticipated by all, following the assassination of N.I. Kuan, the influence of the N.I. family, under the leadership of their third son, commenced an extensive search across Hong Kong Island for clues to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to assassinate their patriarch. The frenzy of the N.I. family sent ripples of alarm throughout the underground forces of Hong Kong Island, as no one wished to incur the wrath of the N.I. family without cause. It is worth noting that the N.I. family possesses a cadre of specialized gunmen, individuals who are undoubtedly desperate and reckless. Hence, even when members of the N.I. family brazenly traversed the territories of rival organizations, none dared to intervene against their actions. Chapter 34. Gandhi. The four individuals decided to sever ties with the N.I. family. None wished to face the wrath of the N.I. family at this juncture. Thus, all various factions on the island were temporarily tolerating the N.I. family's arrogance. Simultaneously, they kept a watchful eye on the N.I. family, fully aware that should the N.I. family show signs of weakness following N.I. Kuan's demise, these factions would pounce like wolves, tearing the N.I. family apart. Particularly, the various white-faced merchants eagerly awaited the downfall of the N.I. family, seeking to seize their market share. Individuals such as Lien Haolong from the South District's Zhongyi Xian, Wang Bao from the Yao Ma Ti Poison Snake Gang, as well as Long from Dongxing, Liang Kuan from Hongxing, and Deng Fei from Lianxing, along with the major player Lin Kuan, were all keenly observing the N.I. family's next move. Within the N.I. family, N.I. Laosan was simultaneously dispatching individuals to gather information regarding the assassination of N.I. Kuan while notifying N.I. Yongxiao, who was studying abroad, of his father's death, urging him to return to the island at once to oversee family affairs. Upon learning of his father's assassination, N.I. Yongxiao was deeply saddened. However, he recognized the pressing need for his presence within the N.I. family, as the entire clan depended on him. Thus, disregarding his studies, he promptly booked a flight back to the island. As N.I. Yongxiao prepared to return from abroad, internal strife began to emerge within the N.I. family. N.I. Kuan's death sparked ulterior motives among the four distributors beneath the N.I. family. No longer intimidated by N.I. Kuan, they began to contemplate independence, unwilling to continue submitting their hard-earned money to the Ni family. Thus, under the leadership of Gandhi, they convened with Black Ghost, Guohua, and Wencheng to discuss their plans to extricate themselves from the Ni family's control. The four gathered around a hot pot, deliberating their course of action. They had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the Ni family. Previously, they had been compelled to bow to Ni Kuen's authority, but with his death and the ineffectiveness of the remaining family members, they now dismissed the Ni family entirely. While they conferred, Ni Laosan received alarming news that sent a wave of panic through him. With the head of the Ni family, Ni Kuen, recently deceased, the four were conspiring against the family, an obvious betrayal. Ni Laosan's anxiety escalated. Should Gandhi and his associates break away from the Ni family, it would spell disaster for them. With only 5 distributors in total, if 4 revolted, the white-faced merchants of the island would undoubtedly swarm to devour the Ni family. In the midst of Ni Laosan's growing unease, Ni Yongxiao returned to the island, providing the beleaguered Ni family with a semblance of stability. Upon seeing Ni Yongxiao, Ni Laosan wasted no time with pleasantries and immediately informed him of Gandhi and the others' intentions to rebel against the Ni family. Ni Yongxiao was taken aback by this news, realizing the gravity of the situation. He swiftly began to strategize with Ni Laosan. Meanwhile, Yang Kuen was promptly apprised of the unfolding events within the Ni family. Ever since he had fixated on Honglai Hotel, he had been closely monitoring the Ni family's circumstances. As soon as he learned of Ni Kuen's death, he dispatched operatives to discreetly observe the current situation of the Ni family, seeking opportunities to acquire Honglai Hotel. Thus, when Ni Yongxiao returned to the island, Yang Kuen was immediately informed. He also received reports about Gandhi and his associates' discussions to sever ties with the Ni family, deducing that Ni Laosan and Ni Yongxiao would be contemplating how to deal with them. Yang Kuen pondered whether he could leverage the information regarding Black Ghost's betrayal of Gandhi and Guohua's infidelity towards Gandhi to negotiate Honglai Hotel from Ni Yongxiao. After some consideration, he decided to call Ni Yongxiao, contemplating the possibility of striking a fruitful deal. Even if Ni Yongxiao were to decline, Yang Kuen would suffer no loss. With this in mind, he wasted no time dialing Ni Laosan's number, awaiting a response. Ni Laosan and Ni Yongxiao had been deliberating for quite some time without arriving at a viable strategy to dismantle Gandhi and his faction, leaving both frustrated. Were they to simply watch Gandhi and his associates extricate themselves from the Ni family without recourse? Just as they were at their wits' end, Ni Laosan's phone unexpectedly rang. Upon answering, he inquired, "Hello, who is this?" As the call connected, Yang Kuen heard Ni Laosan's inquiry and responded, "Is this Ni Senyi? I am calling to speak with Ni Yongxiao. Could you have him take the call? Who are you? Why do you wish to speak with Xiao?" Ni Laosan asked. "I am Yang Kuen. Have you heard of me, Ni Senyi?" "I have matters to discuss with young master and I," Yang Kuen replied. Upon hearing his name, Ni Laosan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Yang Kuen's intentions, especially since he sought to speak with the freshly returned Ni Yongxiao. This perplexed Ni Laosan further. He had heard of Yang Kuen and his exploits, knowing that he had once bested the formidable leader bee from Hongxing and seized control of a street in Causeway Bay. Yet, he could not comprehend why Yang Kuen would wish to contact Ni Yongxiao, as the two had no significant connection. Despite his confusion regarding Yang Kuen's motives, Ni Laosan relayed the information to Ni Yongxiao, discreetly covering the receiver, and briefly outlined Yang Kuen's situation to provide Ni Yongxiao with some context. Upon hearing the introduction of Yang Kuen by Ni Laosan, Ni Yongxiao took the phone from Ni Laosan's hand and said, "Hello, this is Ni Yongxiao. May I inquire about the purpose of Mr. Yang's call?" Yang Kuen, upon hearing Ni Yongxiao's inquiry, did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. "Greetings, young master and I. The reason I am calling is to discuss a matter with you. I wonder if you are aware that the 4 distributors from your family are seemingly deliberating on how to sever ties with the Ni family." Ni Yongxiao was taken aback when Yang Kuen mentioned the matter concerning Gandhi and the other 3 individuals. He was astonished that Yang Kuen possessed such timely information. The fact that Gandhi and the others were convening to discuss matters was something he and Ni Laosan had only recently become aware of. How could Yang Kuen possibly know about this? Ni Yongxiao felt a sense of bewilderment. In the 35th encounter, Yang Kuen and Ni Yongxiao reached an agreement. Ni Yongxiao, perplexed by Yang Kuen's unusual concern for the affairs of the Ni family, directly inquired over the phone, "Mr. Yang, Please speak plainly. Yang Kuan responded candidly. Very well, I shall be forthright. I am aware that you, young master, and I are currently troubled by Gandhi and his associates. I can share some information that may assist you in dealing with them. Are you interested in what I have to say? If you are, we can have a thorough discussion. If not, consider this call as if it never happened. And I, Yong Xiao, burdened by the issues concerning Gandhi, felt a spark of curiosity upon hearing Yang Kuan suggest he could resolve the matter. Mr. Yang, he replied, what information do you possess that could aid me in managing them? Furthermore, what do you seek from our Anai family? Yang Kuan chuckled heartily, replying, it appears young master Anai is indeed intrigued by my information. As for what I desire, I will be direct. I wish to acquire Honglai Hotel. Would you be willing to part with it? Upon hearing Yang Kuan's intention to claim Honglai Hotel, Anai Yongxiao fell silent, contemplating the implications. He was well aware of the hotel's significance, as it served as a laundering facility for the illicit funds of his family. The prospect of Yang Kuan coveting Honglai Hotel piqued his curiosity. Did Yang Kuan also seek to utilize it for money laundering? Had it been Anai Kuan making such a request, the Anai family would have resolutely refused to relinquish such a crucial asset. However, Anai Yongxiao regarded Honglai Hotel with less concern, as he had already begun contemplating the family's future following the assassination of his father. He was determined not to allow the Anai family to descend into a state of desperation, akin to their previous existence of peddling white powder throughout Hong Kong. Anai Yongxiao wished to protect his family from danger. If they continued their former business, they might meet the same fate as Anai Kuan. With the formidable head of the family gone, rival factions would not hesitate to target them. Thus, Anai Yongxiao resolved that it was time for his family to leave Hong Kong and seek refuge abroad. The wealth amassed by Anai Kuan over the years would ensure that the family could live comfortably overseas, rendering the hotel's laundering operation less significant in his eyes. Anai Yongxiao's motivation for stabilizing Gandhi and his associates was not merely to preserve their white powder business. Rather, he was preparing to shift the family's assets abroad. He could not afford to let Gandhi and his cohort slip from the Anai family's control, lest the gangs and factions in Hong Kong retaliate against them. The very survival of the Anai family was at stake. After careful consideration, Anai Yongxiao decided to acquiesce to Yang Kuan's conditions, believing that if Yang Kuan could help him maintain control over Gandhi, it would provide him with the necessary time to relocate their finances and assets. He deemed the sacrifice of Honglai Hotel a worthwhile exchange. Consequently, Anai Yongxiao conveyed, we, the Anai family, accept your terms, Mr. Yang. If your information can assist us in managing Gandhi, I will agree to your request. Upon hearing Anai Yongxiao's agreement, Yang Kuan promptly replied, excellent. Now, allow me to share the information. He proceeded to inform Anai Yongxiao about the incident involving the black market, where Gandhi's supply of white powder was compromised, and the affair between Guo Hua and Gandhi's wife, which had resulted in Gandhi being publicly humiliated. With this newfound information, Anai Yongxiao felt a sense of relief, as he now understood how to handle Gandhi and his allies. Armed with these two pieces of intelligence, he was confident he could dismantle their coalition, ensuring that none would dare betray the Anai family, for their collective might would be insufficient to withstand the family's retribution. After receiving Yang Kuan's revelations, Anai Yongxiao assured Yang Kuan that the Anai family would no longer interfere with Honglai Hotel and would not obstruct his plans to acquire it. The outcome of Yang Kuan's efforts to secure Honglai Hotel would depend solely on his capabilities. Should he fail to deal with Liu Yaozu, the blame would rest upon his own shoulders. After ending the call, Anai Lausen inquired about Yang Kuan's intentions. Upon learning that Yang Kuan aimed to target their laundering outlet, Honglai Hotel, Anai Lausen became agitated, rising to confront Yang Kuan and teach him a lesson about the strength of the Anai family. Despite the loss of their formidable patriarch, the Anai family was not in such dire straits that a mere individual like Yang Kuan could manipulate them. Seeing Anai Lausen's eagerness to confront Yang Kuan, Anai Yongxiao quickly intervened, saying, Uncle, please calm down. I have already accepted Yang Kuan's terms. Anai Lausen's concern deepened. This was unacceptable. Honglai Hotel was vital to the Anai family, serving as a necessary conduit for laundering their ill-gotten gains. He feared Anai Yongxiao did not fully grasp the significance of Honglai Hotel and rushed to explain its importance, cautioning him not to foolishly surrender such a crucial asset to Yang Kuan simply to counter Gandhi and his associates. This is entirely unworthy of consideration. Anai Lausen possesses the confidence to confront the scoundrels surrounding Gandhi, which is why he is so anxious, fearing that Ni Yongxiao might impulsively make a misguided choice in dealing with them. After listening to Ni Laosan's counsel, Ni Yongxiao shared his future plans with him. He does not wish for his family to live in constant fear due to the white flower trade. From now on, the Ni family will refrain from engaging in any illicit activities, thus eliminating the need for the Honglai Hotel as a money laundering channel. Therefore, if it can be utilized to secure ample time for his family, Ni Yongxiao believes it is indeed worthwhile. Consequently, Ni Yongxiao urged Ni Laosan to support his decision. Upon hearing this resolution, Ni Laosan fell into silence, perplexed as to why Ni Yongxiao would harbor such thoughts. Could it be due to Ni Kuen's demise? It confounds Ni Laosan that Ni Yongxiao would choose to abandon the lucrative business opportunities in Hong Kong and instead lead a mundane life abroad with his family. Nonetheless, Ni Laosan resolved to heed Ni Yongxiao's wishes, for he is, after all, the pillar of the Ni family. Chapter 36. Ni Yongxiao settles matters with Gandhi and others upon receiving news from Yang Kuen. Ni Yongxiao eagerly contacted Guohua and his companions, intent on undermining their alliance. At that very moment, Gandhi and his associates were enjoying a hot pot meal, having previously agreed to cease payments to the Ni family starting this month. The thought of keeping all future earnings for themselves filled them with joy, leading to a lively atmosphere filled with toasts and casual banter. As they reveled in their merriment, Guohua's phone unexpectedly rang. Upon answering, he recognized Ni Yongxiao's voice. Curious about the call, Gandhi and the others set down their cups and focused their attention on Guohua. Acknowledging their gaze, Guohua understood there was no room for retreat, so upon realizing it was Ni Yongxiao on the line, he directly inquired, "Hello, Yongxiao, what do you need?" Seeing Guohua feigning ignorance, Ni Yongxiao bluntly stated, "Guohua, I have heard that you intend to sever ties with our Ni family. Is it right for you to cause trouble at this time, considering the care and support we have provided you in the past?" In response to Ni Yongxiao's questioning, Guohua was unyielding, asserting, "Ni Yongxiao, your accusation is unfounded. Have we not made contributions to the Ni family? We have given you half of our earnings in the past, when Kuen was still around. I refrained from saying much, but now that he is gone, you cannot expect us to risk our lives for your benefit while you remain at home waiting for our tribute. It is unreasonable, and I have already decided to stop payments to the Ni family starting this month." Taken aback by Guohua's almost confrontational tone, Ni Yongxiao did not soften his stance. He replied, "Guohua, do you truly believe you can easily escape our grasp? Should I inform Gandhi about your indiscretions with his wife on Ao Island? If I were to reveal this to him, how do you think he would respond?" Although Guohua had resolved to break free from the Ni family's control following the death of Ni Kuen, Ni Yongxiao's threats left him pale with fear. He realized that if Ni Yongxiao disclosed this information to Gandhi, he would not escape unscathed, as his influence paled in comparison to Gandhi's. After careful consideration, Guohua reluctantly decided to acquiesce to Ni Yongxiao, understanding the dire consequences of defiance. Upon hanging up, Guohua cast a guilty glance at Gandhi and said, I just remembered that I have an urgent matter to attend to. I want to be able to join you for drinks today. Let us gather another time." Without waiting for the astonished reactions of the three, he hurriedly left with his subordinates. Gandhi and his companions were left dumbfounded. Realizing that Guohua had been subdued by Ni Yongxiao and would likely soon remit payments to the Ni family, they were curious about what had transpired during the phone call that could intimidate Guohua so profoundly. As Gandhi and his associates speculated, He Gui's phone rang again. He glanced at Gandhi and Wensheng before answering. Upon realizing it was Ni Yongxiao on the line, He Gui boldly declared, "Yongxiao, I do not know how you managed to settle Guohua, but I, He Gui, will certainly not continue to pay the Ni family." Ni Yongxiao, unfazed by He Gui's defiance, proceeded to reveal details about He Gui's recent dealings with Gandhi. This revelation startled He Gui, who was left wondering how Ni Yongxiao had obtained such information. Acknowledging the precariousness of his situation, He Gui understood that escaping the Ni family's influence would likely be impossible. If Ni Yongxiao informed Gandhi, the repercussions would be severe, leaving He Gui with no choice but to capitulate. After ending the call, He Gui, much like Guohua, quickly concocted an excuse and departed with his subordinates. Witnessing He Gui's submission left Gandhi and Wensheng astonished, as they could not comprehend the sudden shift in attitude from Guohua and He Gui after a mere phone call. Although they were perplexed, it was clear that their alliance was now irreparably damaged. Wensheng turned to Gandhi, stating, "Brother Gandhi, Without Guohua and He Gui, our earlier discussions are moot. My influence is minimal, and I cannot afford to offend the Ni family, so I must take my leave. With that, Wen Cheng departed, leaving Gandhi alone in the hot pot restaurant. This unexpected turn of events infuriated Gandhi, who vented his frustration by berating Guohua and He Gui for their cowardice in yielding to Ni Yongxiao. Despite his anger, Gandhi picked up his phone and called Ni Yongxiao. Once connected, he too conceded, agreeing to continue payments to the Ni family, thus bringing the matter to a close. Upon receiving calls of submission from Wen Cheng and Gandhi, Ni Yongxiao smiled in satisfaction. Ni Laosan, witnessing Ni Yongxiao's successful handling of Gandhi and the others, felt a sense of pride, knowing that with such a pillar of strength, the Ni family would weather this crisis. With the threats from Gandhi's group neutralized, Ni Yongxiao began preparations to gradually transfer the family's assets and capital to the United States. He was determined to seek vengeance against the one responsible for his father's death, planning to eliminate the perpetrator once the family's wealth was secured abroad, allowing the Ni family to start anew without ever returning to Guangdao. Ni Yongxiao is acutely aware of the perilous nature of the family business. He is determined not to expose his loved ones to such risks. Previously, with Ni Kuan at the helm, the Ni family did not require his leadership. However, in the absence of Ni Kuan, Ni Yongxiao feels an urgent need to resolve these matters swiftly and subsequently flee with his family. Otherwise, they will inevitably face relentless assaults from rival factions on Hong Kong Island, unscrupulous financiers, and the local police. It is imperative for the Ni family to prepare themselves in advance for the impending dangers. Chapter 37. Yang Kuan visits prison to see Liu Binshun. The news that Ni Yongxiao had settled matters concerning Gandhi and his 4 associates quickly spread through the underworld. As a result, those factions and white-faced landlords that had previously eyed the Ni family with disdain began to reconsider their stance, temporarily abandoning any thoughts of encroaching upon the Ni family's territory. Ni Yongxiao, in turn, recalled the subordinates he had dispatched to gather intelligence, opting instead to discreetly investigate matters himself, hoping to uncover the identity of Ni Kuan's murderer. Otherwise, if the Ni family continued to make their presence known across Hong Kong Island, it would attract undue attention from the local police, complicating their plans for asset relocation. However, Yang Kuan had little concern for the affairs of the Ni family. After all, he was not involved in the white-faced business, and thus held no interest in their channels. His thoughts were consumed with devising a plan against Liu Yaozu. Liu Yaozu was relatively easy to deal with. A few capable subordinates would suffice to eliminate him. Yet, Yang Kuan desired the Honglai Hotel, and merely disposing of Liu Yaozu would not secure the establishment for himself. Consequently, he tasked Su Shi and Ruo Lan with investigating Liu Yaozu and the Honglai Hotel, hoping to uncover useful information. Through their inquiries, Su Shi and Ruo Lan indeed discovered some valuable leads. They found that the ownership of Honglai Hotel was not under Liu Yaozu's name, but belonged to Liu Binshun, who resided in Stanley. Liu Yaozu merely managed the hotel temporarily as Liu Binshuan's son-in-law. Were it not for Liu Yaozu's greed for the 300 million in unregistered bonds hidden by Liu Binshun, he would have already arranged for Liu Binshuan's demise within Stanley. Thus, even if the hotel was not officially in his name, Liu Yaozu could inherit it as Liu Binshuan's only relative upon the latter's death. Upon learning this, Yang Kuan was elated. Liu Yaozu's belief that he had the Ni family's backing rendered Liu Binshun unable to confront him, leading to such a lapse. This presented Yang Kuan with an opportunity. He could not afford to delay. With Ni Kuan deceased, the Ni family's influence had suffered a significant blow, and Yang Kuan feared others might covet the Honglai Hotel. He resolved to act swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. To expedite his acquisition of the Honglai Hotel, Yang Kuan personally journeyed to Stanley Prison. After greasing a few palms, he finally obtained permission to visit Liu Binshun. In the visitation room, Liu Binshun regarded Yang Kuan, a stranger, with curiosity. He wondered why Yang Kuan had come to see him. Was he sent by Liu Yaozu? Suspicion filled Liu Binshuan's heart, but Yang Kuan paid it no mind. Once the guard departed, he wasted no time in addressing Liu Binshun, for the visitation was limited. Yang Kuan spoke plainly. Liu Binshun, I understand your curiosity regarding my visit, but please believe that I harbor no ill intentions. I am here to propose a transaction. Should you decline, I will not press the matter further. Liu Binshun scrutinized Yang Kuan for a moment before responding. I am merely an old man imprisoned. What could possibly be of interest to you? Not deterred by Liu Binshuan's wariness, Yang Kuan continued, confident that once he articulated his purpose, Lu Binshun would agree to his terms. Lu Binshun, there is no need for such caution. I am aware of your circumstances. You are incarcerated due to the machinations of your son-in-law, Lu Yaozu, who is also responsible for your daughter's tragic fate. I have come to discuss the Honglai Hotel, which I know is still under your ownership. If you are willing to transfer it to me without compensation, I can avenge you by ensuring Lu Yaozu pays for his crimes against your daughter. What do you think of this arrangement? Upon hearing Yang Kuan's intentions regarding the Honglai Hotel, Lu Binshun felt a flicker of hope. The prospect of Yang Kuan eliminating Lu Yaozu intrigued him. However, he quickly remembered Lu Yaozu's connection to the powerful Ni family, understanding that this would not be an easy task. It was the Ni family's support that had led to his wrongful imprisonment in Stanley. Now, faced with Yang Kuan's claim of being able to eliminate Lu Yaozu, Lu Binshun was understandably skeptical. Youth, do not boast without cause. Are you aware of Lu Yaozu's background? You speak of dealing with him as if it were simple. Surely you are not attempting to deceive me merely to obtain the rights to Honglai Hotel? Yang Kuan dismissed Lu Binshun's doubts with disdain. Lu Yaozu's background. He merely has the Ni family as protection. Rest assured, I have the means to settle matters with both him and the Ni family. If I lack the capability, would I be here negotiating terms with you? Agree to my proposal, and I will see to it that Lu Yaozu is eliminated. Once he is dead, the news will spread swiftly across Hong Kong Island, and his demise will be reported in the press, as he is the current owner of Honglai Hotel. You need only make a few inquiries to verify the truth of his death. Once you are certain, we can revisit the hotel's ownership. What do you say? Lu Binshun found himself increasingly swayed by Yang Kuan's proposition. The assurance that Yang Kuan would first rid him of Lu Yaozu before discussing the Honglai Hotel was indeed tempting. Regardless of whether Yang Kuan has eliminated Lu Yaozu, it poses no detriment to him. Should Yang Kuan fail to avenge himself against Lu Yaozu, he need not relinquish the ownership of Honglai Hotel to Yang Kuan. However, if he were to succeed in dispatching Lu Yaozu, then transferring the hotel's ownership to Yang Kuan would be inconsequential, for he possesses no kin in this world. The prospect of retaining Honglai Hotel holds little significance for him. After all, how many more years does he have left to live? Presently, if he could exchange Honglai Hotel for Lu Yaozu's life, it would be deemed a worthy trade in Lu Binshun's eyes. At this moment, his sole preoccupation is avenging his daughter. If Yang Kuan can fulfill this wish, Lu Binshun would have no lingering concerns. With this thought in mind, Lu Binshun readily acquiesced to Yang Kuan's terms, agreeing to transfer the ownership of Honglai Hotel to Yang Kuan gratuitously, provided that Yang Kuan could exact vengeance on Lu Yaozu. Chapter 38. Eliminating Lu Yaozu. After negotiating the terms, Yang Kuan departed from Chizhou prison and drove back to his lair in Tongluo. Now that Yang Kuan and Lu Binshun had reached an agreement, he resolved to take action against Lu Yaozu to swiftly acquire the Honglai Hotel. Yang Kuan entrusted Su Shi with the task of dealing with Lu Yaozu, as Su Shi was well acquainted with the layout of Lu Yaozu's villa. His plan was for Su Shi to discreetly eliminate Lu Yaozu within the villa and subsequently control Lu Yaozu's mistress, Meng Na. He intended to coerce Meng Na into transferring all of Lu Yaozu's assets into his name, after which Su Shi would dispose of Meng Na, ensuring that both Lu Yaozu and Meng Na would vanish without a trace. Once Yang Kuan secured the ownership of the Honglai Hotel from Lu Binshun, he would rightfully claim the hotel along with Lu Yaozu's villa and assets. Even if suspicions arose regarding the fate of Lu Yaozu and Meng Na, there would be no evidence to implicate him, rendering him untouchable, even by the police of Guangdao. After making his decision, Yang Kuan summoned Su Shi and conveyed his orders, instructing him to take his men and deal with Lu Yaozu and Meng Na. Once Lu Yaozu's assets were thoroughly drained, Su Shi was to ensure that both Lu Yaozu and Meng Na were disposed of, leaving no evidence behind. In the days that followed, Lu Yaozu found himself in dire straits. Following the death of his benefactor, Ni Kuan, the Ni family showed little interest in him. Without their support, the underground casino at the Honglai Hotel faced turmoil, with cheats winning millions, causing Lu Yaozu great distress. In his foul mood, he refrained from indulging in the nightlife, opting instead to return home each night to devise strategies against the cheats plaguing his casino. This predictable routine granted Su Shi the opportunity he sought. One night, shortly after 10 o'clock, Su Shi and his 20 subordinates stealthily infiltrated Lu Yaozu's villa. Upon entering, Sushi instructed his men to quietly neutralize Lu Yaozu's bodyguards to avoid any disturbances. Once the bodyguards were dealt with, Sushi led his team inside and stealthily located Lu Yaozu's bedroom. Upon entering, he discovered Lu Yaozu and Meng Na peacefully slumbering. Sushi approached Lu Yaozu, firmly grasped his head, and with a sudden twist, broke his neck, ensuring Lu Yaozu did not utter a sound as he succumbed to death on his bed. The crack of Lu Yaozu's neck startled Meng Na from her slumber. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Sushi swiftly struck her neck with a precise blow, rendering her unconscious. Satisfied that Meng Na was subdued, Sushi ordered his men to place the bodies of Lu Yaozu and the bodyguards into the suitcases they had brought and conceal them in an empty room. They then carried the unconscious Meng Na to the basement, binding her to a chair with ropes to prevent excessive noise during her interrogation, careful to avoid attracting the attention of nearby residents. After completing the necessary preparations, Sushi had Meng Na doused with water to awaken her. When she regained consciousness and realized she was bound to a chair, panic set in, prompting her to scream. However, before she could make a sound, Sushi silenced her with a slap, leaving her momentarily dazed and confused about her predicament. After a brief interval, Meng Na regained her composure, recognizing her dire situation. Understanding that she had been kidnapped, she quickly assessed her options. Realizing the kidnappers were likely motivated by monetary gain, she resolved to negotiate her release, believing that she could later seek assistance from the Ni family. With this thought in mind, Meng Na addressed Sushi and his men, stating, "Gentlemen, let us discuss this matter rationally. There is no need for violence. You have kidnapped me for money, so let us negotiate. How much do you want for my release? I assure you, I can meet your demands, and if I cannot, my connections with the Ni family will certainly ensure your satisfaction. In this way, you obtain wealth, and I secure my safety, which is beneficial for all parties involved. What do you say?" Sushi found her attempts at negotiation amusing. Despite the gravity of the situation, Meng Na still believed she could intimidate them with the Ni family's influence. It was evident that Meng Na possessed a certain boldness, engaging them in negotiations while many others might have been paralyzed with fear. However, she had miscalculated, underestimating the intentions of Sushi and his associates, who were not mere common kidnappers seeking a quick payout. They intended to consume both her and Lu Yaozu's wealth, including her very life. Sushi did not engage in idle chatter with Meng Na, but rather directly conveyed her intentions. Once Sushi finished speaking, Meng Na was left utterly astonished. She had initially assumed that these individuals merely sought to extort some money from her. However, to her utter disbelief, their true objective was none other than the entirety of Hung Lai Hotel and the fortunes of Lu Yaozu. This revelation left Meng Na in a state of shock, fully aware that she was about to face a daunting challenge today. Chapter 39 continues to sell information to Ni Yongxiao under the coercion of Sushi, who threatened Mona's life. She ultimately acquiesced to Sushi's demands. Realizing that refusal was not an option, she hoped that once Sushi and his associates acquired all of Lu Yaozu's assets, they would spare her life. Observing Mona's compliance, Sushi assured her that if she cooperated well, he would grant her leniency once the matter was resolved. A promise meant to placate her temporarily, thereby facilitating a smoother transition when he assumed control of Lu Yaozu's wealth. Over the next 2 days, with Mona's assistance, Sushi successfully transferred all the properties under Lu Yaozu's name to Yang Kuan legally. Even the Hung Lai Hotel fell under Sushi's temporary control with Mona's cooperation. Once everything was finalized, Yang Kuan returned to Chizhu with a photograph of Lu Yaozu's corpse. After presenting the photo to Robinson, he promptly facilitated the complete transfer of ownership of Hung Lai Hotel to Yang Kuan with the aid of a lawyer. With this, Yang Kuan achieved his objective. With the Hung Lai Hotel as a channel, he no longer needed to worry about laundering his ill-gotten gains. Following the acquisition, Yang Kuan assigned Rulin to manage the operations of Hung Lai Hotel, knowing that once she fully took charge, Mona would become expendable. Consequently, he instructed Captain Xiongju to promptly deal with Mona, disposing of her, Lu Yaozu, and several bodyguards' remains by transporting them to international waters, encasing them in oil drums, and filling them with quick-drying cement to prevent any future complications should their bodies be discovered. As Rulin took over Hung Lai Hotel, news of the ownership change quickly circulated, with many speculating about the sudden disappearance of the former owner, Lu Yaozu, and Mona. This led to widespread conjecture, with the general consensus being that Lu Yaozu was likely deceased, given the ownership had transferred to Yang Kuan. Even within the Tsim Sha Sui police station, suspicions arose, particularly from Inspector Huang Jiqing of the Major Crimes Unit. Having predominantly dealt with the Ni family, he had kept a close watch on Liu Yaozu, who had strong ties with them. The sudden vanishing of Liu Yaozu raised Huang's suspicions, prompting him to visit Honglai Hotel for inquiries. Upon arrival, however, he found no evidence of wrongdoing. The transfer contracts were all legitimate, without any signs of illegality. After a thorough investigation yielded no useful evidence linking Liu Yaozu's disappearance to Yang Kuan, he had no choice but to leave Honglai Hotel under Rulin's polite escort. Nevertheless, Huang, not easily dissuaded, instructed Rulin to inform Yang Kuan that he would be keeping a close watch on him. Yang Kuan, upon receiving Rulin's message about Huang's warning, scoffed at the notion. He held little respect for Huang, knowing well the unsavory dealings that surrounded him. Unfazed by Huang's threat, Yang Kuan had already devised a plan to sell information regarding the collusion between Huang and Han Chan in the demise of Ni Kuan to Ni Yongxiao. He believed that once Ni Yongxiao learned of this, he would stop at nothing to eliminate Huang and Han, seeking vengeance for his father. This maneuver would not only rid Yang Kuan of the threat posed by Huang, but also yield a substantial financial gain. Days later, as Ni Yongxiao continued his search for his father's murderer, Yang Kuan contacted him once more. Ni Yongxiao was taken aback by Yang Kuan's call, puzzled as to why he would reach out after acquiring Honglai Hotel. Despite his uncertainty, he answered the call. "Mr. Yang, what prompts your call today? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Ni Yongxiao inquired. Yang Kuan, with a smile, responded, "Young master and I, you guessed correctly. I am indeed interested in conducting business with you today, though I wonder if you might be interested as well." Curiosity piqued, Ni Yongxiao pressed for details, aware that the Ni family had little urgency in their dealings with Yang Kuan. Aside from a previous transaction involving laundering through Honglai Hotel in exchange for information about Guohua and Haigi. "Mr. Yang, if there is something pertinent to our family, I would be quite willing to engage in a transaction," he stated. Without further ado, Yang Kuan replied, "Young master and I, would you be interested in information regarding the identity of your father's murderer?" Initially expecting something more, Ni Yongxiao's heart raced at the mention of the killer. "You know who murdered my father? If you have that information, please share it with me. The Ni family will surely reward you handsomely." 30 million, Yang Kuan stated boldly. "If you provide me with 30 million Hong Kong dollars, I will reveal the identity of the murderer. What do you think of this deal?" Though stung by the exorbitant price, Ni Yongxiao, driven by his desire for swift retribution for his father, reluctantly agreed to Yang Kuan's terms. Time was of the essence, and he was determined to avenge his father before fleeing abroad with his family. Thus, despite knowing he was being taken advantage of, Ni Yongxiao resolved to secure the information without delay. Thus, the two parties agreed upon a rendezvous point, exchanging currency for information. A few hours later, Yang Kuan and Ni Yongxiao arrived at Honglai Hotel, each accompanied by their respective associates. Due to Ni Yongxiao's urgency, there was little in the way of pleasantries exchanged. After Shi verified that Ni Yongxiao indeed possessed 30 million Hong Kong dollars, Yang Kuan disclosed the identity of the murderer of Ni Kuan. "Young master and I, the perpetrator responsible for the demise of the esteemed Mr. Ni is Inspector Huang Jiqing from the Tsim Sha Sui police station, who conspired with Han Chan's wife, Mary. The actual act was carried out by an undercover officer named Liu Jiaming, a junior policeman embedded within the Tsim Sha Sui precinct. You should investigate this further. It should lead you to some pertinent clues." Chapter 40. Ni Yongxiao calls upon family gunslingers to prepare for action upon receiving news from Yang Kuan. Ni Yongxiao's countenance darkened as he departed from Honglai Hotel with his entourage. He was taken aback to learn that the perpetrators behind the murder of his father were none other than Huang Jiqing and Han Chan's wife, Mary. It is worth noting that Han Chan had always been fiercely loyal to the Ni family. How could Mary possibly be implicated as a murderer? If Yang Kuan's information were accurate, it would cast doubt on Han Chan's reliability. Should it indeed be the case that Mary was the mastermind, Ni Yongxiao would find it implausible for Han Chan to claim ignorance. Thus, Ni Yongxiao's immediate course of action was to dispatch someone to verify the veracity of Yang Kuan's claims. If the information proved correct, Ni Yongxiao would have to devise a strategy to deal with Han Chan. After all, Han Chan had previously been a trusted confidant of his father, managing numerous critical affairs for the Ni family, including overseeing the procurement channels for white flour in the Golden Triangle. If Mary were truly the assassin, it would spell disaster for the Ni family. having just quelled the betrayal of Gandhi and his associates. The prospect of another betrayal from Han Chan was a source of considerable distress for Ni Yongxiao. Should Han Chan discover that Mary was responsible for his father's murder, it would suggest that he had been deeply embedded within the Ni family's inner circle. Ni Yongxiao had never harbored suspicions toward Han Chan, and now he felt a chilling sense of dread. The Ni family's forces consisted of only 5 factions, all of which were now rendered unreliable, placing the family's situation in a precarious position. If Han Chan learned of any intent to harm his wife, he would undoubtedly turn against the Ni family, inviting opportunistic attacks from the remaining factions. Under such circumstances, it was uncertain whether Ni Yongxiao could safely relocate his family abroad. Hence, Ni Yongxiao resolved to act swiftly. Once he confirmed that Huang Ziqing and Mary were indeed responsible for the murder of Ni Kun, he would mobilize all the Ni family's gunslingers to eliminate them, as failure to do so could leave lingering repercussions. Even if Ni Yongxiao were to relocate his family overseas, they would remain vulnerable to retaliation from Han Chan and his allies. Upon returning to the Ni residence, Ni Yongxiao prioritized his family's safety by sending them abroad while he remained to handle matters concerning Ni Kun. This way, after dealing with Huang Ziqing, Han Chan, and Gandhi, he could escape from Hong Kong without risking his entire family's safety. After making this decision, Ni Yongxiao hurriedly arranged for his family to board a flight out of Hong Kong, while he dispatched Ni Laosan to investigate the recent circumstances of Huang Ziqing, Han Chan, and Mary, in hopes of uncovering vital clues. Thanks to Yang Kuan's provision of a clear target, the Ni family's influence allowed them to gather all pertinent information within a matter of days. Upon receiving Ni Laosan's report confirming that his father had indeed been murdered under the instigation of Huang Ziqing and Mary, Ni Yongxiao's desire for vengeance surged uncontrollably, overwhelming him with an insatiable urge to kill. Now that the identity of the murderer was established, Ni Yongxiao instructed Ni Laosan to discreetly assemble all the Ni family's gunslingers and initiate an assassination operation against Huang Ziqing, Han Chan, and Gandhi and his associates. The goal was to eradicate them before they had a chance to react, ensuring that Ni Yongxiao would no longer live in fear of future reprisals against the Ni family. While Ni Laosan harbored reservations about the assassination of Huang Ziqing, given his position as an inspector within the Hong Kong police force, a mid-level leadership role, he expressed his concerns. If they proceeded to assassinate Huang Ziqing, the police would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, complicating any potential escape from Hong Kong. The police would not rest until they apprehended the culprits, and should suspicion fall upon the Ni family, Ni Yongxiao and Ni Laosan would be left to face dire consequences. Despite Ni Laosan's apprehensions, Ni Yongxiao was resolute in his pursuit of vengeance and disregarded any opposing viewpoints. His mind was solely focused on how to exact retribution, paying no heed to Huang Ziqing's law enforcement status. Ni Yongxiao envisioned a sudden strike, eliminating all adversaries before hastily fleeing Hong Kong, indifferent to the potential ramifications of such actions. Faced with Ni Yongxiao's unwavering determination, Ni Laosan had no choice but to obey his orders and began the process of rallying the Ni family's gunslingers. Although Ni Laosan's covert assembly of the gunslingers might escape the notice of others, it would be challenging to conceal it from Han Chan and Gandhi, the seasoned veterans of the Ni family. As Ni Laosan's unusual gathering of the gunslingers unfolded, they sensed something amiss, realizing that Ni Yongxiao and Ni Laosan were likely planning some form of action. It was well known that the Ni family's gunslingers were their trump card, reserved for confronting enemies and seldom called upon. The sudden mobilization of these forces by Ni Yongxiao and Ni Laosan raised suspicions about their intentions, having not engaged in conflicts with other factions recently. The question arose, who did Ni Yongxiao intend to target? As the implications dawned upon Gandhi and his associates, fear gripped them, suspecting that Ni Yongxiao intended to settle scores with them for their recent attempts to band together and break free from the Ni family's control. In response, the 4 of them retreated into hiding, fortifying their territory with loyal subordinates to thwart any assassination attempts from Ni Yongxiao. Observing the unusual behavior of Gandhi and his companions, Han Chan also sensed that something was amiss with Ni Yongxiao's demeanor, which was uncharacteristic of him. Upon returning home, Han Chan shared the matter with his wife, Mary. To his astonishment, Mary's expression transformed drastically upon hearing the news, leaving Han Chan perplexed. He could not fathom why Mary appeared so frightened. After all, he had not wronged the Ni family, and Inai Yongxiao would have no reason to target him. Thus, Han Quan found it utterly bewildering that Mary's reaction indicated she feared repercussions from Inai Yongxiao, as if she anticipated he would come after her. Chapter 41. Han Quan discovers that Inai Kun was eliminated by his wife. Upon learning that Inai Kun had been dispatched by his wife Mary, Han Quan expressed his concern, inquiring if she was unwell. Hearing his words of concern, Mary could no longer contain herself and confessed that she and Huang Zhicheng had orchestrated Inai Kun's demise. The revelation struck Han Quan with considerable shock. He had never anticipated that his wife possessed such audacity to carry out an assassination. This unforeseen circumstance left Han Quan in a state of turmoil. Han Quan had always been fiercely loyal to Inai Kun, owing to the fact that Inai Kun had once saved his life. For many years, despite the ambiguous relationship between Inai Kun and his wife Mary, Han Quan had never entertained thoughts of betraying Inai Kun. He had consistently feigned ignorance regarding their connection. Now, with his superior eliminated by his own spouse, Han Quan found himself in a precarious position, compelled to devise a means to protect both his wife and himself. He understood that should this news reach Inai Yongxiao, there would be no mercy for either of them. Regardless of Han Quan's past loyalty to the Inai family, Inai Yongxiao would undoubtedly seek vengeance for Inai Kun's death, leaving Han Quan and Mary in grave danger. Determined to confront the Inai family, Han Quan began mobilizing his most trusted subordinates, instructing them to remain on standby. Concurrently, he reached out to Gandhi and He Gui, informing them that Inai Yongxiao had sent his family abroad. The involvement of Inai Kun's assassins was aimed at eliminating those loyal to the Inai family, prompting Han Quan to propose a united front among the five of them against Inai Yongxiao. Upon hearing Han Quan's proposition, Gandhi and the others were intrigued but remained skeptical, hesitant to trust Han Quan's intentions. They were well aware of his unwavering loyalty to the Inai family, and his sudden outreach for an alliance raised their suspicions. They doubted that Han Quan would genuinely betray the Inai family, so they refrained from giving him a definitive answer, instead engaging in light banter over the phone. Recognizing their apprehension, Han Quan understood that they feared being deceived and subsequently betrayed alongside Inai Yongxiao. It was evident that recent events had unsettled them. However, Han Quan realized that without their alliance, his own forces would be insufficient to confront Inai Yongxiao. Thus, he resolved to persuade Gandhi and the others to join him, as their collaboration was essential for dismantling the Inai family and eliminating Inai Yongxiao. The demise of Inai Yongxiao would ensure safety for both himself and Mary. Consequently, Han Quan extended an invitation to Gandhi and the others to share a hot pot meal, intending to discuss his current predicament and alleviate their doubts. The following evening, the five gathered at a hot pot restaurant, enjoying a meal while engaging in conversation. After a while, Han Quan broached the subject of their potential alliance. Curiosity piqued, Gandhi inquired, Han Quan, what prompts your sudden desire to confront Inai Yongxiao? Have you not always been steadfastly loyal to the Inai family? If you do not clarify, we cannot risk an alliance, lest we fall victim to your schemes. His question echoed the sentiments of the others, who eagerly awaited Han Quan's explanation. Perceiving their scrutiny, Han Quan recognized that he needed to provide a compelling rationale for his actions to secure their allegiance. With a resolute breath, he stated, Uncle Kun was eliminated by my wife, Mary. The incredulity of Gandhi and the others was palpable. None anticipated such an absurd justification. They had observed the depth of Han Quan's loyalty to Inai Kun and the trust Inai Kun placed in him. Given Inai Kun's unwavering confidence in Han Quan, they had often voiced their grievances concerning his favoritism. Now, to hear that Han Quan's wife had taken the life of Inai Kun was beyond their comprehension. Seeing their disbelief, Han Quan decided to reveal the details surrounding Inai Kun and Mary. I understand your skepticism regarding my claim that Mary killed Inai Kun, but I assure you it is the truth. Mary acted out of desperation after enduring Inai Kun's mistreatment. I only recently learned of these events. His words began to resonate with Gandhi and the others. They recognized that Han Quan would not frivolously tarnish his wife's reputation. They were aware of the strong bond between Han Quan and Mary, and it was improbable that he would sacrifice her honor to persuade them. After a moment of silence, Gandhi posed another question. Even if your wife did eliminate Inai Kun, Inai Yongxiao should remain unaware. Why disclose this secret to us? Are you not concerned we might betray you to Inai Yongxiao? Han Quan chuckled lightly before responding, Gandhi, you jest. Who is unaware that you have long since severed ties with Inai Yongxiao? Do you truly believe that as long as you continue to pay the Inai family, Ni Yongxiao will refrain from targeting you? The reason he has mobilized all the Ni family's assassins and sent his family abroad is not merely to deal with me. I am well aware of my own influence. He would not need such extensive measures solely to address me. His intent is to eliminate us all to prevent future complications. After listening to Han Chan's analysis, they found it reasonable. If Ni Yongxiao indeed aimed solely to eliminate Han Chan and his spouse as an act of vengeance for Ni Kun, he would have no need to mobilize all the gunmen of the Ni family. Thus, it can only be inferred, as Han Chan suggested, that Ni Yongxiao intends to bring down all 5 families in one fell swoop. Not only Gan Di contemplated this, but also He Gui and Guo Hua came to the same realization, which rendered their expressions rather grim. With a rather irritable temperament, Gan Di slammed the table and resolutely declared, "Since that little brat Ni Yongxiao wishes to eliminate us, we shall confront him head-on." Following Gan Di's statement, He Gui added, "Indeed, we will stand against Ni Yongxiao and make him aware that the 5 of us are not to be trifled with." Chapter 42. A clash between both sides. Upon witnessing that Gandhi and Haigi had both agreed to confront Ni Yongxiao, Han Chan remarked, "Indeed, as long as our 5 families unite, we can drive Ni Yongxiao out of Hong Kong Island. Without our support, how much power can the Ni family truly wield?" Hearing Han Chan's words, Guo Hua and Wensheng began to feel intrigued. Observing their growing interest, Han Chan resolved to intensify his persuasion, aiming for all 4 families to concur in their alliance against Ni Yongxiao. Thus, Han Chan boldly declared, "The reason I wish to join forces with you against Ni Yongxiao is that I do not want my wife to suffer in vain. If we act together to eliminate him, I shall relinquish all claims to the Ni family's flower supply channels and market share, allowing you 4 families to divide it amongst yourselves. What say you?" Upon hearing this enticing proposition, Gandhi and the others were instantly invigorated. They had long coveted the market and procurement channels previously controlled by Ni Kun. Now, with Han Chan offering such a substantial benefit on a silver platter, they had no reason to refuse. Consequently, even Guo Hua and Wensheng, who had previously hesitated, readily agreed to join forces against Ni Yongxiao. Securing a share of the Ni family's market, along with the procurement channels, promised them greater profits. After all, few would turn away from financial gain, hence their swift acquiescence to Han Chan's alliance proposal. Once the distribution of benefits was agreed upon, and they had settled on the plan to eliminate the Ni family and Ni Yongxiao, they began strategizing on how to execute their attack. After much deliberation, they decided, under Han Chan's suggestion, to strike first while Ni Yongxiao remained unaware, thus disrupting his arrangements and catching him off guard. Gandhi and the others unanimously consented to this plan. Following a hearty meal, they dispersed to rally their respective forces. By the following evening, Han Chan, Gandhi, Haigi, Guo Hua, and Wensheng led their subordinates towards the streets occupied by the Ni family. As they advanced, word reached Ni Yongxiao and Ni Laosan, who, disregarding their anger, hurriedly summoned their men to engage in a fierce battle with the 5 families in Simsha Sui. This time, both sides were intent on annihilating one another, leading to an immediate exchange of gunfire. The sound of gunshots echoed throughout the Ni family's territory, sending the citizens into a panic as they sought refuge. Even the other gangs in Tsim Sha Sui vanished, fearing the wrath of the Ni family's madness. The Tsim Sha Sui police station soon caught wind of the gunfire, prompting officers to rush towards the Ni family's domain. However, upon arrival, they were taken aback by the scene, a chaotic battlefield filled with approximately 1,000 armed individuals. The officers hesitated, acutely aware that intervening could put their lives in jeopardy. Thus, under the guidance of their superiors, they cordoned off the streets to prevent the violence from spilling over into other areas. As the conflict escalated, both sides became increasingly ferocious, with casualties mounting as bullets found their marks. Even prominent figures like Gandhi were not spared, as a single bullet could spell their doom. Before long, Gandhi and his compatriots fell victim to the skilled marksmen of the Ni family. Ni Yongxiao, too, found himself in dire straits, severely injured. Had it not been for Ni Laosan sacrificing himself to save him, he would have succumbed to the onslaught. Just as Ni Yongxiao struggled to maintain his composure amidst the chaos, Han Chan unexpectedly emerged from a nearby alley, aiming his weapon at Ni Yongxiao and opening fire. In an instant, Han Chan's surprise attack resulted in Ni Yongxiao's demise. With his adversary eliminated, Han Chan contemplated fleeing Tsim Sha Sui to evade the impending arrival of the Hong Kong police. knowing full well that capture could lead to a lengthy incarceration, or worse, execution, should the situation escalate further. Aware that the ramifications of this incident would reverberate internationally, Han Chan resolved to escape as swiftly as possible. However, upon attempting to slip away, he discovered that the police had effectively sealed off the streets, trapping him. In a moment of desperation, he recalled Huang Ziqing, the head of the Tsim Sha Sui Major Crimes Unit. Given the scale of the incident, it was certain that Huang Ziqing would have mobilized his team. Han Chan had heard from Mary that Ni Kuan's demise had been orchestrated in collaboration with Huang Ziqing, and now he could leverage this information to compel Huang to grant him safe passage. Upon contemplating this, Han Chan swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed his wife, Mary, urging her to contact Huang Ziqing on his behalf, imploring him to grant Han Chan a means of escape. Recognizing the urgency of the situation after hearing Han Chan's words, Mary promptly reached out to Huang Ziqing. When Huang Ziqing answered the call, Mary beseeched him to provide Han Chan with a way out, enabling him to flee from the scene of the violent altercation. Initially, Huang Ziqing was reluctant to acquiesce to Mary's request, as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. He feared that yielding to personal favor would compromise his integrity, for the authorities were certain to uncover Han Chan's involvement in the gunfight, leaving no avenue for escape. Chapter 43. Han Chan's escape. Mary, sensing that Huang Ziqing was unwilling to assist in sparing Han Chan, resorted to leveraging the fact that he too was complicit in the murder of Ni Kuan. She coerced Huang Ziqing into saving Han Chan one last time, threatening to expose their shared involvement in Ni Kuan's demise, which would lead to Huang Ziqing, the inspector, losing his position and facing imprisonment. The gravity of Mary's threat incensed Huang Ziqing, yet he found himself compelled to acquiesce, as he had no desire to end up incarcerated. Considering his long-standing relationship with Han Chan, having grown up together, Huang Ziqing ultimately decided to grant Han Chan a reprieve. Thus, he discreetly instructed his subordinate officers to create an opportunity for Han Chan's escape. Seizing this chance, Han Chan fled through a temporary lapse in Huang Ziqing's vigilance caused by the reassignment of police personnel. Upon his escape, Han Chan promptly returned home to gather some money before seeking out a smuggler to secure passage away from Gangdao, heading directly to Thailand to evade scrutiny. Meanwhile, Mary remained on Gangdao to assess the situation, intending to notify Han Chan when the tumult had subsided, allowing him to return. After all, the risk of the police apprehending Han Chan loomed large, and for his own safety, he had to leave. As the leaders on both sides fell, their respective underlings suffered considerable casualties, prompting the police to intervene and restore order. Once the authorities had evacuated the injured and the deceased, they assisted the cleaning crews in tidying the scene, ensuring that no traces of blood remained to alarm the ordinary citizens. Upon returning to the Tsim Sha Sui police station, the chief inspector was infuriated to learn that apart from Han Chan, all the key figures of the Ni family had perished, and Han Chan himself was still unaccounted for. This prompted an outburst of expletives from the chief, as he realized that merely capturing a few underlings would not suffice to appease his superiors. Consequently, he ordered all officers to search for Han Chan, insisting on his apprehension. Following the chief inspector's directive, a large contingent of police soon arrived at Han Chan's residence, only to find no trace of him. They were left with no choice but to contact other districts on Gangdao, requesting their assistance in capturing Han Chan. Despite scouring the island extensively, the officers failed to locate him and had to return to the station empty-handed. News of the incident swiftly reached overseas, leading the governor to receive a reprimanding call from the British authorities. In his fury, the governor directed his wrath towards the chief of police, summoning him for a scolding that left the chief thoroughly chastised, until the governor had vented enough of his frustration to relent. The chief of police, having endured such humiliation, was determined not to let the Tsim Sha Sui inspector off lightly. He transferred the brunt of the reprimand onto him, ultimately removing the Tsim Sha Sui chief from the force altogether. As for the Ni family, they had suffered near total annihilation, with Han Chan being the sole survivor. The fallout left their territory vulnerable, and had the uproar not been so significant, other factions would have swiftly moved to seize the opportunity. It is important to note that Tsim Sha Sui is one of the most affluent areas of Gangdao, rich in resources, and various syndicates were eager to stake their claim. Yang Kuan became aware of the situation surrounding the Ni family in Tsim Sha Sui. Observing that Ni Yongxiao had not only failed to eliminate Huang Ziqing, but had also put himself at risk, Yang Kuan was filled with disdain. Ni Yongxiao's incompetence was evident. Despite having received intelligence, he could not manage to deal with Huang Zicheng and Han Chun, allowing Han Chun to escape. This infuriated Yang Kuan, who berated Ni Yongxiao for his ineptitude. Yang Kuan was acutely aware that Ni Yongxiao's failure to eliminate Huang Zicheng would likely result in future complications, particularly since the Hung Lai Hotel was situated in Tsimsha Sui, where Huang Zicheng, as the head of the major crimes unit, could create trouble at will. This knowledge distressed Yang Kuan, as the Hung Lai Hotel was not merely a reputable establishment. It housed an underground casino that generated significant revenue. The prospect of Huang Zicheng discovering their illicit activities was a source of great anxiety for Yang Kuan. With the Ni family supply line severed, the local dealers in Tsimsha Sui found themselves devoid of white powder, allowing other suppliers to capitalize on the situation. In their bid to capture the market share left vacant by the Ni family, several dealers experienced significant friction among themselves. Had they not been wary of attracting police attention, confrontations would have already erupted, particularly between the forces of Hongxing and Dongxing. The tensions between Liang Kuan of Hongxing and Camel of Dongxing were palpable, with the former's numbers barely sufficient to withstand the pressure from Dongxing's formidable trio, Crow, Smiling Tiger, and the ever-assertive Sha Meng. The strength of Hongxing was predominantly anchored by Liang Kuan, while the other leaders were relatively weaker, making it challenging to fend off Dongxing's attempts to encroach upon their territory. As such, Crow and his associates grew increasingly dissatisfied, especially Crow himself, who, had it not been for Camel's restraint, would have already led an incursion to seize Hongxing's territory. To Crow, the members of Hongxing were hardly formidable opponents, far easier to deal with than the foreigners from Amsterdam. In recent years, Weah has been actively establishing a foothold in Amsterdam, Netherlands, assisting Dongxing in expanding their territory and competing for dominance in the white powder market. However, this has led to numerous conflicts with the local Dutch individuals. Each confrontation has been fiercely contested. Both sides have resorted to the use of firearms, including not only handguns but also shotguns and grenades. Consequently, Weah holds little regard for the knife-wielding gangsters in Guangdao, particularly for those lesser influential figures. Had it not been for their apprehension towards Liang Kuan, a notorious figure, Weah would have long since eliminated characters like Jiga. Chapter 44. The demise of De Lao Bi's family at the hands of Liang Kuan. Although Liang Kuan, accompanied by Ji Gu and Fei Lao Li, successfully thwarted Dongxing and maintained his hold over the white powder market, his current circumstances were far from favorable. In recent times, several shipments of his goods had been confiscated by the Hong Kong police, resulting in losses amounting to tens of millions, leaving Liang Kuan in a state of anguish. In his quest to uncover how the police could pinpoint his warehouses with such precision, Liang Kuan, in a frenzy, dispatched his underlings to seek out clues. Not only did he send others to gather intelligence, but he also expended vast sums to bribe police officers in Hong Kong, hoping to learn who had betrayed him. As the adage goes, money can drive even the devil to work, and under the influence of Liang Kuan's wealth, he managed to extract the information he sought from the police. It turned out that De Lao Bi had instructed his subordinates to tip off the authorities about Liang Kuan's warehouses, enabling them to locate his stash. Upon receiving this revelation, Liang Kuan was nearly driven to madness. He had never anticipated that, despite ascending to the pinnacle of power, De Lao Bi would dare to oppose him. It seemed he had been too lenient with De Lao Bi. This time, Liang Kuan resolved to eliminate De Lao Bi entirely. In a fit of rage, he ordered Sha Chong to abduct De Lao Bi's wife and children, taking them to Lantau Island. He then had them use the child's backpack to lure De Lao Bi to the location, where Liang Kuan had prepared an excavator for the grim task of burying De Lao Bi's family alive. Thus, he awaited De Lao Bi's arrival at Lantau Island. After approximately 2 hours, Sha Chong finally arrived, escorting De Lao Bi. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, De Lao Bi confronted Liang Kuan, inquiring about the whereabouts of his family. He issued a stern warning, stating that their grievances were separate from his family, and should Liang Kuan harm them, he would not go unpunished. Liang Kuan erupted in laughter at this threat, bewildered that De Lao Bi still did not grasp the gravity of his situation. Did he truly believe Liang Kuan was merely attempting to intimidate him? Liang Kuan was left speechless by De Lao Bi's foolishness. How had such an inept individual managed to cause him so much trouble? It was evident that the schemes had originated from Jiang Tiansheng. Otherwise, De Lao Bi lacked the intellect to orchestrate such plans. Observing De Lao Bi's ignorance, Liang Kuan lost all desire to toy with him further. Even uttering another word to him felt like a humiliation. He commanded his subordinates to restrain De Lao Bi and bind him with ropes before casting him into the pre-dug pit. Liang Kuan's men subsequently tossed De Lao Bi's wife and children into the pit as well, ensuring they would accompany him to his grave. Initially, De Lao Bi had assumed Liang Kuan was using the safety of his family as leverage, believing that Liang Kuan would not dare to take drastic measures against him. After all, Liang Kuan had never resorted to such extremes despite De Lao Bi's previous actions against him. However, as he found himself bound and thrown into the deep pit, the reality dawned on De Lao Bi. Liang Kuan was indeed intent on ending both his and his family's lives. Realizing the dire circumstances, De Lao Bi's bravado crumbled. Lying in the pit, he cried out for mercy, pleading with Liang Kuan. He admitted his past misdeeds, acknowledging that it was his fault, and earnestly begged for his life, promising to cease all opposition and to follow Liang Kuan's lead henceforth. He even attempted to shift the blame onto Jiang Tiansheng, claiming he had been manipulated into confronting Liang Kuan. As De Lao Bi wept and begged for clemency, he no longer cared about his dignity. All he desired was survival for himself and his family. If it meant begging and groveling before Liang Kuan, he would do so without hesitation. Observing De Lao Bi's pitiful state, Liang Kuan squatted by the edge of the pit and remarked that De Lao Bi had brought this upon himself. He reminded De Lao Bi that since ascending to the helm of the Hongxing organization, he had not troubled him. Why then? Had De Lao Bi chosen to inform the police and betray him? Did he grasp the extent of his losses? Liang Kuan concluded that if he spared De Lao Bi today, how could he continue to navigate the treacherous waters of the underworld? He admonished De Lao Bi to not blame him for his harshness. The consequences of his actions had ensnared his family as well. With that, Liang Kuan turned away from De Lao Bi, instructing his subordinates to bury the family. As De Lao Bi realized that Liang Kuan would not grant him mercy, he erupted into a tirade of curses. Meanwhile, his wife and children were reduced to tears, the scene steeped in despair. As the excavator began to fill the pit, De Lao Bi's anguished cries faded into silence. Once the pit was completely filled, Liang Kuan stomped on the earth several times before departing Lantau Island with his men. After De Lao Bi was taken away by Liang Kuan's right-hand man, Sha Chong, Huanglang Lujie, who had been vigilantly monitoring De Lao Bi's situation, reported the events to Yang Kuan. Upon learning of the incident, Yang Kuan realized that Liang Kuan had indeed taken De Lao Bi to Lantau Island, where he was buried alive. Thus, De Lao Bi would not return, and Yang Kuan could seize control of the territory in Causeway Bay. In the absence of the formidable presence of De Lao Bi, it is inconceivable that his subordinates, akin to mere rotten garlic, could withstand the onslaught of his own modified agents. Hence, in order to avert any prolonged uncertainty, Yang Kuan, seizing the moment before the news of De Lao Bi's demise reaches others, hastily instructs Captain Xiongju, General Ma Feng, and Huanglang Lujie to lead their teams in an assault on De Lao Bi's territory. Yang Kuan intends to utilize this opportunity to sweep through Tongluan, expelling not only De Lao Bi's influence, but also thoroughly dismantling the presence of other rival factions. By doing so, he aims to assert his dominance over the entire Tongluan oil-rich district, ensuring that from henceforth, the fate of Tongluan lies solely within his control. Chapter 45. The complete domination of Tongluan. Upon receiving the command from Yang Kuan, Xiongju, Ma Feng, and Lu Jie commenced their mission to assert control over the area. In just one night, they not only subdued the territory of De Lao Bi, but also conquered the grounds previously held by Liang Kuan. As for the other smaller gangs, they were utterly powerless to withstand the onslaught led by Xiongju and his companions, resulting in their chaotic retreat from Tongluan. Consequently, Yang Kuan successfully established a monopoly over the region, leaving no other factions but his own. After securing Tongluan, Yang Kuan soon realized his manpower was woefully insufficient. To fully integrate the area under his control, he needed at least 1,000 to 1,800 subordinates to maintain order. Therefore, he instructed Xiongju and the others to recruit some audacious and determined Guohuazai to ensure the seamless operation of the entertainment venues throughout Tongluan. Tasks such as valet parking and venue oversight required a considerable workforce, and with only about 100 individuals at his disposal, Yang Kuan found himself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, on the Tsim Sha Sui side at Hung Lai Hotel, Ruolan and her team also needed to maintain their post. Thus, Yang Kuan was in dire need of reinforcements. Reluctant to spend excessively on the system for enhanced recruits, he opted to enlist some streetwise individuals to bolster his ranks temporarily. In time, he planned to gradually exchange for modified personnel to handle core operations, such as blackmail, assassination, and overseeing underground gambling in Hung Lai Hotel, tasks that posed significant risks and would be entrusted to his more specialized recruits. Meanwhile, the newly recruited Guohuazai would be assigned only minor responsibilities. As news of Yang Kuen's complete takeover of Tongluan spread across the Harbor Island's underworld, astonishment ensued. Many were taken aback by Yang Kuen's audacity, questioning his lack of fear regarding potential retaliation from Hongxing. The discord between De Lao Bi and Liang Kuen was well known, yet regardless of their differences, Yang Kuen's encroachment on De Lao Bi's territory could not go unnoticed by Liang Kuen, the leader of Hongxing. Moreover, with Liang Kuen's own territory in Tongluan also falling to Yang Kuen, there was no way he could afford to let such an affront go unaddressed without suffering ridicule from rival gangs. Consequently, all eyes were on Hongxing's response. Until then, no one dared to encroach upon Tongluan. Acknowledging Yang Kuen's formidable reputation, they were wary of his fierce and fearless henchmen, who, in battle, displayed reckless abandon akin to madness. Given that Yang Kuen conquered the entirety of Tongluan within a single night, no one was inclined to provoke him hastily. Instead, they awaited other gangs to act as the vanguard, gauging Yang Kuen's strength. Should Yang Kuen's subordinates prove as formidable as the rumors suggested, they would have to resign themselves to watching the lucrative prize of Tongluan fall into his hands. However, if Yang Kuen's forces were not as formidable as believed, they would not hesitate to seize the opportunity, as everyone desired a piece of the lucrative pie that was Tongluan. Among those particularly interested were Wu Ya and Xiao Mian, who from Dongxing. Upon learning of Yang Kuen's victory, they were eager to mobilize their men to eliminate him and claim Tongluan for themselves. Having long coveted the prosperous areas of Hong Kong, their return from Amsterdam had confined them to the less glamorous territories of Dongxing, primarily in remote regions like Yunlong. The allure of the bustling Yau Ma Ti area had only intensified their ambitions. Despite Tongluan being in the Wanshai district, its vibrancy rivaled that of Yau Ma Ti, which only fueled Wu Ya's and Xiao Mian's excitement at the prospect of seizing the territory. However, their plans were thwarted by their leader, Law, who forbade them from stirring the pot in Tongluan for the time being. Luotua wished to observe the unfolding situation before deciding whether to intervene, especially since most of Dongxing's elite were still in Amsterdam. The remaining subordinates in Hong Kong were primarily low-level members, ill-equipped for a confrontation with Yang Kuen's fierce warriors. Luotua was acutely aware of the capabilities of his men, and, upon learning of Wu Ya and Xiao Mian's intent to raid Tongluan, he intervened to prevent them from becoming the sacrificial pawns of another gang. He did not want Dongxing to be the first to clash with Yang Kuen, while others waited in the wings to capitalize on their struggle. Additionally, there was the looming threat of Hongxing. If Dongxing were to brazenly attempt to seize control of Tongluan, it was likely that Hongxing would temporarily spare Yang Kuen only to unleash their full force upon Dongxing. Given the circumstances, Hongxing would not allow Dongxing to extend its reach into Tongluan, even if it meant engaging in a fierce battle. The stakes were high, and Hongxing would not hesitate to defend its territory vigorously. Now that Hongxing has suffered such a significant loss, the entire organization will undoubtedly unite, preparing to confront their adversaries with unwavering resolve. Therefore, not only will they vehemently oppose Dongxing's encroachment upon the territory of Tongluan, but other prominent factions will also be no exception. Should they dare to extend their reach into Tongluan, Hongxing will swiftly sever those outstretched hands. Otherwise, individuals like Liang Kuen should abandon any hope of remaining in Hong Kong Island. Luotua is acutely aware of this reality, which is why he seeks to deter Wu Ya and his associates. However, Wu Ya and his companions remain oblivious to these dynamics. They only perceive that their leader is obstructing their pursuit of wealth and hindering their attempts to seize control of Tongluan. Consequently, both Wu Ya and Xiaomino harbor an intense desire to eliminate Luotua, whom they regard as an obstinate old foe. Chapter 46. The Meeting of Hongxing. Absence of Boss B. In the aftermath of the meeting, the formidable Camel's intervention had temporarily quelled the plans of Crow and Smiling Tiger, fostering their growing discontent toward Camel. They believed their fortunes were hindered solely by the old man Camel. Had it not been for their apprehension regarding the formidable adversaries, Longhu Si-Tu Haonan and Benlei Hulei Yaoyong, Crow and his companion would have long since eliminated Camel, the leader of Dongxing. Upon learning that Yang Kuan had seized control of Tongluan while Boss B was preoccupied with eliminating him, Liang Kuan was infuriated. Not only had Boss B lost his territory, but Liang Kuan also saw his own 2 streets in Tongluan snatched away by Yang Kuan. Consequently, Liang Kuan summoned all the masters of Hongxing to convene and strategize against the despicable Yang Kuan. When all the masters gathered at the main hall, the news of the loss of Tongluan reached them, and they noticed Boss B was conspicuously absent. Brother G remarked, "Where's Boss B? With such a grave situation at hand, how could he choose not to attend the meeting? This is utterly unacceptable." Upon hearing Brother G's mention of Boss B, Fatty Lee chimed in, "Indeed, Boss B is being unreasonable. Usually, he skips meetings without significant matters, but now that he has lost Tongluan, shouldn't he offer us an explanation? Is he still attempting to avoid us?" Following Fatty Lee's remarks, the other masters began to share similar sentiments regarding Boss B's absence. Since Liang Kuan ascended to the helm of Hongxing, Boss B had frequently neglected meetings presided over by Liang Kuan. Although they were aware of the discord between Boss B and Liang Kuan, they had refrained from openly criticizing him. However, the current circumstances were different. Their territory in Tongluan had been usurped, and Boss B's absence from the meeting to discuss their response was particularly glaring. As discussions grew more fervent, Chen Yao abruptly interrupted the discourse and dialed Boss B, hoping to urge him to come to the main hall promptly to clarify the situation regarding the loss of Tongluan. Chen Yao had received instructions from Jiang Tianxing to assist Boss B in reclaiming Tongluan's territory. He needed Boss B as a pawn to help restrain Liang Kuan's burgeoning influence, lest it complicate his future endeavors against Liang Kuan. However, Chen Yao's call would ultimately prove fruitless. Among those present, only Liang Kuan was aware of Boss B's demise, rendering their discussions futile. After realizing no one was answering the phone, Chen Yao had no choice but to hang up. The meeting, lacking the presence of the principal figure, Boss B, concluded without resolution. Once all the masters departed the main hall, Liang Kuan also left. As Liang Kuan traveled back to his film company, he pondered the peculiar behavior of Chen Yao during the meeting. He had ardently advocated for Boss B, urging everyone to assist in reclaiming Tongluan. This unexpected loyalty raised suspicions in Liang Kuan's mind. Since when had Boss B and Chen Yao developed such a close rapport? Hadn't they previously quarreled due to Chen Yao's support for Liang Kuan? Liang Kuan was aware that the news of Boss B's death would not remain concealed for long. If Boss B continued to remain absent, others would inevitably question whether he had met with foul play. Liang Kuan was also concerned that someone might implicate him in Boss B's death, which would be disastrous. Given their well-known relationship, once the news broke, people would likely connect him to the incident, assuming he had orchestrated Boss B's demise. Liang Kuan did not wish for the masters to attribute Boss B's death to him, as that would jeopardize his position as leader and likely lead to his ousting. He realized the recent dissatisfaction among several influential masters had been brewing, and had he not collaborated with Brother G, Fatty Lee, and others in the white flower business, no one would heed his commands. Unlike Jiang Tianxing, Han Bin and the Crown Prince had shown Liang Kuan little respect. The tension escalated when Han Bin nearly severed ties with Liang Kuan over his association with Shi Yin and Kowloon in the white flower trade. Han Bin was keenly aware of the risks associated with this business, particularly given the increasing scrutiny from the police on such enterprises. He was determined to protect his brothers from constant surveillance, preferring they remain focused on collecting protection fees in their territory, which afforded them a more stable livelihood. Though Shi Yin and Kowloon were reluctant to abandon the lucrative white flower business, they ultimately yielded to Han Bin's insistence, recognizing his decisive authority among the trio. After some contemplation, Liang Kuan resolved to pin Boss B's death on Yang Kuan, seizing the opportunity to deflect blame onto him now that he had taken over Boss B's territory just after his demise. This would allow Liang Kuan to shield himself from any repercussions. Regarding the matter of Liang Kuan attempting to cast the blame upon him, Yang Kuan remains oblivious. At present, he is preoccupied with recruiting subordinates, striving to gain complete control over Tongluan. Even if he were aware of Liang Kuan's schemes, he would remain indifferent. After all, once Yang Kuan seizes Tongluan, an inevitable confrontation with Hongxing looms on the horizon, and he is unconcerned about the repercussions that might befall him from the powerful figure B. Chapter 47. Jiang Tianxing incites Chun Haonan to seek revenge on Yang Kuan and Liang Kuan after the meeting adjourned. Due to his inability to contact Dalao B, Chen Yao dispatched individuals to locate Dalao B's subordinates, hoping to ascertain the whereabouts of their leader. Upon inquiry, they learned that Dalao Bi had not been seen since leaving the Yisei bar 2 nights prior, even missing an appearance during Yang Kuan's territory sweep. The news provided by Dalao Bi's subordinates filled Chun Yao with an ominous premonition, leading him to suspect that something terrible had befallen Dalao Bi. Subsequently, Chun Yao sent people to Dalao Bi's residence to check on his wife and children. If they too were untraceable, it would indicate dire circumstances for the entire family. Upon arrival, his subordinates discovered that Dalao Bi's wife and children were also missing and promptly returned to report this to Chun Yao. Alarmed by the reports from his men, Chun Yao hastily called Jiang Tianxing to inform him of Dalao Bi's family's disappearance. Upon learning of the situation, Jiang Tianxing could no longer remain passive. In such a short span since his own return, the Hongxing had already lost its foothold in Tongluan. And now his loyal ally Dalao Bi had vanished. Jiang Tianxing concluded that Liang Kuan could no longer remain in power. Otherwise, it was uncertain how Liang Kuan would further jeopardize the Hongxing that belonged to the Jiang family. Thus, Jiang Tianxing began discreetly reaching out to the Hanbin trio and the prince, hoping they would assist him in reclaiming the leadership position. In pursuit of reclaiming the Hongxing's leadership from Liang Kuan, Jiang Tianxing promised substantial benefits to Hanbin and the prince, successfully securing their allegiance. In addition to contacting these leaders, Jiang Tianxing secretly reached out to Chen Haonan, informing him of the demise of Dalao Bi's family. Upon hearing that his elder brother and his entire family had been brutally murdered, Chen Haonan was overcome with grief, as his bond with Dalao Bi was akin to that of father and son. He quickly sought to inquire from Jiang Tianxing if he had any knowledge of who might be responsible for Dalao Bi's death. Recognizing the vengeful fury emanating from Chen Haonan, Jiang Tianxing responded, "Anan, do not let sorrow overwhelm you. The identity of the murderer remains elusive, but I suspect both Yang Kuan and Liang Kuan hold significant culpability." Jiang Tianxing's intention was clear. Should Chen Haonan believe his words, it would benefit him regardless of whom Chen Haonan sought vengeance against. If Chen Haonan were to conclude that Yang Kuan was responsible for Dalao Bi's murder and pursue retribution, Jiang Tianxing could potentially reclaim territory in Tongluan. Conversely, if Chen Haonan targeted Liang Kuan, Jiang Tianxing could reclaim leadership of Hongxing once Chen Haonan eliminated Liang Kuan. Thus, regardless of Chen Haonan's target, it would serve Jiang Tianxing's interests. The safety of Chen Haonan was not a concern for Jiang Tianxing. If Chen Haonan were to perish in his quest for vengeance, it would merely be an unfortunate occurrence with no loss to Jiang Tianxing. However, should Chen Haonan succeed, it would indicate his value, and once he reclaimed leadership, Jiang Tianxing could easily offer Chen Haonan a position as a leader in Tongluan, which would elicit deep gratitude from Chen Haonan, thereby securing a loyal supporter for Jiang Tianxing. To persuade Chen Haonan of his assertions, Jiang Tianxing began to elucidate his reasoning. "Anan, the reason I suspect Yang Kuan is that immediately following Dalao Bi's disappearance, he dispatched individuals to seize territory in Tongluan. Is he not fearful of a counterstrike from Dalao Bi? What emboldens him to act so brazenly? Could it be that he has already eliminated Dalao Bi, granting him the audacity to encroach upon his territory?" Upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's analysis, Chen Haonan began to view Yang Kuan with suspicion and resolved to investigate further to ascertain whether Yang Kuan was indeed responsible for Dalao Bi's demise. After discussing Yang Kuan, Jiang Tianxing then turned to Liang Kuan, stating, "Anan, regarding Liang Kuan, my suspicion arises from his long-standing enmity with Dalao Bi, which you are well aware of. Recently, I heard that Dalao Bi reported several of Liang Kuan's warehouses, resulting in substantial financial losses for him. Given my understanding of Liang Kuan, he would not let such a slight go unpunished. Should Liang Kuan discover that Dalao Bi was behind his troubles, he would surely seek vengeance, particularly now that Dalao Bi's entire family has met with tragedy. This aligns with Liang Kuan's modus operandi, hence my inclusion of him among the suspects. The identity of the true murderer remains for you to uncover. I cannot assist further. As you know, I am no longer the leader of Hongxing, and my influence has waned. The vendetta against Dalao Bi now rests upon your shoulders." After inciting Chen Haonan's wrath, Jiang Tianxing departed from Ziyun Mountain. He now merely needed to observe from the sidelines as Chen Haonan confronted Liang Kuan, allowing him to reclaim the leadership throne seamlessly. Once Jiang Tianxing left, Chen Haonan promptly contacted De Tian and the others, only to learn they were currently hospitalized. During Yang Kuan-'s subordinates' assault on their territory, De Tian-er and his companions had sustained severe injuries. Had it not been for the protection of other subordinates, they might have perished that night. Despite narrowly escaping Yang Kuan-'s men, they were gravely wounded and had been recuperating in the hospital for the past few days. They had heard nothing regarding De Lao B's family's disappearance. Otherwise, they would have informed Chun Haonan long ago, rather than learning the tragic news from him now. Upon Chun Haonan's arrival at the hospital, he conveyed the tragic news of the B family's demise to De Tian and the other two. Instantly, they erupted with fervent cries for vengeance. However, observing their bandaged forms resembling mummies, Chun Haonan could only soothe their fervor, urging them to focus on recuperating from their injuries. Only once they had regained their strength could they be of assistance. Otherwise, given their current state, they would merely hinder his efforts. Chapter 48. Chun Haonan receives news and confirms Liang Kuan as the culprit after departing from the hospital. Chun Haonan ventured alone to Tongluan. He sought out old acquaintances to gather information regarding the death of De Lao Bi and whether it had any connection to Yang Kuan. It is well known that secrets are scarce on Hong Kong Island. Anything that transpires inevitably finds its way into the public domain. Therefore, if Yang Kuan had indeed harmed De Lao Bi, it would certainly be uncovered. After consulting several well-informed friends and expending a considerable amount of Hong Kong dollars, Chun Haonan finally obtained the desired information from a thug known as La Ba. It was revealed that De Lao Bi had been taken away by Liang Kuan's right-hand man, Sha Chong. However, the identity of De Lao Bi's murderer remained elusive. Although La Ba did not provide extensive details, this single piece of information was sufficient for Chun Haonan. He was now convinced that Liang Kuan was responsible for De Lao Bi's demise. Otherwise, De Lao Bi would not have followed Sha Chong willingly. It was evident that Liang Kuan had threatened De Lao Bi's family, compelling him to remain silent. Otherwise, De Lao Bi could have easily summoned his subordinates for assistance. Did they truly think De Lao Bi's men were inept? Having identified Liang Kuan as the perpetrator behind his elder brother's death, Chun Haonan began reaching out to De Lao Bi's subordinates, aiming to rally them for vengeance against Liang Kuan. However, to his surprise, not a single subordinate agreed to join him in seeking retribution, particularly the few leading figures. Chun Haonan was infuriated to see De Lao Bi's former subordinates refuse to assist him, leading him to accuse them of being ungrateful, disregarding the kindness and care De Lao Bi had once shown them. In response to Chun Haonan's accusations, Bao could no longer contain his frustration and retorted, "Chun Haonan, on what grounds do you criticize us for being ungrateful? What kindness has De Lao Bi ever bestowed upon us? During times of fortune, it was you who was entrusted with the tasks, reaping all the rewards for yourself while we received nothing. When trouble arose, it was we who took on the burden while you hid away. Now you come seeking our help for vengeance, and where were you when De Lao Bi needed support? And you expect us to assist you against Liang Kuan? Do you realize that Liang Kuan is our current leader? Are you trying to lead us to our demise?" Upon hearing Bao's words, Chun Haonan fell silent, recognizing the truth in Bao's statements. He understood that De Lao Bi had indeed favored him, and without De Lao Bi's backing, Bao and the others would have long since disregarded him. Realizing that he could no longer rely on these individuals, Chun Haonan departed to seek alternative methods. After several days of fruitless searching, even reaching out to the hall masters who had maintained good relations with De Lao Bi, Chun Haonan found no one willing to assist him in confronting Liang Kuan. No one wished to incur the wrath of Liang Kuan, the leader of Hongxing. Furthermore, with the support of Ji Gu and Fei Lao Li, no one would risk offending Liang Kuan for the sake of a deceased individual. Thus, they were left helpless. Without assistance, Chun Haonan found it impossible to confront Liang Kuan. With only a handful of allies, they would be easily overpowered by Liang Kuan's subordinates. Just as Chun Haonan felt utterly despondent, Shanji returned to Hong Kong Island. Although Shanji had previously distanced himself from Chun Haonan due to a romantic entanglement and sought refuge with his cousin in Taiwan, he had maintained contact with De Tian-er over the past 2 years. The reason for his return was that De Tian-er had informed him of De Lao Bi's murder immediately after Chun Haonan left the hospital. Upon hearing the news, Shanji was astonished. He had not anticipated that De Lao Bi had been killed. Reflecting on the time they spent with De Lao Bi and the care he had shown them, Shanji could no longer remain in Taiwan. He resolved to return to Hong Kong Island to avenge De Lao Bi. Shanji conveyed his intentions to his cousin. Upon learning of this, his cousin understood the danger of Shanji going alone to Hong Kong Island. It would not be an act of vengeance, but rather a march towards certain death. They were up against the current leader of Hongxing, Liang Kuan, and his cousin could not bear the thought of watching him perish. Thus, Shan Ji's cousin sought out the leader of the Sanlian gang, Lei Gong. He explained that Shan Ji wished to return to Hong Kong Island to avenge Dalao Bi and requested that Lei Gong, in light of their long-standing association, provide some support for Shan Ji's endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Gong unexpectedly agreed to the request, much to Shan Ji's cousin's delight. He had not anticipated such a favorable response and expressed his gratitude profusely to Lei Gong for his assistance. However, Shan Ji's cousin misjudged Lei Gong's intentions. Lei Gong was not acquiescing merely to grant a favor to Shan Ji's cousin. He had his own calculations in mind. The influence of Hongxing was not to be underestimated, especially since Hong Kong Island was their stronghold. The Sanlian gang members would not fare well if they stirred up trouble in Hongxing's territory, as it could lead to a large-scale conflict between the two gangs. With the backing of the Sanlian gang, Shan Ji returned to Hong Kong Island with a substantial number of subordinates and a financial support of 10 million new Taiwan dollars from Lei Gong. Upon his swift return to Gangdao, Shan Ji immediately sought out Chen Haonan. The sight of Shan Ji's arrival filled Chen Haonan with joy, particularly upon learning that Shan Ji had come back from Taiwan Island specifically to exact vengeance for Dalao Bi. This revelation deeply moved Chen Haonan, who had faced numerous setbacks of late, affirming that in times of trouble, one must rely on their brothers, as no one else could be trusted. In the past, Dalao Bi had an abundance of loyal subordinates and friends, and during his heyday, their bonds were as close as family. However, following Dalao Bi's demise, those erstwhile companions and followers scattered far and wide, fearing the consequences of association, leaving only a handful, including Chen Haonan, to seek justice for Dalao Bi. This betrayal incited profound resentment within Chen Haonan. Witnessing Shan Ji return from Taiwan Island to avenge Dalao Bi, Chen Haonan felt reassured that his faith in Shan Ji was not misplaced. Reflecting on their previous discord stemming from Kuan, Chen Haonan contemplated offering an apology to Shan Ji, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Shan Ji interrupted him. Time had healed the wounds of the past, and Shan Ji had long since forgiven Chen Haonan, rendering any further discussion on the matter unnecessary. Chapter 49. Yang Kuan faces off against Hongxing with the assistance of the Sanlian gang members brought by Shan Ji. Chen Haonan and his companions began to deliberate on how to confront Liang Kuan. It was imperative for them to devise a sound strategy, for Liang Kuan had ascended to the helm of Hongxing, making him a formidable adversary. Unbeknownst to Chen Haonan, Liang Kuan was already contemplating a strike against Yang Kuan, as the latter had audaciously seized control of the territory in Causeway Bay, thereby disrupting Liang Kuan's meticulously laid plans. Liang Kuan had initially intended to eliminate Dalao Bi before seizing an opportunity to elevate his trusted confidant, Sha Chong, to the position of leader in Causeway Bay. However, he was taken aback when Yang Kuan swiftly usurped the area, igniting Liang Kuan's fury. Moreover, other leaders within the syndicate were eagerly awaiting Liang Kuan's reaction, prompting him to convene his associates. Under the pretext of avenging Dalao Bi's murder and reclaiming their territory in Causeway Bay, Liang Kuan resolved to mount an assault against Yang Kuan. He feared that prolonged inaction might embolden rival gangs to stake their claims in Causeway Bay. Thus, he summoned several trusted leaders to rally their subordinates for a united front against Yang Kuan. To incentivize their efforts, Liang Kuan promised each leader a share of territory once they successfully reclaimed Causeway Bay. Recognizing the potential rewards, Bai Go, Fei Lao Li, Liang Ma, Diyu, and Ma Wang Jian promptly began assembling their underlings, awaiting Liang Kuan's command. Yang Kuan, sensing the movements of Hongxing, was also busy assessing the number of recruits that Xiong Ju and his crew had amassed during this period. After careful evaluation, he found that over 500 delinquents had pledged allegiance to him, supplemented by the approximately 100 modified individuals under his command, resulting in a force of over 600. Although Yang Kuan's numbers had surged significantly, he harbored little hope for the newly joined hoodlums. He understood that while they might prove useful in favorable conditions, they would likely scatter at the first sign of adversity, leaving him with only his loyal cadre of approximately 100. To fortify his hold on Causeway Bay, Yang Kuan reluctantly decided to expend a considerable sum of HKD to recruit additional modified individuals. He realized that this was not the time to be frugal, so he invested 200 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire 200 modified people. This transaction nearly depleted his resources, as the 300 million anonymous bonds he had previously secured from Liu Yaozu, along with the recent profits from the bar and Hung Lai Hotel, had now been significantly diminished. After completing this recruitment, Yang Kuan found himself with only a few million left. To confront Liang Kuan's impending assault, he resolved to position these 300 modified individuals to intercept Hongxing's forces, aiming to prevent them from breaching Causeway Bay. He designated the remaining 500 underlings to safeguard all entertainment venues in Causeway Bay, allowing him to focus on addressing the troubles posed by Hongxing with his modified warriors. Yang Kuan was wary of allowing his men to engage in direct combat with Hongxing, not out of concern for their well-being, but rather due to the financial burden of medical expenses and settlement fees that would ensue from any injuries. With only a few million remaining, he could not afford such liabilities. Realizing the importance of protecting his establishments, Yang Kuan stationed Rulin and 50 modified individuals at Hung Lai Hotel to ensure its security against opportunistic looters. He instructed Rulin to remain steadfast at the hotel, irrespective of the turmoil that might unfold in Causeway Bay, emphasizing that her primary duty was to guard the venue. Once Yang Kuan had finalized his plans, he instructed Su Shi and Xiongju to prepare their forces to block Hongxing's approach at the first sign of their advance, striving to prevent them from breaching Causeway Bay. This strategy aimed to minimize the damage inflicted on the venues, reducing potential compensation claims from business owners who had paid for protection. Yang Kuan understood that if his negligence resulted in property damage, he would be liable for restitution. Thus, he prioritized engaging Hongxing outside of Causeway Bay. Having arranged all necessary measures, Yang Kuan awaited the arrival of Hongxing's forces. Liang Kuan did not keep Yang Kuan waiting long. At midnight the following day, he, along with Fei Lao Li and several other leaders, marched towards Causeway Bay with over 2,000 underlings in tow. The magnitude of Hongxing's mobilization quickly caught the attention of the Causeway Bay police, who dispatched officers to monitor both factions, prepared to intervene once the conflict escalated. The police understood that intervening in such skirmishes was often futile. Even if they obstructed one confrontation, the gangs would merely resume hostilities the following day. Thus, as long as the gangsters did not harm innocent civilians, the police turned a blind eye, only stepping in after the dust settled. There existed an unspoken agreement between the police and the gangs, wherein they would typically engage in combat at midnight when the streets were mostly devoid of ordinary citizens, minimizing the risk of chaos. True to form, the officers from the Causeway Bay police station maintained their distance, observing without any intention of halting the impending clash. As the formidable forces of Hongxing were on the verge of reaching Tongluan, Yang Kuan, accompanied by his cadre of modified individuals, obstructed the streets leading into Tongluan, effectively halting the advance of Hongxing's men. Observing the more than 200 subordinates behind Yang Kuan, Liang Kuan and his companions were filled with admiration for Yang Kuan's audacity. Despite their limited numbers, they dared to challenge them. It must be said that Yang Kuan truly possessed an audacious spirit. It is noteworthy that Hongxing had dispatched nearly 2,000 of their own subordinates for this operation, rendering their manpower almost tenfold that of their adversaries. Thus, in Liang Kuan's eyes, Yang Kuan and his band of followers were scarcely distinguishable from the dead. Chapter 50. Yang Kuan leads his men to crush the assault of Hongxing. Faced with the multitude of underlings from Hongxing, Yang Kuan harbored no fear in his heart. He understood that only by withstanding this assault could he firmly secure his dominion over Tongluan. Therefore, he chose not to engage in excessive chatter with Liang Kuan and the others, but instead shouted a command, leading his subordinates while brandishing his machete toward the forces of Hongxing. Yang Kuan's bold advance startled Liang Kuan and his companions, who could not fathom Yang Kuan's audacity in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Despite their confusion, there was no time for contemplation. With Yang Kuan charging forward, Liang Kuan rallied his own men to draw their knives and counterattack. In an instant, the two factions clashed, their blades meeting in a fierce exchange. Liang Kuan and several other leaders stood back, observing the fray, eager to witness how their underlings would dispatch Yang Kuan and his crew. However, as they watched with confidence, they soon realized the scene unfolding before them was far from what they had anticipated. As the skirmish intensified, it was their own underlings from Hongxing who fell to the ground, while Yang Kuan's men fought with the prowess of martial arts masters, relentlessly cutting down the Hongxing thugs. In a matter of moments, Hongxing's underlings were forced to retreat, unable to withstand the onslaught. Although outnumbered, Yang Kuan's men, enhanced by modifications, proved significantly more formidable than the ordinary ruffians of Hongxing. Moreover, their lack of pain receptors allowed them to ignore wounds inflicted by their opponents, continuing to strike down the Hongxing thugs with unyielding determination. Yang Kuen's men fought as if they feared nothing, attacking relentlessly, which sent many of the Hongxing underlings into a panic. They were merely common thugs, accustomed to brawling and bullying the weak, but they faltered when faced with the reckless abandon of Yang Kuen's modified fighters. No one wished to perish in this chaos, leading several quick-witted Hongxing underlings to turn and flee, unwilling to engage with Yang Kuen's seemingly deranged crew. Many of Hongxing's men were so thoroughly intimidated that they sought only to escape this terrifying venue. The initial confrontations with Yang Kuen's forces sent them scrambling, merging with the throngs of other fleeing Hongxing underlings in a disorderly panic. Observing this disarray, Yang Kuen, accompanied by Su Shi, Xiongju, Ma Feng, and Lu Jie, intensified his pursuit, relentlessly cutting down the Hongxing thugs. The cries of Hongxing's underlings echoed as they lamented their plight, wishing for additional limbs to flee faster. They had no desire to engage with Yang Kuen's men any longer. All they wanted was to escape. This was not mere cowardice. The situation was untenable. Yang Kuen's men dispatched their foes with lethal efficiency, leaving the Hongxing underlings in a state of despair as their attacks had little to no effect. In the face of Yang Kuen's relentless assault, the Hongxing underlings could no longer withstand the pressure and scattered in all directions, abandoning any semblance of courage. Despite Yang Kuen and his cohorts urging their men to fight on, the Hongxing underlings were too frightened to continue. The scene transformed into chaos, with fleeing Hongxing thugs overwhelming the area. Yang Kuen and his leaders, witnessing their forces being vanquished by Yang Kuen's smaller contingent, were consumed by frustration and rage. Yet, no amount of anger could alter the tide of defeat, leading the leaders to discreetly retreat, fearing the attention of Yang Kuen's subordinates. As Yang Kuen observed the collapse of Hongxing's ranks, his spirits soared, and he pursued the retreating thugs with fervor. The scene turned surreal, with multiple members of Yang Kuen's crew chasing down dozens of fleeing Hongxing underlings, who dared not look back, fleeing with all their might. Onlookers, including police and rival gang members, were left in astonishment at the absurdity of this outcome. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The once feared Hongxing thugs were being mercilessly pursued and outmatched by Yang Kuen's mere 200 men, who had turned the tide of battle. It was clear that fear had taken root among Hongxing's ranks, explaining their current predicament. The spectators, whether police or rival gang members, could not help but admire Yang Kuen's subordinates, who demonstrated remarkable combat prowess, seemingly invincible in their assault. They had witnessed firsthand how Yang Kuen's men could easily take on several of Hongxing's fighters, undeterred by injuries sustained in battle. It was no wonder the Hongxing thugs faltered under such relentless pressure. The rumors of Yang Kuen's formidable crew were no longer mere tales. They were substantiated by the events unfolding before them. After a period of pursuit, upon realizing that the Hongxing underlings had fled beyond reach, Yang Kuen ceased his chase, allowing the remnants of the skirmish to settle. Instead of lingering, Yang Kuen promptly led his subordinates to flee, having observed the police in the distance watching their altercation. Remaining in that location was not an option, for the prospect of being apprehended by the authorities would undoubtedly pose a significant predicament. Thus, Yang Kuen swiftly guided his followers back to Tongluan. Upon their return, he urgently instructed his injured subordinates to seek a place to tend to their wounds, lest they succumb to excessive blood loss. Yang Kuen was deeply concerned for the well-being of his men. Even the loss of a few would weigh heavily on his heart. For each of these subordinates was valued at 1 million Hong Kong dollars, a considerable sum. Chapter 51. Chun Haonan's financial maneuver to win over the leaders of Hongxing. After Yang Kuen and several leaders hastily returned to the Hongxing headquarters, they were filled with trepidation. They had not anticipated that they would be so severely beaten by Yang Kuen. Had they not fled swiftly, they might have met their demise at the hands of Yang Kuen's underlings in Tongluan. Now, they were devoid of any inclination to seek trouble with Yang Kuen, as the encounter had nearly left them with psychological scars. Despite having tenfold the manpower compared to their adversaries, they were unable to secure victory. How could they possibly confront Yang Kuen again? This time, the losses incurred by the leaders were substantial. They had initially planned to reap rewards from this venture, hence their decision to mobilize their elite subordinates to confront Yang Kuen. However, not only did they fail to gain any advantage, but their own men suffered grievous casualties, leaving them filled with regret. The expenses for settling their subordinates, such as relocation fees and medical bills, were considerable. Were it not for their recent profits from conducting business with Liang Kun, this loss could have bankrupted them. Even so, once they distributed the requisite funds to their injured subordinates, little would remain in their coffers. Consequently, the leaders contemplated whether Liang Kun could cover these expenses, for it was he who had proposed the confrontation with Yang Kun. Were it not for Liang Kun's initiative, they would not have faced such a significant setback. After Ji Gu conveyed this notion to Liang Kun, the other leaders echoed his sentiments, hoping to avoid bearing these costs themselves. If Liang Kun could foot the bill, it would be a most fortuitous outcome. However, upon realizing that Ji Gu and the others expected him to cover their subordinates' medical and relocation expenses, Liang Kun was taken aback. Why should he bear such a financial burden? It was utterly unreasonable. Thus, Liang Kun promptly rejected their unreasonable demands. His refusal left the leaders disgruntled. Had they not been considering their continued partnership with Liang Kun in business, it is likely that one of them would have confronted him on the spot. Even though Ji Gu and his companions refrained from outright hostility, discontent towards Liang Kun began to simmer in their hearts. Yang Kun's decisive victory over the 2,000 members of Hongxing reverberated throughout the underworld, swiftly disseminated by those who had witnessed the spectacle that fateful night. The news of Yang Kun's formidable prowess deterred those who had long coveted Tongluan. With Hongxing serving as a cautionary tale, no one dared to provoke Yang Kun, as they were unwilling to suffer a similar fate. Their own forces paled in comparison to Hongxing, and if such a substantial loss could befall them, lesser factions would undoubtedly face annihilation at Yang Kun's hands. With this newfound deterrent, it seemed unlikely that anyone would foolishly seek trouble with Yang Kun again, indicating that Tongluan was destined to be under the auspices of the Yang family. Upon hearing of these developments, Luo Tua of Dongxing reflected on his foresight. Having decisively intervened to prevent the crows from challenging Yang Kun, had he not acted, it would have been Dongxing facing the repercussions. Contemplating the potential fallout filled him with dread, as Dongxing's personnel could not withstand such losses. In light of this, Luo Tua summoned the crows and the smiling tiger for a stern reprimand, urging them to refrain from instigating conflicts that could lead to their demise, assuring them that he would not avenge them should they find themselves harmed. The crows and the smiling tiger, chastised by their boss, became more subdued. The magnitude of Yang Kun's triumph astonished them. They had not expected his underlings to be so formidable, managing to chase down over 2,000 of Hongxing's men. The brutality of this encounter was staggering. If Yang Kun could vanquish such a large faction, their own modest numbers paled in comparison. Presently, even if they combined their forces, they could scarcely muster 1,000 men, rendering them ill-equipped to confront Yang Kun. Following this battle, Yang Kun solidified his control over Tongluan, leaving no other factions daring to challenge him. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Kun began to organize affairs in Tongluan. In the days following his conquest, he had been preoccupied with recruiting new subordinates to counter Hongxing's retaliation, leaving him little time to negotiate protection fees with entertainment establishments. Now, however, he could allocate time to manage Tongluan's future. In Xianshan, upon hearing news of Liang Kun's misfortune at Yang Kun's hands, Chen Haonan and his companions were elated. Liang Kun had undoubtedly suffered significant losses, making it easier for them to confront him. Particularly for Ji Gu and the other leaders, their substantial losses would facilitate Chen Haonan's efforts to win them over. Previously, they had profited handsomely from conducting business with Liang Kun, and Chen Haonan had been uncertain about persuading them. However, circumstances had shifted. He had learned from friends within Hongxing that Ji Gu and the others were embroiled in a discord with Liang Kun over the costs incurred from their injured subordinates. Thus, the moment was ripe for Chen Haonan to rally them against Liang Kun. Chen Haonan shared his intentions to court Ji Gu and the other leaders with Jiang Tiansheng, who endorsed Chen Haonan's strategy. To ensure Chen Haonan's success in winning over Ji Gu and the others, Jiang Tiansheng provided him with a generous sum of 5 million Hong Kong dollars to support his endeavors. With the backing of Shan Ji and Jiang Tiansheng, Chen Haonan's confidence in eliminating Liang Kun grew exponentially. In the ensuing days, Chen Haonan commenced discreet discussions with the Hongxing leaders, investing funds to win their favor, ensuring that they would turn a blind eye during his efforts to confront Liang Kun. To facilitate this, he presented each leader with a generous token of appreciation amounting to 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. After receiving the funds sent by Chen Haonan, The Crown Prince and several Hall Masters, including Han Bin, recognized that this was undoubtedly the support of Jiang Tianxing behind Chen Haonan. They were reluctant to offend Jiang Tianxing. Hence, they readily acquiesced to Chen Haonan's request. As for Ji Gu, Liang Ma, and Di Yu, their recent endeavor to assist Liang Kuan in confronting Yang Kuan had resulted in substantial losses, nearly depleting their coffers. Consequently, they harbored considerable resentment towards Liang Kuan. Thus, upon receiving the money from Chen Haonan, they also pledged not to involve themselves in the affairs between the two parties. Chapter 52. Chen Haonan eliminates Liang Kuan. Jiang Tianxing returns to the helm of Hongxing. Among the 12 Hall Masters of Hongxing, with the exception of Filao Li, who harbors deep-seated animosity towards De Lao Bi, Chen Haonan successfully garnered the allegiance of all others. Liang Kuan, thus, found himself utterly isolated, devoid of any support within the Hongxing society, making it ripe for the reckoning he was about to face. Unbeknownst to Liang Kuan, his fellow Hall Masters had conspired against him while he busied himself with preparations for his mother's birthday celebration. In his generosity, Liang Kuan distributed substantial funds to his underlings for housing, medical expenses, bail, and hardship compensation, which left him financially drained. He aimed to seize the opportunity of his mother's birthday to collect a generous sum of monetary gifts, anticipating a multitude of attendees eager to honor her. However, he was oblivious to Chen Haonan's sinister plan to eliminate him during this very event. On the day of the celebration, Chen Haonan and his associates executed their plan, deceiving Liang Kuan into a secluded alley where, unlike the original narrative, they bypassed the notorious marksman of Central and swiftly dispatched Liang Kuan. They callously discarded his lifeless body as if it were refuse in the darkened alleyway. As Liang Kuan's loyal subordinates grew concerned over his prolonged absence, they, led by Shaqiang, embarked on a search for him. Ultimately, they stumbled upon Liang Kuan's corpse, and upon witnessing the grim reality, Shaqiang realized the peril he now faced. With his leader gone, his own fate was inevitably at risk. Thus, he instructed his men to transport Liang Kuan's body to the morgue while he hastily drove to Liang Kuan's residence and the film company in Mongkok. His intention was to seize whatever funds he could and flee Hong Kong, thereby preserving his own life. Despite being dubbed Shaqiang, he was far from foolish. In fact, he possessed considerable cunning. He recognized the multitude of enemies he had made while aligned with Liang Kuan, and the audacity of those who dared to eliminate him left Shaqiang with little doubt about his own precarious situation. Consequently, his only viable escape was not to avenge Liang Kuan, but to hastily gather his belongings and flee. Any delay could lead to a fate akin to that of Liang Kuan. Following Liang Kuan's demise, Jiang Tianxing swiftly reclaimed the leadership of Hongxing upon Chen Yao's counsel. He attributed Liang Kuan's death to Shaqiang's greed for wealth, thus issuing a manhunt for him, after which the matter fell silent. As for Chen Haonan, the architect of Liang Kuan's downfall, Jiang Tianxing did not neglect him. Initially, Jiang Tianxing intended to position Chen Haonan in Causeway Bay. However, with that territory now under Yang Kuan's control, he appointed Chen Haonan as the Hall Master in Mongkok instead. Chen Haonan accepted Jiang Tianxing's arrangement with satisfaction. While not the familiar Causeway Bay, Mongkok was still a lucrative locale, and he deemed this outcome acceptable. Although reluctant to relinquish Causeway Bay, Jiang Tianxing understood that he lacked the power to reclaim it from Yang Kuan. The recent losses incurred by Hongxing due to Liang Kuan's actions left them weakened, compelling Jiang Tianxing to temporarily abandon the pursuit of Causeway Bay until their strength could be restored. His immediate priority was to resolve internal issues within Hongxing, systematically eliminating Hall Masters who disregarded his authority, particularly those engaged in illicit white powder dealings alongside Liang Kuan. In the days that followed, Jiang Tianxing's relentless harassment made life increasingly difficult for several Hall Masters, including Ji Gu and Filao Li. Regret soon washed over them as they reflected on their greed, which had led them to overlook the dangers of aligning with Liang Kuan. Without Liang Kuan to shield them, they now found themselves in Jiang Tianxing's crosshairs, provoking profound remorse for their past decisions. Had Liang Kuan survived, Jiang Tianxing would not have targeted them, allowing them to continue profiting from their illicit endeavors. Now, stripped of Liang Kuan's protection, Jiang Tianxing severed their lucrative operations, leaving them devoid of resources and unable to resist his authority. Had Jiang Tianxing desired a more brutal resolution, they would likely have been dispatched home to live off meager rations. In recent times, free from external threats, Yang Kuan enjoyed a relatively prosperous existence, with Xiongju, Ma Feng, and Lu Jie managing affairs in Causeway Bay, and Ruo Lan overseeing the Hung Lai Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui. Yang Kuan assumed the role of a hands-off overseer, preferring to indulge in leisure activities. While meandering through Causeway Bay, Yang Kuan encountered a captivating waitress resembling a former acquaintance from his past, instantly drawing his attention. Upon inquiry, he learned that her name was Chiodi, and she was the girlfriend of the rival he had previously eliminated. Intrigued, Yang Kuan became determined to pursue Chiodi, believing her to be a fitting companion for himself. In the ensuing days, Yang Kuan sought opportunities to draw closer to Chiodi, endeavoring to cultivate a relationship that would ultimately win her over. However, his pursuit proved complex. Despite her role as a bar waitress, Chiodi was not a woman of loose morals. Unlike the streetwise girls easily swayed by his influence, Chiodi was merely an ordinary waitress, not one to be trifled with. Thus, Yang Kuan refrains from employing the underhanded tactics reminiscent of Guahuazai to pursue Chioti. He is disinclined to resort to such measures. Should he attempt coercion, he would find it devoid of meaning. Consequently, Yang Kuan adopts a more conventional approach in courting an ordinary girl, engaging with Chioti at a leisurely pace. As their interactions increase, the bond between Yang Kuan and Chioti deepens, and he is confident that, in due time, he will successfully win her affection. Chapter 53. The armored car heist. Recently, Dongxing's Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who have been feeling quite disgruntled. Camel has been reprimanding them frequently due to their reckless plan to stir trouble in Tongluan, which almost brought significant trouble to Dongxing. One day, Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who strolled along Bo Lan Street, captivated by the bustling vibrancy of Mongkok, with its numerous bars, nightclubs, restaurants, and saunas lining the streets, far more lively than their home turf in Yuanlong. The allure of Bo Lan Street ignited a greedy desire within them. If they could establish their presence in Mongkok, their operations would flourish, given the abundance of entertainment venues and the substantial protection fees they could collect. Thus, Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who set their sights on Mongkok. They believed that, after the death of Liang Kuan, the new boss, Chen Haonan, would not pose a significant threat to them. They conspired to expand their influence into this flourishing district, wishing to escape the rural confines of Yuanlong and Shatin. Their memories of the extravagant lifestyle in Amsterdam lingered in their minds, and they yearned to recreate such a life upon returning to Hong Kong Island. Meanwhile, in Tongluan, Yang Kuan, having enjoyed a brief respite, was preparing to take control of the situation when trouble unexpectedly arose. He received a report from Ruo Lan about Huang Zhicheng, who seemed to be fixated on their Hung Lai Hotel, frequently loitering outside with his men, deterring many gamblers from frequenting their establishment. The underground casino was suffering significant losses due to Huang's interference, prompting Ruo Lan to suggest eliminating this nuisance to avoid further complications. However, Yang Kuan declined her proposal, recognizing that killing Huang Zhicheng would surely provoke the ire of the police, leading to incessant investigations in Tongluan. This would hinder business operations, and the venue owners would demand compensation for their losses. Thus, it was not the opportune moment to act against Huang Zhicheng. He instructed Ruo Lan to temporarily cease casino operations to avoid giving Huang any leverage. Over time, once Huang's scrutiny waned, they could consider taking him out without drawing any connections back to themselves. Despite Ruo Lan's reservations about Yang Kuan's excessive caution, she complied with his orders and paused the casino activities. Although this would buy them some time against Huang Zhicheng, it also meant a significant drop in Yang Kuan's income, slowing his recovery from the previous conflicts with Hongxing. The lack of funds weighed heavily on Yang Kuan, exacerbating his anxiety as he pondered where to procure money, leaving little room for nurturing his relationship with Chioti. As Yang Kuan fretted over finances, he received news of a brazen heist where a gang of robbers had made off with an astounding $100 million from a HSBC armored car. The police were frantically searching for the culprits. Upon hearing this, Yang Kuan felt a sense of familiarity and promptly dispatched Su Shi to gather more information. Su Shi discovered that the gang consisted of 7 individuals, confirming Yang Kuan's suspicion that they were connected to Superintendent Zhang Wenyao, who colluded with the group to execute the heist on Queens Road Central. The stolen money was likely stashed in the trunk of a vehicle parked at the Central Police Station. With this revelation, Yang Kuan's spirits soared. The prospect of the $100 million within his grasp was tantalizing, alleviating his financial worries. having recently acquired 200 recruits who were currently without housing. Yang Kuan had been accommodating them in various establishments or allowing them to rotate sleeping arrangements at his building in Yaomati. While this was a temporary fix, it was not sustainable. The possibility of acquiring the $100 million excited him greatly. Yang Kuan summoned Su Shi and instructed him to wait for the police's search for the robbers to subside before sneaking into the central police station to retrieve the money. Su Shi duly noted Yang Kuan's directive, recognizing that now was not the time to act with the police on high alert throughout the island. To avoid attracting attention from law enforcement, Yang Kuan advised his subordinates to maintain a low profile at their venues and refrain from stirring any trouble. He wanted to ensure that no unnecessary complications arose before securing the $100 million. Following Yang Kuan's orders, his men hunkered down in Tongluan. Fully aware of the consequences of disobeying his command, Yang Kuan's caution stemmed from his wariness of the newly recruited gangsters, aware of their tendencies towards reckless behavior and disputes over trivial matters. To mitigate potential conflicts, he took preemptive measures to maintain order within his ranks. If Yang Kuan's subordinates were all transformed individuals acquired through exchange, he would not need to worry about them causing trouble. Yang Kuan not only forbids his underlings from creating disturbances during this period, but he also insists that they cooperate fully with the police investigations when the officers come to inspect their establishment. Unlike before, he does not permit any confrontations with the law enforcement. The current pressure on the police is undoubtedly immense. Should anyone dare to obstruct the Hong Kong police at this time, it is likely that they would face severe repercussions. The funds lost belong to HSBC, and the foreign officials in Hong Kong must be nearly driven to madness. Who would dare to add to their troubles now? That would be tantamount to jeopardizing their standing in Hong Kong, which remains under the governance of these foreign officials. Chapter 54. The Tianqing siblings' heist on the armored car. Yang Kuan had been waiting for several days when he finally learned that the bandits, attempting to flee Hong Kong Island, were cornered at a small dock in Sai Kung. Following a fierce exchange of gunfire between the police and the robbers, 3 of the assailants were killed, while 4 managed to escape from the island. Regrettably, the stolen sum of $100 million remains unfound, leading to a severe reprimand for the police chief from the governor of Hong Kong. Consequently, the Hong Kong police issued a wanted notice for the 4 members of the Tianqing gang and contacted Interpol, as well as Southeast Asian nations, to collaborate in apprehending the criminals and recovering the lost fortune. Otherwise, HSBC would not relent. Not only was the local branch in Hong Kong Island pressuring the colonial government, but even the headquarters in Britain was leveraging its influence to urge the government to expedite the recovery of the cash. Under immense pressure, the governor mandated the police department to exhaust all means to retrieve the missing money or face accountability. As the order was issued, the chief of the central police station grew increasingly anxious. With the Tianqing gang still at large, their only recourse was to interrogate the sole survivor, the armored car employee, He Yongqiang. However, the police found themselves exasperated, as he had been driven to madness by the ordeal, rendering him incapable of providing any useful information. As days turned into weeks, the Hong Kong police gradually lost hope of recovering the lost funds. Their only remaining hope lay with the Southeast Asian countries assisting in the capture of the Tianqing gang. Otherwise, the police would have to wait for the gang to strike again to have another opportunity to apprehend them. As the investigation stagnated, the Hong Kong police ceased their extensive searches on the island. Yang Kuan finally saw his opportunity. With the police no longer pursuing the case, the central police station was no longer bustling with officers day and night. By nightfall, apart from a few officers on duty, most had returned to their normal schedules, leaving the parking lot of the central police station entirely deserted. Recognizing the ripe moment, Yang Kuan instructed Su Shi to lead a team to retrieve the $100 million hidden in the trunk of Zhang Wenyao's car. Following Yang Kuan's orders, Su Shi and his team ventured to the central police station that evening. Su Shi stationed a few lookout members outside while he and several teammates scaled the wall into the parking lot, stealthily searching for Zhang Wenyao's vehicle. After a considerable search, they finally located the car containing the cash. Su Shi carefully pried open the trunk and extracted the bags filled with US dollars, stealthily removing them from the parking lot. Once Su Shi and his team successfully scaled the wall with the bags, they hurriedly boarded a prearranged vehicle and navigated their way through the streets, eventually returning to Causeway Bay after ensuring they were not followed. Once Yang Kuan was assured of their safe return with the $100 million, he breathed a sigh of relief. After dismissing Su Shi and his team, he promptly deposited the entire sum into the exchange system. The reason for this precaution was that the money consisted of sequentially numbered bills, which could not withstand exposure. If these US dollars surfaced in circulation, they would quickly attract the attention of the Hong Kong police, who might trace the leads back to Yang Kuan. Therefore, Yang Kuan could not afford any risks and opted to deposit the entire amount into the system for future exchanges. Once he completed the transaction, Yang Kuan felt entirely at ease. The money now belonged to him, and no one would suspect that he had clandestinely appropriated the stolen fortune. When the Tianjin gang eventually returned to Hong Kong and discovered the disappearance of the funds, it promised to be a tumultuous affair. The Tianjin siblings, having lost 3 brothers over this money, would likely go mad if they failed to recover it, and they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Zhang Wenyao. While Yang Kuan reveled in his unexpected windfall, Huang Zhiqing and Sim Sha Sui was far from pleased. Due to Ruolan's compliance with Yang Kuan's directives to temporarily suspend operations at the Hung Lai Hotel's underground casino, Huang Zhiqing found himself unable to gather any incriminating evidence against Yang Kuan. This infuriated him, prompting Huang Zhiqing to decide to send an undercover agent into the Hung Lai Hotel. He was equally determined not to overlook Yang Kuan's Causeway Bay territory, dispatching his subordinate Chen Yongren to infiltrate Yang Kuan's ranks in search of evidence of his illegal activities. Unbeknownst to Yang Kuan, he had inadvertently crossed paths with Huang Zhiqing, who was akin to a rabid dog in his pursuit. Yang Kuan was unaware that his revelation to Ni Yongxiao regarding the culprits behind Ni Kuan's murder, Huang Zhiqing and Mary, had reached Huang Zhiqing through one of his former underlings. Yang Kuan's betrayal nearly cost him and his beloved Mary their lives at the hands of Ni Yongxiao, had it not been for Han Chen's timely intervention. Determined to avenge the betrayal, Huang Zhiqing resolved to deal with Yang Kuan following Ni Yongxiao's demise. However, since Yang Kuan was entrenched in Causeway Bay, beyond Huang Zhiqing's jurisdiction in Sim Sha Sui, he turned his attention to the Hung Lai Hotel, aware that Yang Kuan had acquired this establishment through the very information he had traded with Ni Yongxiao. After an investigation conducted by Huang Zhiqing, it has become nearly certain that the Hung Lai Hotel appears to be operating an underground casino. Had it not been for the sudden incident of the armored car robbery, Huang Zhiqing would have already taken action against the Hung Lai Hotel. This unexpected robbery, due to the substantial amount of cash involved, particularly that of HSBC, has prompted even the Sim Sha Sui police station to assist in apprehending the robbers, despite the crime occurring in Central. Ultimately, the robbers eluded capture, and as Huang Zhiqing shifted his focus back to the Hung Lai Hotel, he discovered that the habitual gamblers who frequently visited the establishment had mysteriously ceased their appearances. It dawned on Huang Zhiqing that something was amiss. It seemed that Yang Kuan and his associates had realized they were under investigation, and during the chaos of the armored car heist, they took the opportunity to eradicate all illicit activities within the Hung Lai Hotel. It now appeared nearly impossible for Huang Zhiqing to gather any evidence, leaving him seething with frustration. Chapter 55. Contest for territory in Sim Sha Sui. With no means to investigate Hung Lai Hotel, Huang Zhiqing was left with no option but to resort to an undercover strategy. He could only hope that Chen Yongren would eventually provide him with a pleasant surprise by uncovering evidence of Yang Kuan's criminal activities. Since Huang Zhiqing was temporarily unable to deal with Yang Kuan, he decided to set aside the Hung Lai Hotel matter and attend to other pressing issues in Sim Sha Sui. The current situation in Sim Sha Sui was far from favorable. Recently, the Ni family's territory had become vacant, leading to rampant chaos as various factions vied for control. Tensions escalated particularly between the heir of Hongxing, Axeman Jun of Xinjia, and Long Ge from the Big Circle, as they clashed repeatedly in their pursuit of dominance. Had it not been for the recent robbery of a cash transport vehicle, they would have been more reckless, fully aware that any overt display of power would likely invite severe repercussions from the police. Days had passed since the cash transport heist, and the police had relaxed their grip on these organizations, prompting several factions to stir restlessly, deliberating on how best to seize the Ni family's former territory. In this tumultuous environment, Han Shun, currently in Thailand, received a notification from his wife, Mary, informing him that the heir and Axeman Jun were both setting their sights on the Ni family's previous domain. She urged Han Shun to return swiftly, warning that if he delayed, he might find Sim Sha Sui devoid of a place to call his own. As for the potential dangers of Han Chen's clandestine return to Hong Kong, neither he nor Mary harbored any concerns, for they held compromising information on Huang Zhiqing. With Huang Ziqing's protection in Simsha Sui, the police would not pursue Han Xin too aggressively, especially since they had failed to apprehend him during the Ni family's earlier conflict. With the storm having passed, it was unlikely anyone would pursue Han Xin relentlessly. After receiving Mary's message, Han Xin hastily contacted a smuggler to facilitate his return to Hong Kong, unwilling to linger in Southeast Asia any longer. He feared that if he heeded his wife's warning, he might indeed find Simsha Sui bereft of his presence. Therefore, his immediate priority was to return to Hong Kong and re-establish his foothold in Simsha Sui. Once back, Han Xin learned that the Ni family's former territory had yet to be seized by rival factions, which brought him a modicum of relief. As long as the territory remained intact, Han Xin still had an opportunity. His primary concern was regaining access to the Ni family's previous distribution channels and secret warehouses. If he could reclaim control over these resources, he would be well-positioned to resume his business in the white powder trade. During Han Xin's absence in Southeast Asia, Mary had not remained idle. She had successfully recruited a significant number of the Ni family's former associates and subordinates. With a growing influence in Simsha Sui, Mary, however, lacked the courage to confront rival factions without Han Xin's support, as she was merely a woman facing off against powerful gang leaders. Thus, the task of negotiating territory and dealings with other factions required Han Xin's presence to assert dominance. Just days after Han Xin's secretive return to Hong Kong, the heir and axeman Jun could no longer contain themselves. Having learned of Han Xin's clandestine arrival, they decided to take immediate action, launching a nighttime offensive to claim the Ni family's former territory. As they engaged in fierce conflict, Long Gu from the Big Circle also joined the fray, leading to an all-out struggle among the factions in Simsha Sui. Each group sought to seize as many streets as possible, unwilling to give ground. Whenever they encountered members of rival gangs, violent clashes erupted, plunging Simsha Sui into chaos. Ordinary citizens were frightened into their homes, and even those who typically sought entertainment in the area became scarce, leaving business owners disheartened. The ongoing territorial disputes severely impacted their livelihoods, forcing them to adapt to the harsh realities imposed by the rampant gang presence. As the heir and axeman Jun engaged in fierce confrontations, Han Xin could no longer stand idly by. He dispatched his subordinates to join the fray, knowing that any delay would leave him without a stake in Simsha Sui's territory once the dust settled. Currently, Han Xin's forces were outmatched, so he decided to take advantage of the turmoil, seizing the opportunity to claim several streets amidst the disarray. With Han Xin's involvement, the situation in Simsha Sui grew even more chaotic, as gang members wielded knives in their desperate bids for control. In the struggle for every inch of territory, blood was spilled, and neither side was willing to yield an inch. As the competition for territory in Simsha Sui intensified, various other factions began to mobilize, sending their subordinates to explore whether they could seize a street or two within this coveted area. The significance of Simsha Sui's territory cannot be overstated. Even the collection of protection fees from a single street there could surpass the total earnings from several streets in less affluent districts. Consequently, when the prospect of profit arose, everyone yearned to partake in this lucrative opportunity. Prince and his associates became acutely aware of this situation, recognizing that numerous gangs had set their sights on Simsha Sui. After careful deliberation, the leaders of several factions ceased their internal conflicts and joined forces to thwart the encroachment of outsiders seeking to exploit Simsha Sui. They were determined to avoid the scenario where they would suffer greatly in their struggles, only to have others reap the rewards. Thus, Prince, alongside Axe Jun, Han Xin, and Long Gu from the Big Circle, engaged in discussions and compromises to equitably divide the territory previously held by the Ni family according to the strength of their respective factions, effectively thwarting the ambitions of those wishing to capitalize on their efforts. Chapter 56. Simsha Sui. The territory previously held by the Ni family in Simsha Sui has been completely divided. After the allocation of territories among the factions, the former domain of Gandhi, once the largest, has now come under the control of Axe Jun from the new G. Axe Jun is quite satisfied with this outcome, as Gandhi's territory conveniently connects with his own in East Simsha Sui, facilitating his management. The prince has taken over the territory once ruled by the Black Ghost, while the formidable Dragon Brother leads the faction that occupies the former domain of Guohua. Han Xin, on the other hand, has claimed several streets previously belonging to the Ni family. Familiar with these areas, Han Xin had previously served the Ni family without a fixed territory, assisting Ni Kuan in various tasks. Thus, his influence was far inferior to that of Gandhi and others. Now, however, Han Shun is content with his acquisition of several streets. As for the remnants of Wencheng's territory, they have been seized by the fierce Sha Meng of Dongxing amidst the chaos. The prince and Axe Jun, wary of the influence behind Sha Meng, choose not to confront him over these territories, allowing Sha Meng to claim those streets. It is not that they are unable to contend with Sha Meng, but rather that such a conflict seems unworthy, given that Dongxing is a prominent society on the island with considerable strength. If the prince and his allies were to unite, they could certainly expel Dongxing's influence from Tsimsha Sui. However, they fear that this would leave them vulnerable to other factions attempting to take advantage of the situation. Deng Fei from Liansheng has long sought to infiltrate Tsimsha Sui, and this time they merely lagged behind, permitting Sha Meng to seize the opportunity. Continuing conflict is not prudent at this juncture. The priority now is to collaborate and prevent other societies from invading Tsimsha Sui, which is of utmost importance. The 5 factions have all achieved results that they find satisfactory, and the chaos in Tsimsha Sui has swiftly settled, leaving no opportunity for those who typically exploit the situation. It is noteworthy that Tsimsha Sui is currently under the watchful eyes of the prince from Hongxing, Axe Jun from Nuji, Dragon Brother from Big Circle, Sha Meng from Dongxing, and Han Shun, formerly of the Ni family. This coalition has effectively blocked any attempts by other factions to encroach upon their territories. Upon learning of the alliance among the 5, those factions that had contemplated taking advantage promptly abandoned their plans and withdrew their subordinates. The inability to stake a claim in Tsimsha Sui has infuriated Deng Fei, who blames the delay on certain elders within his organization who have hindered progress. He feels increasingly dissatisfied, especially when comparing Liansheng's sluggishness to Dongxing's swift actions. Although Deng Fei holds a senior role in Liansheng, he finds himself overshadowed by the likes of Luo Tuo, who now commands Dongxing with complete authority, and no one dares to defy his commands. Previously, there was a veteran like Ben Shu who could counter Luo Tuo, but since Luo Tuo gained the support of his mistress, Shui Ling, Ben Shu has been pushed out to Malaysia. Even those he once elevated, such as the fierce Lei Yao Yang and the formidable Qi Long Hu, have been sent abroad to expand Dongxing's market. The steadfast Sha Meng remains in Hong Kong, loyal to Luo Tuo, while the likes of Wu Ye and Xiao Mian Hu, also promoted by Luo Tuo to balance against Lei Yao Yang and Qi Long Hu, feel slighted by his favoritism towards Sha Meng. Luo Tuo, seeing an opportunity, unhesitatingly supports Sha Meng's advance into Tsimsha Sui, allowing him to seize territory. Although this newly acquired territory is the smallest among the 5, it is vastly superior to Sha Meng's previous holdings in Sha Tin, leading him to feel quite pleased with his gains. While Luo Tuo and Sha Meng revel in their success, Wu Ye and Xiao Mian who are on the verge of fury. They had not anticipated Luo Tuo's blatant favoritism, as they had been operating nearby in Mong Kok when he chose to send Sha Meng to stake a claim instead of informing them. Despite their loyalty and readiness to follow Luo Tuo's commands, they feel overlooked. Previously, when they prepared to move on Causeway Bay, they had complied with Luo Tuo's abrupt orders to abandon the endeavor, only for him to then allow Sha Meng to monopolize the spoils in Tsimsha Sui. Wu Ye's resentment towards Luo Tuo simmers, wishing to express his fury. Yang Kuan also received reports from Ruo Lan regarding the situation in Tsimsha Sui, but he has no intention of participating in the territorial dispute. With Huang Zhicheng, the yellow dog, watching closely, Yang Kuan prefers to avoid unnecessary complications. Engaging in the territorial conflict would not only draw Yellow Dog's attention back to him, but also attract the ire of Hongxing, Dongxing, Nuji, and Big Circle, especially Han Shun, who harbor significant grievances against him. Having once betrayed the couple Han Chan, and having seized control of the Copper Pot Bay from the Hongxing, it is evident that had they not been wary of his formidable reputation, they would have struck against him long ago. If Yang Kuan still harbors ambitions of claiming a territory in Tsimsha Sui, it is certain that Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing will reach out to the likes of Luo Tuo from Dongxing and the Four-Eyed Dragon of Xinji, along with Han Chan and the One-Eyed Dragon of the Great Circle. Should all 5 factions converge upon him, Yang Kuan would find himself utterly overwhelmed. And it is likely that even his current establishments, the Hung Lai Hotel in Tsimsha Sui and his territory in Copperpot Bay, would be entirely divided among these 5 forces. Thus, Yang Kuan refrains from entangling himself in this conflict, lest he finds himself besieged by adversaries on all sides. Chapter 57. The The Raven and the Smiling Tiger plant flags in Mongkok, intruding on Chun Haonan's territory, although Yang Kuan pilfered $100 million from Zhang Wenyo, which, according to the exchange rate, could be converted into 780 million Hong Kong dollars. He currently possesses sufficient wealth to recruit numerous subordinates and bolster his power. Nevertheless, Yang Kuan refrains from such actions, as the $100 million cannot be publicly displayed. Thus, he has deposited all the funds into the system. The money allocated for recruitment within the exchange space cannot be withdrawn. It is solely for enhancing his subordinates within the system. In reality, Yang Kuan does not possess much cash. He has yet to fully organize his current subordinates, and a significant portion of his recruits lack stable housing. Consequently, he dares not continue recruiting. He must wait until he accumulates more wealth to purchase several buildings, providing better accommodations for his team before proceeding to recruit more followers. Otherwise, if he were to suddenly recruit several hundred individuals, he would have nowhere to house them. For now, Yang Kuan needs only to maintain control over the territory in Causeway Bay. He has no intention of expanding outward, so his current manpower suffices. After losing the opportunity to establish a foothold in Tsim Sha Tsui, the Raven and the Smiling Tiger have turned their attention to Mongkok. As the two continue to seize territory from smaller gangs in Mongkok, their actions soon attract the attention of Hong Xing and He Lianqing. The influence of He Lianqing in Mongkok is not substantial, with only a few bars on one street belonging to his territory. Although He Lianqing's power in Mongkok is limited and his territory is small, these bars represent the domain where he currently operates. Those in the underworld understand that his establishment is merely a facade, with the real authority resting in the hands of Deng Fei. However, the Raven and the Smiling Tiger cannot afford to underestimate this establishment. Regardless of its perceived ineptitude, it remains under He Lianqing's domain, and if the Raven and the Smiling Tiger were to encroach upon it, He Lianqing would undoubtedly retaliate to protect his organization's reputation. Furthermore, the establishment is backed by the formidable D, who is associated with He Lianqing in Tsunwan, making the Raven and the Smiling Tiger wary of crossing him. D's influence is not only the strongest within He Lianqing's ranks, but arguably unrivaled across the entire island. It is worth noting that before Yang Kuan consolidated Causeway Bay, there were only two territories under complete control, D's Tsunwan and the Hong Xing's Tunman. While Tunman is indeed under a singular influence, it is a rural area with limited resources. Additionally, the presence of Hong Xing's two brothers, Han Bin and Xian, has helped solidify their control over Tunman, discouraging others from contesting it due to the lack of benefits. In contrast, D's Tsunwan is a different story, although it may not compare to the bustling districts of Yau Ma Ti or Tsim Sha Tsui. It still boasts significant resources and numerous entertainment venues, far superior to the barren Tunman. Through sheer effort, D has managed to carve out a substantial territory in Tsunwan, earning him considerable respect in the underworld. Even Deng Fei, the revered figure in He Lianqing, harbors apprehensions towards D. Given D's current power, he could easily claim a position within He Lianqing's organization, yet Deng Fei has continually sought ways to suppress D to maintain his own authority. Thus, D has resorted to covertly supporting the establishment to enhance his influence within He Lianqing. If the Raven and the Smiling Tiger dare to encroach upon this territory, D would not hesitate to retaliate. Consequently, after successfully annexing several smaller gangs, the Raven and the Smiling Tiger decided to set their sights on Hong Xing's Mongkok leader, Chun Haonan. Compared to D, they perceived Chun Haonan as a more manageable target. Moreover, the rivalry between Hong Xing and Dongxing has been long-standing, often leading to violent confrontations. Thus, the Raven and the Smiling Tiger felt little trepidation about encroaching upon Chun Haonan's territory. After consulting with the Smiling Tiger, the Raven opened an Eastman bar directly across from Hong Xing's bar, clearly signaling their intent to challenge Chun Haonan. Upon learning of this development, Chun Haonan, accompanied by over 100 subordinates, stormed the Eastman bar on its opening day to cause a disturbance. As Chun Haonan and his men arrived, the Raven and the Smiling Tiger confronted them at the entrance, effectively blocking their path. With both parties accompanied by large contingents, it was apparent that a confrontation was imminent, frightening many patrons at the bar. Some timid guests hastily departed, wishing to avoid the impending chaos, while others, more adventurous, gathered at a distance to witness the spectacle, curious whether a clash between Hong Xing and Dongxing would ensue. Observing the fleeing customers, the Raven, irate, addressed Chun Haonan. "What brings you to our bar, Chun Haonan?" Are you aware of the impact you have on my business? In response to the Raven's furious inquiry, Chun Haonan retorted angrily, What right do you have to question me? Raven, do you not realize you have overstepped your bounds? This is our Hongxing territory. Who permitted you to open a bar here? Today, I have come to inform you to promptly shut down your bar and vacate my territory. Otherwise, do not blame me for demolishing your wretched establishment. Upon hearing Chun Haonan's menacing words, Weia let out a shrill cry, feigning a timid demeanor, and retorted, Wow, you truly terrify me. I am utterly frightened. After this playful antics, Weia's expression shifted abruptly, darkening as he declared, You expect me to close my bar simply because you command it? Who do you think you are? You claim this is your territory, yet I remain oblivious. Have I, Weia, consented to that? Chun Haonan, you assert that I have overstepped my bounds. Yet, I have treaded where I please, and what will you do about it? Chapter 58. The situation escalates. Both sides devise their strategies to confront the police upon hearing the provocative words from Weia. Chun Haonan could no longer suppress the fury within him. With a fierce gesture, he pointed at Weia and exclaimed, Weia, you are courting death. Brothers, attack. Let us vanquish this scoundrel Weia. With that declaration, Chun Haonan charged forward, leading his gang into a confrontation with Weia and his followers. Seeing that Chun Haonan was indeed willing to engage, Weia rallied his own men, and soon a fierce brawl erupted in front of the Dongman bar. Both factions wielded their machetes and steel pipes, relentlessly striking at one another. As the brawl intensified, chaos ensued, filled with the anguished cries of the injured, shouts of curses, and the raucous cheers from onlookers who thrived on the spectacle. The scene was nothing short of tumultuous. In the initial moments of the clash, the cunning Xiao Mianhu from Dongxing and the cowardly Baopi from Hongxing quickly retreated to the safety of their respective camps. These two frightened souls then hastily retrieved their phones, calling for reinforcements to bolster their ranks. Before long, numerous gang members from both Dongxing and Hongxing arrived at Dongman Bar, seizing their weapons and joining the fray with fervor. As more and more reinforcements poured in, the scale of the conflict magnified, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Even those who had previously gathered to observe the commotion began to flee in fear. The animosity between Hongxing and Dongxing grew fiercer, and soon both sides were blinded by rage, attacking each other with lethal intent, aiming directly for vital areas without any restraint. The ferocity of the brawl between Chun Haonan and Weia drew the attention of the police precinct in Mongkok, the anti-triad unit, the major crimes unit, and the organized crime and triad bureau swiftly dispatched a large contingent of officers to the scene. Upon arrival, the sight of the gang members continuing their violent clash ignited the wrath of the police. How dare they engage in such a large-scale brawl in Mongkok at this hour, disrupting the fragile truce between gangs and law enforcement? This blatant disregard for authority left the officers infuriated. Without hesitation, the police brandished their batons and riot shields, charging into the melee and delivering swift blows to the gangsters. In an instant, the scene transformed into chaos, with gang members collapsing to the ground, clutching their heads in despair, while others writhed in pain. Amidst the turmoil, some members of Hongxing and Dongxing attempted to escape, further compounding the confusion. After a prolonged struggle, the officers finally managed to restore order. Aside from a small group of fleeing gang members, the majority were apprehended. Once the police secured the area, the brutality of the scene became painfully evident. The ground was littered with the injured, some with severed limbs writhing in agony, alongside the lifeless bodies of the slain. Blood stained the pavement, leaving the officers aghast at the severity of the incident unfolding in their jurisdiction, especially with so many civilians bearing witness. It soon became apparent that reporters had arrived, capturing the chaos with their cameras, leaving the police acutely aware that this incident would not be easily resolved. Had this confrontation occurred in the dead of night, the police might have turned a blind eye to the carnage, allowing the gangs to manage their own affairs. They would have only required Hongxing and Dongxing to deliver a few individuals for prosecution, and the matter would have been settled. Yet now, in the bustling evening hours, such a violent clash had erupted, resulting in numerous casualties. The police realized that they would be compelled to take stringent action, fearing repercussions from the government and the citizens of Hong Kong. Consequently, the supervising inspector ordered the injured and deceased to be transported via ambulances for medical attention, while the remaining gang members were loaded into police vehicles. Although a significant number of gangsters were apprehended, Chun Haonan and Weia, along with a few leading figures, managed to escape amidst the chaos. Evading capture, a stroke of luck for them. Had they been caught, the severe implications of the incident would likely have condemned them to languish in prison for an extended period. Once Chun Haonan and Wu Ya found refuge, they realized the gravity of their situation. The Mongkou police would not easily let them off the hook. Thus, they each contacted their respective leaders, seeking assistance. Their only hope rested on their gang leaders to devise a strategy to extricate them from this predicament. Upon receiving Chun Haonan's call, Jiang Tianxing of Hongxing understood the troublesome nature of the situation after hearing the details. The police were unlikely to let this matter slide easily and would certainly demand accountability from Hongxing. However, Jiang Tianxing was reluctant to surrender Chun Haonan to the authorities, fearing that such an action would undermine his authority as a leader, leaving him unable to protect his own subordinates. Therefore, Jiang Tianxing reached out to his allies within the police force, hoping they could mediate this crisis. To safeguard Chun Haonan, he did not hesitate to offer substantial bribes to the officers and promised to deliver a few gang members to take the fall, thus securing Chun Haonan's safety. Upon receiving a phone call from Crow, Luotu realized the immense trouble that Crow and Smiling Tiger had inadvertently caused him. Infuriated, Luotu unleashed a torrent of invective upon both Crow and Smiling Tiger during the conversation, only ceasing his tirade when he became exhausted, ultimately terminating the call. After hanging up, Luotu began to contemplate ways to extricate Crow and Smiling Tiger from their predicament. Despite the frequent troubles they caused him and the anger they incited within him, Luotu found it difficult to abandon them entirely. After all, he still relied on Crow and Smiling Tiger to restrain Sidu Haonan and Lei Yaoyang, which meant he could not permit them to come to harm. However, safeguarding Crow and Smiling Tiger would not be an easy task, for he lacked the influence that Jiang Tianxing wielded within the police force. Luotu's past connections were primarily with former police inspectors, many of whom had fled since the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption by the Hong Kong government. Presently, he was acquainted with only 2 or 3 high-ranking officials in the police department, and relying solely on their capabilities would likely prove insufficient to resolve this significant issue. Therefore, after careful deliberation, Luotu resolved to advise Crow and Smiling Tiger to temporarily leave Hong Kong and seek refuge in Amsterdam, Netherlands, while he sought the assistance of friends to mediate the situation, hoping that this strategy would allow them to weather the storm. Chapter 59. The Hong Kong Island Police establish rules for all societies. The violent confrontation between Wu Ya and Chun Haonan in Mong Kok ultimately saw Jiang Tianxing and Luo exert considerable effort to leverage connections, which ultimately persuaded the police department to cease their relentless pursuit of Chun Haonan and Wu Ya. Although the nature of this incident was severely detrimental, it was fortunate that the casualties were confined to the gang members on both sides, sparing innocent civilians from harm. Consequently, under pressure from several senior officials in the Hong Kong government, both Hongxing and Dongxing submitted a few underlings to take the blame, thus providing the police with a satisfactory resolution to the matter. This outcome was difficult for many in the police force to accept, yet it was a decision made by the higher-ups, which they could not overturn. As a result, these individuals often harassed Hongxing and Dongxing afterward. They would periodically raid both factions, significantly affecting their businesses. Hongxing fared somewhat better, since they did not engage in the white powder trade. The troubles they faced resulted in merely a reduction in profits. However, Dongxing was not as fortunate. Their primary business revolved around the white powder trade, and in the face of the police's inspections, their underlings selling goods were frequently apprehended. Not only were Wu Ya and Xiaomian Hui's establishments subjected to scrutiny, but Shamong also faced misfortune. His venues in Shadian and Sim Sha Sui were often raided by the police, leading to substantial losses in both personnel and goods. This relentless harassment left Sha Mong infuriated, longing to exact vengeance upon Wu Ya and his associates. Yet he frequently lamented his grievances to Lota. Currently, Wu Ya and Xiaomian Hu were enduring difficult times, as they had not only failed to gain any advantage from Chun Haonan and Hongxing, but had also suffered significant losses. The expenses incurred in compensating their subordinates amounted to a considerable sum, nearly depleting their financial reserves, which was a source of great distress for both Wu Ya and Xiaomian Hu. Although they were pained by these financial burdens, they had no choice but to provide support. Otherwise, their subordinates might engage in conflicts with Hongxing on their behalf, potentially resulting in casualties. As the leaders, if they failed to offer living expenses or medical fees, who would be willing to follow them in the future? Having gained nothing but incurring substantial expenses, coupled with the continuous police raids on their establishments, Wu Ya and Xiaoming who faced further losses in both their subordinates and white powder. Additionally, Luodao would occasionally reprimand them, and all these factors combined nearly drove Wu Ya to madness. Fortunately, with Xiaoming Hu's encouragement, the two decided to leave Hong Kong Island and take a respite in Holland. Xiaoming Hu feared that if Wu Ya remained in Hong Kong Island, witnessing their ongoing losses due to police troubles, he might inevitably provoke further issues, leading Luodao to abandon them. Thus, Xiaoming Hu chose to take Wu Ya abroad to alleviate their minds, allowing Wu Ya to suppress his frustrations temporarily. While Wu Ya and Xiaoming Hu were in a dire predicament, Chen Haonan was not faring much better. Although he had engaged in a fierce battle with Wu Ya to prevent them from encroaching on his territory, the losses he incurred were substantial. For Chen Haonan, the costs associated with compensating his severely injured subordinates, as well as bail for those apprehended, were burdens beyond what a newly appointed Mong Kok leader could bear. Even if he were to sell himself, he could not raise such funds. Ultimately, he turned to Jiang Tianxing, who lent him money, helping him navigate through this crisis. Although Jiang Tianxing's assistance spared Chen Haonan from resorting to desperate measures, he remained subdued, spending his days within his Mong Kok domain, gradually recuperating his strength and vitality. The large-scale melee that erupted in Mong Kok during the lively early hours had shattered the tacit understanding and rules between the police and the societies. Consequently, the Hong Kong Island police issued a stringent directive to all societies, prohibiting any violent confrontations during both daytime and the early night hours. Should any two societies have unresolved disputes, they were required to settle them post-midnight until 5 a.m. Failure to comply would result in the police relentlessly pursuing those societies, effectively eradicating them from Hong Kong Island. Upon realizing the seriousness of the police's stance, no society dared to oppose the newly established rules, leading all to acquiesce to the police's demands. Henceforth, disputes would be resolved in the latter part of the night, alleviating the social pressure on the police and minimizing their interference with the societies, allowing for a more harmonious existence for all parties involved. After all, no major society on Hong Kong Island could thrive without the support of foreign entities, whose wealth derived from these societies' tributes, ensuring their comfortable lives upon returning to their homelands. Therefore, the Hong Kong Island police could not genuinely eradicate these societies, as the officials accepting bribes would not consent to such actions. This resulted in a necessary compromise between the police and the societies, establishing mutually acceptable conditions. In the wake of the police's warning, the various societies exhibited a marked restraint, and daytime incidents of violence diminished significantly, leading to greater societal stability on Hong Kong Island. During this relatively peaceful period, Yang Kuan seized the opportunity to secure Chioti entirely, resulting in a significant upturn in his fortunes. With Chioti's care, Yang Kuan now enjoyed home-cooked meals daily, a stark contrast to his previous habit of eating hastily outside merely to satisfy his hunger. In the evenings, Yang Kuan, accompanied by Chioti, no longer felt the need to seek pleasure in bars, dedicating most of his time to sharing moments with his gentle and beautiful girlfriend. With Chioti by his side, Yang Kuan's interest in the affairs of Kangluan diminished considerably, entrusting all matters there to Xiong Jiu and his associates for management. In the past, Yang Kuan was a solitary figure, often confined to his own territory with little to occupy his time. However, the situation has transformed dramatically since he entered into a romantic relationship. Now, Yang Kuan dedicates most of his time to accompanying Chioti on shopping excursions, rather than mingling with his underlings. It is only after collecting protection fees, when his finances permit, that Yang Kuan takes Chioti to purchase additional properties to accommodate those subordinates who lack housing. During other moments, he seldom lingers in the bars of Tongluan. Instead, he prefers to cherish intimate moments with Chioti at home. Chapter 60. Lei Gong sets his sights on the casino business in Ao Island due to the recent establishment of air routes connecting Tai Island and Ao Island. A considerable number of residents from Tai Island have taken to visiting Ao Island during their leisure time. The leader of the San Lian gang, Lei Gong, has turned his attention to the casino industry in Ao Island, determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He seeks to leverage the San Lian gang's ability to attract patrons to the casinos of Ao Island as a condition for gaining entry into the local gambling scene, hoping that Mr. He, the gambling king of Ao Island, will acquiesce to his proposal. Originally, Lei Gong believed that this mutually beneficial proposition would be welcomed by the local powers in Ao Island. However, to his astonishment, both Mr. He and the local figure Bong Yaju outright rejected his overtures. Both He Hongxin and Beng Yiju were unwilling to allow the influence of the San Lian gang to infiltrate Ao Island. They feared that if they accepted Lei Gong's conditions and permitted his men to participate in the gambling business, it might lead to the San Lian gang gaining undue power and ultimately displacing them. Consequently, no matter how enticing Lei Gong's offers were, they remained steadfast in their refusal to allow the San Lian gang's influence to permeate Ao Island. After being rebuffed, Lei Gong was incensed, yet he found himself powerless against He Hongxin and Beng Yiju. Despite the San Lian gang's formidable presence in Tai Island as the largest gang, penetrating into Ao Island proved to be a daunting challenge. The various organizations in Ao Island, although competitive amongst themselves, would unite to repel any external forces encroaching upon their territory. Furthermore, with a gambling king backing them, no gang has succeeded in establishing a foothold in Ao Island aside from the Hongxing gang from Hong Kong, which owes its presence to Jiang Tianqing's familial connections with the gambling king. Recognizing the improbability of the San Lian gang successfully infiltrating Ao Island, Lei Gong pondered alternative strategies to uncover other opportunities. As he mulled over his options, a thought struck him. Wasn't the Hongxing gang engaged in the casino business in Ao Island? He could reach out to Jiang Tianqing and propose a partnership in the gambling venture there. The San Lian gang had previously aided Hongxing. Had it not been for their support in assisting Chen Haonan, they would not have been able to eliminate Liang Kuan, thus allowing Jiang Tianqing to reclaim his position as the leader of Hongxing. Therefore, Lei Gong felt confident that Jiang Tianqing would be grateful for his past assistance, and he anticipated no complications in their potential collaboration. After solidifying his resolve, Lei Gong decided to fly to Hong Kong to meet Jiang Tianqing. The following day, he embarked on a journey to Hong Kong accompanied by his mistress Ding Yao, Shanji, and several of his subordinates from the San Lian gang. Upon their arrival in Hong Kong, they settled into the Wenhua Hotel, where Lei Gong instructed Shanji to reach out to Hongxing and request a meeting with Jiang Tianqing. Following Lei Gong's instructions, Shanji sought out his good friend Chen Haonan. However, gaining an audience with Jiang Tianqing was no simple task. Although Shanji had previously been affiliated with Hongxing, his lowly status had limited his opportunities to meet the gang's leader. Now, as a member of the San Lian gang, his chances were even slimmer. To communicate Lei Gong's message to Jiang Tianqing, Shanji could only enlist Chen Haonan's assistance. After calling Chen Haonan, Shanji traveled to Mong Kok and found him. Chen Haonan was delighted to see Shanji back in Hong Kong. Ever since they had worked together to eliminate Liang Kuan, Shanji had returned to Tai Island. Now, with Shanji's visit, Chen Haonan could hardly contain his joy, and he took Shanji out to enjoy a night on the town. While they were at the nightclub that evening, Shanji revealed the purpose of his visit. Upon learning that the leader of the San Lian gang, Lei Gong, had come to Hong Kong seeking a meeting with Jiang Tianqing, Chen Haonan readily agreed to assist. He promptly pulled out his phone and called Jiang Tianqing, informing him of Lei Gong's arrival and his desire to discuss matters. Curious about the nature of Lei Gong's inquiries, Jiang Tianqing instructed Chen Haonan to relay that he would visit the Wenhua Hotel the following day to meet with Lei Gong, promising to discuss any pertinent issues then. After hanging up, Shanji, thrilled by Jiang Tianqing's willingness to meet, excused himself from further festivities to relay the news to Lei Gong. Understanding the importance of the matter, Chen Haonan did not insist on retaining Shanji, knowing that they would have ample future opportunities for camaraderie. After Shanji departed, Chen Haonan returned to the nightclub to continue his revelry. After ending the call, Jiang Tianqing, while uncertain of what Lei Gong sought, recognized the necessity of meeting with him, given that he was the leader of the San Lian gang. The following morning, he summoned Chen Haonan, and together they proceeded to the Wenhua Hotel to meet Lei Gong. Jiang Tianqing brought Chen Haonan along not just for company, but also to foster camaraderie between him and Shanji, hoping to glean insights regarding Lei Gong's intentions for his visit to Hong Kong, thus allowing him to prepare accordingly. Upon arriving at the hotel, they entered a meeting room where Lei Gong awaited. As soon as they met, Jiang Tianqing and Lei Gong exchanged cordial greetings and settled into their seats, engaging in pleasantries. Jiang Tianqing was the first to inquire about the purpose of Lei Gong's visit, asking, "I wonder, Lei Bangzhu, what matters do you wish to discuss with me? Should there be any way in which I may lend my assistance, I shall certainly endeavor to facilitate matters for Lei Bangzhu, for I, Jiang Tianqing, possess a modicum of influence in Gangdao. Should there be any concerns, Lei Bangzhu need only speak. Since Mr. Jiang has permitted me to express myself, I shall be candid, My purpose in visiting Gangdao to consult with Mr. Jiang pertains to matters concerning Ao Island. Upon hearing Lei Gong mention Ao Island, Jiang Tianxing found himself perplexed, unable to fathom Lei Gong's intentions. After all, the Sanlian Bang has little business on Ao Island, so what could Lei Gong possibly desire by broaching this subject? Unable to decipher the meaning behind Lei Gong's words, Jiang Tianxing resolved to listen attentively to what Lei Gong would articulate next, trusting that clarity would emerge once Lei Gong concluded his discourse. Chapter 61. The disagreement between Lei Gong and Jiang Tianxing. Upon hearing Lei Gong's words, Jiang Tianxing felt a wave of indignation wash over him, realizing just how brazen Lei Gong truly was. He had the audacity to covet the gambling halls owned by Hongxing on Ao Dao, proposing an enticing partnership aimed at developing the market on Tai Dao. In his heart, Jiang Tianxing could not help but curse, questioning why he would ever consider collaborating with the Sanlian gang. Was it not far more lucrative for him to operate independently? Moreover, even without Lei Gong's involvement, those eager gamblers from Tai Dao would still venture to Ao Dao. Did he truly believe they would forego gambling simply due to the absence of the Sanlian gang's assistance? It was absurd. Thus, after Lei Gong laid out his terms for cooperation, Jiang Tianxing resolutely rejected the proposal. Lei Gong, upon witnessing Jiang Tianxing's refusal, felt a flicker of anger welling up inside him, silently cursing Jiang Tianxing for his lack of appreciation. However, Lei Gong could not afford to escalate matters directly, so he signaled to Ding Yao to retrieve a suitcase from their hotel room. Once Ding Yao placed the suitcase on the table, Lei Gong opened it, revealing a neat stack of US dollars, approximately 3 million. He pushed the suitcase towards Jiang Tianxing and said, "Mr. Jiang, I urge you to reconsider my proposal. If you agree to collaborate with the Sanlian gang, then consider this money a welcoming gift from me to you. What do you say?" Jiang Tianxing merely cast a fleeting glance at the money, remaining unmoved. How could Lei Gong underestimate him so? Did he truly think that such a sum would sway his decision? Jiang Tianxing was not so easily tempted. The profits from his own gambling establishments on Ao Dao far exceeded this paltry amount. If he were to acquiesce, he would be the subject of ridicule. Therefore, he reiterated his refusal to Lei Gong's proposal, albeit in a diplomatic manner, avoiding any harshness in his rejection. "Lei Gong, let us not pursue this any further. The factions on Ao Dao are exceedingly troublesome. They will not permit the Sanlian gang's influence to penetrate their territory. I have managed to operate a few gambling halls there solely due to my father's reputation, and I still find myself paying protection fees to these local powers each month. It's a challenging situation." Having conveyed his thoughts, Jiang Tianxing intended to take his leave, anxious to avoid any further entanglement with Lei Gong. However, Lei Gong, seeing Jiang Tianxing's refusal and his desire to depart, coldly remarked, "Mr. Jiang, if you refuse my terms, it seems you shall not be leaving here today." With that, Lei Gong clapped his hands lightly, and at his signal, over a dozen suited men armed with guns stormed into the room, aiming their weapons at Jiang Tianxing and Chen Haonan. Both men were momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Nevertheless, Jiang Tianxing quickly regained his composure, convinced that Lei Gong would not dare to act against him, for this was Hongxing's stronghold. Could the encroaching Sanlian gang truly intimidate them in their own territory? Jiang Tianxing, with a stern expression, confronted Lei Gong, saying, "You need not attempt to intimidate me. I am not one to be easily frightened. I intend to leave, and should you dare to harm me or Annan today, I assure you that you will not leave Hong Kong alive." With that, disregarding Lei Gong's reaction, he and Chen Haonan pushed past the obstructing Sanlian gang members and exited the conference room, leaving the Wenhua Hotel behind. Observing Jiang Tianxing's departure, Lei Gong refrained from ordering his men to stop them. Jiang Tianxing was correct. He dared not take violent action against him. His earlier threats were merely bluster aimed at intimidating Jiang Tianxing into compliance. If he failed to instill fear, then he would have to let Jiang Tianxing leave. After all, this was not Tai Dao, it was the heart of Hongxing's domain. Should Lei Gong dare to harm Jiang Tianxing, it would likely result in his own demise. With Jiang Tianxing gone and no fear instilled, Lei Gong had to contemplate alternative strategies. He gestured for all Sanlian gang members to vacate the conference room, wishing to confer privately with Ding Yao. Following his command, everyone exited the room. Shanji also left, stunned by the confrontation between Lei Gong and Jiang Tianxing. He had not anticipated such an event. Once he comprehended the situation, he realized that Jiang Tianxing and Chun Haonan had already departed. The memory of Chun Haonan's furious gaze directed at him as he left sent a wave of panic through Shanji. Jiang Tianxing had come to meet Lei Gong at Shanji's behest, so it was no wonder Chun Haonan had looked at him with such anger. Had anything transpired to harm Jiang Tianxing at the Wenhua Hotel, how could Shanji ever explain it to Chun Haonan? Thus, upon exiting the hotel, he hurriedly pulled out his phone to call Chun Haonan, eager to clarify that he had no part in the recent events. After several attempts, he finally reached Chun Haonan. As soon as the call connected, Shanji rushed to explain, desperate to avoid any misunderstandings between them. After much clarification, Chun Haonan ultimately forgave Shanji. Once the call ended, Shanji felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had no desire for this incident to tarnish their years of friendship. In his heart, he harbored a measure of discontent towards Lei Gong, questioning how one could coerce others into collaboration, especially when it involved pressuring one's own former employer. Such actions were akin to placing him on a proverbial hot seat. In the quiet of the night, Ding Yao lay alone on the hotel bed, contemplating the events of the day. Today, Lei Gong had finally severed ties with Jiang Tianxing of the Hongxing faction, resulting in a tumultuous fallout. She pondered whether she could seize this opportunity to discreetly eliminate Lei Gong and subsequently frame his demise on Jiang Tianxing. Ding Yao had long coveted the immense power wielded by the Sanlian gang. In pursuit of her ambitions, she had not hesitated to entangle herself with the aged Lei Gong, driven by the hope of one day commanding great influence. Thus, to realize her aspirations, Ding Yao had clandestinely used her own allure to forge alliances with members of the Sanlian gang. Now, with the prospect of dispatching Lei Gong at hand and effortlessly shifting the blame onto another, she found herself irresistibly tempted. Chapter 62. A large-scale assassination operation unfolds a few days later. A startling piece of news erupted from Gongdao. The leader of the Sanlian gang, Lei Gong, had been assassinated by Chun Haonan and Shanji. This revelation immediately sparked a commotion across the island, even within the ranks of Hongxing, where many were left astounded, particularly Jiang Tianxing, who took it upon himself to call Chun Haonan for clarification. Jiang Tianxing initially believed that Chun Haonan and Shanji were indeed responsible for Lei Gong's demise, especially given their recent conflicts. Thus, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth, as the potential revenge by Chun Haonan for personal grievances troubled him greatly. However, upon his inquiry, Jiang Tianxing discovered that Lei Gong had not been killed by Chun Haonan and Shanji. Rather, they had been framed by Ding Yao. Despite the absence of witnesses or evidence to refute the claim that Chun Haonan and Shanji were the culprits, Jiang Tianxing chose to trust Chun Haonan's word. Consequently, when confronted by Ding Yao and the Sanlian gang, Jiang Tianxing outright denied the allegations against Chun Haonan. This denial incensed Ding Yao and her entourage, prompting them to swiftly depart Gongdao and return to Taidao. Their mission was to inform the various factions of the Sanlian gang about the supposed assassination of Lei Gong by Chun Haonan of Hongxing, and to rally all their forces for retribution. Upon their return, Ding Yao convened all the prominent figures of the Sanlian gang and shared the news of Lei Gong's death in Gongdao. This revelation ignited fury among the leaders, who sought confirmation that Lei Gong had indeed fallen to the hands of Hongxing. To verify this, they questioned Lei Gong's personal bodyguard, Gao Jie. As Lei Gong's trusted protector, Gao Jie's testimony was deemed more credible than that of Ding Yao, whose ambitions had long been apparent to the elder members of the gang. While the elders were skeptical of Ding Yao's motives, they were also aware that Lei Gong had been a stabilizing force. Thus, they sought confirmation from Gao Jie to validate their suspicions. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Jie had been seduced by Ding Yao and was now loyal to her. He not only confirmed that Lei Gong had been killed by Chun Haonan and Shanji, but also revealed that Lei Gong had entrusted Ding Yao with the leadership of the Sanlian gang in his final moments. The elders were taken aback by this news. How could Lei Gong have so foolishly handed over the reins to a mistress? This was a bitter pill for them to swallow, and although they were reluctant to accept Ding Yao's authority, Gao Jie's proclamation left them little room to argue. After much deliberation, they reluctantly agreed to let Ding Yao temporarily oversee the gang's affairs while they contacted Lei Gong's son, Lei Fuhong, urging him to return to Taidao. Once he arrived, they planned to reinstate him as the gang leader, thereby relieving Ding Yao of her duties. A resolution the elders could accept. While the decision satisfied the elders, Ding Yao was nearly driven to fury. In her quest for revenge against the elders, she declared a full-scale war against Hongxing under the pretext of avenging Lei Gong. Her proclamation met with unanimous support from the gang members, as they could not afford to let Hongxing escape unscathed for the death of their leader. With both the elder and younger factions united, they prepared to dispatch a significant number of operatives to Gangdao, intent on assassinating all of Hongxing's leaders to avenge Lei Gong and assert their dominance over the underground forces of Gangdao and Taidao. As the Sanliang gang secretly deployed their assassins to Gangdao, it was not long before Hongxing's leaders faced brutal vengeance. 12 of Hongxing's leaders were eliminated, including the notorious Ma Wangjian from Chaiwan and 2 leaders from Jiulongqing, along with a man known as Ji Ge, who narrowly escaped with his life after being forced to jump from a height. News of Ji Ge's humiliating escape spread quickly, drawing laughter from rival gangs who reveled in Hongxing's disgrace. Although the other leaders sustained only minor injuries, the Sanliang gang's large-scale retaliation prompted Hongxing to launch a counteroffensive. They too dispatched numerous members across to Taidao, targeting the Sanliang gang's leaders with lethal intent. The ensuing chaos resulted in significant casualties on both sides, escalating the animosity between the two factions and leading to an alarming rise in violence. As the conflict spiraled into a state of pandemonium, both Gangdao and Taidao found themselves engulfed in turmoil, with gunfire erupting unpredictably in the streets, causing considerable concern for local governments. In response, the authorities from both islands coordinated their efforts, deploying substantial police forces to quell the rampant violence between the two gangs. Consequently, they summoned Jiang Tianxing from Hongxing and Ding Yao from the Sanliang gang for negotiations, hoping to broker a cessation of hostilities. Otherwise, the governments of Gangdao and Taidao would launch a severe crackdown on the Hongxing and Sanlian gangs, rendering them incapable of continuing their operations in both regions. Under the pressure exerted by the authorities from both locales, despite the deep-seated animosity between the two factions, Jiang Tianxing and Ding Yao ultimately convened at the negotiating table. Following a series of heated disputes and negotiations, they agreed to temporarily cease the assassination attempts on each other's leaders. After reaching this accord, both parties summoned their respective assassins back, halting hostilities for the time being. Chapter 63. Han Bin's heart is completely cold. The recent large-scale assassination operation between Hongxing and Sanlian gang has inflicted considerable losses on both sides, resulting in the deaths of several prominent leaders. Although the power of the factions has been diminished, Jiang Tianxing and Ding Yao found a certain joy in the outcome. For both Jiang Tianxing and Ding Yao, this conflict allowed them to eliminate a few disobedient subordinates. For Jiang Tianxing, he could fill the vacant leadership positions with his own trusted allies, thereby gaining a firmer grip on the Hongxing organization. Similarly, for Ding Yao, the demise of several senior members of Sanlian gang has reduced the opposition against her, making it easier to control the gang. Hence, both parties were quite satisfied with the results, leading Jiang Tianxing and Ding Yao to cease their mutual hostilities in light of official warnings. While Jiang Tianxing was pleased, Han Bin was nearly consumed by fury, as his close brother, Shi Yan, had perished at the hands of Sanlian gang. In his quest for vengeance, Han Bin had exerted great effort against Sanlian gang, resulting in a significant number of their elders being eliminated. Just as he was contemplating intensifying his efforts to eliminate even more of Sanlian gang's leaders, Jiang Tianxing abruptly decided to halt the conflict, much to Han Bin's dismay. Consequently, Han Bin and his companion, Long Niu, harbored deep dissatisfaction towards Jiang Tianxing, and they were on the verge of a direct confrontation with him. During this period, the two brothers frequently sought out Jiang Tianxing to voice their grievances. However, upon witnessing Jiang Tianxing's unwavering resolve to stop the fighting with Sanlian gang, Han Bin and Long Niu felt a profound chill settle in their hearts. They believed that Shi Yan's death was tragically unjust, as the conflict with Sanlian gang was instigated by Chun Haonan and Shanji, having no connection to Shi Yan, who was senselessly gunned down. Han Bin was not unprepared for Shi Yan's death. The brothers had long recognized that their path would inevitably lead to such a day. What truly disheartened Han Bin was Jiang Tianxing's willingness to sacrifice their quest for vengeance for his own interests, which left him feeling betrayed. Initially, when Jiang Tianxing ascended to the leadership of Hongxing, he had courted the support of the Han Bin brothers to solidify his authority within the organization, bringing them over from Heji to counterbalance the elders of Hongxing. Now, having secured his position, he no longer required their assistance and resorted to such treachery. Han Bin now saw clearly that Jiang Tianxing not only lacked gratitude for their past support, but was also wary of the Han Bin brothers. In the wake of Shi Yan's murder, It was likely that Jiang Tiansheng was secretly pleased, having no thoughts of avenging Shi Yan. Observing Jiang Tiansheng's betrayal, Han Bin resolved to no longer concern himself with the affairs of Hongxing, focusing solely on earning his own money, leaving the fate of Hongxing to its own devices. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansheng was preoccupied with placing his own loyalists in leadership positions in Chaiwan and Zhalongpo. He convened a meeting with the Hongxing leaders, after which he appointed Du Fei as the leader in Chaiwan and Grey Dog to succeed Shi Yan. Thus, 2 more loyal leaders were added to Jiang Tiansheng's ranks. As the assassination campaign between Hongxing and Sanlian Gang came to a halt, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji felt emboldened to re-emerge. After being labeled as the perpetrators in the murder of Lei Gong, they had gone into hiding, fearing retaliation from Sanlian Gang. However, with the assassination activities concluded, they boldly returned to Mongkok to resume their roles as leaders. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had inadvertently led to the demise of Shi Yan and Ma Wangjian, yet they felt no remorse, revealing their utterly selfish nature. Chun Haonan's behavior incited considerable dissatisfaction among Han Bin, Long Niu, and their allies, who resented the duo for vanishing during the perilous times, only to reappear once the danger had subsided. Due to their involvement, many Hongxing subordinates had met untimely ends, yet Chun Haonan and Shan Ji exhibited no signs of guilt or accountability. Were it not for Jiang Tiansheng's protection, Han Bin and his allies would have long since rallied against Chun Haonan, preventing him from enjoying his position in Mongkok. Consequently, during various meetings of Hongxing, Han Bin and his allies targeted Chun Haonan, opposing any suggestions he made, regardless of their merit, simply to hinder his progress. In response to their hostility, Chun Haonan frequently reported to Jiang Tiansheng, seeking support. Aware of the growing discontent towards Chun Haonan, Jiang Tiansheng decided to take him along to the Netherlands to visit retired Hongxing elders, allowing Chun Haonan a temporary escape from the scrutiny of Han Bin and his faction. Days later, Jiang Tiansheng flew to the Netherlands with Chun Haonan and his mistress, Fang Ting. Under Jiang Tiansheng's protection, Chun Haonan was able to evade the antagonism of Han Bin and his allies. However, Shan Ji, who remained in Hong Kong, faced a precarious situation. Following the murder of Lei Gong, the conflict between Hongxing and Sanlian Gang had left Shan Ji in a deeply awkward position. Sanlian Gang branded Shan Ji as a traitor, accusing him of colluding with Hongxing to orchestrate the death of their leader, thus rendering his return to Taiwan impossible. On the other hand, due to his earlier affiliation with Sanlian Gang, Shan Ji was no longer considered a member of Hongxing. Despite the assistance of Chun Haonan, Shan Ji's aspirations to return to the Hongxing faction have been thwarted by the resolute opposition of Han Bin and his associates. Consequently, Shan Ji finds himself confined to the bustling district of Mongkok, hesitant to venture out, for the fear of being eliminated looms ever larger. The transformation from the formidable leader of the Du Shi Tang of the Sanlian Gang to a mere petty figure hiding in Mongkok is a disparity that Shan Ji struggles to accept. Though he harbors deep regrets for involving himself in the affairs of Hongxing and the Sanlian Gang, resulting in his current precarious situation, it is too late for lamentation. Now, he can only rely on Chun Haonan for support. Otherwise, not only Han Bin and his cohort, but also the Sanlian Gang would undoubtedly seek to exact retribution on him for his perceived betrayal. Chapter 64. The abduction of Li Huanghua's son. After a period of low profile, Yang Kuan's strength had significantly recovered, alleviating the financial constraints he had previously faced. During this time, he had acquired numerous properties to accommodate his subordinates, effectively resolving their lodging issues. As Yang Kuan's economic situation improved, it became imperative for him to address the matters concerning Huang Zhiqing. Without resolving these issues, Yang Kuan would find it impossible to operate his business at the Hung Lai Hotel's casino, which would hinder his recovery of power. Just as Yang Kuan pondered how to tackle this predicament, an astonishing piece of news broke. The eldest son of the affluent Li Huanghua from Gangdao had been kidnapped. This revelation created a considerable stir within both the underworld and legitimate circles of Gangdao. In this capitalist society, who would dare provoke a magnate like Li Huanghua? It was akin to courting death, and the audacity of the kidnappers was baffling. In the wake of this incident, both law enforcement and various gangs in Gangdao sprang into action. The police frantically scoured for clues, hoping to apprehend the kidnappers and rescue Li Huanghua's son. Meanwhile, various underworld organizations dispatched their subordinates to gather intelligence, eager to forge connections with the Li family. Any gang that could align itself with such a wealthy figure would reap significant benefits. With the support of the Li family, their prospects for growth would be greatly enhanced. Consequently, every gang in Gangdao, regardless of size, sent out members to seek information about the kidnappers, even though Li Huanghua had not solicited their assistance. The joint efforts of the police and these organizations plunged Gangdao into chaos, with officers and gangsters alike scouring the area for leads. Amidst this widespread search, the kidnappers, led by He Yaodong, found themselves taken aback by the scale of the response. They had not anticipated that their abduction would cause such turmoil. Had they not concealed themselves in a boathouse at sea, they likely would have been apprehended by the police and gangsters by now. Even though they remained hidden for the moment, they dared not linger in the boathouse. Under He Yaodong's command, they transported Li Huanghua's son to a remote island for concealment. After ensuring the safety of Li Huanghua's son, He Yaodong discreetly returned to Gangdao. He needed to contact Li Huanghua swiftly to negotiate the ransom, allowing them to escape before they were discovered. Time was of the essence. Even on a deserted island, they would eventually be found. Upon returning to Gangdao, He Yaodong found a phone booth and called Li Huanghua using the number obtained from his son. When the call connected, He Yaodong addressed Li Huanghua directly. "Mr. Li, do you wish for your son to remain alive?" As Li Huanghua grappled with the crisis of his son's abduction, he was taken aback by the audacity of the kidnapper's inquiry. Of course, he wanted his son to live. Otherwise, he would not be making such efforts to locate him. Thus, he responded promptly, "Mr. Kidnapper, I certainly wish for my son's safety. State your conditions, and I shall do my utmost to meet them. As long as you ensure my son's safe return." "Very well. Since Mr. Li values his son's safety, I urge you to instruct the police and gangs to cease their search for us. We harbor no intention of harming your son. Our only desire is monetary gain. We do not wish to forge a deep enmity with your family, so we will not easily endanger your son. If you agree to provide the ransom, I assure you he will be returned safely." Upon hearing that the kidnapper's motives were purely financial, Li Huanghua's anxiety began to dissipate. "You may state your figure. I only wish for my son to return home safely. Everything else can be negotiated." "Good. Mr. Li, you are reasonable. I shall not demand excessive sums. If you agree to a ransom of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, I will ensure your son's safe return." 1 billion Hong Kong dollars? Are you insane? Do you comprehend how much that is? It could fill an armored car. Propose a more reasonable amount. I cannot possibly gather such a sum on short notice. Li Huanghua was astonished by He Yaodong's exorbitant demand. He never imagined the kidnappers would possess such insatiable greed, treating him as a fool to be exploited. When He Yaodong sensed Li Huanghua's refusal to comply with his ransom demand, he declared, "Mr. Li, I am not negotiating. I am informing you. Do you truly believe that the esteemed heir of the Li family is not worth a mere 1 billion Hong Kong dollars? Are you under the impression that we are unaware of your family's affluence? Everyone in Gangdao knows that the Li family possesses wealth beyond measure. A ransom of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars is hardly a burdensome sum for you. Therefore, do not attempt to haggle. If you wish to save your son, you must provide the ransom. Otherwise, prepare for the grim reality of his demise. Just a reminder, I require non-consecutive old banknotes. You will have 3 days to prepare. I will contact you then to arrange the transaction." 3 days? Have you lost your mind? Where am I supposed to procure 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in that time frame? I am currently heading to the bank to withdraw funds, and time is of the essence. Thus, 3 days is utterly insufficient. I require a more extended period to gather the necessary capital. Upon hearing Li Huanghua's words, He Yaodong contemplated briefly and concurred that 3 days was indeed a brief time frame. He then replied, "Very well. I shall grant you 5 days to procure the funds. No longer shall be permitted. Moreover, you must urgently instruct those police officers and gangsters to cease their pursuit of us. Should they uncover our whereabouts before our transaction, we will have no choice but to eliminate your son and flee. If you wish to avoid such a grim outcome, you must act swiftly to halt their search." That is all. With that, He Yaodong promptly ended the call and departed from the telephone booth. Chapter 65. Li Huanghua raises 1 billion Hong Kong dollars ransom. After the kidnapper hung up the phone, Li Huanghua swiftly reached out to friends and partners who had connections with the Li family, seeking their assistance in gathering 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash to repay them later. Due to He Yaodong's demand for non-sequential old banknotes, Li Huanghua had no choice but to rely on the generosity of his friends to secure such a substantial amount of cash in a short time. Upon receiving Li Huanghua's call and understanding his request, his friends readily agreed to help. They were all aware of the situation. The money was likely a specific requirement from the kidnappers of Li Huanghua's son. Otherwise, given Li Huanghua's wealth, he would not need their assistance and could easily withdraw the funds from a bank. Now that Li Huanghua sought their help, they were eager to lend a hand, knowing this would create a bond of obligation that could be beneficial in the future. While Li Huanghua was endeavoring to raise the funds, the police in Hong Kong Island noticed the unusual activity of numerous wealthy individuals gathering old banknotes. This raised their suspicions. Upon investigation, they discovered that after collecting the old HKD notes, these affluent individuals were delivering them to the Li family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the police dispatched senior officials to persuade Li Huanghua not to pay the ransom, assuring him they would capture the kidnappers and rescue his son. Li Huanghua scoffed internally at the police's assurances. Despite their eloquent words, they had failed to locate the kidnappers after such a long time. If he were to rely on the police, he feared his son would be harmed by the kidnappers. Thus, he firmly told the visiting police officials, "Thank you, Inspector Liu, for your concern. However, I would prefer that your department refrain from intervening at this time. My sole desire is to ensure my son's safe return. Until he is securely back home, I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur. Therefore, I ask that you cease your operations against the kidnappers for now. Once my son is safely home, I fully support your efforts to apprehend them." Inspector Liu, witnessing Li Huanghua's unyielding stance and his insistence on halting the police's pursuit of the kidnappers, found himself in a predicament. Although he wished to persuade Li Huanghua to reconsider, the determination in Li Huanghua's demeanor made it clear that his decision was final. Consequently, Inspector Liu reluctantly acquiesced to Li Huanghua's request, understanding that the victim's wishes took precedence. Furthermore, given Li Huanghua's status on Hong Kong Island, Liu had no choice but to report back to his superiors, conveying Li Huanghua's sentiments. Upon returning to the police headquarters and briefing his superiors, the decision was made to temporarily suspend the search for the kidnappers until Li Huanghua managed to secure his son's release. Meanwhile, as Li Huanghua sought to gather the ransom, Yang Kuan dispatched Su Shi to monitor the Li family's activities. Su Shi was instructed to follow discreetly when Li Huanghua delivered the ransom, aiming to uncover the kidnappers' hideout. After the kidnappers received the ransom, the plan was to eliminate them and retrieve the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Unlike the 100 million US dollars in illicit funds, this money was comprised of old banknotes that had been in circulation and could withstand scrutiny. Provided Su Shi executed the operation meticulously, the police would not trace the money back to Yang Kuan. Once Yang Kuan acquired the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, his power would significantly increase, allowing him to confidently recruit more personnel without concern for accommodating them. With 1,000 modified subordinates at his command, Yang Kuan would possess the strength to seize opportunities from other factions, unlike the previous incident in Sim Sha Sui, where he had been unable to capitalize on opportunities due to insufficient strength. Now, Yang Kuan awaited Su Shi's return with the ransom, knowing that once he had the funds, he could face any challenge from rival forces without the hesitations of the past. After 2 days of monitoring the Li family, Su Shi reported that the police had abruptly withdrawn all officers from the search for the kidnappers. Yang Kuan surmised that Li Huanghua had successfully prevented police intervention, bolstering his confidence in Su Shi's ability to retrieve the ransom. Without police involvement, dealing with a few mere kidnappers would be a straightforward task for Su Shi and his team. As the final deadline set by the kidnappers approached, Li Huanghua successfully gathered the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in old banknotes, thanks to the generosity of his wealthy friends on Hong Kong Island. This feat would have been impossible for anyone else. Once the funds were secured, Li Huanghua waited anxiously at home for the kidnappers' call. They did not keep him waiting long. On the afternoon of the 5th day, they contacted him to confirm the ransom was ready. He Yaodong was elated and instructed Li Huanghua to send someone to deliver the money to Longgu Tan. This way, upon receipt of the funds, He Yaodong could swiftly escape Hong Kong Island by boat, returning to the mainland to evade detection. Upon receiving the address from He Yaodong, Li Huanghua could do no more than instruct his bodyguards to deliver the ransom to Longgu Tan in several vehicles. He could only hope that once the bandits received the money, they would return his son unharmed. Should those miscreants dare to play any tricks, Li Huanghua would not let them off easily. He would ensure they understood the extent of his influence as a wealthy magnate of the Hong Kong Island. The consequences of inciting his wrath would be dire, and even if the criminals were to flee to the ends of the earth, Li Huanghua would relentlessly pursue them, intent on exacting a brutal vengeance. Chapter 66. Su Shi eliminates He Yaodong and his associates at a distance from the Li family villa. Su Shi observed several vehicles departing from the estate. Consequently, he and his subordinates discreetly followed the convoy. They trailed the Lee family's motorcade until it reached the Longgutan area, where they finally halted their vehicle, maintaining their surveillance from afar. While monitoring the Lee family's bodyguards, Sushi was abruptly struck by the realization that they themselves were being followed, which sent a wave of anxiety coursing through him. Caught off guard, Sushi had not anticipated that the Lee family had backup, suggesting that they had likely been discovered. Contemplating the grave implications of this realization, he resolved to eliminate the pursuers to prevent any complications for Yang Kuan. Fortuitously, Sushi had detected their presence. Had these followers traced them back to Yang Kuan, the latter would have found himself in dire straits, unable to withstand the wrath of Li Huanghua. Thus, Sushi discreetly dispatched a few subordinates to eliminate their pursuers and avert potential troubles. Unbeknownst to Sushi, the individuals trailing them were not from the Li family, but rather the police from Gangdao. Although Li Huanghua had declined their continued involvement in the abduction of his son, the police, wishing to avoid offending him, had withdrawn the officers involved in the manhunt for the kidnappers. Nevertheless, they had secretly deployed personnel to monitor the Li family's activities. While observing the Li family, they noticed that, in addition to themselves, there were others tracking the convoy. This discovery thrilled the police, as they believed they had finally caught a lead on the kidnappers. Had Li Huanghua's son not still been in captivity, they would have likely moved to apprehend Sushi and his crew immediately, mistaking them for the very abductors they were pursuing. While these officers were covertly watching Sushi, they remained unaware that he had already detected their presence and had sent individuals to confront them. As the police remained oblivious, Sushi's subordinates stealthily approached from behind. Upon drawing near, they discerned that there were only 7 or 8 individuals trailing them. After confirming their numbers, the transformed subordinates swiftly launched a surprise attack, dragging the officers from their vehicles and swiftly breaking their necks. Once all the police were neutralized, the subordinates stuffed the bodies back into the cars. They then siphoned gasoline from the vehicles to incinerate them, aiming to obliterate any evidence left behind. As Sushi's subordinates dealt with the police, the Li family's bodyguards made contact with He Yaodong and his associates. After presenting the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars ransom for inspection, He Yaodong and his crew confirmed its authenticity, prompting the bodyguards to depart Longgutan. Their sole responsibility was to deliver the ransom. They were not tasked with capturing the kidnappers, as no one could be certain that they were facing the entire gang. To ensure the safety of Li Huanghua's eldest son, the latter had specifically instructed them to merely hand over the money and refrain from further actions, which explained their swift departure. Once the bodyguards left, He Yaodong hurriedly directed his subordinates to load the money onto their large speedboat, eager to return to the deserted island for the division of the spoils. Just as He Yaodong and his cohorts busied themselves with the task, Sushi suddenly launched an assault on them. Caught off guard, He Yaodong and his men were left stunned. Before they could react, Sushi and his team swiftly subdued them. After capturing He Yaodong and his associates, Sushi personally bound them with ropes and tossed them onto the speedboat. He then divided his remaining subordinates into 2 groups, one tasked with eliminating the earlier pursuers and cleaning up the traces they had left, and the other responsible for transporting the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars ransom back to Tongluan to deliver it to Yang Kuan. Sushi himself would interrogate He Yaodong and his men to ascertain the location where Li family's eldest son was held captive, subsequently eliminating all of them. To ensure the safe return of Li Huanghua's son, Sushi felt compelled to personally deal with the kidnappers, leaving no loose ends, including the guards watching over the hostage. After finalizing his plans, Sushi commandeered the speedboat, departing Longgutan to confront He Yaodong and his gang. Meanwhile, his remaining subordinates followed his instructions, with one group driving off with the ransom, while the other doused the 2 police vehicles in gasoline and ignited them. As they watched the flames grow larger, they finally departed, also heading back to Tongluan. The scene was left with 2 vehicles engulfed in flames. Given the intensity of the fire, it would not be long before nothing but charred shells remained, erasing all traces. On the speedboat, Sushi began to interrogate He Yaodong and his associates about the whereabouts of the Li family's eldest son. Initially, they resisted, adamant about withholding information regarding the hostage's location. However, after enduring Sushi's brutal tactics, one of them eventually relented and disclosed the location of the deserted island where the Li family's eldest son was being held. After acquiring this information, Sushi steered the speedboat toward the island they had indicated. Upon arrival, Guided by He Yaodong and his associates, they approached a dilapidated, abandoned structure not far from the place where the Li family's eldest son was imprisoned. Then, Sushi stealthily approached the dilapidated house alone. Upon reaching the front of the broken-down dwelling, he discovered the eldest son of the Li family confined within a dog cage, with only 2 kidnappers guarding him inside. After assessing the situation, Sushi covered his face with a piece of clothing and swiftly charged into the house, subduing the 2 watchful captors. Once the kidnappers were dealt with, he instructed the Li family's eldest son to close his eyes. Tearing a strip of cloth from the kidnappers' garments, he proceeded to blindfold the young man. After completing these tasks, Sushi finally emerged from the house. Outside, he addressed the underlings who were keeping an eye on He Yaodong and his companions, saying, "Eliminate them, they are no longer of any use." Chapter 67. Eliminating the eldest son of the Li family to seal the lips with Sushi's command, He Yaodong and his companions were swiftly dispatched by Sushi's subordinates, their necks mercilessly broken. Upon witnessing the demise of He Yaodong and his associates, Sushi resolved to depart the desolate island with the eldest son of the Li family. However, as Sushi approached the room to retrieve him, he abruptly noticed that the Li family's eldest son had managed to create a small opening in the blindfold, allowing him to glimpse Sushi and his men. Sushi felt a sense of exasperation at the foolishness displayed by the Li family scion. Initially, Sushi had intended to spare his life, following Yang Kuen's instructions, as he did not wish to provoke Li Huanghua into a frenzy. It was well known that wealth could wield considerable influence, and Li Huanghua was among those who could utilize such power. Hence, Yang Kuen had never planned to eliminate the eldest son of the Li family alongside He Yaodong, aiming to avoid entangling himself in unnecessary complications. Yet, who could have anticipated that the Li family's eldest son would seek his own demise? Sushi could not allow him to survive and witness their true identities. If he were to return alive to the Li family, Li Huanghua would undoubtedly uncover Sushi and his comrades' identities, as well as the whereabouts of the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars ransom, which would lead to dire consequences for Yang Kuen. Despite Yang Kuen's current considerable influence, it paled in comparison to the formidable power of the Li family. Should Li Huanghua issue a directive, both the police of Hong Kong and its various factions would readily mobilize against Yang Kuen. Thus, Sushi could not afford to leave such a significant threat looming over Yang Kuen. With a glint of cold resolve in his eyes, Sushi decided to eliminate the foolish scion before him. Just as the Li family's eldest son was stealthily scrutinizing Sushi's visage, Sushi lunged forward, swiftly circling behind him. Wrapping his arms around the young man's neck, he exerted force, twisting it violently and sending him to meet the king of hell. After dispatching the Li family's eldest son, Sushi exited the dwelling and instructed his subordinates to dispose of He Yaodong and his companions' remains within the dilapidated structure. He then gathered some dry branches and leaves, tossing them into the room before igniting a fierce blaze that consumed the forsaken house. Observing the flames engulfing the structure, Sushi and his subordinates departed on a speedboat, eager to return to Tongluan and report the incident to Yang Kuen, ensuring he was prepared for the repercussions. Upon reaching a deserted dock in Sai Kung, Sushi discarded the speedboat and hailed a taxi to Tongluan. Once there, he immediately sought out Yang Kuen to recount how the Li family's eldest son had foolishly attempted to discern their faces, leading to their unavoidable decision to eliminate him and the kidnappers. After listening to Sushi's account, Yang Kuen contemplated for a moment before inquiring further. Upon learning that no evidence had been left behind and that all witnesses had been silenced, Yang Kuen finally felt a sense of relief. With the death of the Li family's eldest son, Yang Kuen surmised that Li Huanghua would be driven to madness, launching an extensive search for vengeance. To mitigate potential fallout, Yang Kuen resolved to keep the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars under wraps, avoiding extravagant expenditures that might draw unwanted attention. He planned to remain discreetly in Tongluan for the foreseeable future. This was an unavoidable course of action, as the situation had unexpectedly spiraled out of control, forcing Yang Kuen to abandon his original plans. Initially, he had intended to invest in numerous properties and real estate upon acquiring the funds, but the current circumstances rendered such a strategy impractical. Despite Li Huanghua being merely one of Hong Kong's affluent, his influence was not to be underestimated. Due to his son's captivity at the hands of the kidnappers, Li Huanghua had acted with trepidation. However, upon learning of his son's death, Yang Kuen could only imagine the storm that would ensue in Hong Kong. Thus, he believed it prudent to lay low and avoid drawing attention to himself. As anticipated, after delivering the ransom to the kidnappers, Li Huanghua awaited the return of his son, only to receive a notification from the police instead. Following the fires set by Su Shi and his men at Longgu Beach and the island where the Li family's eldest son was held, law enforcement was alerted. After extinguishing the flames, authorities discovered several charred bodies at the two fire sites, one of which was identified as Li Huanghua's son. The other bodies were presumed to belong to the kidnappers, including several known fugitives previously sought by the police. Once the police confirmed the identities of the deceased, it became evident that a dark hand had intervened, resulting in the demise of the kidnappers on that forsaken island. After transporting the bodies back to the precinct, they informed Li Huanghua of his son's tragic fate. Initially skeptical, Li Huanghua could not fathom that the kidnappers would betray him after receiving the ransom, as they had assured him their intentions were solely for monetary gain. Yet, upon hearing the police's solemn declarations, unease took root in his heart. In a frenzy, Li Huanghua hastily drove to the central police station with his bodyguards. Upon arriving at the morgue and glimpsing the charred remains of his son, barely recognizable yet still discernible, he was overcome with grief, weeping inconsolably. He never anticipated that he had already agreed to pay the ransom to those kidnappers. Why then would they still murder his son? After weeping for a while, Li Huanghua, with a visage twisted in rage, began to demand information about the kidnappers. He was resolute in his desire for vengeance, wishing to subject the entire family of those perpetrators, young and old, to a fate most cruel, as retribution for his son's demise. However, the police's response was akin to a bucket of cold water poured over him, revealing that all the kidnappers had perished. This revelation left Li Huanghua's fury unquenched, and he now felt as though he were on the brink of explosion from the pent-up frustration. Chapter 68. The 100 million Hong Kong dollars bounty. After inquiring with the police about the situation, Li Huanghua learned that his son had likely been murdered by others, and that the kidnappers had themselves been eliminated in a blackmail gone wrong, all for the sake of the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars ransom. The absence of the money at the scene indicated that it had been taken by someone else. Originally consumed by rage over the kidnappers' demise, Li Huanghua now found a target for his fury. After arranging for his son's body to be returned home, he immediately issued a staggering bounty across the entire island of Hong Kong. Li Huanghua announced a 100 million Hong Kong dollars reward for anyone who could provide information leading to the capture of his son's murderer. Furthermore, anyone with knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the demise of the kidnappers would be entitled to this monumental sum. Following the release of this news, chaos ensued throughout Hong Kong. In light of this unprecedented bounty, not only the police but also the triads and street vendors began scouring for leads, hoping to unearth any valuable information. The potential for such a life-altering sum meant that those who could acquire information would never have to worry about money again. 100 million Hong Kong dollars would suffice for a lifetime. Thus, after Li Huanghua announced the bounty, the entire island was teeming with individuals seeking information, as if they were digging 3 feet into the ground in their pursuit. Had it not been for Su Shi and his team's meticulous execution, they might have also been discovered amid the frenzy. The uproar in Hong Kong terrified Yang Kuan and Su Shi, who understood that Li Huanghua, upon the death of his eldest son, would not rest until justice was served. However, they never anticipated the scale of the turmoil Li Huanghua would incite. It could be said that the entire island was striving to unearth Su Shi and his associates for the sake of Li Huanghua's 100 million Hong Kong dollars bounty. Observing the situation unfold, Yang Kuan ordered Su Shi and the team involved in the operation to remain indoors, preventing them from showing their faces to avoid being inadvertently spotted in Longgu Tan. Once they were safely hidden away, Yang Kuan discreetly arranged for provisions to be delivered to them, ensuring they cooked their own meals at home. After securing Su Shi and the team's safety, Yang Kuan felt a sense of relief, grateful that the operatives involved were his loyal and reformed subordinates. Had he relied on ordinary triads, they would have undoubtedly betrayed him for the enticing bounty. After several months of relentless searching, Li Huanghua found himself increasingly frustrated by the lack of useful information. During this time, numerous individuals attempted to deceive him in the hopes of claiming the bounty, presenting random thugs and low-level criminals as his son's killers. Once exposed, Li Huanghua retaliated fiercely against those who sought to trick him, effectively curtailing this wave of deception. As the prolonged search yielded no results, those who had been blinded by the allure of the 100 million Hong Kong dollars bounty began to regain their senses and abandoned their quest for the individuals responsible for the death of Li Huanghua's son. After months of fruitless searching, They could no longer afford to remain idle. Ordinary citizens had families to support, and the triads needed to eat as well. Consequently, as time passed, interest in the bounty waned. Only the police continued to discreetly pursue leads, driven by their duty and the prospect of a significant financial windfall should they uncover any information. Amidst the chaos on the island, a shocking announcement emerged. Jiang Tianxing, the leader of the Hongxing triad, had been gunned down in the Netherlands, allegedly at the hands of Chun Haonan. Upon hearing this news, the Hongxing faction erupted in turmoil, as no one had anticipated Jiang Tianxing's demise during a brief trip abroad. In response, the various heads of the triad convened to discuss the implications of Jiang Tianxing's death. During the meeting, the question of whether Chun Haonan was indeed the murderer sparked heated debate among the 12 leaders. Some argued that Jiang Tianxing had been killed by Chun Haonan, citing a claim made by Jiang's mistress. Others, however, rejected this notion, pointing out that Jiang Tianxing had held Chun Haonan in high regard, even entrusting him with the lucrative territory of Mongkok. It seemed illogical for Chun Haonan to have any motive to harm Jiang, given that Jiang was his protector within the organization. The death of Jiang Tianxing presented Chun Haonan with nothing but disadvantages, particularly as Fang Ting had arrived at their meeting accompanied by members of the East Star Triad, leading some to suspect that Jiang's death was connected to them. The arguments became increasingly fervent until Chun Yao intervened, urging calm among the factions. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they resolved to locate Chun Haonan and summon him to the Hongxing headquarters for an explanation. After the meeting adjourned, each leader set about leveraging their connections to track down Chun Haonan. As news of Jiang Tianxing's death spread, other triads on the island ceased their pursuit of Li Huanggua's son's murderer, instead recalling their subordinates to secure their territories. The uncertainty surrounding Jiang Tianxing's fate left everyone apprehensive about potential repercussions from the Hongxing triad. Although Jiang had died in the Netherlands, the fear of unrest compelled the triads to remain vigilant. In light of Jiang Tianxing's sudden death, all triads on the island directed their attention to consolidating their power and safeguarding their domains, while the police, too, sent personnel to monitor the activities of the various factions, leaving little room for anyone to seek out leads. This development has finally allowed Yang Kuan to breathe a sigh of relief. In recent days, he has been living in a state of constant apprehension, fearing that at any moment, someone might uncover Su Shi and his associates, thereby drawing the flames of scrutiny upon himself. Fortunately, the underworld of Gangdao is currently preoccupied and has no time to pursue leads on Su Shi and his group. Thus, Yang Kuan finds himself in a position of relative safety. The reason for asserting Yang Kuan's safety lies in the fact that as time progresses, the likelihood of uncovering any black market connections related to Su Shi diminishes. Eventually, as time passes, this matter will fade into obscurity. The current frenzy in the search for clues is primarily fueled by the allure of the 100 million Hong Kong dollars offered by Li Huanghua, blinding individuals to their own capabilities in uncovering any valuable information, as they are solely fixated on obtaining that extravagant reward. Chapter 69. Establishing a security company to serve the wealthy of Gangdao. While the police and triads of Gangdao focus their attention on Hongxing, Yang Kuan seized the opportunity to quietly purchase properties in several bustling districts of Gangdao. Not only did he acquire numerous apartment buildings, but he also bought a 3-story villa in Xinchuan for Hichiodi to reside in. Once Yang Kuan completed his property acquisitions, he began to assess his current financial situation. His exchange system was quite affluent, with the previous deposit of 100 million US dollars having transformed, through the system's exchange rate, into a staggering 768 million Hong Kong dollars resting in his exchange account. Despite his recent expenditures on real estate, these costs were negligible for Yang Kuan, who had just obtained 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Thus, it could be said that he was financially robust and prosperous. With newfound wealth, Yang Kuan intended to recruit additional personnel to bolster his existing influence. He utilized the fractional funds within his system to acquire 680 ordinary modified personnel. After this acquisition, he had around 1,000 loyal modified subordinates at his command. While the increase in numbers and strength was beneficial, arranging for such a large contingent of subordinates posed a significant challenge for Yang Kuan. Currently, he had limited venues that required supervision, and for valet services, he could assign those tasks to his streetwise associates, as he was reluctant to have his modified subordinates engage in such menial work. Hence, Yang Kuan began contemplating where to allocate these individuals. After considerable thought, he suddenly realized the potential roles for his subordinates. The recent kidnapping of Li Huanggua's son by He Yaodong and his associates had stirred considerable unrest in Gangdao, particularly among the affluent. Observing Li Huanggua's plight, where not only was his son not rescued, but also considerable financial losses incurred, the wealthy became acutely aware of their own and their family's safety, fearing they might face similar fates. Consequently, the wealthy of Gangdao adopted a more low-profile demeanor, seldom appearing in public and generally opting to remain indoors. Furthermore, these affluent individuals began to spend substantial sums to hire reliable bodyguards to ensure the safety of their families. Recognizing that the wealthy were willing to invest in their security, Yang Kuan resolved to have his subordinates apply as bodyguards for these affluent clients. This not only provided a means to deploy some of his personnel, but also promised significant annual earnings for Yang Kuan, in addition to the opportunity to network with the rich of Gangdao, which would be advantageous for his future endeavors. Thus, after coming to this realization, Yang Kuan decided to establish a security company dedicated to serving the wealthy of Gangdao. Once he made this decision, he promptly visited the SB department of the Hong Kong government to apply for the establishment of a security company. The SB department, responsible for matters relating to security, is also known as the Special Branch, abbreviated as the SB Affairs Service Department. To legally found a security company in Gangdao, Yang Kuan needed the approval of this department. After exerting considerable influence and monetary persuasion on the officials in charge, Yang Kuan's application to establish a security company was swiftly approved. In this era of the Hong Kong British government, it would have been nearly impossible for someone like Yang Kuan, who straddled the line between legality and illegality, to establish a security company without such approval. Following the acquisition of his license, he promptly purchased a building in Tongluan, establishing his Wei Long security company. Yang Kuan immediately assigned 300 personnel to protect the wealthy clients of Gangdao. He appointed General Ma Feng as the head of the security company, entrusting him with all operational matters. Consequently, among Yang Kuan's 5 trusted aides, Ruan Lan was tasked with leading 50 personnel to oversee the Hung Lai Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui, while Ma Feng managed the 300 personnel of Wei Long security. The affairs in Tongluan were entrusted to Captain Xiong Ju, who was assigned 300 personnel to maintain order in that area. Additionally, Instructor Su Shi and the cunning Lu Jia were allocated specific responsibilities, with Su Shi overseeing 50 personnel to assist Yang Kuan directly, while Lu Jia was designated to expand territorial influence, receiving an additional 300 modified personnel to confront rival factions. After arranging these assignments, Yang Kuan, alongside Ma Feng, began strategizing ways to connect with the wealthy individuals of Gangdao, promoting his modified personnel as bodyguards. Initially, the affluent were skeptical about Yang Kuan's newly established security company, doubting the capabilities of his subordinates. To alleviate their concerns, Yang Kuan had Ma Feng and others demonstrate their formidable skills in front of these wealthy clients, swiftly captivating their interest. Witnessing the impressive prowess of the bodyguards brought by Yang Kuan, many affluent individuals were inclined to hire 2 to 4 of his personnel at an annual salary of 2 million Hong Kong dollars each. After Yang Kuan and Ma Feng persistently guided the team members to approach the affluent tycoons of the island for promotions, Yang Kuan swiftly assigned all 300 team members to serve as bodyguards for these wealthy individuals. The personnel from Yang Kuan's Wei Long security company did not disappoint those who had invested in their services. After a period of time, the wealthy clients who had employed Yang Kuan's subordinates as bodyguards discovered that the protectors from Wei Long security exhibited exceptional skills, significantly enhancing their sense of security. Consequently, they no longer feared potential threats to themselves and their families, nor were they intimidated by the menace posed by kidnappers. Chapter 70. Chen Yongren discovers clues. Since Jiang Tiansheng was gunned down by the Crows in Holland, Chen Haonan has been desperately seeking a way back to Gangdao. Upon his return, he was alarmed to learn that rumors of his involvement in Jiang Tiansheng's murder had spread throughout the island, even reaching the ears of the lowest-ranking gangsters. This revelation terrified Chen Haonan, compelling him to avoid the Hongxing headquarters and instead contact a few trusted brothers. With the assistance of De Tian Air and Shan Ji, he sought refuge in Xianshan, remaining hidden from sight. Meanwhile, Chen Yao and the other leaders of Hongxing were unable to locate Chen Haonan, leaving them uncertain about whether he was indeed responsible for Jiang Tiansheng's death. This predicament rendered those who had a favorable relationship with Chen Haonan powerless to defend him. After all, the accusation had originated from Fang Ting, and they could not dispute her words. They could only hope that Chun Haonan would return to Gangdao and clarify the situation. However, his prolonged absence from Hongxing left them with no options. Despite their amicable ties, Chun Yao and the others were compelled to issue a bounty on Chun Haonan due to pressure from Bai Gu and Li Paozi. Anyone, including members of rival factions, who could capture or kill Chun Haonan would be rewarded by Hongxing. This development heightened the activity on Gangdao, particularly following the announcement of a substantial reward from the wealthy Li Huanghua. The news of Hongxing's bounty for Chun Haonan further bewildered other gangsters, who realized that Hongxing had confirmed Chun Haonan's guilt in Jiang Tianqing's murder. Otherwise, they would not have issued the bounty. Thus, the other factions felt reassured that Hongxing would not attribute Jiang Tianqing's death to any other party, alleviating their need to guard against Hongxing. Consequently, the leaders of various factions instructed their subordinates to seek information regarding the murder of the Li family's eldest son and Jiang Tianqing, eager to claim the lucrative bounty. In Causeway Bay, Yang Kuan had been quietly acquiring numerous properties to accommodate newly recruited members. Despite his cautious approach, his activities did not escape the notice of those with ulterior motives, specifically Chun Yongren, an undercover agent sent by Huang Zhiqing. Although Yang Kuan assigned these gangsters menial tasks such as valet parking at bars and nightclubs, he never involved them in significant matters, showing a distinct lack of trust in those who had aligned themselves with him. Chun Yongren, while seemingly overlooked, managed to uncover several clues about Yang Kuan during his surveillance. He observed a sudden increase in the number of core members in Causeway Bay, tallying in the hundreds. Unlike the outer circle of gangsters, Chun Yongren recognized the formidable capabilities of Yang Kuan's core members. He had personally witnessed how these individuals swiftly subdued troublemakers in bars and nightclubs, regardless of their numbers. The combat prowess of these core members, in Chun Yongren's view, far surpassed that of ordinary gangsters and even some police officers. After extensive observation, Chun Yongren speculated that the physicality and skills of these individuals suggested a military background, likely from an elite unit. It was perplexing that every one of Yang Kuan's subordinates exhibited such exceptional fighting abilities, leading Chun Yongren to question the origins of these adept fighters. Given Yang Kuan's current influence, he seemed unlikely to command such a skilled group without additional, undisclosed resources. Though Chun Yongren harbored suspicions about Yang Kuan, he did not connect him to the murder of Li Huanghua's son. Nevertheless, he resolved to meet with Huang Zhiqing to discuss Yang Kuan's situation and seek his insights. Unbeknownst to Chun Yongren, his covert surveillance had already attracted the attention of Yang Kuan's transformed subordinates, who had reported his unusual behavior to Xiongju, the overseer of Causeway Bay operations. Upon receiving the report, Xiongju discreetly monitored Chun Yongren and quickly concluded that he was no ordinary gangster. He seemed to carry the scent of law enforcement. Consequently, Xiongju relayed his findings to Yang Kuan. Upon hearing Chun Yongren's name, Yang Kuan realized that Huang Zhiqing had sent an operative to monitor him, further complicating his situation. Following a previous setback at the Hung Lai Hotel, Huang Zhiqing had now turned his attention to Causeway Bay, dispatching an undercover agent to gather evidence against Yang Kuan. Regarding Huang Zhiqing's malevolence, it clings to him like an obstinate adhesive plaster, incessantly embroiling him in troubles. Consequently, Yang Kuan promptly commanded Xiongju to covertly track down Chun Yongren. The intent was to eliminate both of them when Chun went to inform Huang Zhiqing, thereby liberating himself from these predicaments. Yang Kuan opted for Xiongju to resolve the matter during their encounter rather than eliminating Chun Yongren and Huang Zhiqing separately at present. This decision was rooted in concerns for safety, as such actions could easily attract unwanted attention. With the streets of Gangdao teeming with triads, there was no telling whether anyone would witness Xiongju's actions against Huang Zhiqing. The most opportune moment would indeed be during their clandestine meeting, which would provide the utmost security. After all, Chun Yongren is an undercover police officer. Thus, Huang Zhiqing would exercise great caution when meeting such operatives, ensuring that the rendezvous took place in a secure location to avoid exposing their identities. Therefore, eliminating both individuals at their meeting spot would likely escape the notice of others, ensuring that Xiongju would not leave behind any lingering consequences. Chapter 71. Elimination of Chun and Huang on this day. Chun Yongren discreetly made a phone call to Huang Zhiqing, arranging to meet at their usual spot, with matters he needed to report. After securing Huang Zhiqing's consent and confirming the meeting time, Chun Yongren ended the call. Unbeknownst to him, his conversation had already been detected by Xiongju, who was stealthily tracking his movements. Upon noticing Chun Yongren's activity, Xiongju intensified his surveillance. When the time arrived for Chun Yongren to meet Huang Ziqing, Xiongju trailed him closely, following from Tongluan to Tsimsha Sui. Upon reaching the rooftop of a tall building, Xiongju observed Huang Ziqing awaiting Chun Yongren. However, he refrained from taking immediate action, as he could not ascertain whether Huang Ziqing was armed, given his status as a police officer. Although Xiongju was confident in his ability to neutralize both men, he was wary of the potential repercussions that gunfire could bring, prompting him to wait for a moment when both men were relaxed before launching his surprise attack. When Chun Yongren arrived at the rooftop, he found Huang Ziqing already there. After expressing his frustration about the necessity of meeting on the rooftop amidst the strong sea breeze, he began to relay information concerning Yang Kuan. Huang Ziqing, upon hearing the updates, too sensed Yang Kuan's unusual behavior, particularly regarding the sudden influx of capable subordinates and Yang Kuan's discreet property acquisitions, which raised his suspicions. It seemed implausible that Yang Kuan could amass such wealth to purchase multiple properties, despite his control of the Tongluan territory and the substantial protection fees he collected monthly. Huang Ziqing was certain that Yang Kuan must be engaged in illicit activities, for it was unfathomable where his finances could originate. As the two men deliberated on Yang Kuan's affairs, Xiongju seized the opportunity, noticing that both Huang Ziqing and Chun Yongren were deeply engrossed in their thoughts, lowering their guard. Now was the perfect moment to strike. Swiftly emerging from his hiding place, Xiongju launched his attack before either man could react. Aiming to prevent Huang Ziqing from drawing his firearm, Xiongju targeted him first, executing a high kick to Huang Ziqing's head. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Huang Ziqing was knocked to the ground, his head spinning from the impact, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Seeing Huang Ziqing incapacitated, Xiongju turned his attention to Chun Yongren, who was equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Chun Yongren recognized Xiongju's identity, having encountered him in Tongluan and learned from other gang members that Xiongju was one of Yang Kuan's most trusted enforcers, overseeing all operations within the area, including those of the peripheral subordinates. The chilling realization struck Chun Yongren that his cover as an undercover officer had been compromised. Otherwise, Xiongju would not have followed him here. As Chun Yongren grappled with the shock of Xiongju's appearance, he was horrified to witness Huang Ziqing, the chief inspector of the Serious Crimes Unit, being so effortlessly subdued. Chun Yongren had expected Huang Ziqing to be formidable, yet he had fallen to Xiongju with such ease, leaving Chun Yongren astounded by the disparity in their abilities. Just as he sought to assist Huang Ziqing, Xiongju pivoted and charged at him, delivering a vicious punch aimed at Chun Yongren's throat. Startled by the ferocity of the attack, Chun Yongren instinctively defended himself, raising his arm to block the blow. In that moment, he failed to notice Xiongju's right leg executing a sweeping kick aimed at his left knee. The sound of cracking bone echoed, and Chun Yongren was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground as he realized his left leg had been broken, contorted at an unnatural angle. Screaming in agony, Chun Yongren was rendered incapable of retaliation. With Chun Yongren incapacitated, Xiongju turned his focus back to Huang Ziqing, who was still reeling from the earlier assault. Without hesitation, Xiongju unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks upon Huang Ziqing, striking his abdomen and chest with brutal force. Huang Ziqing coughed up blood, and it soon became evident that Xiongju had fractured his sternum and ribs, ultimately leading to Huang Ziqing's demise. Having dispatched Huang Ziqing, Xiongju redirected his attention towards Chun Yongren, who, in a desperate bid to escape, dragged himself away with his injured leg, attempting to distance himself from the approaching threat. Chun Yongren, while climbing, loudly threatened Xiongju, proclaiming himself a police officer and asserting that the murder of a policeman is a grave offense, attempting to instill a sense of caution in Xiongju. However, Xiongju merely chuckled in response, addressing Chun Yongren with a disdainful tone. "There is no need for your threats. I am well aware that you are an undercover officer. Did you think I was oblivious to your little maneuvers? If it weren't for my reluctance to create trouble for Brother Kuan, I would have dealt with you long ago. Did you truly believe you could survive until today? My reason for waiting until now to act is to eliminate both you and the officers behind you. So, do not expend your efforts in vain. Your demise is inevitable, given that you dared to provoke our boss." After uttering these words, Xiongju ceased any further discourse and advanced towards Chun Yongren. delivering a series of merciless kicks until he was brutally beaten to death. Once Xiongju confirmed that both men were lifeless, he turned away from the rooftop and proceeded back to Tongluan to report to Yang Kuan. Chapter 72. Enforcing the gang rules on Chun Haonan. Upon returning to Tongluan, Xiongju reported to Yang Kuan regarding the resolution of the matters involving Chun Yongren and Huang Zhiqing. Yang Kuan felt a sense of relief upon learning that the scoundrel Huang Zhiqing had finally met his demise, as it meant one less venomous snake lurking in the shadows, thereby reducing the troubles that he would face in the future. After eliminating this potential threat, Yang Kuan permitted Xiongju to depart. In Xianshan, despite Chun Haonan having the protection of Shanji and de Tian'er, the underlings of Hongxing managed to trace them and locate Chun Haonan. Following Chun Yao's signal, they apprehended Chun Haonan and brought him back from Xianshan. Chun Yao then summoned all the Hall Masters to the Hongxing headquarters to interrogate Chun Haonan and ascertain the circumstances surrounding Jiang Tianqing's death. Once all the Hall Masters had gathered, Chun Yao ordered Chun Haonan to be brought forth. In the presence of all the Hall Masters, Chun Yao questioned Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan, I ask you, did you cause Mr. Jiang's death? Hearing this accusation, Chun Haonan immediately protested his innocence, exclaiming, Yao Gu, I truly did not kill Mr. Jiang. He was shot by the crows and the smiling tiger of Dongxing, and I had nothing to do with it. Upon hearing Chun Haonan's denial, Fatty Li could not help but interject. If you say it wasn't you, then why are you hiding? This clearly indicates your guilt. I believe Mr. Jiang's death is on your hands. Chun Haonan insisted, it is truly not me. The reason I hid was that upon returning to Hong Kong Island, I found that everyone was saying I was the murderer of Mr. Jiang, so I had no choice but to conceal myself. As soon as Chun Haonan finished speaking, Ji Gu retorted, Chun Haonan, your explanation fails to convince us. How can we trust you? Even if you fear being misunderstood as the killer, wouldn't you seek us out for support? Do you not believe in us? Do you think we would harm you? Ji Ji's words further fueled the discontent among the Hall Masters, especially those like the prince, who had always defended Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan's apparent lack of trust in them was evident. Otherwise, why would he prefer to hide rather than seek their assistance? His actions left the prince and others disappointed, especially after they had argued with Ji Gu and Fatty Li on his behalf, only to receive Chun Haonan's distrust in return. Faced with Ji Gu and Fatty Li's relentless questioning and accusations, Chun Haonan could only reiterate that he was not the murderer of Jiang Tianqing, claiming that the real culprits were the crows and the smiling tiger from Dongxing. He struggled to justify why he had not approached the Hall Masters of Hongxing to clarify matters, instead choosing to hide in Xianshan. He could not admit that he simply did not trust these Hall Masters. Doing so would surely offend them. Without Jiang Tianqing's protection, he would be unable to survive in Hongxing. The 12 Hall Masters present, seeing that Chun Haonan could not provide the explanations they sought, ultimately agreed, at Chun Yao's suggestion, to sever Chun Haonan's tendons and expel him from Hongxing, leaving him to fend for himself. Chun Yao showed some mercy, as he could have ordered Chun Haonan's immediate execution under the gang rules, even if Jiang Tianqing was not killed by Chun Haonan. The fact that Chun Haonan was tasked with safeguarding Jiang Tianqing during his trip to the Netherlands and returned unscathed, while Jiang Tianqing perished, was sufficient grounds for punishment. Chun Haonan's plight was a result of his own misfortune. Previously, when he was under the protection of De Lao Bi, he had offended many due to De Lao Bi's favoritism. After De Lao Bi's demise, he received the patronage of Jiang Tianqing, the leader of Hongxing, and occupied a prominent position in Mongkok, inciting envy among many within the gang. Notably, Ji Gu from the Western District, Fatty Li from the Northern District, and Diyu from the Kowloon area, along with the likes of Liang Ma from Sham Shui Pu, all harbored resentment towards Chun Haonan. Now that Chun Haonan had fallen from grace, they were eager to see him crushed, eyeing the spoils of Mongkok for themselves. Even the Hall Masters who had previously maintained a cordial relationship with Chun Haonan found it difficult to overtly defend him, given his propensity for trouble. The previous conflict with the Sanlian gang, stemming from his association with Shanji, had resulted in significant losses for the gang, including the deaths of Shi Yin and Ma Wang, while Ji Gu had been forced to leap from a third-story window, narrowly escaping death. Chun Haonan had undoubtedly offended numerous Hall Masters, which explained Ji Ji's aggressive stance. The Han Bin brothers, who wielded considerable influence within Hongxing, also refrained from supporting Chun Haonan. Thus, his current predicament was entirely of his own making. After the enforcement of Hongxing's gang rules, Chun Haonan was unceremoniously cast out of the headquarters. Upon witnessing the brutal treatment of Chun Haonan, with his tendons severed and reduced to a state of helplessness, De Tian and the others were filled with resentment towards the Hall Masters for their harsh actions. Though they were discontented with the Hall Masters' decisions, they could only watch as Chun Haonan faced the consequences of the gang rules, powerless due to their lowly status. Ultimately, their lack of resolve left them vulnerable. With only a handful of brothers remaining under Chun Haonan's command, while De Tian possessed strength, he lacked the demeanor to uphold the gang's reputation. Bao Pai was timid and unreliable, leaving Shan Ji, who was no longer affiliated with Hongxing, as the only capable ally. Consequently, Chun Haonan, now burdened with the suspicion of Jiang Tianxing's murder, had likewise become a broken man. At present, De Tian and his companions lack the capability to stand up for Chun Haonan. Their utmost endeavor is to preserve his life. They must hasten to transport Chun Haonan to the hospital, hoping that the medical professionals can reattach the severed tendons in his hands and feet. Should the hospital succeed in this endeavor, Chun Haonan could at least lead a semblance of a normal life. Otherwise, he would be relegated to a wheelchair, reliant on others for care. Chapter 73. The contest for territory in Mongkok. After Shan Ji and De Tian successfully transported Chun Haonan to the hospital, he underwent emergency treatment, and fortunately, his tendons were reattached. However, despite the successful procedure, his condition was far from what it once was. Chun Haonan's hands and feet would now be frail and weak, rendering him incapable of lifting heavy objects. It would be a significant achievement if he could manage to care for himself. The days of wielding a knife were irrevocably behind him. Shan Ji and the others were somewhat satisfied with this outcome, as it was preferable to having Chun Haonan relying on others for his daily needs. Once Chun Haonan's injuries began to heal, Shan Ji and his companions pooled their resources to establish a convenience store for him in Xiayinshan, allowing him to earn a modest income to sustain his future. After arranging for Chun Haonan's well-being, Shan Ji, unable to rejoin Hongxing and with no means to return to the island, ventured alone to Sakura to forge his own path. Meanwhile, on the Hongxing side, after dealing with Chun Haonan according to their rules, Chen Yao and his associates grew suspicious of Dongxing's Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu. With Hongxing lacking a definitive leader, Chen Yao and the prince proposed to invite Jiang Tianyang, the brother of the deceased Jiang Tiansheng, back from Thailand to take the helm of Hongxing. The other hall masters raised no objections, thereby delegating Chen Yao and the prince to travel to Thailand for this purpose, while the remaining members stayed in Hong Kong to safeguard Hongxing's territory against potential encroachments. Upon the dissemination of news regarding Chun Haonan's fate, Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu were elated. Previously, their attempts to establish a foothold in Mongkok were thwarted by Chun Haonan, preventing them from expanding their influence in the area. To eliminate this obstacle, they devised a plan with Xiao Mianhu's cunning, first kidnapping Fong Ting, then assassinating Jiang Tiansheng in Holland, and subsequently coercing Fong Ting to testify against Chun Haonan, claiming he was responsible for Jiang Tiansheng's demise. Although Chun Haonan survived, he was reported to have suffered severe injuries, rendering him incapacitated. With no one to oversee Hongxing's operations in Mongkok, it was the perfect opportunity for Wu Ya to seize the territory. After conferring with Xiao Mianhu, they rallied their underlings and set out that evening to raid Hongxing's establishments in Mongkok. They aimed to secure the territory before Hongxing could react, knowing that once it was in their grasp, their leader, Luo Tua, would be reluctant to relinquish it. Despite past amicable relations between Luo Tua and Jiang Tiansheng, tensions had escalated since Jiang Tiansheng's demise in Holland. Luo Tua sought information through Dongxing's connections in Amsterdam and discovered that Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu were responsible for the attack, infuriating him. Having previously sent them to Holland to evade scrutiny, he was dismayed to find that they had brought further trouble upon themselves by eliminating Jiang Tiansheng. Although they attempted to deflect blame onto Chun Haonan, a thorough investigation by Hongxing would inevitably trace the actions back to them, given that several retired veterans of Hongxing resided in Holland and maintained intelligence channels. Luo Tuo's anger was palpable, yet with the situation already in motion. Punishing Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu would serve little purpose. He needed them to counterbalance Lei Yaoyang and see Tu Haonan within Dongxing. Thus, despite his frustration, Luo Tua took it upon himself to cover for them and mitigate the fallout from their actions, mobilizing Dongxing's influence in Amsterdam to obliterate any evidence of their involvement in Jiang Tiansheng's assassination. Throughout this period, Luo Tua chastised Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu, who grew increasingly resentful towards him. Their ambitions to seize Mongkok's territory were fueled by the desire to strengthen their position, hoping to eventually liberate themselves from Luo Tuo's constraints. In the world of organized crime, power was paramount. Once their influence grew sufficiently, even Luo Tuo would have to treat them with respect, rather than reprimanding them as he currently did. As Wu Ye and Xiao Mian who launched their assault on Hongxing's Mongkok territory, chaos erupted. The underlings of Hongxing fought valiantly to resist Wu Ye's encroachment. The hall masters remaining in Hong Kong, witnessing Dongxing's audacity in attempting to seize their territory, were incensed. The territory of Mongkok had long been perceived as their rightful claim, and they could not permit Wu Ye to exploit their vulnerability. Having previously orchestrated Chun Haonan's downfall in hopes of profiting from the spoils, they were incensed to see Wu Ye attempting to capitalize on their efforts. Consequently, several hall masters dispatched their subordinates to support the Mongkok faction. With reinforcements from various Hongxing halls, they ultimately managed to stave off Wu Ye and Xiao Mian whose advances, resulting in a stalemate. As other factions observed the fierce confrontation between Hongxing and Dongxing over Mongkok, they could no longer restrain themselves and joined the fray for territory. Notably, Wang Bao of the Du Shibang dispatched his capable lieutenant Huang Maoji to seize Mongkok's territory. Another contender for territorial acquisition is He Liansheng, whose representative in Mongkok is Chueji. Although Chueji operates only a handful of bars in Mongkok and wields limited influence, he seems ill-equipped to partake in the struggle for dominance in the area. However, with the formidable backing of Didi, Chueji seizes the opportunity presented by the turmoil in Mongkok and, under Didi's auspices, enters the fray for territorial control. Didi has further enlisted the services of his chief lieutenant, Chang Mao, who, accompanied by a substantial entourage, has journeyed from Tsunwan to contest the territory in Mongkok. The area, already embroiled in chaos due to the clashes between Hongxing and Dongxing, is now further destabilized with the addition of the poisonous snake gang and Didi of He Liansheng. As night falls each day, the various factions engage in fierce confrontations, plunging the already tumultuous landscape into even greater disorder. Chapter 74. Yang Kuan dispatches individuals to seize Bolan Street. The streets of Mongkok have been plagued with chaos, as the gangsters engage in violent confrontations each night, leaving the Mongkok police station overwhelmed. In their attempts to quell the disturbances, the police find themselves outnumbered and outmatched, unable to intervene in the midst of the chaotic clashes involving numerous factions and thousands of individuals. Thus, they are relegated to observing from a distance while these gangsters fight to the death over mere territory, utterly incapable of resolving the conflicts among the factions. Even the warnings issued by the chief of the Mongkok police station to the leaders of the various societies have yielded little effect. At this juncture, no one would withdraw from the battle for territory in response to mere admonishments from the police chief. As the Mongkok police station resigned itself to the inevitability of the gangster skirmishes, their only hope lay in waiting for the combatants to exhaust themselves, at which point they could step in to bring closure to the conflict, holding those responsible accountable and demanding fines, knowing full well that the casualties would be merely among the gangsters, who few would mourn. Recognizing the opportunity in Mongkok, Yang Kuan seized the moment while the various factions were embroiled in conflict, sending Huang Lang, Lu Jie, with a contingent to invade Bolan Street. Renowned as the most vibrant red-light district in Mongkok, Bolan Street is lined with numerous establishments, including bars, nightclubs, and other venues. In the film Gu Huazai, the character Shirsan may secured her position as the leader of the Hongxing society through her control of Bolan Street, underscoring its lucrative nature. Therefore, Yang Kuan's ambition was to claim the entirety of Bolan Street. To bolster Lu Jie's strength, he dispatched an additional 100 modified subordinates from Xiongju's ranks, intending to seize Bolan Street from the Hongxing, Dongxing, Duxi, and Liansheng societies. Lu Jie did not disappoint Yang Kuan. He led his 400 modified subordinates in a sudden assault on Bolan Street amidst the ongoing chaos among the four factions, catching them entirely off guard. With Lu Jie and his enhanced subordinates exhibiting remarkable prowess, they managed to take control of Bolan Street within a single night. This audacious move infuriated the other factions, who had been pouring substantial resources into their battles for territory. The audacity of Lu Jie and his crew in seizing the most prosperous area in Mongkok was intolerable. Consequently, the factions ceased their infighting. Opting to join forces to oust Lu Jie and his men from Mongkok, before resuming their own territorial disputes. Each of the four factions was a prominent society on Hong Kong Island, with Hongxing, Dongxing, and Lianxing being among the top-tier organizations. While the Dushi Society's influence paled in comparison to the other three, it remained formidable, ranking among the upper echelons of second-tier societies. The audacity of Yang Kuen's faction to join the fray for Bo Lan Street, a prime target, was unacceptable to the other factions. Understanding the precariousness of the situation, the leaders of Hongxing, Dongxing, and the others temporarily halted their conflicts to focus on expelling Yang Kuen's forces from Bo Lan Street, lest they suffer significant losses while allowing a rival to reap the benefits. Thus, on the following day after Lu Jie captured Bo Lan Street, the previously engaged factions united their thousands of subordinates under their respective leaders to launch a coordinated assault against Lu Jie. Unfazed, Lu Jie positioned his men at the outskirts of Bo Lan Street to confront the oncoming tide of adversaries. Upon their encounter, there was no room for negotiation, blades were drawn, and the two sides clashed with ferocity. As the two factions engaged, the air was filled with the glint of steel and the spilling of blood. Lu Jie's modified subordinates, striking with brutal force, inflicted severe casualties upon the opposing gangsters, resulting in limbs severed and chaos reigning supreme. Though remarkably skilled, Lu Jie's contingent was outnumbered, with only around 400 individuals against thousands of foes. Initially, they held their ground, exchanging blows with the rival gangsters. However, as the battle dragged on, exhaustion began to take its toll, and the tide gradually turned against them. Despite their modifications rendering them less susceptible to pain, the loss of blood from their injuries diminished their combat effectiveness, and they could no longer maintain the ferocity they exhibited at the onset of the conflict. The opposing gangsters, initially intimidated by the prowess of Lu Jie's men, found their resolve shaken as they witnessed their comrades falling in droves. Yet, as the battle wore on, the leaders of the rival factions recognized Lu Jie's forces were faltering, igniting a renewed fervor among them to intensify their assault in hopes of overwhelming Lu Jie's contingent. Meanwhile, Yang Kuen, stationed in Causeway Bay, became aware of the alliance formed by Hongxing, Dongxing, and Liansheng to confront Lu Jie. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he feared that Lu Jie would struggle to withstand the combined might of the rival societies. Thus, Yang Kuen, disregarding his financial concerns, swiftly expended 500 million Hong Kong dollars to procure 500 modified subordinates through the exchange space, subsequently dispatching Su Shi to hasten to the aid of Lu Jie and his companions in Mong Kok. Fortuitously, Yang Kuen's timely decision to send reinforcements proved invaluable. Just as Lu Jie and his team were on the brink of collapse, Su Shi and his contingent arrived at Bolan Street. Upon their arrival, Su Shi launched a direct assault on several gangs, their unexpected offensive rendering the subordinates of these factions utterly bewildered. After exhausting their manpower with sheer attrition to wear down Lu Jie and his allies, the arrival of reinforcements sent the rival gang members into a panic, compelling them to flee in haste, lest they be caught and slain by Su Shi's reinforcements. Chapter 75. Heavy losses. After several gang subordinates were defeated by the reinforcements brought by Su Shi, they observed the panicked individuals fleeing in all directions. Su Shi and his companions made no attempt to pursue them. Instead, they hurried to assess the situation of Lu Jie and his team. The circumstances for Lu Jie were far from favorable. Although they managed to withstand the joint assault from several gangs and awaited Su Shi's timely reinforcement, they were left battered and bloodied, presenting a gruesome sight. Lu Jie led 400 subordinates, and following this fierce clash, dozens of modified subordinates had perished, resulting in significant losses. Had Su Shi and his group not arrived in time, it was likely that Lu Jie and his men would have met their demise there. Upon witnessing the dire state of Lu Jie's group, Su Shi hastily arranged for vehicles to transport the injured brothers to the hospital for treatment. Simultaneously, arrangements were made to collect the bodies of the fallen comrades and send them to the funeral home. The remaining brothers then followed Su Shi back to Bo Lan Street, where they would continue to guard the area against any potential retaliation from the rival gangs. Bo Lan Street had been fiercely defended by Lu Jie and his men, and Su Shi was determined not to let any oversight lead to disaster, as he would have to answer to Yang Kuen. As for the bodies of the fallen subordinates from the rival gangs and the injured lying on the ground, Su Shi chose not to concern himself with them, opting instead to wait for the police to arrive and handle the aftermath. True to Su Shi's expectations, shortly after returning to Bo Lan Street, Officers from the Mongkok police station arrived at the scene. Upon their arrival, they were rendered speechless by the shocking sight before them. The ground was littered with the bodies of gangsters and severely injured individuals, with severed limbs scattered about and blood pooling everywhere, resembling a slaughterhouse. These officers had never encountered such a harrowing scene, with many of them succumbing to nausea. The head of the Mongkok Police's Major Crimes Unit, Inspector Liang, appeared particularly grim, his expression darkening. They had anticipated this to be a routine gang clash, similar to previous incidents where only a few gangsters would meet their end. However, the reality was far graver, with estimates suggesting hundreds of bodies littered the ground, not to mention those severely injured and awaiting fate. If news of this situation were to leak or be uncovered by the press, the Mongkok police would face dire consequences. From the chief of police down to the ordinary officers, they could all expect to be dismissed for allowing such a violent confrontation to occur, resulting in numerous casualties. Aware of the severity of the situation, Liang swiftly directed his officers to manage the aftermath. To expedite the process, he called the chief, briefing him on the dire circumstances. Upon hearing Liang's report, Chief Wang was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation, and wasted no time in summoning all available officers to the station. He personally led a team to the scene. Arriving at the site, Chief Wang felt momentarily lightheaded from the overwhelming sight. After regaining composure, he promptly ordered all officers to assist in clearing the area, prioritizing the transportation of the injured to the hospital, followed by the removal of bodies and severed limbs, as well as any weapons left behind. Even the blood-soaked ground was to be washed clean with water trucks. The officers toiled throughout the night, and just before dawn, they managed to restore the site to a semblance of normalcy. The clean appearance of the area belied the previous night's carnage, where blood had flowed freely and bodies lay scattered. Once everything was tidied up, Chief Wang issued a gag order to all officers, forbidding them from discussing the incident to prevent it from reaching the ears of the keen-eyed press. Should news of this incident escape, none of the officers would escape unscathed. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, the officers collectively resolved to keep the matter under wraps, deeming it best for everyone involved. Consequently, the incident was successfully suppressed by the concerted efforts of the Mongkok police. By the time dawn broke, ordinary citizens remained oblivious to the previous night's fatalities among the gangsters. The fact that such a violent confrontation and its associated casualties had not been revealed to the press or public allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the Mongkok police had managed to temporarily contain the situation, they would not let the gangs involved in the clash evade consequences. The trouble these gangs had stirred up almost jeopardized the officers' ability to return home. Thus, under Chief Wang's orders, teams were dispatched to apprehend the leaders and influential figures from the participating gangs, bringing them into the Mongkok police station. As a result of Chief Wang's directive, members from Hongxing, Dongxing, and other gangs, including prominent figures like Luo Tua, Wu Ya, and others, were apprehended and brought back to the station. Once all were gathered, they were confined to holding cells. Key figures capable of making decisions, such as Han Bin, Luo Tua, Deng Fei, Wang Bao, and Yang Kuan, were escorted to a conference room. Chief Wang addressed the assembly, expressing his incredulity. "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? Fortunately, the incident did not leak. Otherwise, each of your associations would face eradication without exception." As Director Wang concluded his statement, Han Bin, Luo Tua, Wang Bao, and Deng Fei all turned their gazes towards Yang Kuan. Upon the return of their subordinates, they quickly grasped the extensive losses incurred from the confrontation with Yang Kuan. Collectively, the four factions had thousands of subordinates, and among them, several hundred had perished, with many more sustaining injuries. This confrontation has indeed dealt a grievous blow to the associations, and when combined with the recent skirmishes among them, the expenses for providing compensation to the deceased subordinates, along with medical bills for the injured and bail fees, amount to a staggering sum. After incurring such significant costs in the pursuit of territory in Wangjiao, they found themselves outmaneuvered by Yang Kuan, who seized the most lucrative Bolan Street. Now, Luo Tua and Wang Bao harbor an intense desire to eliminate Yang Kuan at once to alleviate their pent-up frustrations. Chapter 76. The division of the territory in Mongkok. Yang Kuan observed that Luo Tua and Wang Bao, along with their companions, were all fixated on him. He spoke. "Why is everyone staring at me? Director Wang is currently addressing you. Why do you not respond to his inquiries? Am I truly that captivating?" Upon hearing Yang Kuan's words, The others were instantly infuriated, unable to contain their growing anger. Despite being in the Mongkok police station, a place that was not their domain, their tempers flared. Wang Bao was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "Yang Kuan, do not play the fool here. Your subordinates have injured and killed many of our men. You must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, do not blame us for driving you out of Hong Kong Island." Yang Kuan merely laughed coldly, retorting, "Drive me out? Do you possess the capability for that, Wang Bao? Be cautious, lest your tongue be caught in the wind. Furthermore, your subordinates have suffered casualties, but so have mine. If you seek an explanation from me, then I certainly wish to demand one from you." Wang Bao, enraged by Yang Kuan's words, felt an overwhelming urge to teach this insolent brat a lesson. However, he was restrained by Director Wang, leaving him to simmer in silence. As Wang Bao calmed down, Luo Tua seized the opportunity to speak. "Yang Kuan, do not be so arrogant. We are, after all, veterans of the underworld. It would be wise for you to choose your words more carefully. You know well the reason for this conflict. Is the territory of Causeway Bay not sufficient for you? Do you wish to swallow up Bolon Street as well? Are you not afraid of overextending yourself?" Yang Kuan, unfazed by Luo Tuo's admonition, replied with a sneer. "Since when has the territory of Mongkok been inscribed with the names of your societies? If you can seize it, why cannot I? You are correct. I fear no overextension. Bolon Street is as good as mine. What can you do about it? If you dare, let us step outside and settle this. I am curious how many of your subordinates are capable of matching me." Luo Tuo's face flushed with anger at Yang Kuan's audacity. He pointed at Yang Kuan and exclaimed, "You truly have guts." After saying this, he turned to Deng Fei and Han Bin, saying, "What do you two think? This man does not regard our societies at all. Did you not hear him challenging us? If we let this slide, we might as well not continue our endeavors in Hong Kong." Deng Fei and Han Bin silently cursed Luo Tuo, realizing he was attempting to drag them into a confrontation with Yang Kuan. They had already suffered significant losses the previous day and were not inclined to engage in further conflict over Bolon Street. Moreover, with Hong Xing lacking a strong leader and Chun Yao and Tai Zi having gone to Thailand, Han Bin could not unilaterally decide to continue the fight against Yang Kuan. The other factions were equally untrustworthy. Had they not sought to encroach upon Hong Xing's territory in Mongkok, today's events would not have unfolded. Thus, Han Bin chose not to respond to Luo Tuo's provocations. As for Deng Fei, he was content with the fact that the casualties were primarily among Didi's subordinates, leaving the other decision-makers of Liansheng unscathed. Deng Fei was pleased with this outcome, as he did not wish to see a powerful figure like Didi ascend to a position of authority, which could undermine his standing in the eyes of Liansheng. Deng Fei had no desire to continue risking everything for the territory of Mongkok against Yang Kuan. Continuing this battle would only weaken their strength in relation to Liansheng, and even if they succeeded in taking Mongkok, they could not contend with Didi's might. To Deng Fei, this conflict held no benefits, so he disregarded Luo Tuo's incitements. Seeing the indifferent expressions on Han Bin and Deng Fei's faces, Luo Tuo realized that he could not rely on them. Without the support of Hong Xing and Liansheng, the combined forces of Dongxing and Wang Bao's Poison Snake Gang might not be able to match Yang Kuan's strength. The previous night's violent altercation had clearly demonstrated the ferocity of Yang Kuan's subordinates. This realization made both Luo Tuo and Wang Bao uneasy. They had not anticipated that Hong Xing and Liansheng would back down so easily, leaving them in a difficult position. As they pondered whether to stubbornly confront Yang Kuan or to capitulate like Hong Xing and Liansheng, Director Wang interjected. His words offered a sigh of relief to Luo Tuo and Wang Bao, allowing them to quickly backtrack and avoid further escalation with Yang Kuan. After all, they were at a disadvantage in strength. Their subordinates had been defeated by a mere handful of opponents, which had emboldened Yang Kuan. Director Wang, noticing the tension between Yang Kuan, Luo Tuo, and Wang Bao, intervened to prevent any further deterioration of the situation. He warned them sternly, "I advise you all to behave yourselves. None of you are permitted to cause trouble on my turf, or you shall face my wrath." Following his warning, Director Wang delineated the territories. Bolon Street would henceforth belong to Yang Kuan, while Hong Xing would retain its previous holdings. The remaining streets, including Flower Garden Street, Tong Choi Street, and Western Vegetable Street, would be divided among Dongxing, the Poison Snake Gang, and Liansheng, respectively. Yang Kuan and Han Bin were satisfied with the territorial allocations, while Deng Fei found them acceptable, although Luo Tuo and Wang Bao had reservations. They recognized the futility of further contention in light of Director Wang's resolute stance. Thus, the territories of Mong Kok were conclusively divided. Once several factions had thoroughly divided up Mong Kok, Director Wang commenced instructing everyone to submit individuals from their ranks. Each faction was required to present several members to take responsibility for the incident, thereby providing a semblance of accountability for the Mong Kok police station. It was widely acknowledged that the ramifications of this violent clash were significant, leaving no option for evasion. After a period of contemplation, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Director Wang's demands, unanimously agreeing to return and send individuals to the Mong Kok police station to surrender. Chapter 77. Taking the blame after Yang Kuan was released, he promptly returned to Tongluan, while Su Shi continued to oversee Boland Street, ensuring that no unwise individuals dared to cause trouble there. Upon his return to Tongluan, Yang Kuan sought out several of his younger subordinates from the triads who were in dire need of financial assistance. He generously provided them with substantial sums of money, instructing them to surrender at the Mong Kok police station and take the fall for the violent altercation that had occurred the previous day. Yang Kuan assured them that he would secure competent legal representation to defend them, allowing them to serve a brief prison sentence at Chiwan Prison, while their families would receive a considerable financial boon, ensuring their future security. Once Yang Kuan had arranged these matters, he felt a sense of relief. At the police station, upon hearing Director Wang suggest that they should offer up the culprits, Yang Kuan had already resolved to have these triad members bear the blame. He had no intention of sacrificing his reformed subordinates to imprisonment, as even the loss of a single one would weigh heavily on his heart. The recent loss of dozens of his underlings had left him deeply pained, although this operation resulted in the demise of several of his reformed subordinates. The successful acquisition of Boland Street made Yang Kuan's efforts worthwhile. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. While he could replenish the fallen subordinates with a few tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars, it was not solely about money. These subordinates had dedicated considerable time and effort to him since their reform, and emotional bonds had formed over time. Thus, Yang Kuan could not merely treat the situation as a financial transaction. Particularly troubling was the severe injury inflicted upon his capable lieutenant, Huang Lang, LVGA. Had it not been for their lack of pain receptors, such grievous wounds could have proved fatal. Despite forcibly seizing Boland Street from several rival factions, Yang Kuan now faced significant challenges. The 400 men, led by LVGA, had temporarily lost their combat effectiveness, leaving Yang Kuan hesitant to provoke other gangs. His immediate focus was on recuperating his strength and safeguarding his territory. Once LVGA and his subordinates recovered, Yang Kuan's power would be fully restored. Previously, Yang Kuan had displayed arrogance at the Mong Kok police station, boldly challenging Luo Tua and Wang Bao to continue their conflict. This was merely a strategy to intimidate them. He understood that if he displayed any sign of weakness, he would lose Boland Street. Therefore, he had to maintain a firm stance, instilling fear in his adversaries, ensuring they would think twice before engaging him in a life-and-death struggle. As anticipated, despite suffering losses, the rival gangs incurred even greater damage, leading them to refrain from further confrontations and instead offer him concessions to prevent further depletion of their strength. Han Bin, accompanied by several hall leaders, returned to the Hongxing headquarters after leaving the Mong Kok police station. He briefed the other leaders on the distribution of territory in Mong Kok. Following Han Bin's explanation, all the hall leaders expressed satisfaction with the arrangement, as they had managed to retain their previous foothold in Mong Kok, which was deemed a favorable outcome for Hongxing. After Deng Fei, Chu Ji, and Didi returned to Lianxing, they convened a meeting where Deng Fei reprimanded Didi for his reckless involvement in Mong Kok, which had brought considerable trouble to Lianxing. Consequently, Deng Fei allocated the territory of Huayuan Street in Mong Kok to Chu Ji. Chu Ji was elated by this unexpected windfall, never imagining such fortune would fall into his lap. Meanwhile, Didi had suffered significant losses, not only failing to gain any advantage, but also sustaining injuries and casualties among his subordinates, which nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Due to the magnitude of his losses, Didi had no choice but to acquiesce to Deng Fei's decisions, refraining from confrontation over Huayuan Street. Upon returning, Wang Bao and Luo Tua were filled with rage, hurling curses. Wang Bao was particularly vocal, vehemently cursing Yang Kuan and vowing to eliminate him. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, he had never endured such a substantial setback. The death and injury of numerous subordinates, in exchange for a mere street in Mong Kok, felt utterly inadequate, especially when considering the compensation owed to the families of the fallen. On the other hand, Dongxing and Luo Tuo unleashed their wrath upon Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu, blaming them for their greed over Hongxing's territory in Mongkok. They had attempted to take advantage of Hongxing's temporary absence to seize control. However, both Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu were overreaching and lacked the capability to secure the territory, resulting in a stalemate that allowed other factions to intervene. Otherwise, Dongxing would not have suffered such significant losses. The repercussions of this territorial conflict fell squarely on Wu Ya and Xiao Mianhu, prompting Luo Tuo to direct his ire towards them upon returning to Dongxing. Wu Ya's face turned pale under the scathing reproach, and had it not been for Xiao Mianhu's intervention to temper his anger, Wu Ya might have retaliated against Luo Tuo in a fit of rage. Wu Ya, already a dubious character, was further incited by Luo Tuo's harsh words. Without Xiao Mianhu's restraint, he might have taken drastic measures against Luo Tuo. The various gangs that participated in the struggle for Mongkok all suffered considerable losses, leading them to retreat and regroup. However, after the territorial allocations were made, other factions were astonished to learn that Yangkuan, a relatively minor force, had managed to seize the most lucrative territory from several top-tier gangs. This unexpected outcome left many in disbelief. Although they had heard of Yangkuan and recognized his capable subordinates, who had enabled him to monopolize Tongluan, they were still taken aback by his audacity. Although Yangkuan's subordinates possess formidable fighting abilities, their prowess is contingent upon the comparison made. In the past, they believed that even if Yangkuan's underlings were skilled, their numbers were too limited. At most, they could muster around 1,000 or 2,000 men, which would merely suffice to secure a foothold in Tongluan. However, what they did not anticipate was Yangkuan's astonishing ability to seize Bolan Street from several top-tier triads on the island. This development has left them in a state of disbelief. Triads such as Hongxing, Dongxing, and Lianxing boast memberships numbering in the tens of thousands, and even the relatively smaller She Snake gang commands over 10,000 subordinates. They are perplexed by how Yangkuan managed to wrest such a prime piece of territory from these formidable organizations. Chapter 78. The discovery of Chun and Huang's bodies. Upon the shocking revelation of the bodies of Chun and Huang, various gangs began to inquire about the circumstances surrounding their demise. After much effort, the news they gathered left them astounded. It was revealed that Yangkuan's family had engaged in a fierce battle with the Hongxing, Dongxing, Lianxing, and Poison Snake gangs, ultimately defeating the coalition of several factions to seize control of Bolan Street in Mongkok. Upon hearing this news, other gangs on the island promptly warned their subordinates to avoid provoking Yangkuan or causing disturbances in Causeway Bay and Bolan Street. If Yangkuan could vanquish top-tier gangs like Hongxing and Dongxing, it was clear that smaller factions could not afford to cross him. The tales of Yangkuan's formidable subordinates were not mere exaggerations. Their ability to wrestle power from larger gangs was enough to demonstrate Yangkuan's prowess. At the Tsim Sha Sui police station, Lu Qichong had been deeply troubled lately, as his dear friend Huang Zhiqing had not been seen for several days. Concerned for his friend's well-being, Lu had been attempting to reach him, but his calls went unanswered, and visits to his home proved futile. Just as Lu contemplated dispatching officers to search for Huang, he received a report from his subordinates stating that a complaint had been lodged about 2 bodies found on the rooftop of the Champagne building on Jinbali Road. Upon receiving the report, Lu Qichong hurriedly led a team to the Champagne building. Upon arrival at the rooftop, they discovered the 2 corpses as reported. As Lu approached the bodies, one of them appeared oddly familiar. He leaned down to examine the face, hoping to ascertain the identity of the deceased. Despite the days of decay caused by the humid climate of the island, Lu was able to recognize the face of his long-missing friend, Huang Zhiqing. The realization hit him hard, and he could no longer deny the tragic truth. Though reluctant to accept the reality, Lu suppressed his grief and instructed his team to investigate the scene for any useful information or clues, particularly regarding the identity of the second body. After thorough examinations, no leads were found, and thus both Huang's and the unidentified body were taken back to the precinct for forensic analysis. After delegating the scene to his subordinates, Lu Qichong rushed back to the police station to inform the chief. His heart seethed with anger. His friend, the esteemed head of the Serious Crimes Unit in Tsim Sha Sui, had been murdered on the rooftop of a building. The gravity of this act was staggering, as it demonstrated the audacity of the perpetrator to kill an inspector of the Hong Kong police force, a blatant provocation to law enforcement. Lu vowed to bring the murderer to justice, ensuring they would pay for their heinous crime. as he could not face the memory of his deceased friend otherwise. Upon returning to the station and meeting with Chief Lu Rong, Lu reported the tragic news of Huang's murder at the Champagne Building. Chief Lu was equally astonished, unable to fathom that his own serious crimes unit leader had been slain. The incident incited Lu's fury. How could someone dare to kill a police officer? He commanded Lu to mobilize all available resources within the Tsim Sha Sui precinct to uncover the assailant. Lu dispatched every officer at his disposal to seek out leads, even summoning several gang leaders from Tsim Sha Sui to question them regarding Huang's death and any pertinent information they might possess. Recognizing that these gangsters often had their ears to the ground regarding happenings on the island, Lu understood that they could provide insights that the police might not be privy to. Following Lu's orders, Lu sent out all available officers and personally led a team to apprehend several gang leaders known to operate in Tsim Sha Sui, including Xing's Axe Jun, the One-Eyed Dragon from Daquan, Sha Meng from Dongxing, and Han Chun. Even the young prince of Hongxing was brought in for questioning, as he was in Thailand at the time and not present on the island. Upon gathering these gang leaders at the police station, they initially protested Lu's actions, demanding to know why they were detained. However, when Lu confronted them about Huang's murder, their bravado dissipated. They understood the severity of the situation and realized that they could not afford to antagonize the police, especially after the death of a high-ranking officer. Axe Jun and Han Chun soon began to plead their innocence. Han Chun, the first to speak, exclaimed, "Officer Lu, please do not make baseless accusations. Even if I had 1,000 lives, I would never dare to harm a police officer, especially not a senior inspector. What kind of foolishness would it take to commit such an act? Therefore, Lu sir, you must believe me. I assure you. I did not commit this act, I swear." Before Han Chun could finish his plea, Dongxing Sha Ming hastily interjected, "Lu sir, I am not involved either. You know my character. This must surely be the work of someone else. Huang sir, you must investigate thoroughly. Lives are at stake." Axe Jun and One-Eyed Dragon similarly asserted that Huang Zicheng's demise bore no connection to them. As these individuals protested their innocence to Lu Qichang, he fixed his gaze upon them, seeking to discern any signs of guilt or inconsistency in their demeanor. After scrutinizing them for an extended period, Lu Qichang found himself unable to detect any telltale signs, and thus shifted his approach from intimidation to inquiring if they possessed any pertinent information. Chapter 79. The Tianyang Sheng siblings returned to Gang Island. Ultimately, Lu Qichang was unable to extract any information, as Sha Ming and Han Chun were genuinely unaware of the situation, compelling him to release them. However, as he let them go, Lu Qichang insisted, "Upon your return, you must gather intelligence for me. Should you uncover any information, notify me immediately, understood?" Upon hearing his request for assistance, Axe Jun protested, "Is this a jest, Lu sir? You want us to help you gather information? We are quite occupied." Sha Ming echoed, "Indeed, Lu sir, we are not adept at investigations. This is a task better suited for the police. Please do not place us in a difficult position." Their reluctance stemmed from the desire to avoid any implication of collusion with law enforcement in front of other gang leaders. Such an association could tarnish their reputations and disrupt their standing within the underworld of Gang Island. Yet, Lu Qichang was undeterred by their hesitations. Although he was aware of the unspoken rules among these organizations, his singular focus was on finding the culprit responsible for his friend Huang Zicheng's death and avenging him. Therefore, Lu Qichang spoke with unwavering firmness, "Enough of your excuses. Should any of you refuse my request, do not expect to earn a living in Tsim Sha Sui ever again. If you provoke me, I will scrutinize your establishments incessantly, leaving you with nothing to gain. You may as well prepare to starve." Witnessing Lu Qichang's furious demeanor, Sha Ming, Han Chun, Axe Jun, and One-Eyed Dragon understood that this was not the time to contest him. They exchanged glances and reluctantly agreed to his demands. The prospect of facing Lu Qichang's wrath was far more daunting than the task at hand. Thus, under pressure, they consented to assist in gathering information, ensuring they would delegate the task to trusted subordinates to protect their own reputations. Meanwhile, as Tsim Sha Sui fervently sought the murderer in light of Huang Zicheng's demise, the Tianyang Sheng siblings clandestinely returned to Gang Island after being smuggled from Southeast Asia. Previously, they had been pursued by the local police following their audacious heist of a cash transport vehicle containing $100 million from HSBC. Their escape was thwarted at a derelict dock in Sai Kong, resulting in the loss of 3 brothers, while only Tianyang Sheng, Tianyang Yi, Tianyang Ji, and Tianyang and managed to flee to Southeast Asia. Upon their escape from Gang Island, the siblings realized they had been betrayed. Otherwise, how could the police have preemptively ambushed them at the dock? The betrayal could only have come from the mastermind who had hired them for the robbery. It was this treachery that led to the deaths of their 3 brothers, and now, the Tianyang siblings returned to exact vengeance upon the traitor. After eliminating the individual responsible, they planned to reclaim the stolen fortune and return to Southeast Asia for a peaceful life, free from the mercenary lifestyle. Their first target was He Yongqiang, a cash transport officer who had been hiding in Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital under the guise of insanity to evade police scrutiny. Upon finding him, the siblings were not convinced of his madness, and thus, Tianyang kidnapped He Yongqiang's wife and children. They used the lives of He Yongqiang's family as leverage, ultimately forcing him to divulge the names of Inspector Mo and Superintendent Zhang Wenyao from the Central Police Station, who had betrayed them. Once they obtained the desired information, they executed He Yongqiang and his family without hesitation and set out to exact their revenge on Mo and Zhang. Unbeknownst to the Tianyang siblings, Superintendent Zhang was also seeking them. More than a month after the robbery, he had covertly checked the trunk of his car, where he had hidden the $100 million, only to discover it was missing, sending him into a panic. There was no way anyone else could have known about the stolen money unless it was the robbers themselves. The realization that the Tianyang siblings might have stolen the money intensified his resolve to track them down, as they were the only ones aware of its existence. Zhang's frustration mounted as he reflected on the risk he had taken in hiring the Tianyang gang for the heist, solely for the sake of that money. The loss was intolerable, and thus he diligently sought any leads on their whereabouts, determined to retrieve the stolen fortune and eliminate any threat they posed, ensuring his own safety after inadvertently causing the deaths of 3 accomplices. However, after several months of searching, Zhang was left disheartened, having found no trace of the Tianyang siblings, leading him to reluctantly set the matter aside for the time being. As time gradually passed, Zhang Wenyao believed that this matter had come to a close. The prolonged absence of Tianyang and his associates led him to conclude that the issue had been resolved. However, to Zhang Wenyao's astonishment, Tianyang and his group unexpectedly returned to Gangdao, seeking to settle the score and demanding the US dollars from him. Both parties were under the impression that the funds had been appropriated by the other, unaware that the money had long been stealthily taken by Yang Kuan. Had they known that the funds had been surreptitiously pilfered by another, they would undoubtedly have been infuriated. Chapter 80. Tianyang and his siblings' mutual demise. Thus, unbeknownst to Zhang Wenyao, Tianyang and his siblings stealthily arrived at the Central Police Station, where they covertly trailed and observed, hoping to find an opportunity to abduct Zhang Wenyao. Their monetary gains had yet to materialize, so they could not afford to eliminate Zhang Wenyao outright. Otherwise, given their skills, they could easily assassinate him without the need for such laborious surveillance. A single gunshot could extinguish his life. For several days, Tianyang and his siblings kept watch near the Central Police Station. However, unbeknownst to them, despite their careful attempts to conceal their movements, Zhang Wenyao sensed an ominous presence. As the chief inspector, Zhang Wenyao was not one to be trifled with. One does not ascend to such a high rank without considerable prowess. Upon detecting a hint of danger, he decisively retreated into the precinct and chose not to leave, even after the end of his shift, opting instead to rest in his office. He also instructed Inspector Mo to remain at the station to ensure his safety. Zhang Wenyao's unusual behavior quickly drew the attention of Tianyang and his siblings. Once they realized he was hiding within the precinct and was no longer making public appearances, they knew that their situation had deteriorated. After a discussion among themselves, they concluded that remaining idle was no longer an option. Zhang Wenyao must have discovered their intentions. If they did not swiftly resolve the situation with him and Inspector Mo's family and escape with their money, they would soon find themselves apprehended by the police, leading to their inevitable demise. Therefore, they resolved to act before Zhang Wenyao could mobilize the police against them. One fateful night, taking advantage of a lull in police presence at the station, the 4 siblings brazenly stormed into the Central Police Station, armed and intent on vengeance. Upon entering, they were quickly detected. Zhang Wenyao, ever vigilant even within the precinct, sensed the disturbance and promptly summoned the on-duty officers, leading to the discovery of Tianyang and his siblings. When the 2 sides confronted each other, both parties brandished firearms. With little regard for anything else, they immediately opened fire. A fierce exchange ensued, and casualties quickly mounted. The officers stationed at the precinct were no match for the mercenaries, who pressed their advantage, resulting in the deaths of several police officers. Despite their upper hand, Tian Yangsheng and his siblings understood that if they did not swiftly eliminate the remaining officers and extract information regarding the whereabouts of the stolen currency from Zhang Wenyo, their fate would be sealed. The escalating gunfire would inevitably attract attention, and soon enough, reinforcements would arrive, leaving them no avenue for escape. Faced with this grim reality, the siblings threw caution to the wind, charging recklessly towards Zhang Wenyo, disregarding the bullets whizzing past them. Their reckless determination terrified Zhang Wenyo, who frantically urged the officers to hold their ground against Tian Yangsheng and his siblings. Meanwhile, he discreetly positioned himself behind the police, seeking a hiding spot should the situation turn dire. Zhang Wenyo realized that he needed to buy time for reinforcements to arrive so that he could eliminate Tian Yangsheng and secure his own survival. As the conflict intensified, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside the building, casting a pall of despair over Tian Yangsheng and his siblings. They understood that their situation had escalated. The police had arrived, likely surrounding the precinct, thus trapping them inside. With no other options remaining, their focus shifted from the stolen money to seeking revenge against Zhang Wenyo for the loss of their 3 brothers. In a desperate act, they exchanged their lives for the remaining officers in a final assault. The officers, overwhelmed, struggled to maintain their ground against the relentless onslaught. As the gunfire continued, both sides suffered casualties. Ultimately, only the injured Tian Yangsheng remained alive, while the others had perished. On the police side, only Zhang Wenyo survived, thanks to Inspector Mo's selfless protection. With only the 2 of them left, Zhang Wenyo, terrified and kneeling before Tian Yangsheng, pleaded for his life, tears streaming down his face. Enraged by the betrayal that had led to the demise of his siblings, Tian Yangsheng aimed his weapon at Zhang Wenyo's head. As he pulled the trigger, a bullet pierced Zhang Wenyo's forehead, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Following Zhang Wenyo's death, a swarm of police officers burst into the building, guns drawn, confronting Tian Yangsheng amidst the grim scene of carnage. The officers, witnessing the tragic aftermath, over 20 of their comrades slain, including Inspector Mo and Chief Inspector Zhang, abandoned any thoughts of capturing him alive and unleashed a hail of bullets upon Tian Yangsheng, who fell under their onslaught. Once Tian Yangsheng lay lifeless, the officers ceased their firing and began to survey the scene, searching for any survivors. After a thorough inspection, they discovered that all the police officers and the armed intruders who had stormed the central police station were dead. The significant incident at the central police station instantly alarmed the entire police force of Hong Kong Island, prompting even the highest echelons of the police hierarchy to converge upon the central police station. Once all senior officials from the police department had arrived, it became evident that the assailants who had attacked the central police station were, in fact, members of the notorious Tian Yangsheng gang, responsible for a robbery of an armored vehicle 6 months prior. The chief of police was incensed to discover that due to the actions of 4 fugitive robbers, the central police station had incurred such substantial losses. More than 20 ordinary officers had tragically lost their lives, along with an inspector and a sergeant. Enraged, the chief of police unleashed a torrent of verbal condemnation upon the superintendent of the central police station, showering him with spittle in the process. It was only after the chief had vented his frustrations that he ceased his tirade, leaving the scene for the superintendent to manage. The chief, now devoid of time to continue berating the superintendent, hastened to report the incident to the Hong Kong government, knowing he would soon face a harsh reprimand from the governor. Only after enduring the governor's scolding would he find the opportunity to address the matters concerning the central police station. Chapter 81. Deciding to engage in the blue ice business, the recent spate of assassinations of high-ranking police officials in Guangdao has incited considerable outrage from the Hong Kong government. Following a stern reprimand from the governor, the chief of police returned to the headquarters, nearly overturning his desk in frustration. In a bid to prevent any future occurrences of such incidents, the chief of police issued a direct order to sweep through all the triads across Guangdao, intending to teach these underworld figures a lesson about restraint, especially since the chief himself had been publicly chastised. As the chief's directive was enacted, all police stations dispatched large contingents of officers to raid various triad establishments, leading to widespread lamentation among the gangs who could not fathom why they were being targeted. The police had no evidence linking them to the murders, which were committed by foreign mercenaries, yet they found themselves under siege nonetheless. Despite their dissatisfaction, They had no choice but to endure, biding their time until the chief's anger subsided, as they were loath to offend the authorities. The police raids greatly vexed Yang Kuan, who felt it was unfair to disrupt his territory over the deaths of two lackeys. He pondered the implications. His profits had taken a significant hit. Although he could not openly oppose the police's actions, he resolved to hold those in power accountable for his losses. Over the years, foreign authorities had exploited GANGSTER, siphoning away wealth, and Yang Kuan had long harbored resentment towards them. Determined to exact revenge, Yang Kuan planned to venture into the blue ice trade. Knowing several skilled artisans back home who specialized in creating blue ice, he contemplated sending Sushi to recruit them to GANGSTER. This would allow them to produce large quantities of blue ice to sell to the foreigners, saving their compatriots from exploitation. Unlike conventional products, blue ice is chemically synthesized, boasting a low production cost. Yang Kuan was confident that he could swiftly capture the foreign market. Previously, he had refrained from entering the white powder trade due to restrictions imposed by established suppliers in the region who would not permit his entry. However, the current climate of police scrutiny had left him no choice but to seek new avenues for profit. With the police lacking any leads on the murder of Huang Zhiqing, they continued their raids, disregarding Yang Kuan entirely. He realized that relying on his territory for sustenance would only render him vulnerable to police interference. Additionally, with the impending return of GANGSTER to its homeland, the protection racket would soon become untenable, prompting Yang Kuan to seek alternative income streams. Although the sale of blue ice was illegal in his homeland, subject to even harsher penalties than those imposed on organized crime, Yang Kuan was undeterred. He resolved to delegate the blue ice business to his subordinates, ensuring that he remained uninvolved enough to evade scrutiny. He was confident that if authorities traced the operation back to his underlings, he could distance himself from any consequences, especially since GANGSTER did not impose the death penalty. After making his decision, Yang Kuan summoned Sushi and instructed him to return home to locate Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua, bringing them back to GANGSTER. By securing these two key figures, Yang Kuan could guarantee a steady supply of blue ice, thus solidifying his control over the business. Upon receiving Yang Kuan's orders, Sushi promptly departed with several subordinates to seek out Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua, following the general directions provided by Yang Kuan. Meanwhile, Yang Kuan began exploring the outskirts of GANGSTER for defunct chemical factories, intending to purchase and renovate them for the production of blue ice. With the cover of a chemical factory, acquiring the necessary raw materials for blue ice production would become significantly easier, reducing the risk of attracting unwanted attention. Yang Kuan planned for these factories to publicly produce legitimate chemical goods while covertly manufacturing blue ice for export. He intended to replace the workforce with trusted individuals, ensuring that no outsiders were privy to the operations. To facilitate the secure transportation of blue ice abroad, Yang Kuan also contemplated acquiring a shipping company. This would establish a supply chain entirely managed by his loyal subordinates, maximizing security. Furthermore, he planned to register the chemical factories and shipping companies under the names of his subordinates, enhancing his protection against potential exposure. Even if the blue ice trade were to be revealed, Yang Kuan believed he could shield himself from repercussions as long as he ensured the safety of Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua. He could continue producing blue ice elsewhere, maintaining control over the enterprise. Thus, while Sushi sought out potential associates, Yang Kuan assigned his subordinates the task of managing the acquisition of the chemical factories and the shipping company. He also arranged for Ma Feng to assume the role of general manager of a security firm, allowing Yang Kuan to live under the guise of a legitimate entrepreneur in GANGSTER, thereby enhancing his public persona. In doing so, Yang Kuan crafted a facade of respectability that would protect him from police inquiries, as they would hesitate to confront an upstanding businessman who was dutifully paying taxes to the foreign authorities. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Yang Kuan has not established any associations, nor does he possess any criminal records with the police department. Even though the officers are aware that Yang Kuan's subordinates control several territories and collect protection fees, they lack the evidence necessary to accuse him of involvement in organized crime. As long as Yang Kuan refrains from overtly contacting Xiongju and his cohorts, the authorities remain powerless against him. Once his lucrative blue ice business is firmly established and begins to yield substantial profits, Yang Kuan will gradually instruct his underlings to relinquish those territories, thereby allowing Xiongju and Liu Jie to extricate themselves from those dubious enterprises. Chapter 82. The Search for Huang Zhongwei in the Days That Followed. Yang Kuan deliberately exchanged some manpower and assigned them the task of seeking out opportunities to acquire chemical factories and shipping companies. Meanwhile, Yang Kuan distanced himself from the affairs of the underworld, entrusting the matters of Tongluan and Bolin Street entirely to Xiongju and Lu Jie. Yang Kuan spent his days either visiting the security company or taking Qiuti shopping. After all, he merely held a nominal position at the security firm. The actual operations were managed by Ma Feng. Since Yang Kuan had pursued Qiuti, he had rarely spent time with her, being preoccupied with the affairs of his territory. Now that he had opted out of those matters, he found himself with abundant leisure time, perfectly suited to devote more attention to Qiuti. Her delight at his sudden affection and companionship was palpable. Previously, when Yang Kuan was engrossed in his underworld dealings, Qiuti could only wait until he returned home to see him, often feeling lonely and disappointed due to his lack of time for her. With Yang Kuan now free, he resolved to make amends. In the subsequent days, Yang Kuan took Qiuti on excursions to various luxury brand boutiques across the island, indulging in a spree of shopping. He purchased her an array of jewelry, designer clothing, and handbags, while also acquiring some business attire for himself. As he prepared to assume the title of General Manager of Weilong Security, it was essential for him to maintain a polished image. At the very least, he aimed to gradually diminish his previous persona, shedding the impression of arrogance he had cultivated during his time in the underworld. When he had been entrenched in those dealings, he had sought to project a fearsome image to deter others from provoking him. Now that he wished to withdraw from that world, he recognized the necessity of transforming his image, allowing time to erase the memories of his past. Only by doing so could he escape the repercussions awaiting him upon the return of the island, ensuring he would not be conflated with the nefarious elements of his past. As Yang Kuan drove around the island with Qiuti, his subordinates were busy in Saikung and the outlying islands, discovering several abandoned factories. After discreetly reporting their findings to Yang Kuan, they proceeded to acquire these derelict properties for a sum of 20 million Hong Kong dollars, acting under their own names. Upon securing the factories, the subordinates began refurbishing them and sought to reapply for the chemical factory licenses at the business department. Once Su Shi brought Huang Zhongwei and Lu Xiaohua back to the island, they would be ready to commence production of the blue ice blocks without delay. As for the shipping company, Yang Kuan instructed his men to purchase a small maritime enterprise that owned several cargo ships of 10,000 tons. This acquisition required a modest investment of over 100 million Hong Kong dollars, a sum manageable for Yang Kuan, unlike the larger shipping companies owned by the island's tycoons. Purchasing a company with a few cargo vessels was already commendable. Without the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars extorted from He Yaodong in a blackmail scheme, Yang Kuan would not even have been able to afford this modest shipping company. After acquiring several chemical factories and the shipping company, Yang Kuan replenished his ranks with hundreds of subordinates to serve as crew members for the maritime enterprise and workers for the factories. After procuring the necessary chemical raw materials and reserving funds to sustain the operations of both companies, Yang Kuan found himself entirely drained. The funds obtained through blackmail were now completely expended. Were it not for the Honglai Hotel and its associated casino, which provided a steady stream of income, Yang Kuan would be struggling to keep afloat. He awaited Su Shi's return with Huang Zhongwei and Lu Xiaohua, for their presence was crucial to commence the production of blue ice blocks, which would be sold abroad to replenish Yang Kuan's finances and restore his strength. Relying solely on the collection of protection fees from his territory would not suffice to alleviate his fiscal troubles. While Yang Kuan eagerly anticipated Su Shi's progress, matters were not proceeding smoothly on Su Shi's end. Following Yang Kuan's instructions to seek out individuals in his hometown, Su Shi wasted no time in contacting a smuggler and, accompanied by 20 subordinates, clandestinely crossed into the mainland. Upon arrival, Su Shi and his group followed Yang Kuan's directions to Haining Province, Samping City, in search of Huang Zhongwei. However, upon their arrival, they learned that Huang Zhongwei's activities in producing blue ice blocks under the guise of onion essence had been discovered by the local police, prompting his hasty escape from Samping City. The authorities were currently conducting a widespread manhunt for him. Faced with this predicament, Su Shi felt at a loss. The vastness of the mainland made the search for Huang Zhongwei akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Consequently, he contacted Yang Kuan to relay the situation. Upon learning that Huang Zhongwei had fled Samping City, Yang Kuan scratched his head, realizing the complications ahead. To locate Huang Zhongwei, he racked his brain to recall where he might have fled after leaving Samping. After considerable reflection, Yang Kuan finally remembered that Huang Zhongwei had headed to Dongguan Province, Guangning City, associating with a certain Chen Jianchang. Thus, Yang Kuan addressed Su Shi, saying, Su Shi, you are to travel to Guangning City in Dongguan Province to locate Huang Zhongwei. He should currently be in the company of a drug trafficker named Chen Jianchang. Find Huang Zhongwei and bring him along with his wife and children to Hongdao, understood? Understood, Su Shi replied before promptly disconnecting the call. Subsequently, Su Shi delegated 5 of his subordinates to remain in Samping City while he devised a plan to stealthily escort Huang Zhongwei's wife and children back to Hongdao. Meanwhile, he led the remaining 15 subordinates to Guangning City in search of Huang Zhongwei. Chapter 83. Rescuing Huang Zhongwei's wife and children. As Su Shi and his companions departed from Samping and made their way to Guangning, the 5 loyal subordinates they left behind stealthily sought out Huang Zhongwei's residence. In proximity to Huang Zhongwei's home, they observed mainland police covertly surveilling his wife, presumably to ascertain whether he would secretly return to see her. Noticing the presence of the officers, the 5 subordinates refrained from acting impulsively, instead biding their time until the night grew quiet, and still before setting their plan into motion. Under the veil of darkness, they approached the unsuspecting officers from behind and swiftly incapacitated them. Once the police were subdued, the 5 men arrived at Huang Zhongwei's doorstep, where one of them knocked on the door. Huang Zhongwei's wife, unable to sleep due to her worries about her husband being apprehended by the authorities, was startled by the sudden knocking. Who could be visiting them at such a late hour? Could it be that Huang Zhongwei had returned? With this thought, she hurried to the door. However, upon opening it, she was met not by her husband, but by 5 imposing figures, their expressions stern and intimidating, which frightened her considerably. Unsure of their intentions, she instinctively attempted to close the door. Yet, before she could do so, the 5 men surged into her home. Faced with these intruders, Huang Zhongwei's wife was paralyzed with fear and instinctively screamed for help. Just as she prepared to call out, one of the men stepped forward and covered her mouth, preventing her from making a sound. After silencing her, the leader among them spoke gently, assuring her, "Do not fear. We are here to take you away. If you wish to see Huang Zhongwei again, you must come with us and bring your children." Upon hearing this, she struggled to free herself from the grip of the man covering her mouth, trembling as she inquired, "Who are you? Did Wei send you? Where are you taking me and the children?" "Huang Zhongwei is currently being pursued by the police," one of the men explained. "We will take him to Gangdao, and you and the children must accompany us. Remaining in Samping is perilous for you, and Huang Zhongwei will not be at ease knowing you are here. If you wish to continue living with him, you must come with us immediately. Time is of the essence." Upon hearing these words, Huang Zhongwei's wife no longer hesitated, believing these men were indeed sent by her husband, for who else would be privy to his situation? After all, aside from the police, only Huang Zhongwei's associates would be aware of his dealings with the Blue Ice. Thus, she quickly gathered her resolve and began to collect her belongings. As she attempted to pack some clothes, the man named Yang Kuan interjected, "Leave everything behind except your children. Just come with us, and once we reach Gangdao, we will provide for you." Taking heed of Yang Kuan's words, she abandoned her plans to pack and instead went to gather her children. The subordinates were astonished to discover that Huang Zhongwei had 3 children, triplets no less, prompting 3 of them to step forward and assist, each taking 1 child in their arms. Together, they swiftly departed from Huang Zhongwei's home. They needed to escape Samping quickly, otherwise, by morning, the incapacitated officers would be discovered, and the Samping police would undoubtedly seal off all exits upon realizing that Huang Zhongwei's wife and children had fled. If they did not act swiftly, they would be trapped within Samping, where capture by the authorities would be inevitable. Thus, after leaving Huang Zhongwei's abode, one of the subordinates procured 2 vehicles, and they drove away, hoping to slip through the night and out of Samping. Once they successfully fled the city, they could swiftly reach the spot where they had crossed over and take a smuggler's boat to Gangdao. Once they arrived at Gangdao, safety would be assured. Even if the Samping police discovered Huang Zhongwei's family had fled there, they would be powerless to find them, thanks to Yang Kuan's protection and influence on the island. Moreover, the British Hong Kong government would not permit the mainland police to apprehend individuals on Gangdao. Thus, once they returned to the island, they would be secure. As the 5 subordinates fled with Huang Zhongwei's wife and children, Su Shi had also arrived in Guangning. After some inquiries, they quickly gathered information regarding Chen Jianchang. Upon learning that Chen Jianchang was merely a postal worker, Sushi pondered whether Yang Kuen's information was erroneous. Nevertheless, since Yang Kuen claimed that Huang Zhongwei was with Chun Jianchong, Sushi proceeded to locate the postal worker's residence. Upon reaching Chun Jianchong's address, Sushi refrained from acting hastily and instead observed Chun Jianchong's movements discreetly. After tracking his actions, Sushi and his companions soon discovered Huang Zhongwei engaged in the production of blue ice aboard a fishing boat, confirming that it was indeed Huang Zhongwei. Sushi wasted no time and led his subordinates onto the vessel. The sudden appearance of Sushi and his men startled both Chun Jianchong and Huang Zhongwei. As Chun Jianchong attempted to rally his subordinates to confront Sushi, the latter commanded his own men to launch an offensive against Chun Jianchong's group. Faced with the onslaught from Sushi's subordinates, Chun Jianchong's crew were no match, and within minutes, they were dispatched. Sushi's men showed no mercy to these drug traffickers, and with the remoteness of the fishing boat ensuring no witnesses, they swiftly eliminated Chun Jianchong and his associates. Huang Zhongwei and his subordinate A Long were taken aback by the ruthless nature of Sushi and his followers. He had not anticipated that these unexpectedly formidable individuals would be capable of eliminating Chun Jianchong and his group with such ease. Once the matter concerning Chun Jianchong's faction was resolved, Sushi turned to Huang Zhongwei and inquired, "You are Huang Zhongwei, correct?" Upon hearing Sushi's question, Huang Zhongwei, trembling, replied, I am indeed Huang Zhongwei. Who are you? What business do you have with me? We can discuss any matters amicably. There is no need for this intimidation. Chapter 84. Sending Huang Zhongwei to Gangdao. Upon seeing Huang Zhongwei's fearful expression, Sushi reassured him, Mr. Huang, there is no need for alarm. We harbor no intention of causing you harm. Our purpose in seeking you out is that our employer wishes to meet with you. Thus, we kindly request that you accompany us. Huang Zhongwei, upon hearing Sushi's words of reassurance, felt a slight easing of his apprehension and promptly inquired, Who is your employer? What business do they have with me? Why can't we discuss it here? In response to Huang Zhongwei's queries, Sushi coldly replied, You will learn the identity of my employer upon your arrival. As for our destination, I can inform you that we are taking you to Gangdao. Gangdao? Huang Zhongwei exclaimed in surprise. I do not wish to go there. Could your employer not come to the mainland? We can discuss matters here. That is not within your purview, Sushi stated firmly. You must accompany us to Gangdao. This is a direct order from our employer. If you wish to see your wife and children again, it is imperative that you comply. Upon hearing Sushi's threat involving his family, Huang Zhongwei quickly protested, Please do not resort to such tactics. My situation has nothing to do with my wife and children. You may address me directly, but please release them. You seek us because of your expertise in crafting blue ice, do you not? Sushi continued, If you release your family, I assure you that I will facilitate the production of abundant blue ice for you, enabling you to reap substantial profits. Sushi recognized the necessity of maintaining a favorable relationship with Huang Zhongwei, understanding that he would prove invaluable to his employer in the future. Thus, he replied, Rest assured, Mr. Huang. We have no intention of harming your family. We are merely rescuing them from samping, as their safety is currently at risk due to your circumstances. Our employer holds you in high esteem, which is why we have traveled so far from Gangdao. Moreover, given your current predicament, remaining on the mainland poses an imminent threat of arrest by the police. Your only viable option is to come with us to Gangdao. Once there, with our employer's protection, you can live in peace with your family, free from the need to hide and endure separation. Considering Sushi's words, Huang Zhongwei found them reasonable, especially since his family was still in their custody. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to accompany Sushi and his associates to Gangdao. With Huang Zhongwei's agreement, Sushi felt a sense of relief, as it negated the need for coercive measures. Had Huang Zhongwei resisted, their extraction from the mainland would have likely encountered complications. Now that he consented to travel to Gangdao, many potential troubles had been averted. After Huang Zhongwei's affirmation, Sushi turned to A Long and inquired, Mr. Huang, is this fellow one of your associates? Should I handle him on your behalf? Huang Zhongwei quickly responded, Please, do not harm him. A Long is indeed my man, and he is of great utility to me. Acknowledging Huang Zhongwei's plea, Sushi disregarded A Long for the moment and instructed his subordinates. He designated 5 men to escort Huang Zhongwei and A Long swiftly out of Guangning into their crossing point, ensuring their safe passage to Gangdao. To guarantee Huang Zhongwei's secure arrival, Sushi solemnly instructed the 5 subordinates, You must safely transport Mr. Huang to Gangdao. Our employer regards him highly, and even at the cost of your lives, you must ensure his safe arrival. Do you understand? Understood, Commander. Even if it costs us our lives, we will ensure the safe transport of Mr. Huang to Gangdao, the 5 men replied in unison. Satisfied with their response, Sushi directed them to hasten their departure with Huang Zhongwei, emphasizing the urgency of leaving Guangning. Their task would only be deemed complete once they reached Gangdao. Meanwhile, Huang Zhongwei, witnessing Su Shi's readiness to sacrifice his capable subordinates for his safety, discerned the significance his employer placed upon him. Otherwise, such a command would not have been issued. He had observed the remarkable skills of Su Shi's men, who swiftly dealt with Chun Jianchang's group in mere minutes, an unprecedented display of prowess he had never encountered before. Understanding that such adept individuals were willing to sacrifice themselves for his safety, Huang Zhongwei felt reassured that his journey to Gangdao would likely be devoid of significant peril. Thus, he willingly followed along and the 5 subordinates. After their departure, Su Shi instructed his men to dispose of Chun Jianchang's corpses, placing them in sacks weighted down with stones before sinking them to the riverbed. This would delay the discovery of their demise, providing Su Shi and his team ample time to locate Liu Xiaohua. Yang Kuan had tasked Su Shi with bringing both Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua back to Gangdao. Now, with only Huang Zhongwei secured, Su Shi needed to find Liu Xiaohua as well. The longer the news of Chun Jianchang's death went undetected, the better, as it would prevent police inquiries into the circumstances of their demise and eliminate any connection to Su Shi's group. After disposing of the bodies, Su Shi departed Guangning, heading to Shigong City in search of Liu Xiaohua. After Su Shi brought his companions to Shigong, they arrived at Liu Xiaohua's hometown. Upon inquiring with the locals, they learned that Liu Xiaohua was still employed in the security department of the Shigong chemical factory. Once Su Shi confirmed Liu Xiaohua's workplace, he discreetly began to follow his movements. Su Shi intended to assess Liu Xiaohua's current situation and ascertain whether he was in any perilous circumstances to avoid a predicament akin to that faced by Huang Zhongwei. Su Shi was well aware that Liu Xiaohua was a master craftsman in the production of blue ice blocks. Thus, it was imperative for him to determine whether Liu Xiaohua was under police surveillance. Only by understanding Liu Xiaohua's circumstances could Su Shi proceed with the next steps of his plan. Chapter 85. A conversation between Zhongyan and Liu Xiaohua. After several days of careful observation, Su Shi discovered that Liu Xiaohua was closely associated with a bald, middle-aged man who appeared to be an official. Through meticulous investigation, Su Shi uncovered that the two were collaborating in the business of blue ice blocks. Liu Xiaohua was responsible for producing these blue ice blocks in small quantities, while the bald man managed their transportation for sale in distant regions. Concurrently, Su Shi learned that the police in Shigong had begun investigating the emergence of blue ice blocks in the market. It was only a matter of time before they traced the leads back to Liu Xiaohua and his associates. Consequently, Su Shi was keen to avoid any further delays. Seizing the opportunity before the police focused their attention on Liu Xiaohua, he resolved to bring Liu Xiaohua back to Gangdao swiftly. Su Shi was unwilling to endure another incident like that of Huang Zhongwei. They were currently on the mainland, and a single misstep could jeopardize their efforts to extract Liu Xiaohua. Although Su Shi and his companions were formidable, they were still outmatched against the local police. Even if they managed to evade capture, the mission assigned to them by Yang Kuan would remain unfulfilled. To prevent such a scenario, Su Shi chose a night to approach Liu Xiaohua's residence. After quietly prying open the door to Liu Xiaohua's home, Su Shi and his entourage entered and proceeded to the bedroom, where they found Liu Xiaohua and his wife fast asleep. Their arrival did not disturb the couple. Observing that they were still deep in slumber, Su Shi instructed 2 of his subordinates to cover Liu Xiaohua and his wife's mouths to prevent any loud noises when they awoke. Following Su Shi's command, the 2 subordinates approached and covered the mouths of Liu Xiaohua and his wife. This sudden action startled the couple awake, who found themselves unable to scream for help. They were also alarmed to see a dozen burly men in their bedroom, sending a wave of fear through them. Unlike his wife, who was in a state of panic, Liu Xiaohua remained relatively composed. He refrained from struggling and began to ponder who these intruders could be. Given his current partnership with Jin Yongxiang in the blue ice block business, Liu Xiaohua could not help but wonder if they had drawn the ire of others, prompting them to send this group to confront him. As Liu Xiaohua contemplated his options, Su Shi addressed him, saying, "Liu Xiaohua, I am aware of your involvement in the blue ice block business. We are here to speak with you regarding an important matter. I will have my men release you shortly, but I advise against any loud outbursts. Disturbing others will serve you no benefit. Do you understand my meaning?" Upon hearing Su Shi's words, Lu Xiaohua quickly nodded, indicating his comprehension and his intention to refrain from shouting. Once Su Shi saw that Lu Xiaohua understood, he signaled for his subordinates to release their hold on him. After they complied, Lu Xiaohua did not seize the opportunity to yell. Su Shi recognized Lu Xiaohua's intelligence. He understood that calling for help would yield no advantage. Once Lu Xiaohua appeared somewhat calmer, Su Shi continued, "Mr. Lu Xiaohua, we have come to inform you that our employer wishes to meet with you. Therefore, I kindly request that you and your wife accompany us to Gangdao." Lu Xiaohua was taken aback by Su Shi's statement, perplexed as to why individuals from Gangdao would seek him out. He believed that his activities in Xigong regarding blue ice blocks had little bearing on those in Gangdao. Initially, he speculated that these individuals might be associates of those engaged in the white flower business in Xigong, who felt threatened by his blue ice block production and had come to warn or intimidate him. The revelation that they were from Gangdao bewildered him further, leaving him uncertain about their intentions. Consequently, he responded, "You are from Gangdao? I do not seem to have any acquaintances there. I am unaware of why your employer would know of me. Furthermore, I will not accompany you to Gangdao. If you have matters to discuss, you may do so here, but I refuse to go to Gangdao." Su Shi, hearing Lu Xiaohua's refusal, replied, "Mr. Lu, I am afraid you do not have a choice in this matter. I must inform you that the police in Xigong are already monitoring your collaboration with that bald middle-aged man. It will not be long before they trace it back to you. If you do not accompany us now, you will only be waiting for the Xigong police to apprehend you." Upon hearing Su Shi's warning about the police in Xigong being aware of his dealings with Jin Yongxiang, Lu Xiaohua felt a jolt of alarm. He had not anticipated that his blue ice block business had attracted the attention of those from Gangdao, let alone the police. Frustration surged within him as he silently cursed Jin Yongxiang for his carelessness. How could such sensitive information have leaked? As a master craftsman of blue ice blocks, he could not afford for anyone to be aware of his activities. Yet, here they were, at his doorstep, inciting his ire. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaohua's wife, upon learning that her husband was involved in the blue ice block business, was struck with fear. Such dealings were perilous and could lead to dire consequences. How could her husband engage in such activities? She began to struggle against the grip of Su Shi's subordinate, striving to free herself and voice her concerns to Lu Xiaohua. She wanted to demand an explanation for why he had chosen this treacherous path. If what that man, Su Shi, said was true and the police arrested Lu Xiaohua, what would become of her and their child? Lu Xiaohua's elder brother, Lu Xiaodong, had been imprisoned for smuggling blue ice blocks hidden within foreign liquor, and he had yet to be released. Now her husband was treading the same perilous road, pushing their family to the brink of destruction. Without the support of the Lu brothers, Lu Jia would undoubtedly face utter collapse. The feeble and vulnerable women and children alone cannot sustain the family. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaohua's wife struggling desperately to free herself from the grasp of Su Shi's subordinate, Su Shi addressed her, reminding her of what she had just heard. He cautioned her that if she did not wish for her husband to be imprisoned due to her cries, she must keep her voice and movements as subtle as possible. Do you comprehend my words? Chapter 86. Lu Xiaohua agrees to go to Gangdao. Upon observing that Lu Xiaohua's wife comprehended his intentions, Su Shi promptly instructed his subordinate to release her. Once freed, Lu Qing hurriedly grasped Lu Xiaohua's arm, exclaiming, "Xiaohua, how can you possibly engage in the trade of the blue ice? Are you courting disaster? If something were to happen to you, what would become of us? How can you be so reckless?" In response to his wife's inquiry, Lu Xiaohua could only manage a wry smile before replying, "Lu Qing, I do not wish for this either, but I find myself with no alternative. Ever since our family's trading company fell into disarray, my elder brother has been incarcerated. Our former business partners have come to demand compensation, claiming that our company was seized by the police and customs due to my brother's actions. Consequently, we are liable for all the losses incurred. You are well aware of our situation. After the police froze our company's assets, we simply do not possess the means to compensate them. 2 million is an insurmountable sum for us. What choice do I have but to engage in the blue ice trade? Shall we resort to sleeping on the streets?" Lu Xiaohua's words left Lu Qing speechless, for he spoke the truth. She understood that their family was ensnared in dire straits due to the smuggling of blue ice. After overhearing Lu Xiaohua and Lu Qing's exchange, Su Shi interjected, "Mr. Lu, this is not the time for such discussions. If you wish to avoid imprisonment, you must accompany your family to Gangdao immediately. Once you arrive, you can live peacefully without the fear of being apprehended by the mainland police." Lu Xiaohua, intrigued by Su Shi's depiction of a promising future. Countered, "May I inquire what your employer desires from me? Surely, they would not go to such lengths merely to support us without any expectation in return?" Unfazed by Lu Xiaohua's skepticism, Su Shi candidly explained, "Mr. Lu, our employer has taken note of your expertise in producing blue ice and wishes to invite you to Gangdao for a collaborative venture in this trade." Upon hearing Su Shi's assertion, Lu Xiaohua chuckled, "I suspected as much. Even if I were to accompany you to Gangdao, does it guarantee safety? Are the police there not investigating blue ice cases?" Addressing Lu Xiaohua's concerns with confidence, Su Shi assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, we can fully guarantee your safety. Our employer wields considerable influence in Gangdao, sufficient to ensure your family's secure existence there. As for your apprehensions regarding the local police, you need not worry. They will not trace us. For our employer will ensure that the blue ice you produce does not reach either Gangdao or the mainland. Our operations are strictly overseas, and all products will be exported abroad." With Su Shi's confident reassurances, Lu Xiaohua felt a modicum of relief. If they truly possessed the capability to penetrate the international market, then the blue ice trade could indeed flourish. Moreover, if the Gangdao police were already pursuing leads regarding his operations, remaining in Westport would only heighten the risk of exposure. Given the circumstances, departing for Gangdao under the promise of safety seemed a reasonable course of action. Convinced that his expertise would safeguard his family's well-being, Lu Xiaohua resolved to join Su Shi. He turned to Lu Qing, stating, "Lu Qing, gather our belongings. We will head to Gangdao together and make it our new home." Lu Qing hesitated, voicing her concern, "What of our brother and sister-in-law? Brother is still imprisoned, and Tianci is gone. Leaving sister-in-law alone poses a grave risk for her." Lu Xiaohua fell silent, contemplating her words. Indeed, while their family could escape to Gangdao, what fate awaited their brother and sister-in-law? She would never abandon him to follow them. Faced with this dilemma, Lu Xiaohua began to ponder a solution. After prolonged reflection, he devised a more prudent plan. "We shall proceed to Gangdao. As for sister-in-law, I propose we take Wang Lin with us, leaving San Bao in Westport. Once we stabilize our situation in Gangdao, we can arrange to send funds to sister-in-law through San Bao, ensuring she has the means to sustain herself. Regarding our brother, do not fret. The truth of the blue ice will eventually surface, and he remains oblivious to these events. He will soon be released, and sister-in-law will have someone to care for her. Conversely, if we do not leave Westport, and I am apprehended, that would indeed spell our doom. Thus, we must depart." Upon hearing Lu Xiaohua's reasoning, Lu Qing pondered for a moment before conceding. Recognizing his arrangements for sister-in-law's future, she felt compelled to accompany him and their child, as she could not bear to witness her husband imprisoned. Seeing his wife's agreement, Lu Xiaohua felt a surge of joy and hastily began to gather their belongings. However, Su Shi intervened, stating, "There is no need for you to bring anything. Once we arrive in Gangdao, everything will be arranged for you. Mr. Lu, you need not worry about your future there." Chapter 87. The arrival of Lu Xiaohua's family at Gangdao. Upon hearing Su Shi's words, Lu Xiaohua found them quite reasonable. After all, carrying numerous bags would prove inconvenient during their journey, so he refrained from asking Lu Qing to gather their belongings. Having resolved to depart, Lu Xiaohua began to organize matters that would follow his departure. He made phone calls summoning Wang Lin and San Bao to his residence, intending to discuss future arrangements with them. Once he completed his calls, he awaited their arrival at home. Lu Qing, witnessing Lu Xiaohua's decision to accompany these individuals to Gangdao, felt a sense of reassurance, realizing they would soon form a united front. In an effort to foster good relations with Su Shi and the others, she busied herself with preparing tea and pouring water for them. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Lin and San Bao arrived at Lu Xiaohua's home. They had received Lu Xiaohua's late-night call and initially feared something was amiss. Rushing to his residence, they were taken aback to find about 10 burly men present. Assuming these individuals were there to confront Lu Xiaohua, they hurried to his side, inquiring about their identities and intentions. To alleviate their concerns, Lu Xiaohua promptly clarified the situation. Once he had elucidated the identities of Su Shi and the others, he proceeded to share his plans with Wang Lin and San Bao. The two were astonished to learn that Lu Xiaohua's family intended to leave Shigang and migrate to Gangdao. They quickly questioned him about the sudden decision to depart. In response to their bewilderment, Lu Xiaohua explained, "Wang Lin, San Bao, I have no choice but to leave. The Shigang police have set their sights on my dealings with the blue ice blocks. If I do not leave now, I may never have the opportunity to do so. Hence, I called you here to discuss the arrangements for my departure from Shigang. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Lin and San Bao listened attentively to Liu Xiaohua's plans. Recognizing their comprehension of the circumstances, Liu Xiaohua addressed Wang Lin. I intend to take you with me to Gangdao. Will you accompany me? Wang Lin, initially feeling despondent about Liu Xiaohua's departure, was suddenly uplifted by the prospect of joining him. Brother Xiaohua, I am willing. Wherever you go, I shall follow. After all, I am a solitary wanderer, unencumbered by ties. San Bao, sensing the urgency of the moment, interjected, Brother Xiaohua, I too wish to accompany you. Please do not leave me behind. Liu Xiaohua, noticing San Bao's anxious demeanor, reassured him, San Bao, do not be hasty. Your situation differs from Wang Lin's. He has no ties. But you have a sister to care for. You cannot abandon her in Shigang. Besides, I need you to stay behind to handle certain matters. Upon hearing Liu Xiaohua mention his sister, San Bao fell silent, realizing he could not leave her without support. Liu Xiaohua continued, San Bao, listen to me. After I leave Shigang, my elder brother and sister-in-law will still be there. I need you to remain so I can communicate with them. Once I earn money in Gangdao, I will find a way to contact you. At that time, you need not worry about your living conditions, and your sister's illness will be treatable. I require you to stay in Shigang. Otherwise, I will be unable to reach my brother. If the police discover my escape, they will surely monitor my brother and sister-in-law, so I can only rely on you to connect with them. San Bao felt a sense of relief upon hearing Liu Xiaohua's reassurances. Brother Xiaohua had not forsaken him. He still needed his assistance. After coming to terms with the situation, San Bao agreed to remain in Shigang to help care for Liu Xiaohua's sister-in-law's family. Once Liu Xiaohua had made all necessary arrangements, he sent San Bao home. After San Bao's departure, Liu Xiaohua hurriedly gathered his wife, child, and Wang Lin, and followed Su Shi and the others out of the house. They boarded the vehicle provided by Su Shi and departed Shigang under the cover of night. They needed to leave before the police could trace Liu Xiaohua, making their way swiftly to Gangdao. Only upon reaching Gangdao would they truly feel secure. In the following days, Su Shi and the others took turns driving, retracing their route to the smuggling location from which they had originally arrived. They quickly contacted the smuggling boat to facilitate their passage from the mainland to Gangdao. After enduring 7 or 8 days of arduous travel, Su Shi and his group successfully brought Liu Xiaohua and his family back to Gangdao. Upon their arrival, Su Shi retrieved his phone and called Yang Kuan. Shortly thereafter, several vehicles arrived at the Saikung Pier. After picking up Su Shi and Liu Xiaohua, they proceeded to Causeway Bay. Yang Kuan was awaiting Liu Xiaohua and his family in Causeway Bay along with Huang Zhongwei and his family, who had been there for a few days. Yang Kuan intended to host a welcoming banquet for both families, celebrating their arrival in Gangdao. As the host, he aimed to ensure the comfort of his esteemed guests, so he reserved the most luxurious hotel in Causeway Bay to accommodate them, underscoring his regard for their presence. Upon Su Shi and Liu Xiaohua's arrival at the hotel, Su Shi promptly reported to Yang Kuan, Boss, I have fulfilled your request and brought Mr. Huang Zhongwei and Mr. Liu Xiaohua's family safely to Gangdao. Excellent, Su Shi. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. I knew sending you would yield success, Yang Kuan replied, laughing heartily as he patted Su Shi on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. He then turned to Liu Xiaohua, saying, Welcome, Mr. Liu, to Gangdao. With that, Yang Kuan shook Liu Xiaohua's hand and invited him and his party to a lavish private room in the hotel. Within the private room, Huang Zhongwei and his family were seated, awaiting the arrival of their guests. Suddenly, Yang Kuan entered, accompanied by 2 men, a woman, and a young boy. Huang Zhongwei promptly rose to greet them, and Yang Kuan quickly urged him to sit down, saying, Please, Mr. Huang, there is no need for such formality. From now on, we are all family, and we must not be so courteous. As he spoke, Yang Kuan took it upon himself to ensure that Liu Xiaohua and his companions were comfortably seated, and he instructed the hotel chef to expedite the service of their dishes. Yang Kuan was eager to extend his hospitality to Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua, understanding that he would soon rely on their expertise. Therefore, since Huang Zhongwei and his family arrived in Gangdao, Yang Kuan had been exceptionally gracious and amiable during this reception of the Liu family. Chapter 88. A warm welcome. As Liu Xiaohua's family observed Yang Kuan's demeanor towards them, they felt a sense of relief. It seemed that their initial apprehensions were unfounded. Accompanying Su Shi and the others to Gangdao would pose no threat to their safety. During a communal feast, facilitated by Yang Kuen's introductions, Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua discovered that both were masters in their craft, each producing exquisite blue ice cubes, a revelation that left them somewhat astonished. The prospect of such high skill from the other presented a potential dilemma, for Yang Kuen would naturally favor the more skilled artisan, thus bestowing greater influence and authority upon them. This incited a sense of rivalry between the two, as they would inevitably be working under Yang Kuen's auspices. In such a scenario, it was essential that one of them held the reins, lest chaos ensue. Yang Kuen appeared to sense their unease. He addressed them directly, saying, "Both of you are masters in your respective fields. From now on, you shall manage your own affairs independently, thus avoiding any potential conflicts. I will allocate 2 chemical factories for each of you, providing the necessary workspace. You will be responsible for producing the ice cubes, while I shall take charge of sales. The profits will be divided with a ratio of 70-30 in my favor, but rest assured, as business flourishes, each of you will amass wealth beyond your wildest dreams." Upon hearing Yang Kuen's words, Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua felt a sense of relaxation. Avoiding competition was indeed a favorable outcome. Although the profit-sharing ratio seemed somewhat meager, they recognized their current predicament and accepted it with gratitude, knowing that a share of 30% was better than none at all. After discussing the profit distribution, both artisans contemplated the vast quantities of product they would soon be producing. They feared that such a large volume might attract unwanted attention. Yang Kuen, sensing their concerns, erupted into hearty laughter and reassured them, "Rest assured, there will be no issues. Our products will not circulate within Guangdao or the mainland. They will all be exported overseas. You need not worry. Any complications that arise will not implicate you. My subordinates are more than capable of ensuring your safety. As long as you remain unharmed, our business will thrive. Should any serious issues arise, I will dispatch my men to handle everything, ensuring that none of us are entangled in the fray. You are my esteemed benefactors, and I would never allow you to encounter difficulties. Focus solely on producing those blue ice cubes." Seeing Yang Kuen's confidence, Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua could only choose to trust his words for the time being, hoping that his influence would indeed safeguard them. After hosting a welcoming banquet for both families, Yang Kuen arranged for Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua to be escorted to the residences he had prepared for them. The following morning, Yang Kuen sent emissaries to escort Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua to inspect their respective chemical factories. Upon arrival, they found that all equipment and raw materials were in place, enabling them to commence production of the blue ice cubes at their convenience. They also observed the factory workers, all robust young men, who bore a striking resemblance to those who had accompanied them from the mainland. It was evident that these individuals were Yang Kuen's trusted subordinates, confirming that he had not deceived them. This revelation astonished both Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua. They had not anticipated that Yang Kuen commanded such a formidable entourage, with hundreds of loyal workers across the factories. They finally understood the magnitude of Su Shi's assertion regarding their boss's vast influence. In comparison to their previous partners, who typically managed a mere 10 to 20 workers, at most 60, Yang Kuen's resources were in a league of their own, boasting hundreds, if not thousands, of subordinates. Moreover, the caliber of these men was unmistakable. They exhibited a discipline reminiscent of soldiers rather than the lax demeanor of ordinary laborers. With their doubts dispelled, Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua felt reassured that Yang Kuen was indeed trustworthy. Once they were confident that everything was in order, they, along with Along and Wang Lin, commenced the production of blue ice cubes at the factories. Meanwhile, after inspecting the quality of the first batch, Yang Kuen was thoroughly pleased and began to instruct Su Shi to seek reliable buyers in Jiaopenji and Samaida. Yang Kuen aimed to establish a foothold in these Asian markets before expanding into Southeast Asia. Ensuring that the ice cube market in Jiaopenji and Samaida was stable enough to replenish his resources before venturing further. The Southeast Asian region was abundant in wheat, and if Yang Kuen aspired to penetrate the markets there, he would need to engage in a protracted battle against the local warlords who controlled the wheat supply. Only by defeating these adversaries could he hope to dominate the market share across the various nations. It was only when he had amassed sufficient strength that Yang Kuen would consider entering the European markets to confront the Colombian drug lords. While Yang Kuen was contemplating the establishment of a market for ice blocks in Asia, chaos ensued across the strait. The police in Samping and Shigong were particularly flustered. In Samping, the authorities discovered that Huang Zhongwei's wife and children had mysteriously vanished. They speculated that he had secretly returned to abduct them. This revelation infuriated the Samping police, who had never anticipated that Huang Zhongwei would exhibit such audacity, daring to execute a brazen maneuver right under their noses. Now, locating Huang Zhongwei had become a formidable challenge for the officers in Samping. Chapter 89. The discovery of Jiao Pinji and the collaboration with Samaida in Westport. Upon tracing the whereabouts of Liu Xiaohua, the authorities aimed to apprehend him, only to find that his family had already vanished without a trace, evidently having fled in advance. This revelation infuriated the police of Westport, who had painstakingly followed leads to pinpoint Liu Xiaohua, only to have their efforts rendered futile as he eluded capture. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua were preoccupied with fulfilling Yang Kuen's orders. Aware of Yang Kuen's intentions to swiftly dominate the market for Jiao Pinji and Simida's blue ice blocks, they recognized the necessity of amassing a substantial supply to seize market share before competitors could react. As Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua diligently produced the blue ice blocks, Su Shi and his team arrived at the first destination, Jiao Pinji. Upon their arrival, they sought to establish contact with the local Yakuza organizations, namely the Sanko Group, the Daotian Group, and the Jikawa Association. After reaching several leaders of these organizations, Su Shi presented the blue ice blocks for inspection and proposed a collaboration to engage in the blue ice block trade within Jiao Pinji. However, the local gangs, primarily focused on traditional white flower business, showed little interest in this novel blue ice venture. Consequently, both the Daotian Group and the Jikawa Association outright rejected Su Shi's proposal. Only the leader of the Sanko Group exhibited a modicum of interest, prompting a discussion regarding the blue ice blocks. Upon inquiring about the pricing, the leader of the Sanko Group became exceedingly excited upon discovering the remarkably low cost of the blue ice blocks, which stood in stark contrast to their current white flower procurement costs. While the white flower sourced from the Golden Triangle fetched an exorbitant price of $60,000 USD per kilogram, the blue ice blocks were available for merely $30,000 USD per kilogram, effectively having the expense. This revelation heightened the leader's interest, leading him to report the matter to the group's chief, Caoji Jingxiu. With Caoji's approval, the Sanko Group officially reached a collaboration agreement with Su Shi, stipulating that transactions would be conducted on a cash-on-delivery basis, with the location set to the high seas to avert unnecessary complications. After solidifying the partnership for the blue ice blocks, Su Shi contacted Yang Kuen, instructing him to dispatch goods to Jiao Pinji via maritime shipping. Yang Kuen promptly arranged for the blue ice blocks crafted by Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua to be loaded and transported to the high seas. Upon the vessel's arrival at the designated coordinates, Su Shi would accompany the Sanko Group representatives to finalize the trade. As this marked the inaugural transaction, the quantity exchanged was modest, with the Sanko Group requesting only 200 kilograms of product. Upon meeting on the high seas, the leader of the Sanko Group boarded Yang Kuen's vessel and, after verifying the quality of the blue ice blocks matched the samples they had seen, both parties amicably concluded the transaction. The Sanko Group acquired 200 kilograms of goods, while Yang Kuen received a payment of $6 million. Post-transaction, both parties expressed satisfaction with the arrangement, exchanging contact information for future dealings. Following the successful trade, Su Shi and his team returned to Gangdao. After transferring the payment to Yang Kuen, they set off to Samaida, where Su Shi aimed to identify potential buyers. Upon arriving in Samaida, he reached out to Sherdong Chu, the president of the Jinmin Group. After articulating his intentions, Su Shi presented samples of the blue ice blocks. Upon learning the pricing, Sherdong Chu readily agreed to a partnership, requesting 500 kilograms at the same rate of $30,000 USD per kilogram. After contacting Yang Kuen to relay the request from Samaida, Su Shi learned that the current stock was insufficient, necessitating a few more days for Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua to produce the required quantity. Consequently, Su Shi negotiated with Sherdong Chu to schedule the transaction for 1 week later on the high seas between Gangdao and Samaida, ensuring safety for both parties. Upon receiving Su Shi's call, Yang Kuen summoned Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua for a private meeting to inquire about their current stock and urged them to expedite production, as Samaida awaited their goods. Yang Kuen also divided the $6 million payment from Jiao Pinji proportionally between the two, as they had collaborated on the previous shipment of 200 kilograms. Thus, each received a share of $900,000 USD. Both Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua were pleased with their earnings from the prior transaction and returned home in high spirits. Hastening home, Liu Xiaohua entrusted the money to his wife, Liu Qing, and sought to contact San Bao to arrange for a portion of the funds to be sent to his elder sister-in-law, alleviating concerns for her and San Bao's living expenses. With sufficient funds on hand, he felt reassured that he could cover medical expenses for San Bao's sister and support his elder sister-in-law's daily needs. Meanwhile, Huang Zhongwei returned home to hand over his share to his wife, encouraging her to save it for peace of mind, mitigating her worries about his safety while raising their 3 children amidst the costly living conditions in Guangdao, which starkly contrasted with their humble origins in Sanping. Every day, the mere expense of purchasing snacks for the children and groceries sends her into a state of trepidation. Therefore, Huang Zhongwei must utilize these funds to reassure his wife, demonstrating that he has the capacity to earn substantial income, ensuring that she can live comfortably on Hong Kong Island. Otherwise, his wife will perpetually feel insecure. Thus, it is only by providing her with ample financial support that Huang Zhongwei can grant her the peace of mind she deserves. Chapter 90. The news of the camel's demise a week later. After She completed the transaction with Jimin Group from Simita, they exchanged contact numbers, and he returned to the island with the money. Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua were elated, each receiving $2.4 million US dollars. They had not anticipated earning such a substantial sum in such a short time since arriving on the island. Initially, they felt that Yang Kuen's offer of a 30% profit share was rather meager, yet they reluctantly accepted due to Yang Kuen's influence. However, they were taken aback to realize that this 30% was significantly more than their previous earnings, and the thought of being able to freely produce blue ice without worrying about sales channels was exhilarating. Compared to the current scale of their factory, their prior operations resembled mere small workshops. After successfully establishing a foothold in the markets of Jaipinji and Simita, Yang Kuen chose not to have Sushi explore additional markets. He intended to consolidate his position first, as his expenditures on the blue ice business had nearly depleted his funds. Yang Kuen aimed to stabilize the markets of Jaipinji and Simita, generating more profit before venturing into foreign markets. With sufficient capital in hand, he could then expand into other countries. In contrast to the social conditions in Jaipinji and Simita, the Southeast Asian nations were far more tumultuous. Yang Kuen understood that penetrating the Southeast Asian markets would not be as seamless as in Jaipinji and Simita. He anticipated having to confront the local gangs to assert his dominance. Only by instilling fear in them could he prevent competition. While Yang Kuen focused on amassing wealth, the underworld of the island began to stir once more. As the biannual election approached, a fierce rivalry erupted between Didi from Sunwan and Lin Huayue from Jordan over the coveted position of leader. Had it not been for Deng Fei's intervention, their conflict might have escalated into violence. Didi, leveraging his formidable power and wealth, was determined to secure the leadership position. To increase his chances, he bribed several gang leaders to garner their votes. On the other hand, Lin Huayue enjoyed the backing of Deng Fei, who favored Lin because his lesser influence posed no threat to Deng's authority. With Lin in power, he could act as a counterbalance to Didi's ambitions, requiring Deng's support to withstand the pressure from Didi. The chaos surrounding the leadership contest had already unsettled the island, with other gangs eagerly watching to see if Didi and Lin Huayue would clash. If a conflict ensued, the other gangs would seize the opportunity to attack and usurp territory from the beleaguered leaders. Just as tensions simmered, news of the camel's death from Dongxing emerged, unrelated to Shanji, who had already fled to Jaipinji. However, Wu Ying and Xiao Mianhu had seized the opportunity to eliminate the camel. Dongxing publicly attributed the camel's demise to sudden illness, but Yang Kuen was skeptical, convinced that Wu Ying and his cohorts were responsible. The abrupt death of Dongxing's leader intensified the unrest in the island's underworld. Gangs that had previously focused on the situation surrounding He Lianxing now turned their gaze toward Dongxing. Without the camel to maintain order, Wu Ying, Xiao Mianhu, and Xia Meng struggled to control the rising tide of other gangs eager to capture Dongxing's market share. Previously deterred by the camel's formidable reputation, many gangs now saw an opening to act. Particularly, Wang Bao from the Poison Snake Gang and Lian Haolong from the Loyal Righteousness Gang were quick to capitalize on this opportunity. Within days of the camel's death, both leaders mobilized their followers to vie for Dongxing's market share. As other gangs witnessed the aggressive moves from Wang Bao and Lian Haolong, they too could not resist joining the fray. Members from the Hongtai Gang, represented by Pai Yinmei, as well as Yutudio from Lianxing and Piao Go from Anil, all dispatched their men to compete for Dongxing's market share. With so many gangs vying for control, Wu Ying, Xiao Mianhu, and Xia Meng found themselves overwhelmed. Their losses in market share and territory were substantial. The two leaders began to regret their hasty decision to eliminate the camel. Had he still been alive, the smaller gangs would never have dared to challenge Dongxing's business. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Meng reached out to Dongxing's second-in-command, Baitu Wang Ben Shu, urging him to return to the island and restore order, lest they lose their territory and business entirely. Upon receiving the communication from Xia Meng, Baitu Wang was taken aback to learn of the sudden demise of his long-standing rival, Lata. The unexpected news left him in disbelief, as he had never anticipated that his adversary would depart from this world so abruptly. With Luotao's passing, the prospect of seizing the leadership of Dongxing seemed attainable. This possibility stirred a sense of urgency within Baitu Wang. He felt compelled to return to Gangdao post-haste to safeguard Dongxing's territory and business interests. Should he delay, he risked losing everything to rival factions eager to carve up Dongxing's domain. Chapter 91. Baitu Wang returns to Gangdao. Thus, Baitu Wang directly brought Situ Haonan back to Gangdao from Holland, leaving Lei Yaoyang to oversee Amsterdam. Upon their return, Baitu Wang summoned Wing, Xiamianhu, and Shamong to the Dongxing headquarters in Yuanlong for a meeting. Upon receiving Baitu Wang's call, Wu Ying and Xiamianhu were taken aback. They had not anticipated Baitu Wang's return from Holland at this juncture, particularly with Situ Haonan in tow. This turn of events left them feeling quite distressed, as Baitu Wang's return meant their grip on Dongxing's affairs was now precarious. Their previous actions to eliminate the ever-impeding Baimen boss, Luotao, were now rendered futile. With Baitu Wang, the second-in-command of Dongxing, back, they found themselves in a most vexing predicament. Despite their reluctance to meet Baitu Wang, they could not disregard his summons. It was evident that with Dongxing lacking a leader, Baitu Wang's word held sway, especially with the loyal Situ Haonan back in Gangdao. Thus, Wu Ying and Xiamianhu had no choice but to bide their time, aware that they could not afford to offend Baitu Wang. Their immediate priority was to fend off those encroaching on their territory and market share, leaving internal matters for later consideration. In Yuanlong, at the Dongxing headquarters, Baitu Wang inquired about the current situation from Shamong. Following Shamong's account, it became apparent that Dongxing's circumstances were dire. Significant portions of their market share had been seized, and even Shamong's territory in Sha Tin had been encroached upon by rival factions. Were it not for Shamong's staunch defense of Tsim Sha Sui, they might have lost that territory as well. Similarly, Wu Ying and Xiamianhu had lost several streets to rival gangs. Had they not banded together, they likely would have been driven out of Mongkok. After grasping the situation, Baitu Wang resolved to retaliate against the factions that had usurped Dongxing's territory and market. Having returned from Holland with reinforcements, he assumed the role of Dongxing's second-in-command and issued orders to the four prominent leaders. He commanded Wu Ying and Xiamianhu to unite against Wang Bao of the Poison Snake Gang, while Shamong was tasked with confronting Rini Society and the smaller factions led by Hong Tai. As for Situ Haonan, he was dispatched to contend with Lien Haolong of the Zongyixin faction. Among the 5 tigers of Dongxing, only Situ Haonan stood a chance against Lien Haolong, as the others were no match for him. Lien Haolong had once held the title of the greatest fighter on Gangdao, having carved out his territory in the southern region through sheer strength. Now, with age on his side, Situ Haonan could at least engage him in a contest. But had Lien Haolong been younger, Situ Haonan would have stood no chance. The following day, Dongxing launched its counteroffensive. In Mongkok, Wu Ying and Xiamianhu joined forces, with Wu Ying leading the charge against Wang Bao of the Poison Snake Gang, resulting in fierce clashes with substantial casualties on both sides. Nevertheless, they managed to thwart Wang Bao's attempts to further encroach upon Dongxing. In contrast, Situ Haonan faced a tougher challenge against Zongyixin, aside from Lien Haolong. There were formidable figures such as the Eight-Faced Sword, Luo Tianhong, the Curved Blade Expert Ahen, and the Affluent Afa. Had it not been for the elite subordinates he brought back from Holland, Situ Haonan would have struggled against Zongyixin. Thankfully, his men had extensive experience contending with the foreign mafia, which allowed him to withstand the onslaught. In stark contrast to the difficulties faced by Wu Ying and Situ Haonan, Shamong found himself in a much more favorable position. The rival factions of Anil, Hong Tai, and Rini Society lacked any formidable fighters, making them unable to withstand Shamong's onslaught. Within a few days, Shamong had successfully reclaimed the territory and market share that had been seized from Dongxing. Had it not been for Yudo Biao's assistance and the collective efforts of several factions, they might have lost even more ground. Since seizing a territory in Tsimsha Sui, Shamong's strength had significantly increased, far surpassing his previous capabilities in Shatin. The profits from a single street in Tsimsha Sui eclipsed those from 3 or 4 streets in Shatin. With newfound wealth, Shamong began recruiting skilled fighters to reinforce his position against the likes of Taizi, Axe Jun, and the One-Eyed Dragon, Han Chun. Each of these figures was formidable in their own right, and Shamong knew he needed to bolster his forces to avoid being ousted from Tsimsha Sui. Interestingly, rather than relying on Taizi's men, he directed his recruitment efforts towards Yudo Biao and Pai Yinmei's factions. This strategic maneuver allowed Shamong to maintain dominance over the rival factions, resulting in their utter humiliation as they were forced to relinquish their gains from Dongxing. Consequently, these rival factions became the subject of ridicule among the gangsters of Gangdao, as their inability to contend with a single golden hair tiger from Dongxing diminished their reputation. In stark contrast to the performance of these rival factions, Shamong delivered a remarkable surprise. No one had anticipated his newfound prowess. With the strength of a single faction, he had managed to overpower several rival groups. This astonished all who were familiar with Shamong, leaving them to wonder when he had acquired such formidable strength. Even Wing and Xiaominhu were equally astonished, as they had been oblivious to Shamong's remarkable ascent in power within the Gangdao underworld. Given the current prowess of Sha Meng, he stands quite favorably when compared to the likes of C2 Hao Nan and his associates. This remarkable ascent has propelled him from the lower ranks among the Dongxing 5 Tigers to a position among the top 2. Such a transformation has caught the attention of Baitu Wang. Previously, Sha Meng was the most loyal subordinate of Luo Tuo, and with Luo Tuo's demise, Baitu Wang had envisioned incorporating Sha Meng into his ranks, thereby securing 3 tigers under his command within the Dongxing faction, which would significantly bolster his influence over the situation in Dongxing. However, Baitu Wang was taken aback by Sha Meng's newfound strength, which considerably complicates his ambitions to recruit him. It appears that without presenting enticing propositions to captivate Sha Meng, persuading him to ally with Baitu Wang will prove to be an arduous task. Chapter 92. The production of 50 tons of rock candy. Taking advantage of the fierce conflict between Dongxing, Zhongyi Xin, and the Duxi gang, Yang Kuan strategically directed the attention of the police on Hong Kong Island towards these factions. This diversion allowed Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua to seize the opportunity to procure a substantial amount of goods. The quality of the products they obtained was exceptionally high, far surpassing the inferior ice blocks available on the market, and the pricing was only marginally higher. Consequently, with the concerted efforts of the Sanko Group and the Jinmin Group from Semaida, Yang Kuan's rock candy swiftly captured a significant share of the markets in both Jiao Pinji and Semaida, effectively driving out the subpar offerings and enabling both groups to reap substantial profits. As a result, the Sanko Group and the Jinmin Group promptly contacted Su Shi, expressing their urgent need for more supplies. They understood that only with sufficient inventory could they fill the void left in the markets of Jiao Pinji and Semaida. After Su Shi reported this situation to Yang Kuan, he recognized the rarity of such an opportunity. With the inferior rock candy being expelled from the markets, it was an opportune moment for him to distribute his products on a large scale. Thus, the violent altercations among the various gangs provided Yang Kuan with a perfect cover, diverting the attention of the police and allowing Huang Zhongwei and his team to engage in mass production. Following Yang Kuan's orders, Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua commenced the manufacturing of rock candy. Thanks to an ample supply of raw materials, they soon produced an astonishing 50 tons of rock candy. Upon learning of this overwhelming quantity, Yang Kuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua would be capable of such prolific output. The thought of 50 tons of rock candy stockpiled in the warehouses sent a wave of anxiety through him. If the police were to discover this, he would face dire consequences. Yang Kuan realized the peril of having such a vast quantity of rock candy stored in those factories, prompting him to hastily instruct Su Shi to reach out to the Sanko Group and the Jinmin Group. He urged them to expedite transactions and purchase as much rock candy as possible to alleviate his burden. The sheer volume of rock candy produced by Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua was staggering, to the point that even Yang Kuan felt apprehensive. Who would have thought that the two of them could achieve such high yields? It seemed that in the original narrative, their production was limited by the availability of raw materials. as they only managed to produce a small amount by the time they were apprehended. After She contacted the Sanko group and the Jinmin group, he readily agreed to their request for 1 ton of rock candy each, and even expressed dissatisfaction at the small quantity they were seeking. This complaint left the leaders of both groups, Shi Dongchu and Chao Qi bewildered. Was 1 ton of rock candy considered insufficient? They had initially assumed that Shi's supply was limited, yet here he was, expressing discontent over their request. They questioned whether Shi was speaking rationally, as 1 ton was indeed a considerable amount. Had the quality of Yang Kuen's products not been so exceptional, they would not have dared to request such a quantity. However, Shi's grievances also served to enlighten the Sanko group and the Jinmin group about the formidable influence behind him. The ability to offer such a substantial quantity of rock candy indicated the strength of Shi's backing, rivaling that of notorious figures from the Golden Triangle, Colombia, and Mexico. Even the world-renowned detergent manufacturers would find it challenging to provide such an amount at once. Shi's expression of dissatisfaction over the requested quantity was a testament to the strength of his position. Upon reporting the requested quantities of rock candy to Yang Kuen, Shi informed him that the Sanko group and the Jinmin group could only manage to procure 2 tons this time, which left Yang Kuen feeling somewhat helpless. He had never imagined that one day he would be troubled by an excess of goods. Yang Kuen decided to send Shi and his team to handle the transactions with the Sanko group and the Jinmin group. As the police focused their attention on Dongxing and its affiliates, Shi and his team swiftly transported 2 tons of rock candy from the factory warehouses to a cargo ship, setting sail towards the open sea. Once they reached a designated location, Shi contacted the Sanko group and the Jinmin group to inform them of the cargo ship's position, patiently awaiting their arrival for the transaction. After over 3 hours of waiting, representatives from the Sanko group and the Jinmin group finally arrived at the cargo ship. Upon inspecting the quality of the rock candy, which matched their previous experience, they promptly settled the payment with Shi and hurriedly directed their subordinates to load the merchandise onto their vessels. To avoid any complications, they needed to ensure the swift and secure transport of the goods back to their respective bases. Each ton of rock candy had cost them $30 million, and any mishap could lead to severe repercussions from their superiors. Therefore, the leaders of both factions were anxious to safely transport the goods back, ensuring they could report back to their bosses without issue. After the cargo was successfully shipped, Shi returned to Hong Kong Island aboard the cargo ship. Upon his return, he promptly delivered the $60 million in proceeds from this transaction to Yang Kuen at his villa. Yang Kuen was elated upon seeing the money, realizing that this was merely the profit from 2 tons of rock candy, while he still had 48 tons remaining. The prospect of selling the entire stock filled him with excitement. In recognition of the successful transaction completed by Shi and his companions, Yang Kuen generously rewarded the subordinates who accompanied Shi, bestowing upon each a sum of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Shi himself received a direct reward of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. After Shi and his group departed from Yang Kuen's villa, Yang Kuen then retrieved the portion that was due to Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua. He promptly dispatched someone to deliver their share of the funds to them, ensuring that the two would not be left in anxious anticipation. Chapter 93. Temporarily ceased the production of rock candy. Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua were overwhelmed with joy upon receiving a distribution of $10 million from Yang Kuen. Converted to local currency, this amounted to an astounding 70 to 80 million, a fortune sufficient to sustain them for a lifetime. They were astonished that Yang Kuen had fulfilled his promises in such a short span. Had it not been for Yang Kuen ordering them to halt, Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua would have eagerly embarked on producing an additional 50 tons, thereby securing even greater profits. Equally exhilarated were their subordinates, Along and Wang Lin, who rejoiced alongside their respective elder brothers in Guangdao, realizing that without this opportunity, such wealth would have eluded them, since Yang Kuen had previously allocated several million Hong Kong dollars to each of them. The lives of Huang Zhongwei and Liu Xiaohua's families had transformed into a state of bliss, indulging in whatever they desired, luxuries they had once only dared to dream of. Under Yang Kuen's patronage, both families found life in Guangdao to be devoid of any inconveniences. Their requests were always met with utmost diligence by Yang Kuen's subordinates, which extinguished any thoughts of returning to the mainland. Conversely, Liu Xiaohua contemplated reaching out to Sanbao, intending to invite his elder brother and sister-in-law to join him and live in Guangdao once his brother was released. Meanwhile, Due to the Jiaopingji Senko Group and the Semida Jinmin Group consuming 1 ton of goods, a period of digestion was necessary before they could request further supplies from Yang Kuan. Thus, for safety reasons, Yang Kuan instructed Huang Zhongwei and his associates to temporarily suspend the production of rock candy. The remaining stock was securely hidden away, rather than being stored in the factory's warehouse, which continued to manufacture ordinary chemical products to ensure operational safety. These chemical factories were of paramount importance to Yang Kuan, as they enabled him to procure essential raw materials reasonably. With ample supplies at hand, he could facilitate large-scale shipments, ensuring a steady flow of goods when he ventured into the Southeast Asian market. Upon receiving their 1 ton of goods, the Jiaopingji Senko Group swiftly arranged for their subordinates to aggressively market the rock candy throughout Jiaopingji, effectively monopolizing the market and leaving the Dechuan Group and the Jichuan Society struggling to maintain their businesses. As these trendy products gained immense popularity among the youth, the sales of laundry powder by the Dechuan Group and Jichuan Society plummeted. This situation incited considerable distress within both factions. Had they foreseen this outcome, they would never have rejected Su Shi's initial offer. However, it was now too late to alter their decisions, and as they sought collaboration with Su Shi for purchasing his goods, Yang Kuan would not entertain their requests, as the Jiaopingji had secured a partnership. Consequently, the Dechuan Group and Jichuan Society faced 2 potential fates. They could either humble themselves before the Senko Group and procure goods from them, thereby entering a profit-sharing arrangement while becoming subservient to the Senko Group, or they could passively watch as their business was systematically eroded by the Senko Group. In a bid for survival, the 2 factions might have to join forces to confront the Senko Group in a fierce conflict. Should they manage to defeat the Senko Group, they could reclaim some territory, allowing both the Dechuan Group and Jichuan Society to continue thriving in Jiaopingji without being entirely crushed. Senko Group leader Chao Qi Jingxiong was acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances. Thus, when the Dechuan Group and Jichuan Society reached out to his group, he adopted a conciliatory approach, promising to supply both factions to avoid unnecessary conflicts. In contrast, the Semida Jinmin Group, formed from the amalgamation of several major factions, emerged as a dominant force in Semida, instilling fear in none except the few financial conglomerates. To ensure the secure sale of rock candy, Jinmin Group Chairman Shi Dongchu proactively engaged with these conglomerates, proposing a collaborative business venture. With their support, the Jinmin Group could monopolize the Semida market, albeit at the cost of reduced profits. However, this strategic alliance allowed them to evade the scrutiny of Semida's judicial authorities. The entire nation was under the influence of these financial magnates. With their backing, the Jinmin Group could sustain its rock candy business over the long term. Shi Dongchu's decision received unanimous approval from several directors within the Jinmin Group. Following their partnership with the conglomerates, the Jinmin Group swiftly established dominance over the Semida market, effectively expelling all laundry powder products from the region. The loss of markets in both Jiaopingji and Semida left the Southeast Asian laundry powder magnates fuming, as these were once the most prosperous nations in Asia during the 1980s and 1990s. With a wealthy populace, the elimination of such crucial markets felt akin to severing their very limbs. In a frenzy, these Southeast Asian magnates dispatched personnel to investigate the origins of the rock candy in Jiaopingji and Semida, vowing to dismantle this rock candy enterprise. They understood that only by doing so could they reclaim their lost foothold in these lucrative markets. Otherwise, the loss of the market for Jiaopingji and Semida would inevitably lead to the bankruptcy of these Southeast Asian laundry powder merchants. They have many individuals relying on them for their livelihoods. If laundry powder becomes unsellable and profits dwindle, their subordinates would be the first to take action against them. Therefore, in order to safeguard their own futures, they are willing to pay any price to uncover the source of these rock candies and subsequently eliminate the suppliers of such commodities. Only through this course of action can they preserve their power and secure their lives.